Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 86, Chapter 86 The Strong One. The sake is good. But fighting a true powerhouse is even better. After decades in the One Piece world, Naruto had unknowingly picked up the habits of battle maniacs. The strong in this world often fought for reasons that weren't particularly complicated. Was it for territory? For treasure? Or simply because someone looked at them the wrong way? Any of these could spark a bloody battle. Pirates were free, but they were also chaotic and lawless. Naruto always tried to distance himself from that kind of reckless pirate lifestyle, but the passion for battle had long since seeped into his bones. This is not something that can be cultivated while bearing the heavy fate in the ninja world. To show respect for his senior, Naruto drew Mushoku from his waist. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the Kusanagi sword, which was generously sponsored by Orochimaru. It's because the sword that was sharp yet lacked durability would shatter easily against a master swordsman. The nearly transparent sword pointed straight at Shiki as Naruto's aura surged to its peak in an instant. "I'll make the first move, then." Mushoku transformed into a streak of light, striking Shiki before even Dr. Indigo or Scarlet could react. Clang! Oto clashed with Mushoku, sending sparks flying. Shihahaha. Is this all you've got, brat? Shiki kicked upward, deflecting Mushoku, then twisted his body midair, while his other leg, replaced with the famed sword Kobarashi, slashed out a golden arc of energy. Slash calamity. Naruto suddenly stopped smiling and just stood completely still, not even bothering to dodge. The slash hit him cleanly, but aside from cutting a bit of his clothes, it didn't leave so much as a scratch. Despite taking no damage, Naruto frowned. Are you really the men who fought Captain Roger? His eyes were filled with disappointment. It's not that he's mocking Shiki, but he's actually a little disappointed by the unexpected situation. You little brat. As if able to sense Naruto's emotions, Shiki's face was suddenly filled with anger. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? He shot higher into the sky. Lion menace. With a single motion of his hand, the floor, walls, and even the earth itself were crushed and reshaped by an immense force, forming several gigantic lion heads. The fact that he had just destroyed his own palace in an instant didn't seem to bother him at all. What he cared about more was that this brat from Roger's crew dared to look at him with those eyes. Those eyes, filled with pity, as if looking at a withered old man. After seeing Shiki's expression, Dr. Indigo and Scarlet immediately started to run away, thus avoid getting caught in the crossfire. But the small fries weren't so lucky. Shiki didn't care about their lives, ignoring their screams as they were swallowed by the lion heads. Then, the massive stone lions lunged at Naruto all at once. A torrent of earth and rock engulfed Naruto, twisting into a spiraling pillar that shot into the sky. Shiki loved watching his enemies slowly suffocate inside those stone prisons. But this time, before he could enjoy the show, the stone pillar shattered instantly. Naruto stood there, completely unharmed. It seems, you really have grown old. Golden Lion. This time, Naruto directly sheathed Mushoku. Then again, if you were still the same legendary powerhouse of the seas, you wouldn't have resorted to such a crude plan to conquer the world. Naruto thought about the other party's plan of breeding various transformed beasts for more than 20 years, and a complex expression of disdain and sadness appeared on his face. Originally, because of Shiki's legendary reputation and the fact that Roger praises him many times, Naruto thought he could have an epic battle against a true powerhouse. Don't get too carried away, little brat. This attitude pissed Shiki off far more than outright mockery ever could. With a furious roar, he unleashed a barrage of kicks midair, sending countless slashes raining down like a storm. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Buzz. Black lightning coiled around Naruto's body like chains as he instantly weaved through the storm of slashes, appearing right in front of Shiki in a flash. His fist, which is covered in armament haki, never even touched Shiki's body, yet the sheer force of the impact sent the men flying backward. This was the power of advanced armament haki, internal destruction without direct contact. But on Shiki's body, Naruto didn't even see a trace of haki. Under the force of that punch, Shiki's body smashed through the ground, plummeting downward until his figure disappeared from sight. A boring fight. Slowly landing back on the ground, Naruto's face showed none of the joy a victor should have. All that remains is the sadness for yet another fallen legend. Dr. Indigo and Scarlet are worthy of being Shiki's most loyal subordinates. Even after witnessing Naruto's overwhelming strength, they didn't flee. Instead, they charged at him. Mass juggling. A massive sphere of purple-green chemical gas ignited in midair before hurtling toward Naruto. Meanwhile, Scarlet let out a furious roar and leaped at Naruto with a flying tackle. Bang. Perhaps because he was just a researcher, Dr. Indigo's attack couldn't even scratch Naruto, so he outright ignored it. With a single backhanded punch, he sent the gorilla flying back where it came from, his expression utterly unimpressed. Give up on your plans. With this level of strength, you shouldn't even dream of conquering the seas. Having said that, Naruto turned to leave directly. But after only a few steps, Naruto looked at the island still floating steadily in the air beneath his feet, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You brat. At this time, Shiki's voice echoed from below. The spot where Naruto had struck him bore a deep imprint, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, the face of the golden lion Shiki showed an expression Naruto knew all too well, the look of a true powerhouse. Reaching up, he gripped the ship's rudder that had been embedded in his skull over 20 years ago during the Battle of Ed War. Admiral. What are you doing? Dr. Indigo immediately realized Shiki's intentions, and an anxious look appeared on his face. As Shiki's right-hand man, no one understood Shiki's physical condition better than him. The rudder was inserted in such a dangerous position that it was impossible to remove it without risk. Since it only weakened his ability to use haki at full power without affecting his devil fruit abilities, they had left it untouched all these years. For Shiki himself, the rudder was a mark of humiliation, a constant reminder of his defeat, of Roger's triumphant face. Ignoring Dr. Indigo's protests, Shiki locked eyes with Naruto. I am the Golden Lion. There was a roar, followed by the sound of blood splattering and wood falling to the ground. At the next moment, an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's haki, like aged wine finally uncorked, erupted from Shiki's body. Chapter 87, Chapter 87 Gods may dodge, but I won't. That's more like it, that's more like it. Watching as Shiki's mane-like hair flutter like an actual lion's under the influence of his Conqueror's haki, Naruto's face finally lit up with excitement. At the same time, a Conqueror's haki no weaker than Shiki surged from Naruto's body. The two Conqueror's haki clashed violently, crushing against each other, causing Dr. Indigo and Scarlet, who are trapped within the storm, to grimace in agony. It didn't take long before both of them collapsed, unconscious. And now, the real battle between Naruto and Shiki was about to begin. Little brat. Golden Lion. Their voices rang out simultaneously as their fists collided midair. Fists clad in Conqueror's haki pressed against each other, the distorted space between them crackling with tension. Neither gave an inch as they locked eyes. Unlike before, both Shiki and Naruto now have wild, exhilarated grins. Boom. A massive lion suddenly formed beside them, lunging at Naruto under Shiki's will. Shihahaha. Daring to lose focus in battle. Is this how Roger taught you, brat? The lion's head slammed Naruto aside. Bang. Naruto shattered the giant lion's head with a single elbow strike before kicking off the air and appearing right beside Shiki. Before the older pirate could react, Naruto's foot smashed into him, sending him crashing downward. You're the one who's slipping, old man. Have all these years hiding in this place rusted your brain? Naruto let out a hearty laugh, not giving Shiki a moment to recover. Raising his fist high, he gathered power and unleashed a devastating Hakoku sovereignty downward. The massive shockwave threatened to annihilate everything below, but then Shiki's voice roared back. Lion menace, earth coiling. This time, what gathered wasn't just earth or stone, it was the very air itself, mixed with dust and debris, all reinforced by Shiki's immense haki. The resulting lion's head was even more formidable than the ones made of solid rock. The colossal lion surged upward, meeting Naruto's Hakoku sovereignty head-on. For a moment, the two forces clashed in midair, until Naruto's Hakoku sovereignty finally shattered. It can't be helped. Hakoku sovereignty is not the ability of a devil fruit, and the power of the attack is determined at the moment it is launched. It is impossible to reinforce it as continuously as Shiki's attack. The giant lion head formed by the earth coiling struck Naruto's body, sending him flying high into the air. Shihahaha. Nice. Again. After taking this solid hit, a faint trace of red appeared on Naruto's body, but his expression only grew more exhilarated. This time, Naruto simply imitated a certain palm technique that descended from the heavens, except he replaced the palm with his own body. This move was inspired by a certain marine hero who preferred not to reveal his name, Galaxy Impact, but Naruto modified the attack method to suit himself. Naruto transformed into a meteor, plummeting straight toward the golden-haired pirate below. Slash Calamity. This slash far surpassed the previous ones, carrying an overwhelming surge of haki and momentum as it shot forward. The fist and the slash collided, and finally, the slash was shattered to pieces. But a shallow cut also appeared on Naruto's fist. Bang. The punch landed on Shiki again. However, thanks to armament haki, Shiki actually managed to withstand Naruto's fist with his head. Blood splattered everywhere. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't Naruto's blood. The wound on his hand had already begun healing within just a few seconds. Hey! Senpai! You still holding up? Naruto and Shiki remained locked in midair as he laughed and taunted his opponent. Ever since Shiki forcibly ripped the rudder from his head, blood had been seeping from his skull. At this moment, his face twisted into a ferocious grin, one that could easily terrify children. You're the one who should worry, brat. A scratch like this means nothing. Grabbing Naruto's wrist, Shiki hurled him to the side before reaching down and drawing the two legendary swords strapped to his severed legs. Shiki, who holds the famous swords in his hand again, is now the real, flying pirate, once more. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Clang. Naruto seemed thoroughly satisfied with this attack. He drew out Mushoku from his waist once again, coating it in haki. Divine Departure. Black and red lightning wrapped around the massive slash as it carved a long arc through the air. Shiki's Thousand Slice Valley surged toward it like a swarm of moths to a flame, but not a single one could hold it back for even an instant. As the slash grew larger in his vision, Shiki's mind flashed with a strange sense of déjà vu. The figure of Naruto in the sky overlapped with that detestable man from his memories. Roger. Though weakened slightly by his Thousand Slice Valley, the Divine Departure still struck Shiki squarely, leaving him with a wound reminiscent of Zoro's infamous scar. Divine Departure, its name did not mean, even gods must evade, but rather, the fall of a god. T/N, in Chinese, Divine Departure was named God Avoidance, which is different from the original Japanese, which already means the passing away of a god. True to its name, this slash possessed the power to slay gods. Cough, cough. Shiki couldn't suppress the blood rising in his throat. The slash that had nearly bisected his upper body left his life hanging by a thread. It's over, senpai. Naruto descended once more, but this time, his smile was gone. Instead, he looked at Shiki with a gaze full of regret. Ever since Shiki tore off the rudder that had suppressed him for over 20 years, it seemed he had also removed something else, something that had been holding him back. After that, during his battle with Naruto, he never considered his so-called grand ambitions of conquering the seas. His mind was focused solely on the opponent before him. And it was from that moment onward that Naruto once again addressed him as senpai, no longer in mockery, but in genuine respect. It's far from over. Shiki bared his teeth in a grin before letting out a furious roar. Lion Menace, govern place earth coiling. With his roar, the main island of this floating archipelago, which was also the largest island, began to move. To the horror of those still conscious below, the island slowly cracked apart. Hidden within the mountains Shiki had lifted into the sky were rivers of molten lava, now rising alongside the shattered earth. Magma and rock intertwined, forming a lion's head larger than the mountains themselves, hovering in the sky. Scarlet lava gathered in the lion's maw before unleashing a silent roar. Even Naruto froze for a brief moment at this sight, before his face twisted into a blazing battle lust. Bring it on. Naruto roared back as every muscle in his body began to swell and expand. Even his hair seemed to take on a life of its own, writhing wildly. Life return, full body liberation. At this moment, Naruto unleashed the full, terrifying power hidden within his body. His shirt burst apart instantly under the strain of his expanding muscles, revealing his perfect and muscular body that looked like it was sculpted by gods. For the first time in years, Naruto revealed his true form to the world. This shocking scene even stunned Kurama, who was secretly watching inside Naruto. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. Thank you for the sake. Cough. It seemed that the injury was too severe, as Shiki couldn't control himself and coughed up blood again. After the rudder was pulled out from his skull, it seemed that some nerves were damaged. At this moment, the images in front of Shiki's eyes began to double from time to time, and his thoughts became fragmented. The figure before him kept shifting, sometimes it was that brat, Naruto Uzumaki, and other times, it was Roger. The scenery around him warped along with his shattered memories. For a moment, Shiki felt as if he had returned to that naval battle 20 years ago. Except this time, he would die here. Come on. His roar was directed not just at Naruto, but perhaps also at the men who had defeated him in his memories. Shihahaha. The colossal lion head descended, completely blocking out the sunlight. At that moment, it was as if the sky itself was collapsing. Compared to this overwhelming force, Naruto, who was standing directly in its path, seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. This time, Naruto sheathed his sword and assumed a drawing stance midair. At this moment, he poured all his focus into the next strike, his very being merging completely with the sword. Meanwhile, inside Naruto, Kurama's eyes widened in shock. In terms of sheer scale alone, the attack that Naruto faced was even greater than Hashirama's would release from back in the day. Though it lacked the concentrated energy density of Hashirama's would human or Madara's Susanoo, the sheer spectacle of it was overwhelming. After all, when an attack reaches a certain magnitude, precision and penetration become irrelevant. In the current ninja world, perhaps only Sage of Six Paths, the one who had created the moon, could produce something of this scale. Hey, brat. Can you handle this? Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, but there was no response. Hey! Don't tell me you're Dash. Shut up. Before Kurama could finish, Naruto had already unsheathed the Mushoku from his waist. There was no sound of steel, no clash of blades. Not even the faintest trace of the sword's movement. It was as if the sword had teleported, completing a horizontal slash from left to right in an instant. This eerily silent slash stood in stark contrast to Shiki's earth-shattering attack. Just as Kurama began to wonder if Naruto had made a mistake, a faint breeze appeared out of nowhere. This breeze seemed intangible, appearing slow yet approaching the massive lion's head at an incredible speed. This light, drifting slash was a far cry from the enormous slashes Naruto had casually unleashed earlier. It looked utterly powerless. As the intangible wind swept past, a glob of magma the size of a ship happened to drip from the lion's fangs. The scorching magma fell into the path of the breeze, only to instantly vaporize and dissipate into the air. After vaporizing the magma, the wind continued unimpeded toward the island-sized lion's head. When the two made contact, the lion's head swiftly split apart along the corners of its mouth. The fissure spread rapidly to both sides, as smoothly as a soft cake meeting a sharp blade, so smooth that the word silky could describe it. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Even Kishi's eyes widened in shock. He had never seen such a bizarre attack before. At that moment, Naruto's voice calmly rang out, answering his question. Mushoku, empty cicada. After saying that, Naruto let out a long breath, and the entire arm holding the sword radiated an extremely high temperature. This is Naruto's own swordsmanship, or it can be said that he created this sword drawing technique after learning from the strengths and weaknesses of various strong people he has seen over the years. Just like Mushoku's transparent blade, this attack was formless yet lethally potent. What appeared as a breeze was actually countless microscopic slashes, invisible to the naked eye. Thus, even for Naruto, executing this technique was no small feat. With the crisp sound of his sword sheathing, that gentle slash suddenly accelerated, cleanly bisecting the lion's head. If that were all, Shiki could have simply reassembled the split rock. However, after cleaving the lion's head, the slash continued unimpeded, aimed straight at the man himself. This time, he didn't even have time to dodge. The breeze passed by, and Shiki's right arm, along with half his shoulder, fell straight downward. Naruto had held back, as this strike wasn't aimed at his head. Because he knew that from the moment Shiki chose to remove the rudder embedded in his skull and fight him seriously, his life had already entered its final countdown. Beautiful swordsmanship dash. Shiki murmured, as if completely numb to the pain, staring at the severed stump of his arm. By then, Naruto had already leaped across the falling island debris, closing in on him. For a finale, that was pretty spectacular. As he said this, Naruto had already used life return again to restore himself to his normal appearance. His upper clothing was completely ruined, but fortunately, important items like scrolls were stored in the pouch on his hip, so they are not destroyed. After hearing Naruto's words, Shiki, who had just been muttering with an expressionless face, suddenly raised his head. The fervent battle spirit in his eyes hadn't dimmed in the slightest. "Brat, what the hell are you talking about? I am the Golden Lion. The fight's only just begun." The severed hand still gripping the famed sword Oto floated beside him with the power of his devil fruit, reassuming a battle stance. Shiki the Golden Lion's hair and beard bristled, his roar drowning out even the sound of collapsing rock. With his furious shout, an even more overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, crushing everything around him, as if declaring the final defiance of a legendary pirate. But this time, Naruto didn't release his own haki. He didn't even glance at his opponent, but just lowered his head and groped for something in his pouch. After a while, he pulled out a small metal flask. Pulling out the stopper, he took a whiff, closing his eyes to savor the aroma. Then, without hesitation, he tossed it toward Shiki. The flask passed through the haki, touched the man's body, and floated in midair. "Your sake wasn't bad. As thanks, try some of my own stash." The haki abruptly faded. Shiki's expression stilled as he silently stared at Naruto, then shifted his gaze to the flask. The lid opened on its own, and the liquor poured into his mouth. "Not bad." Shiki only uttered these two words in the end, and it was unclear whether he was referring to the taste of the sake or to Naruto. His voice cut off abruptly, and with it, the tumultuous life of this legendary pirate came to an end. One of the great rivals of the Pirate King Gol D, Roger, the Flying Pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, was dead. Chapter 89, Chapter 89 Big News. Have you heard? The East Sea Dash. Look at the news. Golden Lion. At Barity, Chef Zeph was flipping through a newspaper from the World Economic newspaper. Normally, he wasn't the type to pay much attention to this kind of thing. But during this period, guests coming to Barity were talking about the island falling incident that happened in the East Blue not long ago. According to reports, over a dozen islands of varying sizes had suddenly plummeted from the sky into that sea. Some of the smaller islands were about the size of Konoha Village, while the larger ones even surpassed the legendary Water 7. Thankfully, no ships had been passing through at the time, otherwise, it would have been a complete disaster. But who was responsible for this? Not only was Zeph curious, but many pirates who hailed from the East Blue, some of whom had already ventured into the New World, were also wondering. After all, nobody wanted their hometown to be wiped out by a random catastrophe one day. In the newspaper, a bold, enlarged text, accompanied by a slightly blurry photo, took up over 60% of the front page. Island Fall. The culprit, flying pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. Below, smaller text detailed Shiki's abilities and some of his past, notorious deeds. Among them, the most famous were his death battle with the Pirate King and his escape from Impel Down. It was clear that Morgans had zero respect for the Marine's reputation. Shiki confirmed killed. Next to this headline was a photo that barely captured the silhouette of a figure. The man was shirtless, revealing a muscular physique, with long blonde hair tied into a ponytail. Something seemed to be hanging at his waist, but the photo was too unclear to make out. It was a mystery how Morgan's reporters had even managed to snap this shot. Though the article described the killer as a mysterious, unidentified figure, Zeph recognized the man in the photo instantly. After all, it's the same Uzumaki Naruto who had come to his restaurant not long ago and eaten like a beast. Logically, Morgan should have known Naruto's identity. But for some reason, he had neither published a clear front-facing image nor mentioned Naruto's name. As a result, most discussions revolved around how terrifying Shiki's island-moving powers were and who could have possibly killed him. Some guessed it was the Marines, while others speculated it was a pirate. A few even suggested the Revolutionary Army. Of course, the one who gets the most votes is probably a bounty hunter. These were just the discussions stirred up by the newspaper in the first half of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, in the New World. Whole Cake Island. Mamma. That brat never fails to surprise. Inside a massive castle built from sweets, one of the four emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Lean, laughed heartily while stuffing her face with a cream cake brought by her children. Shiki the Golden Lion had once been her fellow crewmate on the Rocks Pirates, making them old acquaintances. She didn't expect that this guy would fall into the hands of that little brat. Mama, it's Uzumaki Naruto, Pererin. Next to her, Pyrospiro, the strategist of the Big Mom pirates, licked his candy cane as he read the newspaper. Last time, all of them had been suppressed by Naruto alone, and even Big Mom herself had only managed to fight him to a standstill. Therefore, it was safe to say that most of the Big Mom's children didn't have the best impression of Naruto. Even though they had later thrown a harmonious banquet together, that didn't mean they had truly reconciled. Of course, Katakuri was an exception. Among Big Mom's children, he was probably the most favorable toward Naruto. It's purely out of admiration for the strong and recognition of Naruto's character. So now, he silently stared at the blurred figure in the newspaper, the corners of his mouth curling slightly beneath his scarf. Truly worthy of you, Uzumaki Naruto. Speaking of which, we should send that boy an invitation to the next tea party. Suddenly, Big Mom set down her cake and said to the children beside her. Ah. Mama, you're inviting him. Pyrospiro seemed puzzled by her decision. Smoothie, what do you think of that boy? Big Mom suddenly turned to the silver-haired, long-legged woman who had been silent until now. That was one of her daughters, Charlotte Smoothie, the only female among the sweet commanders, and a Sherbwa no Mi, user with a bounty exceeding 900 million berries. The moment those words left Big Mom's mouth, everyone understood her intentions. She was considering an alliance through marriage. I will obey your will, Mama. Smoothie, who had a naturally cold personality, replied calmly. She didn't personally agree with Big Mom's marriage alliance plans, and in her view, expanding Tato Land's influence through political marriages was far less reliable than pure strength. But she would never openly defy her mother's orders. Looking at the blurry figure in the newspaper, Smoothie just picked up the freshly squeezed juice beside her and started drinking it with a cold look. Meanwhile, in the calm belt. Amazon Lily, also known as the Island of Women. As the name suggests, this is an island inhabited solely by women. The ruler of the island is Boa Hancock, a great pirate known as the Pirate Empress and one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. With beauty so devastating that most men fell in love at first sight and a figure that could make even the strongest warriors falter, she also possessed the terrifying power to protect this island of warriors. She is, without a doubt, one of the most formidable figures on the sea. But at this moment, this fearsome pirate empress was throwing a tantrum, trying to storm out of her palace. Her younger sisters, Sander Sonia and Marigold, clung to her legs, desperately holding her back. Let go of me. I must find that man and demand an explanation. Sister, calm down. That news is already days old, and we can't even be sure it's really him. Hearing this, Hancock slammed the newspaper with Naruto's blurred photo onto the floor and pointed at it dramatically. How could I ever mistake this figure? Can you two not recognize him either? Upon hearing this, the two sisters averted their eyes guiltily, unable to bring themselves to lie. How could they not recognize this figure? 15 years ago, it was this very man who had saved them from hell itself. I must find him. That big liar. He promised to take me with him. Hancock, whose legs were held by her sister, couldn't really attack them, so she could only stand there helplessly and furiously. Watching this scene, the former Amazon Lily's empress, Gloriosa, simply shook her head and sighed. The news of Naruto defeating Shiki was spreading across the seas at an astonishing speed. Unfortunately, the new generation of pirates are not very familiar with either Shiki or Naruto. Perhaps some people can still remember the legends of Shiki, but if they only see a blurred silhouette of Naruto's back, not many people can recognize him. Those who can recognize Naruto's identity at a glance are either the powerhouses in the New World or people who have had contact with him before. In a room, a blonde woman in a pure white dress chuckled softly before picking up a tube of lipstick. Then, with a light stroke, she circled the figure in the photograph. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Nothing can go wrong this time, right? Naruto was actually aware that he was being filmed. But by the time he caught the news coup that had been implanted with a listening device, the Den mushi it was carrying had already transmitted the footage. It was too late to silence it now. Fortunately, Naruto had some connections with the big news Morgans. After he promised the Den mushi that he would contact them directly for a big scoop later, Morgans was kind enough not to blatantly reveal his true identity and appearance in the headlines. After all, those who needed to know would probably figure it out anyway. Sigh dash. Naruto tugged awkwardly at the coat he was wearing. He had taken the opportunity to salvage it from Shiki's palace when the island was falling. The pitch-black suit coat looked quite impressive, but Naruto just couldn't get used to it. He needed to find another island soon and get himself a new outfit. Caw. At this moment, a massive bird head swooped down in front of Naruto. The creature opened its beak wide, ready to take a bite out of him. Bang. The bird's head was slapped back. Behave. This strange bird, whose head alone was bigger than a person, was smacked so hard it nearly passed out. If not for the other head still being conscious, it might have plummeted straight down. After Naruto defeated Shiki, the power of the Fuwa no Mi faded, and the floating islands began to fall from the sky. The young men who had been captured and taken to Shiki's palace managed to escape and return to their homes, helping their fellow villagers flee the collapsing islands. The other beasts on the island also found their own ways to survive. Some, like the villagers, simply spread their wings and flew away. Others relied on their agility to leap from one falling island to another, trying to slow their descent. A few thick-shelled giant insects even chose to dive straight into the sea, as their heavy exoskeletons were strong enough to withstand the initial impact. In the end, the only ones truly doomed were Shiki's underlings, who were left behind on the island to die. Right now, the creature Naruto was riding was a two-headed monstrous bird with a wingspan of over 50 meters. When he first encountered it, the bird had been attacking villagers trying to escape the falling island. Naruto rescued the villagers in time, but he did not choose to kill the strange bird. There is no other reason. Is there a better mode of transportation than a flying monster? This time, he refused to believe that riding this strange bird would lead to any more unexpected disasters. Pulling out an eternal pose, he adjusted his direction. Then, he grabbed the bird's feathers and yanked it toward the right path. The bird head that was still awake seemed to be more docile and it turned obediently in the direction where Naruto was pulling it. The other head, having just regained consciousness, screeched in pain and tried twisting its long neck around to bite the annoying little pest on its back. The result was predictable, as it was stunned for 10 seconds again. These beasts, who were injected with the SIQ drug, had their sense of fear greatly dulled, making Naruto's usual intimidation tactics useless. It wasn't that they were immune, it was just that Naruto couldn't scare them into submission without outright knocking them unconscious. This strange bird is very fast, much faster than an ordinary ship. Unfortunately, there is no chakra in the bird's body, otherwise, Naruto might have considered forming a summoning contract with it and making it his personal mount. It will probably take some time to get to the next island. With that thought, Naruto pulled out a pair of round sunglasses from a ceiling scroll, put them on, and took a nap. Time passed slowly on the bird's back. It would have been even better if this bird could learn its lesson and stop trying to attack him every now and then. Meanwhile, on the sea below, a massive iron sphere-like structure slowly rose from the depths. When it fully emerged, the iron plate surrounding it, which was used to block out seawater, folded back, revealing the armored warship with its massive gears. Atop the mast flew a pirate flag bearing a crown and skull, while the prow was adorned with a giant hippopotamus head. On the deck, the former king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol, was scolding his subordinates. Useless fools. It's been so long, and you still haven't found our way back. The soldier being scolded could only tremble and nod, not daring to defy the tyrannical king, who stood 8 feet tall, and was just as wide. Apologies, your majesty. We couldn't find an eternal pose pointing to Drum Island on that merchant ship. Unable to vent his anger, Wapol began kicking and punching the soldier. No one dared to intervene. It can't be helped. After all, Wapol is the user of the Baku Baku no Mi. If anyone dares to disobey him, they may really be swallowed alive by him. While they won't die, such feeling was still very uncomfortable. Damn Blackbeard. Damn the weather. And damn that merchant ship. After venting his anger, Wapol leaned against the railing, chewing on a large piece of roasted meat, including fork and all the utensils, while grumbling. A few months ago, that despicable pirate had invaded his kingdom and, within days, wiped out most of Wapol's military forces. Fortunately, he had the foresight to flee with a group of soldiers, thus preserving the Drum Kingdom's remaining strength. As for whether the pirates would harm the citizens, Wapol couldn't care less about those lowly commoners. As long as he, the king, was safe, nothing else mattered. Thinking this, Wapol suddenly felt hungry again. Even though he had just eaten. Hey! Bring me more food. But this time, his order went unheeded out. That. What is that? Is that a bird? Why does it have two heads? Following his soldiers' gazes, Wapol looked up at the sky. It was a red bird, which didn't look big from this distance, soaring above them. What shocked Wapol the most was that the creature had two heads. Interesting. Shoot it down. I want to taste what a rare delicacy like that is like. The sight of such an exotic creature excited Wapol's hunting instincts. Combined with his hunger, he immediately ordered his men to open fire. But when the soldiers aimed their rifles skyward, the bullets fell short, as the bird was much farther away than it appeared. Worthless idiots. Disgusted by his men's incompetence, Wapol decided to take matters into his own hands. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed several of the ship's cannons whole. Immediately afterwards, using the power of the Baku Baku no Mi, he fused them with other materials he had previously consumed. A long-barreled cannon extended from Wapol's mouth. Using an alloy cannon, which is combined from 3 or 4 regular cannons and rare metals, just to shoot down a bird might have been overkill, but none of the soldiers dared to object. Boom. The cannonball flew away quickly with a whistling sound. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. I understand the logic, but why is the bird so big? Honestly, Wapol's shooting accuracy was pretty decent. The good news, the cannonball directly hit the giant bird. The bad news, the bird wasn't injured at all and instead flew into a rage. Naruto, who was on the bird's back, naturally felt the impact when the cannonball struck. He had noticed the attack coming but didn't pay it any mind. As for the cannonball itself, it was just a regular one and nothing special except for its speed. For a strengthened beast like this giant bird, it was nothing more than a minor annoyance. What Naruto was more concerned about was whether the bird would accidentally harm innocent people. After using his observation haki to scan the area below for a few seconds, Naruto quickly dismissed the idea of stopping the bird. Greed mixed with murderous intent, pretty standard emotions on the high seas. Then he looked at the pirate flag hanging from the ship's mast. Good, no collateral damage. Just a bunch of suicidal pirates. In that case, it didn't matter. Naruto has always been kind to pirates like Luffy, who were less like criminals and more like adventurers. But for the vast majority of scum who were only out for pillaging and killing, Naruto couldn't care less. If it was convenient, he might even take the initiative to wipe them out, doing his part to maintain maritime order. Having confirmed that the people below weren't worth saving, Naruto simply ignored the situation and closed his eyes again. Even as the bird's back tilted at a dangerous angle during its dive, Naruto remained stuck to it as if glued in place with chakra adhesion. Meanwhile, the enraged giant bird, having been attacked, plunged straight toward the Bliking below. What a joke. If I can't deal with this annoying brat on my back, I'll at least take it out on you. Looking at the monstrous bird that was getting bigger and bigger in their field of vision, the people on the ship finally realized what was going on. It turns out that it wasn't that the bird was small, but that it was too far away. When the colossal wings blotted out the sky above the Bliking, the mood aboard darkened just like the massive shadow looming over them. The fate of the ship was a foregone conclusion. The giant bird's talons effortlessly tore through the hull, leaving deep gashes. Some of the soldiers, reacting quickly, ordered the control room to raise the iron plates around the ship, sealing it before submerging into the water. If the bird had just been big, their emergency measures might have worked. Unfortunately. Caw. The bird let out an ear-piercing screech before spewing a thick, purplish-red mucus from its beak. The mucus rapidly spread across the ship's hull, and the steel armor instantly began sizzling under its corrosive effects. In no time, the entire Bliking was riddled with holes. Hurry up and save me. I order you. Come here now. Standing on the deck that had sunk more than halfway, Wapol held onto the railing on the side of the ship and screamed at a group of soldiers who had boarded a small lifeboat not far away. As it happened, one of them was the very soldier he had beaten earlier. Think carefully. This boat is only so big. If we take him, one of us will have to get off. The soldier spoke to his colleagues around him with a gloomy face. The meaning of his words was very clear. The others also fell into silence. Was Wapol a good king? The answer is already obvious. Not to mention, this entire disaster had been caused by Wapol's reckless actions, whether it was their forced exile from Drum Kingdom or this attack by the giant bird. Hey! You bastards! You traitors! I'm your king. I order you to come here. Damn it! I'll kill you all. Wapol's final threat was the last straw. The soldiers pretended not to hear their king's pleas, rowing their small boat away into the distance. It's unclear whether they could survive the vast ocean in that tiny boat. But for a devil fruit user like Wapol, sinking into the sea meant only one outcome. Among the few who remained loyal to Wapol, the former Drum Kingdom's magistrate, the afro-haired Kurumarimo had already been torn apart by the giant bird's claws during the initial attack. As for Chess, Drum Kingdom's Minister of Defense, he had vanished without a trace, likely dissolved in the corrosive stomach acid. At this point, Naruto finally noticed Wapol below. The man was frantically devouring parts of the ship, then regurgitating them after some bizarre reshaping in his stomach. In no time, an ugly little iron boat had been formed. That caught Naruto's attention. Not because he recognized Wapol, but because he recognized the devil fruit ability. Baku Baku no Mi. The devil fruit's ability seems funny, but actually has an absurdly high potential. For a pampered fool like Wapol, this ability was only good for bullying ordinary people. But in the hands of someone like Gaban, Rayleigh, or Garp, it'd be an entirely different story. Sometimes, a seemingly useless devil fruit just lacks the right user. Imagine if Garp had eaten a Hana no Mi. Yeah, no. That mental image was too terrifying. And this particular devil fruit had once been one of Naruto's targets. His reason for wanting it was simple. With this ability, he'd never have to worry about going hungry again. It is said that the user of Baku Baku no Mi could even digest steel and dirt, tasting their unique flavor as if they were normal food. That trait alone made Naruto seriously tempted. The giant bird glanced down at the hippo-looking man, its sharp vision immediately identifying Wapol as the one who had thrown that pebble at it earlier. Then it flapped its wings, and a fierce gust of wind directly sent Wapol, who had been wobbling on his makeshift boat, tumbling into the sea. Naruto could also sense that this guy had been radiating the strongest malice earlier. He's probably the captain of that pirate ship. Yep. Definitely an enemy. Caw. Seeing Wapol sink straight to the bottom, the bird let out an eerily human-like laugh. After circling once to confirm that all its attackers were gone, the bird finally took off again with Naruto still on its back. But then, Naruto tugged at its feathers. Hey, fly higher. Less chance of getting shot down again. Still riding the high of its destructive rampage, the bird bristled at the audacity of this annoying little human giving it orders. It opened its beak wide, another wave of corrosive stomach acid rising. Bang. The remaining conscious bird head obediently soared above the clouds, carrying Naruto. Meanwhile, the previously aggressive head now hung limp at its side. If it hadn't been taking a breath from time to time, it would have looked no different from dead. Lying back on the bird's back, Naruto let out a small sigh of relief. Honestly, when the attack happened, he'd had a brief moment of panic, wondering if his so-called curse of destroying every vehicle he rides had struck again. Luckily, reality proved that theory completely baseless. See? The giant bird was perfectly fine. As if he'd ever worry about something like that. Chapter 92, Ace, you won't even call me uncle. Sigh dash. In a tailor shop on Sikorker Island, the proprietress was sewing a piece of clothing she had never seen before, following the customer's request, while listening to that same customer sighing heavily in her shop. To be honest, when the tall man in a black suit first walked in, the proprietress had been thoroughly frightened. The other person's towering stature and gloomy expression made her think she was being robbed by the mafia. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was cleared up. The customer took out a sum of money and asked her to make a set of clothes according to his measurements. The customer was also very generous, so the proprietress simply decided to put aside her other work and prioritize his order. After all, Sikorker Island was just an unremarkable little island in the Grand Line. Not many traveling merchants passed through, and even pirates rarely visited. Most of her income usually came from mending clothes for the other townsfolk, so such a big order was a rare opportunity. Naruto, who was sitting not far from the proprietress, sighed heavily again, gloomily taking out a flask and gulping down a few mouthfuls. How could this happen? This shouldn't be. He was genuinely frustrated. Originally, everything had been progressing smoothly, just as he had predicted. The giant bird was fast, and even though they had been slightly delayed by Wapol's attack, they still reached Reverse Mountain by dawn the next day. Originally, he could have gone to the calm belt directly. But since Reverse Mountain wasn't too far out of the way, he decided to make a slight detour. The reason is very simple. Naruto wanted to visit the retired ship's doctor, Crocus, who lived there. When he had come from the New World last time, he hadn't passed through Reverse Mountain, so he figured he shouldn't miss the chance this time. The old doctor was already in his 70s. Every meeting could be their last, who knew when it would truly be the final one. He still remembered his time on the Roger Pirates. Because of his training, Naruto was always covered in injuries. As a result, he interacted with Crocus, the ship's doctor, far more often than with the other crew members. Crocus sighed at the recent major events Naruto had stirred up, as well as the fall of Golden Lion, Shiki. After chatting for a while and confirming that the old doctor was still in good health, sharing a few drinks, Naruto decided to take his leave. Mainly because he couldn't quite handle the old man's nagging. Don't drink so much. Do you want to be riddled with illness when you're old too? Back in the day, Crocus had likely nagged Roger the same way. Now, Naruto was the target of those scoldings. To be honest, Naruto didn't actually mind this kind of elderly concern, he even somewhat enjoyed it. It would have been perfect if the old doctor didn't smack him a few times while lecturing him. Before leaving, Naruto took one last look at the island whale Crocus called Laboon. It was a large whale with intricate scars all over the front of its head. From the old doctor, Naruto also learned about the Rumber Pirates and Laboon's story, leaving him moved by the genuine bond between humans and animals. He thought that if he had the chance, he'd look into the whereabouts of this pirate crew. But Naruto didn't hold out much hope. There was no helping it. After all, the Rumber Pirates had set sail 50 years ago. By now, they were most likely no longer alive. With that in mind, Naruto prepared to continue riding the giant bird along the Grand Line toward the next island. He had even started coming up with names for the bird in his head. Yakitori, chicken meat, grilled wings. After being beaten a few times, the bird had finally behaved, or perhaps it was because Naruto had knocked some sense into its troublesome head. Either way, the flight had been very smooth. Just when Naruto thought the journey would go without a hitch, an accident happened. This time, it was truly an accident. As the giant bird descended through the clouds toward the island, a thunderstorm raged below. At the critical moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from the clouds, striking the bird directly. If not for Naruto's observation haki allowing him to jump off in time, he would have been electrocuted into an afro too. The bird's fate was obvious. Naruto watched sorrowfully as it plummeted straight into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Sigh. Madam, where's the best restaurant around here? The new clothes would still take some time to finish. Feeling down, Naruto decided to lift his spirits with some good food and asked the locals for recommendations. After getting the answer, he headed toward the town's largest restaurant, which also doubled as the biggest tavern. Boss, bring out all the specialty dishes you've got. Slapping a stack of berries on the table, Naruto called out loudly. The other patrons, seeing Naruto's imposing stature and black attire, immediately fell silent. A few even looked ready to bolt and fetch the town's only law enforcement officer. Fortunately, Naruto didn't seem like the type to start trouble. After ordering his food, he just sat quietly in place. This put the others at ease, and they gradually returned to their own business. The food arrived quickly, and as for the taste, it was unexpectedly good. It might not have been much worse than the restaurants on larger islands. Soon, Naruto lost himself in eating. The looks from the people around him shifted from nervousness to amazement, and before long, some even started cheering and egging him on. They seemed to be betting on how much more he could eat. After all, it wasn't every day that a bottomless pit-level eater visited their small island. Just as the atmosphere in the restaurant was heating up, another figure pushed open the door. It was a bare-chested guy wearing a cowboy hat. The moment he entered, he tossed his backpack onto a chair and yelled, "Boss! Bring out all the good stuff you've got." He plopped himself down right next to Naruto, who was busy devouring his meal. The lively mood in the room froze for a second, and for good reason. Because this newcomer had a massive skull and crossbones tattooed on his back, with the skull sporting a strange crescent-shaped mustache. No matter how one looks at it, the other party is definitely a pirate. "You're as energetic as ever, Ace." Setting down his plate, Naruto wiped his mouth with a napkin before turning to look at the young man seated beside him. "Seems like you're in good health. That old man Whitebeard's been taking decent care of you, huh?" It was only then that Gol D, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and known as the Fire Fist, took a proper look at the giant sitting next to him. And what he saw made him jump. Since Naruto wasn't wearing his usual Haori this time, Ace hadn't recognized him at first glance. "Why you? Honestly, Ace. You won't even call me uncle." Bang. The fist of love came crashing down on Ace's head. Chapter 93, Chapter 93 Trees grow straight only when trimmed. Bang. Ouch. That fist hurts just like the old man's. Ace crouched on the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain. Unlike Luffy, he was well aware that this was the effect of armament hockey. But why did this guy's punches hurt just as much? Strictly speaking, Ace should actually call Naruto big brother rather than uncle. After all, Naruto himself referred to Roger and Rayleigh as uncles, which put them in the same generation. But Ace's mother, Porges D. Rouge, was only about 7 or 8 years older than Naruto. When Rouge was pregnant with Ace, the teenage Naruto had even helped her hide for a while, addressing her as Rouge-ne back then. Sadly, even with Naruto's assistance, the world government's pursuit of Roger's descendants was relentless at the time. Rouge was forced to prolong her pregnancy, and in the end, she passed away shortly after giving birth to Ace. Now that I think about it, it had already been 20 years since Rouge-ne's death. The memory of that diaper-wearing baby he once had to change had now grown into this young man. Sigh. So, instead of properly doing your job as the 2nd Division commander in the New World, what are you doing here in paradise all by yourself? Naruto was well aware of Ace's decision to challenge Whitebeard, fail, and ultimately join his crew. Since Ace's birth, Naruto had contributed quite a bit to raising the kid. But later, because of his identity, he eventually had to leave the task entirely to Garp. After that, he rarely returned to paradise. The last time he saw Ace was right before Garp sent him off to the East Blue. As for news after Ace set sail, Naruto kept occasional tabs on him. He crouched in front of Ace and reached out to pull him up. Ace naturally grabbed Naruto's hand but then rolled his eyes in annoyance. "You're the one who came here too, Naruto, uncle." Ace felt Naruto's grip tighten, and beads of cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Reluctantly, he forced out that embarrassing title. Only after he said it did Naruto loosen his grip. Ace immediately pulled his hand back and blew on it to soothe the pain. Naruto patted Ace's head lightly before turning to the restaurant owner. "Give him the same thing I just ate." So, before Ace could react, Naruto had already lifted him by the collar and plopped him down in his seat. Then, for some reason, he found himself under the expectant gazes of the owner and the other customers. It was worth mentioning that this restaurant seemed to have an impressive stock of ingredients. Even after Naruto's massive feast, they still had enough left to prepare another full serving. "Eat up. This place tastes pretty good. We'll talk after you're full." Hearing this, Ace decided not to overthink it. After all, he had come to this island to eat in the first place. Time was tight, and his mission wasn't over yet. Sitting beside Ace, Naruto grabbed a bottle of the local specialty rum provided by the shop and downed half of it in one gulp. Meanwhile, Ace, after taking a few bites, suddenly blurted out something seemingly out of nowhere. He was a traitor. After hearing this, Naruto raised his eyes slightly, ready to listen to what Ace had to say next. "That bastard. Teach. He killed Thatch. All for the sake of a devil fruit. Thatch died by his hand." Naruto lowered his gaze slightly, his tone unreadable. After hearing his words, Ace looked up in surprise. "Uncle Naruto, you knew Thatch too?" "Yeah. I knew him. The 4th Division commander, Thatch, who was killed by Blackbeard Teach." Naruto remembered him. "He has skilled cook, bold and straightforward, a true man of the sea." Naruto had known Thatch long before Ace even joined the Whitebeard pirates. Back then, Naruto would occasionally go to Whitebeard to compete in drinking, and the side dishes that Thatch prepared for them were always delicious. As for Teach, Naruto had met him too. In fact, he had warned Whitebeard more than once that this son of his was no good. Unfortunately, as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard had his own principles and stubbornness. Until Teach truly showed his true colors, he never took Naruto's words seriously. Call Whitebeard foolish, call it blind trust in his children. But Thatch's death was undeniably linked to that leniency. "He was once my subordinate. I'll bring him back and let Pops judge him." Hearing Ace's naive words, Naruto simply shook his head. "Whitebeard is getting old and indecisive. And because of that, he's turned you into a spineless brat too." He didn't hold back, openly criticizing Whitebeard right to Ace's face. And what responded to Naruto's words was Ace's ruthless punch. Bang. It was worth noting that Naruto's body weight in his normal state hadn't decreased at all. Even then, Ace's furious punch sent him flying, crashing straight through the restaurant's wall. The diners inside were stunned. Just moments ago, the two had seemed like close acquaintances. Why were they suddenly fighting again? "Sorry, I'll pay for the wall." Ace first bowed politely to the owner, then stepped out through the hole Naruto had made, glaring down at him as he lay on the ground. "Even you don't get to badmouth Pops." Genuine anger burned in Ace's eyes as he shouted. "TCH, really now dash." Naruto slowly sat up from the ground, his expression blank as he stared at Ace. There wasn't a single scratch on his body, instead, Ace's fist was already swelling red. Such a weak punch, and such pathetic words, who are you trying to make laugh? The look Naruto gave Ace was exactly the same as the look an elder would give when they see their own child not studying hard all day. Being looked at in such a manner, Ace wanted to retort, but before he could even open his mouth, a massive hand clamped down on his head. You'd actually attack me? For Whitebeard's sake. That was the last thing Ace heard clearly before the roar of wind and weightlessness overtook his senses. Bang. Naruto hurled him like a rag doll, sending him crashing into an empty field outside the town. At the last second, Ace managed to turn into flames, avoiding the worst of the impact. By the time he reformed, Naruto was already standing right in front of him. It seems like today, your uncle, will have to teach you a lesson. As he said this, Naruto began to release his conqueror's haki, which washed over Ace like a tidal wave. Damn it dash. Ace gritted his teeth under the suffocating pressure. In his agitation, his own conqueror's haki flared in response. Chapter 94, Chapter 94 People don't repair you. Unfortunately, in the face of Naruto's overwhelming conqueror's haki, which was as deep as the ocean, Ace's own haki was nothing more than a small puddle in comparison. When their haki clashed, there was almost no contest. Ace's conqueror's haki was completely crushed. After seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but mentally complain about Whitebeard a bit more. That guy really had gotten old. He hadn't taught Ace anything substantial, yet he was still willing to let Ace go off alone to hunt down a traitor. Did he not understand Ace's special identity? With Ace's current level of strength and his reckless personality, Naruto was 99.9% sure this kid was going to suffer a major loss at the hands of Teach. Of course, that would have been the case if Ace hadn't run into him. You're lucky you met me today. Consider this your make-up lesson for all the training you skipped. Uncle Naruto's going to teach you everything you missed. Come on, let's see if you've got what it takes to prove Whitebeard's reputation. Naruto withdrew his haki and gestured for Ace to make the first move. Fire Fist. Ace opened with his signature technique, his arm transforming into a massive flame that shot toward Naruto in an instant. This move was powerful enough to sink ships from a great distance, with a wide area of effect and incredible speed. It was also one of Ace's most frequently used attacks. But facing the enormous flaming fist rushing toward him, Naruto didn't even bother dodging. He even had time to take off his ill-fitting black suit before turning and delivering a swift chop with his hand. The resulting wind pressure split the flames cleanly in half. Naruto hadn't even used haki. Impressive spectacle, but do you really expect to defeat your opponents with little tricks like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Ace, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang. Ace instinctively activated his Logia intangibility, but Naruto's armament haki still connected, sending him flying. That hurt. The kick left half of Ace's body numb, and he was sent soaring through the air. Fortunately, at the last moment, Ace managed to regain control of his body, using his flames to cushion the impact before reforming his upper body midair. He then pointed his fingers like guns. Fire gun. From his fingertips, several high-speed, fire bullets shot out. These flames were hotter and more concentrated than before, with a penetrative force akin to physical projectiles. But Naruto simply stood there, tilting his head slightly left and right to dodge them effortlessly. Better this time, but your accuracy is still terrible. Is your observation haki just for show? As he spoke, Naruto didn't even counterattack, he just stared up at Ace floating in the air like he was watching a clown perform. If this is all you've got, you might as well crawl back to Whitebeard's ship now. Maybe your so-called pops can still protect you for a little while longer. These words further provoked Ace, or rather, that was exactly Naruto's intention. In battle, emotional control was just as important. You could let your enemy provoke you, but you couldn't let anger cloud your judgment and make you attack recklessly. Divine fire, unknown fire. Ace seemed to truly lose his cool, abandoning his ranged advantage as his arms transformed into flaming spears. He descended from the sky like a meteor, thrusting straight at Naruto. Is this all you've got? This time, Naruto didn't even bother moving. But then, Ace suddenly dispersed into flames midair, splitting into two separate fireballs that reappeared on either side of Naruto. Oh. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered across Naruto's face. Bang. The flames on the right side suddenly erupted, rapidly expanding to block Naruto's vision. At the same time, Ace's voice rang out. Crossfire. Ace crossed his fingers into a targeting stance, firing a cross-shaped flame like a laser toward Naruto, who blocked it effortlessly with a single hand. But when Ace saw this scene, his face did not show any frustration. Instead, he showed the look of someone whose plan had succeeded. Now. The cross-shaped flames left behind faint marks on Naruto's palm, which quickly ignited into explosive bursts of fire. However, Naruto seemed to have already seen this coming. With a firm clench of his fist. Boom. A wisp of smoke escaped between his fingers. Not bad for a trick, but the power's too weak. Having said that, Naruto-sensei had now fully assessed Ace's level and decided to take the initiative. In a flash, Naruto closed the distance, his fist instantly coated in pitch-black armament haki. His fist struck Ace squarely on the left cheek, sending him flying sideways. While knocking his opponent flying to the side, Naruto did not forget to lecture. The Mera Mera no Mi is a decent Logia type, but you haven't developed its potential at all. Did your observation haki not pick up my attack trajectory? Haki can bypass elemental intangibility, so why didn't you disperse your body preemptively to dodge? This was a technique the three admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, had honed to near instinct. Unless the opponent used something like observation killing, landing a clean hit on their real bodies was usually difficult. Even among the top officers under the four emperors, Big Mom's son, Katakuri, is far stronger than you. Of course, this is somewhat biased. How old is Katakuri and how old is Ace? Katakuri was much older than Ace. If anything, Marco would be the more appropriate comparison. But it doesn't matter. After all, Naruto's goal was to knock some sense into the kid. It seemed that years of indulging in Whitebeard's father-son fantasy had made Ace forget how he used to train rigorously for combat. Your haki is weak, your physical strength is lacking, and you haven't even awakened your devil fruit. What's the point of all these flashy moves? He hit Ace with another punch, interrupting his process of performing Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. Against a true powerhouse like Naruto, any wind-up was a fatal opening. Just look at Shiki, even after years without serious combat, his slashes mixed with devil fruit abilities were instantaneous, leaving no gaps. Do you really expect your enemies to stand still and wait for you to charge up? Bang. 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 Ace was sent flying uncontrollably like a ragdoll before crashing hard into the ground. So, any objections to my earlier assessment now? Naruto crouched down, locking eyes with Ace. Ace wanted to argue, but no words came out. One last thing, when fighting an enemy, you must have the resolve to kill. As he said this, Naruto raised his fist high, ready to bring it down. Boom. The shockwave sent debris flying past Ace's head, and the sheer killing intent radiating from Naruto left him momentarily stunned. Drop that naive talk of bringing them back for judgment. Next time, don't say it. Pulling his fist from the crater it had made, Naruto's expression softened as he patted Ace's cheek. At the same time, a faint green glow emanated from his palm and he began to heal Ace's injuries. Medical ninjutsu is just so useful. I'll be staying on this island for 2 more days. If you've realized where you're lacking, come find me. Chapter 95 set off to Water 7. The reason for originally planning to stay on this island for 2 days was simple. Because that's how long it takes for the tailor to finish her work. As an ordinary person without any special abilities, being able to custom-make clothing based on a client's measurements in just 2 days, even if the design wasn't particularly complex, was already impressively efficient. It just goes to show that those who dare to open a tailor shop in the Grand Line definitely have some real skills. Back at the same clearing as before. There are many issues with your current abilities, and it's unrealistic to expect them all to be resolved in a short time. After all, Ace is not that kind of tsundere character. After being thoroughly convinced by Naruto's reasoning, he finally admitted his own shortcomings. Your devil fruit abilities aren't developed enough. As he spoke, Naruto decided to demonstrate, forming hand seals. Then, under Ace's stunned gaze, he spat out a massive fireball. The tree struck by the fireball instantly burst into flames. The most basic form of flame-based attacks is burning, but don't forget, high temperatures are also a means of offense. As he said this, he increased his chakra output, causing the range and temperature of the great fireball technique to rise sharply. The surrounding air grew scorching hot, and the light even began to distort slightly. Even as a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, Ace, when not actively using his abilities, felt the heat of flames just like any ordinary person. Even superheated air, when inhaled into the lungs, can cause severe damage. Don't limit yourself to just direct attacks. After saying this, Naruto turned around to see Ace staring at him, dumbfounded. Hey, snap out of it. Ace, who had just been flicked on the forehead, quickly came back to his senses and looked at Naruto in disbelief. Uncle Naruto, that ability you just used. He hesitated to speak. Is Naruto also a devil fruit user? That's ninjutsu. There are plenty of people on the seas who can use similar abilities. Among the people Naruto knew alone, there were quite a few who could unleash powerful flame-based attacks. Don't think only devil fruits can achieve this kind of effect. Did you remember everything I just said? Seeing Naruto raise his fist, Ace instinctively covered his head and nodded. Good, then I'll continue. Don't over-rely on your devil fruit abilities. Haki is the foundation of combat between true powerhouses. If you only focus on your devil fruit's power while neglecting Haki training, enemies will easily exploit your weaknesses. Your body can turn into flames, so you need to get used to integrating Haki into your attacks. Even seemingly intangible flames can be imbued with Haki. Doing so might not increase the temperature of the flames, but it would enhance their destructive power. As he explained, Naruto started to wonder whether he could incorporate Haki into his ninjutsu. For example, a wind release, Raise-Non infused with Conqueror's Haki. I'd have to try it next time. Also, don't get careless just because you're a Logia user. He reached out and flicked Ace's forehead again. Ace tried to dodge, but it was futile. Train yourself to use observation Haki instead of just your vision to track enemy attacks. Like I said earlier, since elemental intangibility can be countered by Haki, you can proactively disperse parts of your body when you predict an incoming strike. As he spoke, he casually swiped at Ace's head again. Ace immediately applied what he'd just learned, turning his head into flames to avoid the hit. Just like that. It seems you're not completely hopeless. After saying this, Naruto took off his coat and stretched his limbs. Alright, the basics are covered. The advanced applications of armament Haki and the techniques of Conqueror's Haki infusion aren't things you can master overnight. Once you return to Whitebeard's ship, have him teach you, assuming he hasn't gotten too old to move. After hearing this, Ace immediately opened his mouth to retort, but a sharp glare from Naruto shut him up. Well, maybe not completely. He still muttered under his breath after turning away, something along the lines of, Pops is the strongest. Sigh. This kid never grows up. Naruto shook his head in exasperation before turning serious again. Enough talk. None of this matters without practical training. Come on. As he spoke, Naruto's body once again radiated Haki. Don't worry. Even if you get hurt, I'll patch you up. Ninjutsu is truly awe-inspiring. What followed was a brutal, merciless training session. Even after Naruto had pointed out his flaws, the gap between Ace and him remained vast. Still, compared to his earlier sloppy performance, Ace had improved significantly. Guess the kid really did inherit his father's combat talent. That old Whitebeard, he is really delaying his child's growth. With that thought, Naruto increased the intensity of his attacks by another notch. Another day passed quickly. Naruto's new clothes were finished, and it was time to part ways. After healing Ace, who was once again lying on the ground, panting and bruised, Naruto withdrew his hand. Not bad. You've got real talent. The talented Ace just rolled his eyes at Naruto. Why does it sound so awkward to hear you say this? Alright, it's time for you to get back to your own mission. As he said this, Naruto took a deep look at the boy, whose birth he had witnessed, and suddenly said in a solemn tone, one last piece of advice. If you realize you've walked into a trap, don't stubbornly fight to the death. In that kind of situation, running away isn't shameful. Ace clearly disagreed with this. He wanted to open his mouth to argue, but was interrupted by Naruto's next words. Think about the people you love, and those who love you. How would they feel if you died in some enemy's hands? Ace fell silent after hearing this. In the end, Ace still left. Whether or not he truly took Naruto's words to heart, no one could say. However, as Naruto watched him speed away on his flame-powered jet ski, a thought crossed his mind. What a good thing. Recalling his own past experiences, Naruto started considering the idea of getting himself a custom-made vessel. It couldn't be helped. Sea Kings weren't something he could just stumble upon whenever you wanted, and regular ships were too slow. With that in mind, Naruto had already decided on his next destination. The nearest shipbuilding island, Water 7, which is also conveniently on the way. It is said that Captain Rogers Oro Jackson was built there. Surely crafting a single-person vessel powered by wind or some other energy source wouldn't be too difficult, right? Sharpening the axe won't delay the cutting of firewood. There was still a long way to the new world, so this time, I'll just take the route through Sabaody Archipelago. Come to think of it, it had been a while since I last saw Uncle Rayleigh. Chapter 96, Since the Marines are not here, let's make some extra money. Ha ha ha. Boss, this haul is really good. On the deck of a certain pirate ship, a burly pirate captain was directing his crew to carry the plundered treasures and food into the ship's hold. Hearing his underlings' excitement, the captain's face broke into an arrogant grin. Ha 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 ha. The islands on the Grand Line are so rich, we should have left the West Blue ages ago. They were pirates who had crossed the reverse mountain from the West Blue into the Grand Line. Before even setting sail, these guys had already been a gang of thugs terrorizing the local villages. The power structure in the West Blue was relatively complex. Aside from the world government and the Marine, most forces could be categorized as pirates. The strongest among them was one of the four emperors' red-haired Shanks, and his affiliated forces. Yes, Shanks's territory wasn't in the New World. Because of that, his conflicts with the other three emperors weren't as frequent. Below him were armed forces like the Happo Navy and Nihao Navy, who also held pirate status, with some of their members active in the New World. Beyond these overt powers, the West Blue's underground was controlled by countless large and small mafia organizations. They operated gray businesses like casinos or clubs in their claimed territories, occasionally dabbling in arms dealing and contraband. Of course, there were also the traditionalists who stubbornly stuck to the old ways of pillaging and plundering. As the former grew stronger, the latter's survival space naturally shrank. So, these guys simply rebranded themselves, hoisted pirate flags, and sailed into the Grand Line to continue their lives of robbery. They were ruthless and unrestrained, often striking once before moving to another location. Therefore, although their strength was mediocre, their bounties were surprisingly high. Men. Set sail for the next island. Oh. The pirate captain raised his cutlass and swung it forward, his crew roaring in response. Just then, the lookout in the crow's nest suddenly shouted down. Captain, there's a small boat ahead, and on it, there is only one person. A castaway. He'd seen this kind of situation before. Someone alone in the middle of the ocean usually didn't last long. Not to mention treasure, there might not even be any food. What do you think, boss? The pirate captain's lackey grinned cruelly beside him. Obviously, we'll run over it. Ha 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 ha. The rest of the pirates burst into merciless laughter at their captain's command. Compared to their massive ship, that tiny boat might as well have been a toy. After all, this ship had been stolen from one of the legendary 5 great families. Those guys were seriously loaded. The pirate captain grumbled inwardly. Once I recruit enough men on the Grand Line, I'll go back to the West Blue to settle the score with those bastards who drove us out. Crunch. The sound of the small boat being crushed was music to his ears, but the pirate captain didn't hear the desperate screams he was expecting. Huh. Just as he was growing puzzled, a tall figure descended from the sky and landed steadily on the deck. Enemy. Attack. True to their former bandit nature, the crew didn't waste a second on dialogue. They opened fire the moment Naruto boarded. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, dozens of bullets clinking harmlessly against Naruto's body. However, thanks to his haki, not a single bullet even scratched his new clothes. Meanwhile, Naruto was taking out a stack of bounty posters from his pockets, and then began to calmly flip through them one by one, occasionally glancing up to compare them with the faces in front of him. That kind of look, which is utterly dismissive, was enough to enrage any thug. The lackeys hadn't even processed why their bullets didn't faze the guy in front of them. Some hadn't even bothered to check if they'd hit their target. As far as they were concerned, this sudden intruder was already dead. When the gun smoke cleared, Naruto stood completely unharmed. Huh. What the dash? I got it. He must be a devil fruit user. Some self-proclaimed genius shouted this, and the rest of the small-time pirates nodded in agreement. But so what if he was a devil fruit user? Our captain was one too. Under the expectant gazes of his crew, the captain didn't disappoint and his body rapidly began to transform. His skin grew tougher and rougher, his body swelled in size, and his spine hunched slightly. The most striking change was his mouth. Under the power of his fruit, it widened into a flat, toothy maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. It's here. The boss's crocodile-man form. Thanks to this Zoan-type devil fruit, their captain had once withstood a hail of bullets from a mafia ambush. This guy in front of them was as good as dead. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw the man transform into a humanoid crocodile. He quickly flipped through his bounty posters and found his target. Black Scale Pirates, Captain Allied, Zoan-type, alligator form. Bounty, 55 million berries. Not bad. Should be enough to build a small boat, at least. Allied, the West Blue's pirate captain, didn't understand Naruto's muttering. He just bared his fangs and snarled. Bastard, I'll bite your head clean off. Buzz. Conqueror's haki instantly cleared the deck. Naruto tied up the pirates who weren't worth much and unceremoniously tossed them into the sea. As for the captain and his top fighters, they all had bounties for killing marines. Altogether, they are worth nearly 100 million berries. While bounties like that wouldn't even impress a stray dog in the New World, it is just right for Naruto, who is currently broke. That's right, Naruto has no money. After paying for this new outfit, all he had left was enough for a tiny boat. As a lone wolf, he rarely carried much cash, usually just enough to get by. But since returning to paradise, he'd been spending lavishly. At Zeph's place, he'd used Krieg's bounty to cover the bill. But Naruto hadn't held back at everywhere else. He'd been tossing around stacks of berries like they were nothing. Which meant he now had no funds left to build himself a proper custom-powered ship. Fortunately, before leaving Sikorker Island, he remembered his old trade. He'd grabbed a stack of bounty posters from the restaurant owner and decided to earn some quick cash the old-fashioned way. Being a pirate hunter, his original profession. As for how to collect the bounty, Well, let's just say the once rising star of beautiful female pirate hunters had left a lasting impression. When it comes to cross-dressing, it's either 0 times or countless times. Chapter 97 Spandom, wonderful, merits are delivering themselves to my doorstep. Iceberg, also known as President Iceberg, is the owner of Galila Company, the most famous shipbuilding corporation in Water 7. Not only has he successfully merged 7 shipyards over the past 8 years, but he has also won the bid to become the official shipbuilding company for the world government. In terms of achievements alone, he is already an undeniably successful businessman. What's even more infuriating is that this guy is also the mayor of Water 7. It just goes to show how ahead of its time the world of pirates really is. Of course, stripping away these external identities, Iceberg is also an extremely skilled shipwright, having been apprenticed under the great shipbuilder Tom the Fishman, the creator of the Oro Jackson, Gol D, Rogers' legendary ship. So, these are the client's requirements. Iceberg carefully examined the order brought to him by his secretary, Califa, before speaking. Yes, the client is currently waiting for you in the reception room. When Iceberg pushed open the door to the reception room, he saw Naruto sitting there, leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Naruto's tall stature, Iceberg wasn't particularly surprised. After all, in a city like Water 7, there was no shortage of unusual individuals. A height of 2 or 3 meters was nothing, even Frankie had subordinates like that. Greetings, sir. I am Iceberg, the president of Galila Company. A pleasure to meet you. Oh, hello there. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. The two shook hands amicably, and then Iceberg got straight to the point. Forgive my bluntness, but the design of this new ship you've requested has some impractical aspects. Oh. Tell me about it. Naruto looked at him with curiosity. Though Water 7 was known as the holy land of shipbuilding, most of the ships produced here were either 2-masted or 3-masted sailing vessels. Even the warships commissioned by the Marines and the world government were mostly just ironclad, with steam engines added at most. For a place like Water 7, which had developed the sea train, this wasn't particularly difficult. But Naruto's request was something Iceberg had never heard of before. The main issues lie in the propulsion system and speed requirements. An engine capable of collecting wind, electric, and thermal energy and converting them into kinetic power, individually, we can manufacture each of these. But combining all 3 functions presents a problem with the engine's material durability. Not to mention the significant increase in weight. And if speed is also a priority, the ship's structural stability would be compromised. Hearing this response, Naruto showed a thoughtful expression. It seemed that while this place excelled at shipbuilding, their technological research was still somewhat lacking. Aside from certain islands in the New World and the scientists working for the world government, the South Blue was likely more advanced in this field. Unfortunately, Naruto was too lazy to make another long journey, so he decided to compromise. Then wind power alone will suffice. In fact, it wasn't really a major issue. After all, no matter which type of energy was used, it would all come down to consuming chakra to perform ninjutsu, the only difference was the form it took. It would have been even better if they could build a ship powered by haki. But for that kind of pure sci-fi technology, Naruto had no intention of entrusting it to a shipbuilding company in the first half of the Grand Line. They probably didn't even know what haki was. Seeing how accommodating Naruto was, Iceberg relaxed a little. Understood. Next is the matter of the ship's size. The two continued discussing in the meeting room, though most of the time, it was Iceberg doing the talking while Naruto occasionally chimed in with a request or two. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Faced with such a technically challenging order, Iceberg, a shipwright who hadn't worked hands-on in a while, couldn't help but feel his craftsmanship itch. Come to think of it, Frankie probably had the skills to build this kind of specialized vessel too. But considering Frankie's personality and the unreliability of his subordinates, Iceberg quickly dismissed the thought. Better to let that guy keep running his ship dismantling business. Outside the meeting room, Califa, who had just finished serving tea and stepped out, adjusted her glasses. Her previously expressionless face now carried a trace of coldness. The conversation with Iceberg had gone smoothly. They had settled on an estimated construction period, and Naruto had paid a portion of the deposit up front. About a week or so. The total cost, covering production, design, and materials, was 3 million berries, with most of the expenses going toward the engine and other functional designs. The ship's hull itself wasn't that costly. After all, Naruto's request was simply for a small boat for one person to pilot. Well then, Naruto-san, you can come pick up the ship in about a week. In the meantime, feel free to enjoy your stay in Water 7. This city is sure to offer you a unique experience. Haha, I don't doubt that at all. Naruto chuckled and nodded before walking out of Galila's headquarters alongside Iceberg. Seemingly intent on personally seeing Naruto off, Iceberg continued making small talk as they strolled. Speaking of which, Mr. Iceberg, your shipwrights are quite lively, aren't they? Just earlier, Naruto had witnessed a group of troublemaking pirates being effortlessly subdued by those very shipwrights. Ha ha ha, that's right. They're the best shipwrights at Galila. While listening to Icebug's words, Naruto's eyes quickly swept across certain figures without any trace. Yeah, really great shipwrights. Night. Blueno's bar. The bar was closed for the night, its doors firmly shut. But inside, a few figures were deep in discussion. Among them were the bar's owner, Blueno, as well as two shipwrights Naruto had spotted earlier at Galila's shipyard. Kaku and Lucci. There was also a woman, who was none other than Icebug's secretary, Califa. Of course, these four had another identity. They are members of CP9, the world government's secret intelligence agency. Confirmed. The visitor is the great criminal, Uzumaki Naruto. Califa pushed up her glasses and spoke in a cold tone. Why would someone like him come to Water 7? The person who spoke was the bar owner, Blueno. Probably just to commission a ship, right? Didn't he say as much to Icebug? Kaku, the shipwright with a long nose like Usopp, spoke, as if his companions were overreacting. We can't rule out the possibility that it's related to the blueprints of Pluto. Should we notify Dash? Send a message to Spandam. The one who made the final call was Rob Lucci, the strongest member of CP9. Unlike the usual silent and reserved demeanor he showed when working on Galila Company, the real Lucci was cold and arrogant. On the other side, on the judicial island, Eni's lobby. Spandam, who had inherited his position as the direct superior of CP9 from his father, stared at the message from Water 7. Clap. He clapped his hands together excitedly. You three, head to Water 7 immediately and capture that so-called great criminal, Uzumaki Naruto. This is perfect. Fantastic. When Spandam heard that someone like Naruto had appeared in Water 7, his first reaction wasn't caution, but sheer delight at the huge merit that had fallen into his lap. Chapter 98, Chapter 98 Personal Identification on Devil Fruits. As the head of the world government's intelligence organization, Spandam had naturally heard some information about Naruto. However, this guy's attention was solely focused on the various major crimes Naruto had committed and the kind of merit he could gain by capturing him. He completely ignored the fact that someone who could commit so many crimes and still remain at large must possess considerable strength. After all, he didn't need to take action personally. Spandam refused to believe that Naruto would dare to come after him on Eni's lobby. Originally, he had been frustrated because he still hadn't managed to obtain the blueprints for Pluton from Icebug. For this mission, he had even sent 4 of his agents to infiltrate Galila Company, for 5 years. 5 whole years. Who knew how much he had suffered during that time? The merit was right there, yet he just couldn't claim it. It was almost worse than killing him. But now, things were looking up. With the new target, Uzumaki Naruto, as a potential source of merit, as long as he could capture him, his promotion would be smooth sailing. Ah. Boss, are you sure about this? What about the plan to assassinate the Revolutionary Army's branch leader? Standing in front of Spandam were 3 individuals. The round, ball-like Fukuro, the flamboyantly made-up Kumadori, and the one who had just spoken, Jabra. These 3 were also members of CP9 and had originally been preparing for an assassination mission targeting the Revolutionary Army. Now, it seemed their mission was about to change. That's not important. Head to Water 7 to support the others first. A Revolutionary Army's branch leader could be assassinated anytime, and even if one was killed, the enemy would quickly replace them. It wasn't a significant merit at all. How could it compare to capturing that elusive criminal? As for whether the mission might fail, Spandam didn't even consider it. At worst, he could just activate a buster call and force Naruto out of Water 7. Perhaps influenced by his father, Spandam had an almost delusional level of confidence in the so-called buster call. Yeah. Seeing his superior so blinded by the prospect of merit, Jabra knew there was no point in arguing further. So, he took his 2 comrades and prepared to board the sea train to Water 7. On the other side, in a market somewhere in Water 7. Hiss. Naruto scratched his chin, staring in disbelief at the strangely shaped fruit on a vendor's stall. It was undoubtedly a devil fruit. But without the reference book, Naruto couldn't immediately tell what kind of fruit it was. Honestly, it was pure luck. While casually strolling down the street, he had spotted this conspicuously displayed devil fruit. The vendor was just an ordinary person and didn't seem to recognize it as a devil fruit. In fact, he might not have even noticed that one of the fruits he was selling had suddenly transformed into a devil fruit right before his eyes. Yes. In Naruto's sight, this fruit had transformed from an ordinary piece of fruit into its current bizarre shape. He paid for it and bought it on the spot. Now, Naruto stood on the street, examining the devil fruit without a care for whether he might attract unwanted attention. The fruit was entirely green, with a shape somewhat resembling a curled-up caterpillar. It's probably an zoan-type fruit. Most likely some kind of insect. Mushi mushi no mi, perhaps. T/N, mushi means insect. This fruit had come at the perfect time, not that Naruto planned to eat it. He just wanted to conduct a small experiment. After returning to the inn where he was staying, Naruto took out the fruit from his bag and then retrieved a blank scroll. Poof. A puff of smoke dispersed, and the fruit vanished. In its place, the character for insect now appeared on the scroll. He picked up the scroll and examined it for a moment, then channeled chakra into it. Another puff of smoke, and the fruit reappeared completely unchanged. So, sealing scrolls could be used like this too. Naruto was genuinely surprised. In the ninja world, many ninjutsu's formulas were automatically generated based on their inherent properties, and the characters inscribed on them were rarely written by the user's own will. For example, when Hashirama used his headpat of doom move, the character for seat would automatically appear. Similarly, the characters on sealing scrolls were also generated automatically, just like the body and head scrolls that had once sealed Haiden's remains. Naruto didn't fully understand the principles or mechanisms behind this automatic identification function. But the fact that it could, to some extent, serve as a substitute for a devil fruit encyclopedia was something he had never considered before. When sealing the devil fruit, the scroll had clearly recognized some kind of attribute of the object. It was fascinating, ordinary things from different worlds could collide and produce such unexpected sparks. As for who should this fruit be given to? Honestly, Naruto hadn't decided yet. He himself wasn't willing to eat a Zoan-type fruit. If it were confirmed to be a mythical Zoan, Naruto might have considered it. Of course, his first choice would still be the Baku Baku no Mi, with its infinite devouring ability. He figured that by now, that fruit had probably already reappeared somewhere in the vast ocean. If I could come across it, that would be ideal. As for his earlier idea of bringing back fruits that could quickly boost the strength of kids like Sasuke or Karen, well, Logia-type fruits would definitely take priority. Even though Naruto had just beaten Ace like he was a helpless child, but in the ninja world, a ninja capable of elemental intangibility would likely be able to ignore most enemy attacks. Without Haki, dealing with a Logia user would be extremely difficult. Maybe Genjutsu could work, but how many Genjutsu masters were there in the ninja world anyway? Just as Naruto was mentally raising all these flags, his gaze happened to land on a sealing scroll marked with the character, Snake. If I recalled correctly, someone had once said that eating 2 devil fruits would result in death. But what if a ninja's clone and their real body each ate a different fruit? Somewhere far away in the ninja world, Orochimaru's main body suddenly shuddered for no apparent reason. Soon, night fell again. Naruto had just finished dinner at a floating restaurant built on a ship. Glancing at the darkening sky, he began searching for nearby bars. As he strolled, admiring the scenery of Water 7, a particular bar suddenly came into view. Blueno's bar. Sensing the presence of several unusually powerful auras hidden among the patrons inside, Naruto's face broke into a friendly smile. Let's have a drink first. The bar was quite crowded at the moment. There were island residents, shipwrights, merchants here for business or travel, and even a few pirates. The bartender was a long-faced man with bullhorn-like hair, and Naruto could tell that he was also different from the rest. Clearly, this bartender, along with a few others Naruto had noticed earlier, now watching him from a hidden room, was no ordinary person. Pirates. Revolutionaries. Marines. Or perhaps. This sneaky, covert style of operation reminded Naruto of a certain old acquaintance. An old acquaintance he wasn't exactly eager to face right now. Chapter 99, Chapter 99 Rokushiki. In the hidden compartment, Kaku, Lucci, and Califa had already regrouped with the 3 agents who had come from Eni's lobby. To increase the mission's success rate, Spandam had ordered Jabra to bring 2 devil fruits with him. One was the Ushi Ushi no Mi model giraffe, and the other was the Awa Awa no Mi. Kaku and Califa had just reluctantly eaten the fruits, which tasted like shit, when Blueno quietly signaled them. Lucci peered through the observation slit in the hidden compartment and spotted Naruto drinking at the bar. The target has appeared. His words immediately put the other agents on edge, their faces filled with suspicion and wariness. Why is he here? Did he discover us? Faced with these questions, Lucci simply shook his head coldly. None of that matters. The target is here now, so we'll proceed as planned and strike together. But he's just one guy dash. Jabra wanted to say something after hearing this. He always prided himself on being cunning, but the rest of CP9 knew full well that he was just an arrogant, reckless hothead. If they are classified based on their Dariki, Jabra ranked below Kaku. Yet, not only did he look down on Kaku, he even disdained Lucci, who held an unspoken position as their leader. Did you even read the information on the target? Lucci turned his head sharply to glare at him. Uzumaki Naruto, a crew member of the Pirate King. Do you really think he's just some ordinary criminal? If Naruto's name wasn't infamous enough, the other Pirate King's apprentice from his generation was practically legendary. Red-haired, Shanks. One of the 4 emperors. The world government paid extra attention to him due to his bloodline. Shanks's own strength placed him firmly among the most powerful figures on the seas. Of course, Lucci said this, but deep down, even he felt a hint of defiance. So what if he was once an apprentice on the Pirate King's ship? At the end of the day, he was still just a criminal. And since we had encountered him, capturing a former apprentice of the Pirate King was worth the effort. As time passed, the bar's patrons gradually left. Once the last customer besides Naruto had left, Blueno knew they had been exposed. However, maintaining the professionalism of a CP9 agent, he said nothing and silently locked the door. The sake isn't bad. It'd be better if it wasn't laced with weird stuff, though. Naruto, who was sitting at the bar, suddenly spoke before setting his glass down lightly. The anesthetic mixed into the alcohol had ruined the taste. After a few sips, Naruto had no desire to drink any more. It seems like taking you down quietly won't be that easy. Blueno muttered this before raising a hand toward the wall. A door materialized seamlessly in the surface, and the moment it opened, the other CP9 agents inside struck simultaneously. Though they still didn't fully grasp Naruto's strength, since their orders were to capture him at all costs, they couldn't afford to attack one by one like they usually did. Finger gun. Tempest kick, white thunder. Kaku and Lucci had already transformed into their hybrid beast forms, their sharp claws and giraffe hooves slicing through the air toward Naruto. Naruto sidestepped the straightforward attacks effortlessly. But this was merely a feint by CP9. Yo-yo. Life return, hair bind. Komodori's hair rapidly extended, slithering silently across the floor before tightly coiling around Naruto's legs. Now. Jabra, who had been lurking in the shadows with Moon Step, lunged forward with a ferocious snarl, his wolf-like claws gleaming coldly. Iron Mass Fist Law, Stance of Wolf Fang. The sharp claws attacked Naruto, and Naruto, whose feet were bound, just stood there quietly, being torn into pieces by the attacking claws. So easy. Wait, weren't we supposed to capture him alive? Before the others could react, the Naruto that had been torn apart burst into smoke and transformed into a stool. Substitution technique. Rokushiki. So, are you guys Marines? Or world government's agents? Everyone quickly looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw Naruto, who had been watching the show from the sidelines the entire time. When did he dash? Lucci's pupils contracted. I hadn't even seen him move. Meanwhile, Jabra, who felt humiliated by Naruto's little trick, roared in fury. You bastard. Shave. His figure blurred as he dashed toward Naruto, his hands already forming a peculiar stance. Iron Mass Fist Law, Moonlight 10-Finger Guns. This move was somewhat similar to Lucci's 6-King Gun, both being advanced techniques combining iron body and finger gun. Seeing that no one answered his question, Naruto just nodded slightly. The Rokushiki, huh? Come to think of it, I know them too. The Moon Step among the Rokushiki is a very practical skill. In addition, the Life Return, which one could master after learning the 6 styles, had been even more beneficial for Naruto. After saying this, Naruto casually swung his leg. In an instant, under the horrified gazes of the others, a slash-like shockwave shot forward and struck Jabra midair. The man was instantly knocked unconscious, his body sent flying uncontrollably. Fukuro tried to catch him, but the impact sent him flying too. With a Dariki of only a few hundred, Fukuro was knocked out cold from just that collision. In the blink of an eye, 2 of their comrades were down, putting the remaining agents on high alert. Unfortunately, their wariness didn't affect Naruto's speed. So, world government agents, then. That made sense. If they were Marines, they wouldn't need to go undercover at a shipbuilding company. Come to think of it, should I mention this to Iceberg? I was helping the men by removing a few nails, after all. While I didn't know why these guys were undercover, it probably wasn't for anything good. As he was thinking about this, Naruto's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared like a ghost beside one of the enemies. The first to fall was Califa. She tried to use her newly acquired Awa Awa no Mi to turn Naruto's limbs into a smooth form. But an attack that doesn't land is meaningless. Naruto always treats his enemies equally. Simply put, he does not distinguish between men and women. After being punched, Khalifa collapsed to the ground instantly, and her life or death was unknown. Upon seeing this, Komodori, Kaku, and Lucci simultaneously prepared to unleash their strongest techniques. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't like Ace, he had no habit of waiting for enemies to charge up their attacks. Bang. 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 3 more punches, and 3 more agents joined the pile of unconscious bodies on the floor. Blueno, witnessing this, nearly lost his soul in terror. He frantically reached into the air, attempting to open an air door to escape into another dimension. But a large hand gently landed on his shoulder. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. The bad woman appears. Turning his head, Blueno's face was already filled with despair. Before making his move, he had never imagined that Rob Lucci, who is known as a genius, would be taken down so effortlessly, like a small fry. It could only be said that their long-term undercover mission had severely limited their perspective. If only they had spent those 5 years carrying out assassinations in the New World instead of their infiltration mission, they wouldn't have been so blind to the gap in strength between them and their enemy. For those in the first half of the Grand Line who had never set foot in the New World, it was impossible to fathom just how vast the difference in power between the two regions truly was. Don't worry, I won't kill you. For this bartender whose drink-making skills were passable, Naruto had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Of course, that's assuming you don't try anything sneaky. As Naruto said this, Naruto even turned his back, casually rummaging through the liquor cabinet behind the counter. Meanwhile, Blueno, who had been about to quietly open a door on the floor to escape, immediately froze in place. Taking out 2 glasses, Naruto poured drinks for both himself and Blueno before finally posing his question. So, why are you all hiding in Water 7? I won't tell you. Though his combat skills were lacking, Blueno's loyalty to the world government and the CP organization was unshakable. This was partly due to the brainwashing-style indoctrination he had undergone since childhood in the CP organization, and partly because Blueno himself was inherently stubborn, or perhaps just slow-witted and rigid. Is that so, Dash? Hearing this, Naruto simply nodded and took a sip of his drink. Blueno, having said his piece, had already steeled himself for death. His hand clutched the glass tightly, but he made no move to take a drink. But to his surprise, Naruto seemed to have asked the question casually, and even without getting an answer, he showed no intention of pressing further. After finishing his drink, he merely patted Blueno on the shoulder and walked straight out of the bar. Blueno stared at his own palm in disbelief, which is still damp with cold sweat. I actually survived. Wait, Dash. As if remembering something, Blueno quickly rushed to his comrades' sides to check their injuries. The situation was grim. Jabra, who had taken a direct hit from Naruto, had already been reincarnated into another world. On the other hand, Fukuro, who had caught him, had only suffered broken bones and was not in mortal danger. In fact, with Blueno's help, he regained consciousness quickly. As for the others, they had all fallen into a deep coma, their pulses intermittent. They needed immediate medical attention. Chapapa Blueno, are we staying here? Fukuro unzipped the zipper on his mouth and asked with difficulty. Blueno glanced at the severely wounded members and thought back to Naruto's overwhelming power. His expression darkened as he shook his head. Let's go back to Ini's lobby. But Spandam will definitely pin all the blame on us. Even though this whole mess happened because he acted on impulse and got us all wiped out. Once the zipper on his mouth was undone, Fukuro began speaking without restraint, even voicing the unspoken truth they all knew. But Blueno was well aware that their superior was a spineless man who only knew how to shift blame. In the end, they failed to complete this mission. Not only that, but their 5 years of undercover work might have been for nothing. To say Blueno wasn't resentful would be a lie. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Blueno and Fukuro immediately tensed, thinking Naruto had returned for a second round. But the person who pushed open the door was a woman in a white dress, draped in a coat, with her face hidden behind a fox mask. Who are you? In the past, Blueno would have attacked first. But after this ordeal, he had learned his lesson. Even as he spoke, his hand subtly reached behind his back, preparing to create an air door to escape into another dimension. Pop. The woman suddenly flicked her finger, and a flying finger gun pierced straight through Blueno's hand, interrupting his escape plan. Blueno grimaced in pain and about to counterattack, but then the woman spoke again, her tone unhurried. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Califa. Where's Jabra? Oh, there he is. As she spoke, the woman walked over and glanced at Jabra's corpse. Strangely, a faint, inscrutable smile appeared on her face. That smile made Blueno furious, but with the enemy's strength unclear, he didn't dare act recklessly. What's more, even if he took action, he might not be a match for this woman. All right, from now on, you're all under my direct command. Consider your undercover mission officially over. What are you? Blueno, who was originally a little bit stunned by the woman's audacious claim, suddenly saw the other party throwing a den mushy at him. He caught it and stared at her in confusion. Spandam is no longer your superior. Feel free to call and confirm it yourself. She paused, then waved a hand dismissively. Now, clean this place up. After saying that, the woman turned and left, leaving Blueno and Fukuro exchanging bewildered looks. Leaving aside the new changes awaiting the former CP9 members, let's shift our focus back to the masked woman who had just left Blueno's bar. She walked along the street, heading toward the outer city as the buildings around her gradually grew sparser. The night was quiet. After a while, the woman leaned against a wall and stopped. Then, without a care for whether anyone might see her face, she casually removed her mask. If there were a great pirate from the New World here at this moment, they might be able to recognize her identity. The Queen of the Pleasure District, of the Underworld, the dark ruler who controlled most of the adult entertainment industry. Stussy. Of course, that was only her public identity. In truth, Stussy was also a high-ranking agent of CP0, the elite intelligence division under the world government, answering directly to the Five Elders. As for whether she had any other hidden identities beyond these, perhaps only she herself knew. Well, no. There's one other person who knows. Honestly. I just helped you clean up a big mess, and you won't even come out to see me. Stussy tapped her lips lightly with a finger, then pulled out a tube of lipstick from her small handbag. After she spoke, the alley remained silent, as if she were merely talking to herself. A long moment passed. Sigh. To be honest, I really didn't expect to run into you here, Stussy. Naruto's figure slowly emerged from around the corner. Looking at the stunning woman with a complicated identity in front of him, a rare look of headache appeared on his face. Chapter 101, Chapter 101 Naruto's Defeat. In truth, Naruto had already sensed the presence of an old acquaintance outside the bar while he was dealing with CP9. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, he still ended up meeting her. This woman truly lived up to her reputation as an intelligence operative. She had pinpointed my location astonishingly quickly. Knowing her personality, Naruto thought it over and ultimately abandoned his plan to personally silence these world government's agents. After all, such methods were still too crude. Even if he wiped out this batch, he was certain the world government could quickly dispatch another team, or even directly threaten Iceberg with overt military force. Though he wasn't entirely sure what the government wanted from Iceberg, Naruto believed that if they used the safety of Water 7 as leverage, as the mayor, Iceberg would most likely have no choice but to comply. He had no doubt the world government was capable of such things. It was just a matter of pride. All they needed was to issue a buster call and fabricate some excuse to deceive the world. After all, they'd done it plenty of times before. Considering Stussy's identity, Naruto was confident she'd handle this matter far more smoothly than he could. As for why he believed Stussy would help him. First, this wasn't the first time she'd done so. Second. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? At this moment, Stussy had lost all the demeanor of the Queen of the Pleasure District and CP0 agent. Instead, she leaned against Naruto's shoulder like a playful young girl. Her movements were intimate and effortless. Given the difference in their heights, the sight was slightly mismatched. But if Naruto were still the same height as in his youth, it would have looked far more natural. As she spoke, Stussy poked Naruto's cheek with her finger. You really did listen to me, huh? I told you long ago not to grow a beard. Hee hee. The same finger that had just fired a flying finger gun to pierce through Blueno's palm now gently traced Naruto's smooth jawline. At 37 years old, Naruto obviously wasn't incapable of growing facial hair. The reason why she can still maintain the refreshing look of her 20s. The reason he still maintained the clean-shaven look of his 20s was partly due to his unique constitution and partly because he shaved diligently. In fact, every morning after waking up, Naruto would use the Meshuka to shave. Admittedly, the sharpness of Meshuka was more than enough for a clean shave. This habit had stuck with him ever since he turned 20, and its origins could be traced back to the woman standing before him now. Feeling the fragrant warmth pressing against his back, along with the delicate hands roaming his face, and now slipping into his clothes, Naruto's expression grew even more pained and resigned. He couldn't take it anymore. In the end, he simply grabbed Stussy by the waist and plucked her off his back. I mean, you dash. Just as Naruto was about to say something, he saw the woman in front of him instantly put on an exaggerated, tearful expression. Logically speaking, even ignoring Stussy's identity as a top agent, even if she were just an underground ruler controlling countless gray industries, her acting shouldn't be this rough. It was obvious that this was done on purpose for Naruto to see. Every time Naruto tried to speak, Stussy interrupted him with large, glistening tears. When it came to dealing with men, whether enemies or allies, Naruto was exceptionally skilled. However, against a seasoned femme fatale, especially one with such deep ties to him, he was at a loss. Fine, fine. Do whatever makes you happy. Naruto rarely compromised. This time, however, he had met his nemesis. Hearing his words, Stussy's expression instantly shifted. Even the tears she had just shed vanished without a trace. Like a little fox who had successfully stolen a treat, she narrowed her eyes and smiled, gently wrapping her arms around Naruto's. Having already given up on resisting, Naruto wore an expression of utter resignation, seemingly less than thrilled about being so close to such a stunning beauty. So, what brings you here to find me? Is it about Dr. Dash? He left his sentence hanging but trusted that this woman would understand his meaning. Unexpectedly, Stussy just shook her head, then revealed an innocent smile, one she had never shown to anyone else before. I wanted to see you. That's all. All right. Naruto, who had always been more susceptible to soft approaches than hard ones, had finally met his natural enemy. What's more, whether it was the feedback from his observation haki or the pulse he felt when in close contact with her, everything confirmed that the emotions in Stussy's words were completely genuine. Not a single trace of deception. The great hero who could see through people's hearts had encountered a spy who laid her heart bare. You've seen me now, and it's getting late. I just remembered I have some things to take care of, so I'll be going now. As he spoke, Naruto tried to pull his arm free. He tugged a few times, but it didn't budge. This woman had actually used haki and rokushiki techniques to forcibly cling to my arm. You're really something else. Hey, you heartless man. After I helped you with such a big favor, aren't you going to think about repaying me? That's rich. Everyone in the world knew that the great hero, Naruto, always repaid his debts, grudges and favors alike. With her saying that, how could Naruto possibly refuse? Then what do you want? A date. I just want one date. That's all. Having said that, Stussy finally let go of Naruto's hand, her gaze as pure as a love-struck young girl's. Don't forget, you owe me this. Her words carried a double meaning, and Naruto couldn't help but recall the events of the past. Thinking back to their last parting, it was actually Naruto who had stood Stussy up, sneaking away without a word. Now, it seemed that what goes around truly comes around. The only question was whether this high-ranking agent would pull some other unexpected stunt. Fine. But what else could Naruto do? It was just one date. Like she said, that's all. Faced with such sincere and blazing emotions, even the great hero had no choice but to admit defeat. The next day, at Galley Law Company, President Iceberg had just accepted the sudden resignation letters from 2 of his shipwrights and his secretary. With secrets already weighing on his mind, he immediately began connecting the dots. The most important of these was naturally the Pluton's blueprints hidden with his junior, Frankie. Before Iceberg could finish considering whether to pay a visit to the Frankie family, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Since Khalifa had already resigned, Iceberg had no prior notice of his visitors and had to answer the door himself. What greeted him was Naruto, who had previously placed an order with the company, and a charming lady in a white dress. Judging by their intimate demeanor, mostly on Stussy's part, Iceberg quickly put 2 and 2 together. Before he could even speak, the lady opened her mouth first. You block of wood, who in the world chooses a shipbuilding company as the first stop on a date? Though her tone was complaining, there was nothing but amusement in Stussy's voice and expression. Clearly, she wasn't actually upset. I needed to come here to finalize some details for the order. It's to make sure there are no issues with the ship's power system later. Naruto explained helplessly, trying to placate her. TCH, that kind of thing could have been left to the Doc Dash. Remembering there was an outsider present, Stussy didn't finish her sentence. Watching this exchange, Iceberg couldn't help but feel like he was standing there as nothing more than a third wheel. Chapter 102 I will, as always. In the end, despite his discomfort, Iceberg endured and listened to Naruto's additional requests regarding the order. Naruto-san, you're saying the energy charging part of the engine needs further reinforcement, correct? With all due respect, based on our original budget, Galley Law Company has already prepared an alloy for you that balances both strength and flexibility. Doing this will not only significantly increase costs but also result in excessive performance. Hearing Iceberg's words, Naruto simply shook his head. It had only occurred to him later. Aside from the wind cutter technique, his wind release ninjutsu only included that rudimentary, wind release, Raiznan, where he infused wind attribute chakra into the Raiznan. In Naruto's own view, the offensive power of this move was far less impressive than the propulsion force it could generate, which was why he had initially deemed it the optimal choice. But he had overlooked one thing. That is, his defensive capabilities now far surpassed those of most metals in this world. The wind release, Raiznan might not be able to breach his haki defense, but its intense cutting properties posed a severe threat to metals. How about this, President Iceberg, bring out the metal you prepared for me, and I'll test it myself. Hearing this, Iceberg was skeptical. Still, Naruto was the client. After a brief silence, he led Naruto and Stussy to an open area next to the shipyard. Then, he had his workers bring over a silver-colored alloy. This metal met Naruto's requirements for high strength while also being lightweight. This is the unprocessed alloy. You may examine it. With that, Iceberg gestured for Naruto to inspect it himself. In his view, Naruto likely possessed some kind of energy technology, or perhaps he was simply a devil fruit user. That would explain the unusual engine specifications. After hearing this, Naruto stepped forward, lifted the metal with one hand, and pinched it between his fingers. The metal deformed slightly, but as soon as he released his grip, it quickly returned to its original shape. Seeing this, Iceberg first marveled at Naruto's strength before proudly explaining. Naruto-san, you see, this alloy also has a degree of memory function, it can automatically restore its original shape. Naruto merely smiled in response, then formed a small raise-non in his other hand. This is dash. Upon seeing the buzzing white sphere, Iceberg instinctively widened his eyes. Meanwhile, Stussy, standing beside them, maintained her usual smile. Truly a fascinating ability. Just like how he can create countless clones despite not being a devil fruit user. This mysterious man always managed to surprise me in small ways. Considering there were ordinary people nearby, Naruto kept the raise-non small, only about the size of a ping-pong ball. Then, with his will, wind attribute chakra gradually merged into it. The raise-non took on a faint bluish hue as gusts of wind swirled inward. Then, Naruto pressed the miniature wind release, raise-non against the metal. Zzzt. A harsh grinding noise erupted from the metal's surface. Naruto's palm covered the spot, and from the gap between his hand and the metal, a violent burst of wind exploded outward, strong enough to mess up Iceberg's usually immovable hairstyle. When Naruto removed his hand, a shallow dent had formed on the metal surface. No further explanation was needed. They had to switch materials. Later, Iceberg had his men bring out several different metals for testing. Fortunately, thanks to their prior experience building the sea train and their connections with certain world governments departments, Galley-Law Company still had some leftover special alloy scraps. While they couldn't be used to construct large ships, they were more than enough for Naruto's personal speedboat. By the time Naruto and Stussy left the shipyard, it was nearly noon. What was supposed to be a date had consumed most of the morning. Yet, Stussy showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, she kept gazing at Naruto with a starry-eyed expression, as if simply being by his side was enough. This attitude actually made Naruto feel a bit guilty himself. Scratching his head, he was the first to speak up. How about we grab something to eat first? I know a pretty good restaurant nearby. For a foodie, the greatest kindness one could offer was sharing their treasured dining spots. Dash. Ha 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 dash. Hearing this utterly unromantic remark, Stussy burst into a fit of clear, melodious laughter, her face blooming like a flower. Even Naruto couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. After laughing for a while, Stussy wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gazed at the men before her, a man who hadn't changed at all in over a decade. Then, she looped her arm through his again, meeting his eyes with a clarity only a young girl could have. Sure, I'll leave it to you. The two of them ate lunch at that little floating restaurant, then rented a Yagura bull, a docile, seahorse-like creature native to Water 7, which is commonly used by locals for transportation. Like any ordinary couple, Naruto and Stussy strolled leisurely through the watery city. When they got tired, they stopped at a cafe. They even went to the theater together to watch an opera that Naruto couldn't quite appreciate. The afternoon passed in a flash. Throughout it all, the two of them tacitly avoided bringing up their identities or their next plans. It was as if, in this moment, they were just two ordinary people. By the time the last rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, this long-overdue date finally came to an end. I should get going. Even without using observation haki, Naruto could hear the unspoken emotions hidden beneath those words. Yet he said nothing in response. Seeing Naruto standing there like a block of wood, Stussy was the first to crack, laughing softly. Really? After all these years, you still can't even say something sweet. With that, she gently threw herself into Naruto's arms. And Naruto caught her, wrapping his arms around her. I wish today would never end. Resting her head quietly against Naruto's chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, Stussy left one last thought unspoken. If only you would just say it dash. One day, I can't see you anymore. Will you come to save me? Stussy knew what she wanted to do. She also knew the fate that inevitably awaited her. To oppose the world government was like racing against death itself. Before meeting the men in front of her, she had never imagined that someone could share the weight of her heavy destiny. But I will. As always. Naruto's voice was firm and steady, just like it had been all those years ago. Chapter 103, Chapter 103 Gale Breaker set sail. Stussy left. Without the slightest hesitation, she disappeared from Water 7 with the remaining CP9 members she had reassembled. Perhaps she hadn't given up on her mission to obtain the blueprints of Pluton. Or perhaps she was brewing an even more intricate plan. In any case, Naruto's story with this woman full of secrets came to a temporary pause. Whether it was the gallant heroes sailing the seas or the spies treading on thin ice, neither was suited for a stable relationship. Naruto had known long ago that Stussy wasn't the type to change her convictions for anyone. Her goals had never wavered, and she was destined to never experience an ordinary life. That was also why he had avoided this ambiguous relationship in the first place. Though it'd be great if others could be as clear-headed as Stussy. A few days later, at Galley Company. Looking at the sleek, orange-painted small boat before him, Naruto's face showed clear interest. Considering his size and weight, this boat was noticeably larger than Ace's. There is a mast on the boat, which serves as an emergency power source. If the engine failed, it could still move temporarily using the sail. Due to the increased size, the boat also had a small room built into it. Or perhaps it could be called a compartment. Inside, he could store food, drinks, or even lie down to rest. It wasn't spacious, but it was enough to shield him from wind and rain. This was an unexpected bonus. After all, whether riding sea beasts or giant birds, Naruto had always endured the elements, sometimes even resorting to fire-release ninjutsu to dry his clothes. This was the lesser-known side of life for the strong on the seas. If no one mentioned it, would you have imagined Mihawk using his black blade as an oar to row his coffin-like boat? Luxury in public, hardship in private, such was the way of the world. Naruto-san, please come take a look here. This was Iceberg's first time building such a specialized small boat, but as the former shipbuilding master Tom's first disciple, his craftsmanship was no worse than his junior Frankie's. In the original work, Frankie had been able to create all sorts of wondrous machines after joining Luffy's crew, and Iceberg was no less capable. Following his guidance, Naruto's gaze fell on the metallic structure at the stern. Rather than an engine, it looks more like a cannon barrel. Due to Naruto's personal requests and the experiments conducted over the past few days, Iceberg had ultimately created this unique propulsion system. Like this. Following Iceberg's instructions, Naruto formed a small wind release, Raiznon in his hand. Over the past few days, while assisting with experiments, Naruto had gradually mastered the method of infusing special chakra attributes into it. The stability of his wind release, Raiznon, had improved significantly. He placed the Raiznon into the cannon barrel's intake, and the energy indicator on the tube's wall immediately lit up. As the small wind release, Raiznon erupted, the energy gauge rapidly filled. Yes, unlike Ace's plug-and-play flame engine, the new engine Iceberg had built was a charging-type system. This suited Naruto's needs even better. When Naruto adjusted the lever beside the cannon barrel, the accumulated wind force instantly converted into propulsion, and a powerful gust of air burst from the exhaust. Based on our earlier calculations, a full charge can maintain top speed for about 5 hours. Any longer, and the engine's material wouldn't be able to handle it. But this was more than enough to delight Naruto. Excellent, President Iceberg. You've truly impressed me. Naruto reached out and patted Iceberg's shoulder in satisfaction, making the ordinary man wince in pain. After paying the remaining balance, Naruto declined Iceberg's offer to help transport the boat. Then, under the astonished gazes of the other shipwrights, Naruto effortlessly lifted the single-person boat, which was larger than himself, as if it were just a plate. By the way, Naruto-san, we haven't named the ship yet. After hearing what Iceberg said, Naruto stopped and stood there, thinking for a few seconds. Let's call it Gale Breaker. T/N, I want to name it High 8, but I don't want it be associated with a certain sick but not dead anymore ninja. Woohoo dash. Standing on the single-person deck of Gale Breaker and feeling the sea breeze rush against on his face, even Naruto couldn't help but let out a cheer. Not that Gale Breaker is really that fast. In fact, compared with the giant Sea King, Gale Breaker still fell short. But the experience was completely different. It could only be said, men never truly grow up. The gene for loving to play is practically carved into their bones. This surfing-like sailing experience was far more entertaining than riding on the head of a Sea King. Glancing at the eternal pose in his hand, Naruto adjusted Gale Breaker's direction slightly before forming another small Raiznon and inserting it into the engine. In an instant, the nearly depleted energy gauge refilled at an incredible speed. This is some real sci-fi tech dash. Naruto couldn't even begin to understand how it worked. Maybe once I got back to the ninja world, I could find some craftsman skilled in working with chakra metal to modify this engine. That might further increase Gale Breaker's energy storage capacity and top speed. The small boat cut a white trail across the sea, leaving waves and foam far behind. After several hours of zooming across the water, Naruto started feeling a little bored. So he adjusted the throttle, then pulled out a fishing rod, which is crafted by a master artisan of Water 7, and a small bucket of special bait from the cabin. The recipe had been provided by a shipwright named Polly, one of Iceberg's subordinates. If not for Naruto's generous payment, the men wouldn't have been willing to share it. Cast the line, start fishing. The day passed quickly, the sky gradually darkening as Gale Breaker's lights flickered on. He set the speed to the lowest setting, allowing the boat to cruise steadily until morning. Retrieving the empty bucket and fishing rod, he sealed them away in a scroll before silently pulling out his own food to eat. This shouldn't be happening. No way. Could it be that Pauly guy tricked me? With this doubt and unwillingness weighing on him, Uzumaki skunked Naruto lay down in the cabin and slowly drifted into sleep. In his dreams, a huge fish kept slapping his cheeks with its tail. All around him were countless other fish he had caught. Fine sake and delicious food were piled up like a mountain. Stop slapping, Jumura. While mumbling, Naruto pushed away the furry tail that was patting his face. Furry. When he opened his eyes, Naruto saw a big curly-haired dog with its tongue hanging out. Man and dog locked eyes in mutual confusion. Naruto carried the dog out of the cabin. Almost immediately, he heard shouting. George! George! It was a child, constantly calling out for his pet. The large dog in Naruto's arms barked excitedly upon hearing its owner's voice. The child turned his gaze toward the tall figure of Naruto and George, who was being held hostage by the other party. Village Chief. Bad news. Pirates are here again. Chapter 104, The Revolutionary Army's Mess. It didn't take Naruto much time to convince the little boy named Pepe and the villagers he called over to believe his explanation. This was, of course, thanks to his friendly attitude and gentle words. And the fact that he stood there completely unharmed despite the villagers attacking him with everything they had. Honestly, what could be more convincing than that? Still, the villagers' nervous demeanor made it clear that this village had been suffering from frequent pirate harassment lately. Now you believe I have no ill intentions, right? After fishing Gale Breaker out of the water, Naruto wiped off the moisture from its hull and pulled out a sealing scroll. With a poof, smoke dispersed, and the portable Gale Breaker was ready. This scroll was the largest capacity one he could get his hands on, and even then, it barely managed to fit Gale Breaker. It seems that the next time I go back to the ninja world, I will have to get some blank sealing scrolls with larger space. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Naruto followed the villagers back to their settlement. Since he was already here, he might as well grab a meal before leaving. He still had some money left from building the ship, so he could spend it here. Faced with a paying customer, even though the village didn't usually provide hospitality services for outsiders, they happily agreed to Naruto's request. If someone was willing to pay, what more needed to be said? As he ate the fresh food the villagers provided, Naruto also learned about the village's situation from the elder. Originally, our village and the dozens of nearby islands all belonged to the same kingdom. The king imposed heavy taxes every year, and back then, we couldn't even afford to eat. Then, the Revolutionary Army came. With their help, the citizens of the capital united to overthrow the king and installed a more moderate noble to rule the country. Here, it's worth mentioning the different management methods the Revolutionary Army employed after liberating a country. Under normal circumstances, if the world government hadn't imposed a strict blockade, they would organize the people to form self-governing councils and leave behind some personnel to guide them in the early stages. But if the world government was keeping a close eye and there wasn't enough time for long-term guidance, they would select a suitable noble from the region to take over governance. For example, the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue was handled this way. Once a moderate noble took power, the Revolutionary Army would demand the abolition of noble privileges and grant commoners the right to participate in national governance. At the same time, they would occasionally send people back to the country to secretly observe and ensure the nobles didn't revert things to the way they were. As for strategically important locations under world government's long-term control, the Revolutionary Army would station personnel there and develop them into new bases. Clearly, the situation Naruto encountered in this village was the second type. After that noble took power, they did reduce taxes as promised. Since they no longer had to pay the heavenly tribute to the world government, the entire nation's citizens were given a temporary reprieve. But soon, new problems arose. In the past, because the Marines would patrol regularly, pirates rarely attacked island villages. But after the king was overthrown, this country was removed from the world government's list of legitimate nations. The most direct consequence was that the nearest Marines base no longer sent patrols, causing the security of this stretch of sea to plummet. What about the Revolutionary Army? Didn't they take care of you? After hearing this, Naruto swallowed his food and asked with some confusion. That dragon wasn't the type to handle things so sloppily, was he? They did send people to fight the pirates. But every time the Revolutionary Army showed up, the world government would send forces to pursue them. Normally, the world government wouldn't do anything to us, but if anyone dared to harbor Revolutionary Army members, their warships would mercilessly erase us from the map. The world government might not care much about pirates, but when it came to dealing with the Revolutionary Army, they were all too eager. It is precisely because of the tug-of-war between the Revolutionary Army and the world government that the Revolutionary Army's support was never able to go all out, giving the pirates an opening. Right now, this country was caught in a three-way struggle between the pirates, the Revolutionary Army and the world government. I see. Naruto nodded in understanding. Situations like this were actually quite common. After all, the world government remains the most powerful force in this world. Whether in terms of numbers or military strength, the Revolutionary Army struggles to compete head-on. The fact that they've managed to establish so many bases under such suppression is already no small feat. However, this also highlights that the Revolutionary Army's current methods still aren't perfect. If this were to be implemented in the ninja world, some adjustments would likely be needed. Pirates. Pirates are here. Just then, shouts erupted from outside the village. The village chief, who had been sitting and chatting with Naruto while smoking, immediately straightened up, tossed aside his cane, grabbed a nearby pitchfork, and rushed out in a flurry. Looking around after stepping outside, Naruto saw the other villagers doing the same. These guys are just ordinary people, they didn't possess innate superhuman strength or strange abilities. But it seemed someone had inspired them, reigniting their courage to fight back. Unfortunately, this was a world where the disparity in individual power was far too vast. If all they had was numbers, these villagers stood little chance against pirates who had survived dozens of bloody battles. Following the villagers to another stretch of coastline, Naruto saw that this time, it wasn't a child crying wolf situation. A pirate ship flying a Jolly Roger had indeed docked there. At this time, the pirates had already disembarked and were now facing off against the villagers. The guys in the lead are even devil fruit users. Against enemies like these, if Naruto weren't here today, the villagers would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Looks like your luck isn't so bad after all. Just as Naruto was about to step in, an unexpected guest arrived. A steam-powered ship came speeding in, practically chasing the pirate vessel's wake. A woman with purple hair, wearing red leather pants, sunglasses, and a necktie, but nothing else under her open leather coat, leapt from the ship, holding a flagpole. Such a bold-fashioned statement was something Naruto had only ever seen on one person. The commander of the Revolutionary Army's East Army, the user of the Kobu Kobu no Mi, Bello Betty. Seems like I don't need to intervene after all. Naruto looked at the familiar figure and a smile appeared on his face. And the villagers clearly recognized her too. Don't be afraid. The power is in your own hands. You can protect your homes. The pirates on the other side were still confused when they saw that the villagers, who had been helpless against them moments ago, suddenly became filled with furious, fanatical energy upon hearing her voice. Rayura. One villager knocked a pirate's weapon away with a pitchfork before the others swarmed in. The power of Kobu Kobu no Mi wasn't limited to emotions, it also stirred up their physical potential. The devil fruit-using pirates tried to fight back, but they were quickly intercepted by other Revolutionary Army's members who had jumped down from the ship. With the situation under control, Bello Betty finally removed her sunglasses and turned to Naruto, her expression unreadable. So, what are you doing here? Chapter 105, Chapter 105. If Ace stopped talking nonsense. Not to mention Naruto's chance encounter with an old acquaintance on the other side. The scene turns back to a small boat speeding on the sea. In fact, calling it a small boat might even be an overstatement, a more accurate description would be a skateboard. Compared to Naruto's Gale Breaker, Ace's vessel was even smaller, more like a surfboard with a sail attached. But its advantage was speed. Extreme speed. In the week Naruto spent at Water 7, Ace had already managed to close in on Blackbeard's trail using this boat. The moment Blackbeard left a small town, Ace would arrive right after. The distance between them was shrinking rapidly. However, this was also the result of Blackbeard deliberately leaving traces behind. While Ace was hunting Blackbeard, he didn't realize that Blackbeard was also luring him into a trap. Because he had wasted a few days training with Naruto, when Ace learned about Blackbeard's whereabouts, he didn't take a detour to Alabasta when he received intel on Blackbeard's whereabouts. Instead, he headed straight for Blackbeard's last known location. Panaro Island. On Banero Island. Blackbeard and his crew had just finished pillaging an entire town. Due to someone's interference, Luffy didn't cross paths with Blackbeard, Teach, as he would have in the original work. Thus, in Teach's mind at this moment, his only goal was to capture Ace. Only the blood of the Pirate King's son could help him negotiate with the world government and secure his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As he himself once said, people's dream never ends. You could call Teach a villain or a ruthless schemer who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, but you couldn't deny the patience he had shown in his climb to power. Much like Zhao Gao in another parallel world, who climbed his way to the very top, Teach, in his own fate, truly replaced Whitebeard and became one of the new 4 emperors. Finally found you, Teach. Ace, standing atop a high point, had originally intended to shout those words. But remembering the personal teachings of a certain uncle, he quickly shut his mouth. This town was just an ordinary settlement in the first half of the Grand Line. The strongest people here hadn't even heard of a power like hockey. As a result, after effortlessly crushing the opposition, Blackbeard hadn't even bothered using Haki to scout the surroundings. It can only be said that these guys had grown too accustomed to bullying small fries lately, forgetting the rules of combat in the new world. This gave Ace the perfect opportunity. Drag Blackbeard back to his pops and make him kneel in apology. After Naruto's verbal beatdown, Ace had long abandoned that idea. How can you expect this guy to truly repent when he can ruthlessly kill a nakama he has known for decades just for a devil fruit? If Teach wanted to apologize to Whitebeard and Thatch, he'd have to do it with his head in Ace's hands. A stream of fire, guided by Ace's will, rapidly condensed into a blazing spear. Then, Ace coated it with his still unrefined Haki. Instantly, the edges of the flames took on a black outline, making them appear more solid. At that moment, Van Augur, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, seemed to sense something and turned his head, just in time to see the flames igniting on the cliffside. But before he could warn his crewmates, Ace's attack had already arrived. Karma Unknown Fire. This was a modified version of his original technique, developed after Naruto's training. Its piercing power, destructive range, firing distance, and speed had all been enhanced. By the time Blackbeard heard the sound, the black-tinged flame spear had already pierced straight through his heart. A fatal blow. Captain! Captain! The navigator, Lafitte, immediately spread his wings and flew toward Ace's position. Meanwhile, Van Augur swiftly drew his rifle and took aim at Ace, firing 3 rapid shots. Unfortunately, his bullets weren't made of sea stone, and attacks of this level couldn't pose a threat to a Logia-type devil fruit user. But Ace wasn't careless enough to rely solely on his elemental intangibility. Facing the incoming bullets, he activated his observation Haki and deftly dodged them. This kind of cautious attitude could often save his life at critical moments. After all, no one knew if the next attack might carry a hidden killing move. You bastard! The enraged strongman, Jesus Burgess, lifted an entire house and hurled it toward Ace. Meanwhile, their perpetually sickly doctor, Doc Q, weakly crouched on the ground, examining Blackbeard's injuries. Facing the full assault of the Blackbeard pirates, Ace had no intention of letting any of them escape. From the information he had gathered while chasing Blackbeard, these guys were nothing but ruthless scoundrels, leaving nothing but misery in their wake. Fire gun. Several more powerful fire bullets instantly pierced through Lafitte's wings, causing him to fall in pain. Then, Ace transformed into flames, blasting through the house Burgess had thrown at him before reforming right in front of the giant men. Ha! He launched a kick straight at Burgess' head. Confident in his overwhelming strength, Burgess didn't even flinch, and instead countered with a crushing elbow strike. In terms of size, Ace was at a disadvantage. But in reality, Ace's Haki-coated shin smashed directly into Burgess' elbow, followed by the sickening crack of shattering bone. The next moment, Burgess collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken arm and howling in agony. He was indeed strong, but that didn't mean his body was equally durable. Without Haki, he stood no chance against Ace, who had undergone special training. Fire Fist. Flames instantly engulfed the remaining members. Ace wasn't holding back in the slightest. Black hole. Just then, an impossible voice rang out, causing Ace to turn his head sharply. It was Blackbeard, who had just been pierced through the heart and should have been dead. Zehahaha. That hurt, Commander Ace. Blackbeard stood back up, his face drenched in cold sweat from the pain. His expression was twisted into a vicious grin as dark smoke billowed from his palm, instantly swallowing the raging flames. Impossible. Ace muttered in disbelief. Because he could clearly see that the gaping hole in Blackbeard's chest was still there, and even his internal organs were visible. There was no doubt that his attack had hit. Doc Q's emergency treatment had stopped the bleeding, but the destroyed heart was undeniable. At that moment, Ace recalled Marco once mentioning Teach's abnormal body structure. Could it be that he has more than one heart? Chapter 106, Chapter 106 Ace, in danger. Trafalgar Law, in danger. Liberation. At that moment, Blackbeard suddenly roared, and the flames that had been sucked into the black smoke earlier, along with a portion of the buildings, were violently spat out from the void. These objects came crashing down toward Ace like a tidal wave, briefly obscuring his vision. In that case, I'll just kill you again. Ace reacted swiftly, unleashing a fire fist that instantly engulfed everything before him. The houses, carriages, and whatever else was in the way were all reduced to ashes by the flames, leaving only scorched remnants behind. But it was enough. The members of the Blackbeard pirates regrouped. Their ship's doctor, Doc Q, had somehow managed to temporarily numb the pain in Lafitte's wings and Jesus Burgess's fractured elbow. Now, at the very least, they still had some fight left in them. So this is your ability, Teach. Is this why you killed Thatch? Faced with Ace's accusations, Blackbeard's grin widened. Yeah, that's right. This is the fruit I've been dreaming of. Originally, Blackbeard had planned to spout some excuses, like, I had no choice, it was just a coincidence, or, this power chose me. But the pain in his chest and the heartache of losing one of his hearts made him discard any pretense. I stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates because that was the place with the highest chance of obtaining this fruit. I will become the strongest. Whitebeard's era is over. Words like these were the most effective at shaking the resolve of Whitebeard's so-called sons. Blackbeard smirked inwardly. If Ace showed even the slightest opening, he would strike immediately. Unfortunately, having endured much harsher trash talk training, Ace only gave him a cold glare. Then, without another word, he silently fired several, fire gun. TCH, not falling for it, huh? Blackbeard waved his hand, and the dark smoke swallowed the flaming bullet. But it doesn't matter. Watch closely, the power of this ultimate fruit. I've eaten the yummy no mi. I am the human darkness. Darkness is gravity. An infinite gravitational force that devours all light. Kuruzu. His palm transformed into darkness, and a powerful gravitational force instantly pulled Ace toward him. If Ace hadn't been cautious enough to keep his distance, the sudden pull alone would have been enough to drag him into Blackbeard's grasp before he could react. Though he didn't fully understand Blackbeard's intentions in trying to drag him closer, Ace knew one thing: whatever the enemy wanted, he had to stop it. Bang. At that moment, Van Augur's bullet shot toward him. Ace tried to dodge, but his body was still being pulled by the gravitational force, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Just as the bullet was about to hit, Ace's body turned into flames, deliberately creating an opening to let the bullet pass through harmlessly. What? Even Van Augur was stunned. That bullet had been specially crafted from sea stone, a precious tool designed specifically to counter Logia-type devil fruit users. Although the bullet missed, but in the brief moment Ace turned into flames to evade, Blackbeard had already pulled him close, gripping his shoulder. Bang. Bang. 2 more bullets came flying. Ace tried the same trick again, but this time, he realized his body couldn't turn into flames, his devil fruit powers were completely nullified. You've noticed, haven't you? This is the power of the yummy no mi. It's the natural enemy of all devil fruit users. Arg. Blackbeard's boastful speech was cut short as Ace headbutted him with a hockey-infused strike. The double pain made Blackbeard scream instantly, his grip loosening. Regaining his abilities, Ace tried to turn into flames again, but he was a fraction too slow. 2 sea stone bullets pierced his shoulder and waist, forcing a pained grunt out of him. Hurry up, that's my last sea stone bullet. Van Augur shouted to his comrades. Burgess, Lafitte, and even Doc Q all charged at Ace simultaneously. Injured and unable to fight back fully, Ace could only release a wall of flames to obscure their vision, then turned into fire to create distance. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. At this time, Blackbeard's furious roars echoed as an overwhelming tide of black smoke surged toward Ace. The firewall Ace had just created was swallowed up in an instant. With several teeth knocked out and his face covered in blood, Blackbeard glared at Ace with bloodshot eyes, clearly consumed by rage. Any thoughts of recruiting Ace had vanished, replaced only by killing intent. Die. Darkness surged forth, and Ace had no choice but to endure the pain from his wounds and gather his flames once more. Circles of fire rapidly expanded around him before swiftly converging into a massive fireball. Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. This was another one of Ace's ultimate techniques, a devastating attack with an enormous area of effect. Run. Seeing both sides going all out without holding back, the other Blackbeard pirates immediately reacted. Burgess hoisted Doc Q and his beloved horse, Stronger, onto his shoulders, while Lafitte took to the skies. At this time, Van Augur, who hadn't yet obtained the Wappa no mi, had no choice but to flee on foot with the others. T/N, warp fruit. Let's see which is stronger, the sun or the darkness. Darkness and flames collided, producing a deafening explosion. Neither side gave ground, the opposing forces pressing against each other until, ultimately, the darkness prevailed, completely devouring the sun-like inferno. When the smoke cleared, Blackbeard slumped down, somewhat exhausted. Despite putting up a fierce fight against Ace, he had still been ambushed first, losing one of his hearts in the process. An injury like that would have killed anyone else instantly. If not for Doc Q's anesthetic abilities, the overwhelming pain from his wounds would have left Blackbeard immobilized. Fortunately, the plan at least succeeded. But just as Blackbeard was thinking this, Van Augur returned from scouting the battlefield with bad news. Ace was nowhere to be found. In other words, at the final moment of their clash, Ace had chosen to flee. You've grown quite a bit, Commander Ace. Blackbeard gritted his teeth as he stared at the blood-stained cowboy his crew had retrieved. It belonged to Ace. Clearly, Ace hadn't escaped unscathed either. Don't worry, Captain. Those bullets were coated with Doc Q's special poison. He won't get far. Van Augur reassured. Hearing this, Blackbeard's lips twisted into a savage grin. Right, he can't escape. You're the stepping stone I need to rise higher, Ace Dash. Blackbeard crushed the hat in his grip. This time, it was his turn to hunt Ace down. But the violent motion tugged at his wounds, making Blackbeard hiss in pain. Obviously, with injuries this severe, he wouldn't be moving anytime soon. More critically, losing a heart meant his grand plan, the plan to steal the power of the world's strongest men, was now in jeopardy. Ack. Damn, it hurts. Doc Q, is there any way to fix this? After weighing his options, Blackbeard decided his priority was healing. Doc Q shakily injected another dose of anesthetic before speaking. Captain, you have lost a heart after all. There is nothing I can do for this level of injury. Unless, we find the Op no Mi. The Op no Mi. In his quest for the Yami Yami no Mi, Blackbeard had memorized the devil fruit encyclopedia, including the abilities and appearances of every known devil fruit. The legendary fruit capable of performing the perennial youth operation was naturally among them. If possible, Blackbeard would certainly want to obtain this magical fruit. But where would he even find it now? At this time, Doc Q, a native of the North Blue, slowly finished his sentence. I happen to know of a rookie who recently set sail. One with the ability to steal hearts. It's eerily similar to the Op no Mi's powers. After all, they are both doctors, so Doc Q naturally pays attention to this ability. Then we'll head to the North Blue and find that brat. What's his name? Trafalgar Law. Chapter 107, Chapter 107 Sabaody Archipelago remains peaceful today. So, why are you here of all places? The East Army's commander of the Revolutionary Army, the remarkably busted Bello Betty, glanced at the conspicuously out-of-place figure in the crowd. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, deliberately maintaining an air of official detachment. Truth be told, the moment she spotted Naruto's figure, Bello Betty realized her rush deployment here had been somewhat unnecessary. After all, with this man around, he would never stand idly by in such situations. I was just passing by Dash. Naruto acted as if he didn't notice Bello Betty's guarded demeanor, casually greeting her like an old acquaintance. Then, after glancing at the devil fruit users already being restrained by other Revolutionary Army's fighters, he decided to use his conqueror's haki for a precise strike against the enemies. Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, even with devil fruit abilities, stood little chance of remaining conscious under Naruto's haki. With the leading pirates collapsing unconscious, the remaining outlaws quickly surrendered. While the villagers didn't know what had happened, they were overjoyed at the defeat of the invaders. Bello Betty shot Naruto a look, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she pressed her lips together and remained silent. Seeing her expression, Naruto simply smiled. There seemed to be some history between them, making their reunion awkward and stiff. Just then, a flock of crows suddenly descended from the sky, breaking the strange atmosphere. These were the soot crows created by the ability of the Revolutionary Army's North Army's commander, Karasu. Capable of gathering and transmitting information. It was precisely why Karasu was known as the Eyes of the Revolutionary Army. After decoding the message conveyed by the crow's formation using a cipher book, a Revolutionary Army soldier hurried over to Bello Betty and relayed the information. She then turned back to Naruto and said, "Leave as soon as you've rested. A big shot like you always attracts unnecessary attention." There was nothing wrong with her words. In fact, ever since Naruto's identity was exposed in the East Blue, both the Marines and the world government had shifted their focus onto him. If he hadn't kept moving without staying in one place for too long, he'd probably have a fleet of warships tailing him by now. After saying this, Bello Betty politely declined the village chief's gratitude, tied up the pirates, and boarded the ship, setting sail for the next destination. On the deck, Bello Betty removed her sunglasses and took one last distant look at Naruto. Then, she glanced at the crow beside her, which was looking at her with its head tilted. "I'm fine." Putting on her sunglasses again, Bello Betty once again became the East Army's commander who charged at the front lines to inspire the people. The Revolutionary Army came and went swiftly, their mobility unmatched. Meanwhile, Naruto returned to the village with the others. After finishing that fresh, hearty meal, he didn't linger and promptly took his leave. It seemed my worries had been unnecessary. The Revolutionary Army's eyes were always watching this place, ready to send reinforcements whenever the locals couldn't handle a situation. Still, this method was only a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. With that thought, Naruto restarted the gale breaker. The boat's stern ejected a high-speed jet of air, transforming the small craft into an arrow that sliced through the waves, speeding toward another destination. Sabaody Archipelago is a cluster of islands formed by the roots of 79 giant trees known as Urukaman mangrove. The resin secreted by these roots formed unique bubbles, which, when processed, could become a resilient coating. This coating could even withstand the pressure of the deep sea. As a result, many pirates who wanted to reach the New World via Fishman Island needed to have their ships coated at Sabaody Archipelago. Over time, the number of pirates gathering here grew. Grove 13, Shaki's Rip-Off Bar. This place belonged to a lawless gray zone, making it a constant mix of all sorts, crooks, mercenaries, and shady figures of every kind. Bang. Bang. Another group of reckless pirates, thinking their strength made them untouchable, had tried to cause trouble in the bar. After being thoroughly beaten by the bar owner, they were unceremoniously tossed outside. The passers-by outside barely batted an eye, as this was nothing new. Dusting off her hands, the bar owner, Shaki, who looked no older than her 30s, relit her cigarette. Don't be fooled by her young appearance. In fact, 40 years ago, she was still being chased by the hero of the Marines, Garp. Being chased by Garp meant her identity was anything but ordinary. Just as Shaki was about to head back inside, she suddenly paused, sensing something, and turned her gaze to the side. Yo, Auntie Shaki. Long time no see, still as sharp as ever, huh? Naruto had appeared out of nowhere. Era, if it isn't Uzumaki Naruto, the men who defeated Golden Lion Shiki. What brings you to my little bar? Hearing Shaki's dry, unimpressed praise, Naruto just scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Are you here to see me? Or are you here to see Rayleigh? Is Uncle Rayleigh here too? Hearing this, Shaki just sighed. Him? Who knows which slave auction house he sold himself to this time? That answer gave Naruto a headache. Is that so? I was hoping that Uncle Rayleigh would help me with the coding. This made Shaki burst out laughing. Have that old man do it. Naruto, you of all people should know, his coding skills are flimsier than Fishman Island's bubbles. As she spoke, she pushed the door open, only for another horde of pirates to suddenly swarm the bar, surrounding it completely. That's her. That damn woman. The guy in the lead was covered in bandages and looked like he'd been beaten half to death already. Get her. Kill her. With his furious roar, the pirates surged forward like a tidal wave. Seeing this scene, Shaki simply tilted her head toward Naruto. So, mind handling this for me? Of course. Sabayati Archipelago remained peaceful as ever today. After effortlessly dealing with this group of rabble, Naruto finally followed Shaki inside the bar. So you really came for a coating. Where's your ship? Shaki and Naruto were old acquaintances, yet she'd never seen him with a ship before. Come to think of it, didn't he always randomly choose a lucky sea king to ride on in the past? Hearing Shaki's question, Naruto took out a sealing scroll and released Galebreaker. Here. Thankfully, Shaki's bar was bigger on the inside, otherwise, the small boat might not have fit. That really is a fascinating ability, but who said you could just put it down here? Shaki smiled sweetly, but then her tone instantly sharpened, and her fist lightly but firmly bonked Naruto on the head. Chapter 108, Chapter 108 Rayleigh, no. The Sabayati Archipelago is in trouble. After being knocked on the head by Shaki, Naruto quickly reacted and put away Galebreaker once again. As for being hit like this, he didn't mind at all. It's better to say that he has already gotten used to it. In fact, after Roger voluntarily surrendered himself, most of his crew members went their separate ways. As for Naruto, who had no home to return to, he first spent a year or two protecting Rouge before staying with Rayleigh and Shaki for a considerable amount of time. In fact, there's still a dedicated room for Naruto on the second floor of the bar. This was precisely why Shaki didn't get angry when Naruto called her Auntie Shaki. It can even be said that Shaki had watched Naruto grow up with her own eyes. Though not related by blood, their bond was closer than that of family. That kind of little boat really suits your personality. Shaki said as she poured Naruto a glass of rum before leaning against the counter and lighting a cigarette. I thought I'd never see you board a pirate ship in my lifetime. Auntie Shaki, Galebreaker isn't a pirate ship, you know. Naruto retorted with a grin after downing the drink in one go. It doesn't matter. Shaki replied, completely unfazed. In her eyes, it was only a matter of time before Naruto became a pirate again, given his personality. Did you come here just to get your ship coated? If you're in a hurry, I can find you a coating craftsman. After hearing this, Naruto shook his head and chuckled. Haha, I actually came here to see you guys. In front of Shaki, Naruto reverted to acting like a child, completely devoid of the imposing aura of the so-called great hero. Such a smooth talker. What have you been learning all these years out there? Poking Naruto's forehead with her finger, Shaki sighed helplessly. If you're looking for Rayleigh, head to Grove 1. He's probably near the auction house there. Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King, also known as the Dark King. In his old age, his favorite pastime was selling himself as a slave at auctions, taking the money, and then escaping. How should one put it? If you thought he was doing it for money, that wasn't quite accurate. After all, as the Pirate King's right-hand man, he certainly wasn't lacking in treasures or wealth. Most likely, he did it purely for fun, just one of the ways an old man entertained himself. Naruto simply nodded at Shaki's words before waving goodbye and rushing out the door. He's like a little kid saying to his mother who is cooking, "I'm going out to play for a bit, be back soon." Shaki rested her chin on the counter, smiling as she watched Naruto's retreating figure. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Ah, right. Today's the day the Celestial Dragons are out for their stroll. Shaki's rip-off bar might seem like just a rundown tavern with little business, but in reality, it was an intelligence exchange that traded in classified information. Though it appeared to be run solely by Rayleigh and Shaki, the latter's intelligence network was no weaker than the world government's. The distance between the Celestial Dragon's Holy Land, Mary Geos, and the Sabaody Archipelago wasn't far. Coupled with the exclusive bubble lift used by the Celestial Dragons, whenever they wanted to buy slaves, it took them only a few dozen minutes to reach the slave auction houses. Because of this, the probability of Celestial Dragons appearing in the Sabaody Archipelago is not low. Ah, let's hope that kid doesn't cause any major trouble. Though she said this, Shaki's eyes sparkled with amusement. Clearly, she knew exactly what would happen if Naruto ran into them, but she didn't particularly care. This wasn't Shaki deliberately using Naruto to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Unlike others, she was well aware of Naruto's strength and didn't give a damn about the so-called rule that attacking a Celestial Dragon would summon a Marine's admiral. She genuinely hadn't remembered this time. Meanwhile, Naruto had already made his way to Grove 1. This was the Sabaody Archipelago's largest hub for slave auction houses. As he scanned the area with his observation haki, Naruto couldn't help but inwardly sigh. What a bunch of scum. But since they'd crossed paths with Naruto today, it was simply fate that they were doomed. Before long, Naruto detected a familiar presence in the back of one of the auction houses. Rayleigh, who was currently shackled with sea-stone cuffs, seemed to sense something and looked up. After casually knocking out a few of the auction house's underworld enforcers to keep them quiet, Naruto made his way unimpeded to the room where Rayleigh was being held. It's really been a long time, Naruto. Rayleigh stood up and looked at Naruto, who was now taller than him, with a hint of nostalgia. He tried to reach out and pat Naruto's shoulder but found his wrist still bound by the cuffs. Then, under the stunned gazes of the other slaves, he used his haki to destroy the cuffs' internal mechanisms and forcibly remove them. Uncle Rayleigh, after all these years, you're still doing this kind of thing. Naruto looked at Rayleigh with amusement, pulling out the last bottle of sake he'd brought from Verity. Strictly speaking, after arriving in this unfamiliar world, the person who had spent the most time with him wasn't Roger or Gabon, but this always unkempt-looking, dark king, Rayleigh. Ha. I lost a bet again. Hearing Naruto's teasing, Rayleigh simply took a sip of the offered sake with a chuckle, showing no trace of embarrassment. In fact, for powerhouses like Naruto and Rayleigh, whether it was fishing or gambling, they could never lose as long as they were willing to use observation haki. But the two of them shared the same stubborn mindset: I refuse to believe I'll lose, or go fishless, this time. Let's go somewhere else to talk. This place dash. Rayleigh suddenly paused mid-sentence, as if sensing something, then turned his gaze toward Naruto. Sure enough, Naruto's face had also darkened with a trace of killing intent, not directed at Rayleigh, but at someone else. Don't make too big of a scene, all right? Your Uncle Rayleigh and Auntie Shaki still plan to retire here. Rayleigh sighed, knowing some things couldn't be avoided today. He could only offer a word of caution. Don't worry, dash. To this, Naruto's reply was simple. I will control myself and not sink the entire island. And utterly exasperating. Oh, one more thing. Suddenly remembering his original purpose, Naruto summoned Gale Breaker right in front of Rayleigh. I'd also like to trouble you to help me with the coding, Uncle Rayleigh. Sure. What a hard-working life I lead. With one hand holding the Gale Breaker, Rayleigh examined it for a moment before expressing admiration for its unique structural design. Then, with a few crisp snaps, he removed the explosive collars from the enslaved people in the backstage area. Leave quickly, unless you want to get caught up in the battle that's about to happen. As he spoke these words, Naruto had already burst through the auction house's walls. There, several celestial dragons, wearing their signature glass dome helmets and dressed like astronauts, stood arrogantly. One of them was viciously kicking an enslaved person in the abdomen with the tip of his shoe, the flesh there already torn open. The reason for doing this was simply that the enslaved person had crawled too slowly while carrying him on their back. This kind of tyrannical behavior was nothing unusual, whether to the celestial dragons themselves or the silent onlookers who had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Bang. At that moment, Naruto's figure crashed into the scene. Who are you? You filthy lowlife. How dare you defy the dignity of the gods? The snot-nosed celestial dragon at the front seemed startled by Naruto's sudden intrusion, but then locked eyes with his terrifying gaze. Whether this guy was born with some kind of defect or simply too used to being unchecked, he showed no fear even as a powerhouse like Naruto approached. Instead, he grew furious, pulling out an ornately decorated pistolant. Then, he shot at Naruto without hesitation. Good. It seems that after all these years, you've forgotten what it feels like to bleed. The bullet struck Naruto's head and chest, only to be deflected harmlessly away. Naruto's face twisted into an expression of killing intent mixed with disgust. It's time to remind you. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 Dealing with Celestial Dragons. What kind of death would be fitting for the Celestial Dragon's disgusting behavior? Naruto was curious about that too. So he kept experimenting. Naruto never considered himself a bloodthirsty person, or, to put it another way, those who died by his hand all had it coming. If it were his younger self, he might have hesitated to take a life or even felt remorse after killing an enemy. But now, things were different. The current Naruto no longer felt any particular emotions from killing, nor did he feel guilt over it. Except when it came to the Celestial Dragons. Well, there were always one or two people who made you think the world would be a better place if they just died. You bastard. Let go of St. Charlos. The guy in black, whose name was Bodyguard but pronounced as Lackey, raised his weapon, shouting at Naruto with false bravado. It seemed that he was afraid of accidentally hurting the Celestial Dragon in Naruto's hands, so he didn't dare fire. This guy had no real strength. He had gotten his position purely through flattery and some, less than proper connections. After all, this was a Celestial Dragon. Who would be foolish enough to attack them right under Mary Geos? As it turned out, someone would. It had happened over a decade ago, and now, he was back. Ah! It hurts. The snot-nosed Celestial Dragon, Charlos, was sweating profusely, his eyes glazing over as he could only whimper in pain. And all of this suffering came from Naruto's hand resting on his shoulder. Right now, Naruto's finger had pierced the man's skin, and tiny, nearly imperceptible strands of wind attribute chakra were seeping into the wound. Wind attribute chakra inherently carried a cutting property. Even if it only looked like a small bump under the skin, the blood vessels and nerves beneath had already been shredded to pieces. This was also an experimental application of chakra. In the past, the most Naruto could do was stab or slash these kinds of people. But controlling the damage was tricky. If he cut too shallow, the Celestial Dragon's status and wealth meant they could easily receive top-tier medical treatment, allowing them to recover fully and continue tormenting others. But if he cut too deep, their pathetic physical constitution wouldn't hold up, and they'd die outright. That would be letting them off too easy. Now, he can only say that ninjutsu is really convenient. Shoo, shut up. With a burst of haki, the Celestial Dragon's lackeys who tried to rush in to help were all knocked unconscious, along with the slave auction's attendees, plunging them into a deep, infant-like slumber. The only ones left awake were the snotty brat in Naruto's grip and one other female Celestial Dragon. She is Charlos's older sister, Shaoria. T/N, in the wiki, Shaoria is actually Charlos's younger sister, not older sister. Of course, if this were an ordinary person, they'd have to call her Saint Shaoria. Luckily, Naruto is not an ordinary person. You bastard, release Charlos Naisama this instant. A quick note here. Although Shaoria was indeed Charlos's younger sister, due to an unwritten rule in Celestial Dragons' families that prioritized males over females, she had no inheritance rights. Even as a Celestial Dragon, Shaoria's privileges couldn't compare to Charlos's. Thus, referring to her younger brother as Naisama was a sign of respect for the heir. Don't worry, you're next. Although compared to the ugly and very dim-witted Charlos, Shaoria at least looks like a human being, even somewhat attractive. Naruto treated all Celestial Dragons equally. You bastard dash. Shaoria watched as her brother was tortured by the other party with some unknown method, and her legs became weak again. But the arrogance ingrained in her as a Celestial Dragon still dominated her mind. Do you know the consequences of harming the descendants of the creators? I'll have the Marines admirals kill you. With that, she actually pulled out a den mushi right in front of Naruto. Had this been any other ruthless pirate standing here, Shaoria would never have gotten the chance to make that call. But the one before her was Naruto. He calmly listened as the female Celestial Dragon finished her call for reinforcements, and then threw the lifeless Charlos in his hand into the distance. Splat. The once arrogant Charlos was now evenly smeared across the wall. The sudden turn of events left Shaoria completely stunned. She had assumed that the enemy before her would at most dare to offend the dignity of the descendants of gods. Never did she imagine that her own blood relative, her brother, who shared the Roswald family's noble lineage, would die right before her eyes. Even after all these years, your blood is still red. Not so noble after all. Looking at the now terrified female Celestial Dragon, Naruto still felt no inclination to spare her. You seem really pissed, kid. At that moment, Kurama's voice echoed from within Naruto's mind. He had been awakened by the slight loosening of the seal. He had been asleep before. The 8 trigram seal inside Naruto would weaken slightly in response to his emotional fluctuations. Kurama could exploit these gaps to leak chakra, tempting his Jinchuriki to rely on his power and further widen the cracks. That had been his original plan. But he soon realized that the Naruto who had spent decades in another world had long since become a hardened veteran. Aside from Danzo's previous behavior of jumping back and forth on the line of death, almost nothing could evoke strong negative emotions like hatred or malice in this kid anymore. But today is different. Kurama didn't understand why Naruto harbored such intense killing intent toward those two powerless humans, but the seal had indeed loosened slightly. Do you need me? Originally, he wanted to ask if Naruto wanted to borrow his power, but then he remembered that this wasn't the same kid from his memories. He remembered how Naruto been trading blows with that monster who could throw islands like pebbles. Instantly, Kurama shut up. Meanwhile, Naruto had already disposed of the other celestial dragon. After killing them, he made no move to leave. Instead, he simply found a seat and sat down. You asked why I'm so angry. Suddenly, Naruto began to narrate as if he was talking to himself. Apart from Kurama, there was no one else present who could hear these words. These people call themselves descendants of the creators and act as if they're gods. God. Like the old men. Kurama had his doubts but didn't voice them. As he waited, Naruto slowly recounted everything he knew about the celestial dragon's glorious deeds. As he listened, even Kurama, a being created from pure chakra, fell silent. Once he estimated that enough time had passed, Naruto cut off the conversation and stood up, forming hand seals. Chapter 110 The Vicious Dog Attacks. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was in the middle of handling Marine's affairs when he suddenly received a call from Holy Land, Mary Geos. The message was simple. Someone had attacked a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago. As for the attacker's information, nothing was known. The only detail was that the assailant was acting alone. Naturally, if it had been one of the celestial dragon's lackeys who called for backup, they might have provided more details. But this time, it was Charlos's sister, Shaoria, who personally made the call. The fact that she managed to articulate the situation clearly was already a miracle in itself. Considering that a single person had taken down everyone in the entire auction house, the lives of the celestial dragons were clearly in grave danger. This meant they had to send a fighter worthy of representing the Marines' might. However, the fastest responder, Borsalino, was currently at Egghead Island with Dr. Vegapunk. Kuzan, on the other hand, had already headed to the New World, and recalling him now would be too late. That left very few options. Sengoku thought about Sakazuki's ruthless combat style and then considered Sabaody Archipelago's unique status. He hesitated over whether to dispatch him. At that moment, Garp, who had been sitting across from him munching on rice crackers, suddenly looked up and met his gaze. Garp. I'm not going to protect those scum. Garp. You. Seeing his old friend's furious expression, Garp shamelessly slumped back in his chair, tilting his head with a smirk. Fine, I'll go if you insist. But I guarantee I'll arrive at the fastest possible speed. You can count on me to keep the celestial dragons safe. Hearing the emphasis Garp placed on fastest possible speed, Sengoku felt a familiar headache coming on. Fine. Picking up the Den Mushi, he dialed. Sakazuki, a celestial dragon has been attacked on Sabaody Archipelago, Grove 1. There's only one enemy. You're in charge of the rescue. Understood. But to ensure the efficiency of the operation, I request full authority to deal with all enemies on site as I see fit. Sengoku's headache worsened at those words, but glancing at Garp, who had already started snoring in front of him, he reluctantly agreed to Akainu's demand. The voyage from Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, to Sabaody Archipelago normally only took a few hours. Using the exclusive ocean currents could speed it up even further. Akainu's flagship wasn't slow. Aside from standard sail propulsion, the hull was equipped with an auxiliary engine system. From the moment he received the order to his arrival at Grove 1 of Sabaody Archipelago, barely 2 hours had passed. But he knew full well that this much time was more than enough for the attacker to escape far away. Therefore, after deploying his vice-admiral subordinate to blockade the island and conduct a thorough search, he headed alone to the scene of the incident, the largest slave auction house on Grove 1. Originally, Akainu was planning to see if he could find any clues about the attacker. However, he didn't expect that when he entered the eerily silent hall, he would come face to face with Naruto, who was lazily reclining on a sofa. It's you. The great criminal, Uzumaki Naruto. The moment Akainu recognized Naruto's face, his expression darkened further. Over a decade ago, when the world-shaking, slave liberation incident erupted, he had still been just a vice-admiral. Back then, no one had dared to imagine that someone could actually scale the Red Line and infiltrate Mary Geos to free slaves. But the reality was that not only had it happened, it was done by two people. One of the main criminals, Fisher Tiger, had already been confirmed dead. The other was the man before him now. Uzumaki Naruto. A criminal hailed as the great hero by a bunch of rabble. This man was far more radical than Fisher Tiger had ever been. Tiger had focused on freeing slaves, only causing destruction to divert the Marines' attention. But Naruto is different. This guy had been bold enough to personally slaughter over a dozen celestial dragons back then. Even if they were just members without families' inheritance rights, they were still descendants of the creators. It was on that day that the world learned, even gods could bleed. The time and effort the world government had spent afterward to suppress the impact of Naruto's actions was another matter entirely. But if they were to rank their most hated individuals, Naruto would easily make the top 5. So it's you who came, Akainu dash. Naruto slowly rose to his feet, locking eyes with Akainu. Truthfully, he had sensed the Admiral's presence long ago. I was hoping for an easier opponent this time dash. Enough of your arrogance. You're nothing but a criminal. After saying this, Akainu was already prepared to attack, but he was still an admiral of the Marine after all, and he did not forget why he came here this time. Where are St. Charlos and St. Chauria? Though Akainu had always regarded the celestial dragons as privileged parasites, even privately calling them idiots outright, this was still an official occasion. Basic respect had to be maintained. Right there, all of them. With that, Naruto pointed to the wall behind Akainu. The sight was gruesome. The female celestial dragon, Chauria, hadn't died as horribly, at least her body remained intact. She lay on the ground, her face twisted in agony, her expression filled with resentment even in death. As if she couldn't accept that a descendant of the gods like her could die like this. So what if she had killed a few lowly commoners? She was a celestial dragon. A being born into nobility. The entire world was supposed to revolve around them. Even in her final moments, this celestial dragon never understood why she had to die. Since that's the case dash, Akainu's voice dragged out, accompanied by a molten fist radiating extreme heat. Then you can die with them. Darkhound. The attack was nearly instantaneous. Magma carried an innate, annihilating effect, and while this sudden strike was little more than a basic move, getting hit by it would still hurt. Boom. Naruto's fist, wrapped in haki, punched forward with black lightning crackling. The fists of both sides met in midair, and the haki blocked the magma's advance. But soon, the difference in the two sides' strength became apparent. In pure physical power, Naruto undoubtedly surpassed Akainu. Bang. The result was that Akainu flew back at a speed even faster than when he came, crashing heavily into the auction house seats. With a sizzling sound, magma dripped down Akainu's arm and onto the ground, quickly burning a gaping hole in the floor. He didn't seem to care about the lives of anyone else in the auction house. After all, they were either slave buyers or slave traders, all scum who deserved death in Akainu's eyes. Now that the celestial dragons were confirmed dead, whether these people lived or died didn't matter to him. Upholding his belief in absolute justice, Akainu would never hold back for the sake of these lowlifes, nor would he give the great criminal a chance to escape. Even now, he still believed he had the upper hand. Dog biting Crimson Lotus. His arms transformed into molten hounds, lunging at Naruto with savage ferocity. Bad dogs shouldn't bite. Holding the hilt of the sword with one hand and the scabbard with the other, Mashuka was quickly pulled it out. In a flash of blade light, the two magma dog heads were instantly severed. Chapter 111, Chapter 111 Ninjutsu, boy. You reacted pretty fast, Akainu. That slash just now was imbued with haki. If it had landed, it would have definitely severed his arm. Unfortunately, Akainu's mastery of observation haki was also extremely high. At the critical moment, he voluntarily relinquished control over those two magma blasts, narrowly avoiding losing his hand. Faced with this terrifying slash, Akainu's expression also became cautious. Before today, his understanding of Naruto had only been at the level of hearing a thing or two from news and intelligence reports. Unlike Akiji, who frequently interacted with Naruto, Akainu's usual work scope was focused on combating pirates. And as everyone knew, Naruto wasn't a pirate, and his whereabouts were completely unpredictable. Only a slacker like Akiji had the time to chase after him. Seeing that his opponent wasn't launching an attack, Naruto simply sheathed Mushoku and took off his upper garment. The flawless physique he had displayed during his battle with Golden Lion was once again revealed. Naruto casually beckoned with his hand. Don't be scared. Let's keep going. You've got some nerve looking down on me, criminal. Akainu's body rapidly emitted an intense heat, causing nearby objects to melt even without direct contact. In a flash, Akainu lunged forward, his magma-coated fist blazing toward Naruto's chest. This time, his magma was outlined by a deep black hue. Clearly, he had also infused it with haki. Unlike Ace, who had barely managed to combine his devil fruit abilities with haki, Akainu had truly developed the Magu-Magu no Ni to its limits while also possessing formidable haki proficiency. The synergy between the two was something Ace's current, Fire Fist, couldn't even compare to. bang. Naruto acted as if he wasn't afraid of the heat at all, punching Akainu squarely in the elbow before following up with a crushing strike to his head. Even though Akainu had partially dispersed his body in advance, he still felt a violent shockwave penetrate his insides. His organs instantly screamed in agony. This life-threatening pain only darkened his already grim expression slightly. Immediately, he fully transformed into his elemental form, allowing his internal organs to rapidly escape the torment. But just then, Naruto suddenly lifted his leg in an upward flick. A flying slash shot out, slicing straight across Akainu's chest. Tempest kick. This time, the distance was too close, and the lingering effects of the previous attack delayed Akainu's reaction, leaving him no time to disperse his body. How's that? Looks familiar, doesn't it? An admiral being cut open by the Marine's Rokushiki, Rankyaku, was downright ironic. Did Dragon teach you that? Who knows? Naruto's mouth widened into a grin. At that moment, far away in Water 7, Stussy had just finished assigning CP9 a new training regimen. She pulled out a newspaper with Naruto's silhouette printed on it and tapped it playfully with her finger. That man is nothing but a virus, corrupting peace with his ideological plague dash. Akainu and Dragon were the same age and had been Marines officers in the same era, but their personalities had always clashed. Later events proved Akainu right, as Monkey D. Dragon was indeed a dangerous man. If pirates merely disrupted order, then what the Revolutionary Army did was shake the very foundation of the world government's rule. As they exchanged verbal blows, their physical battle raged on. A punch from one, a kick from the other. Soon, several burn marks appeared on Naruto's upper body. But then, Naruto simply raised his hand. Chakra surged, and a green glow enveloped the wounds. In moments, the burns healed as if they had never existed. This scene made Akainu's frown deepen. Was this a devil fruit ability? Or one of those so-called ninjutsu from the intel? Before he could ponder further, Naruto's fist came at him again. Akainu could only respond with a heavy punch of his own. But unexpectedly, Naruto suddenly opened his fist, extending his index and middle fingers while tucking his ring and pinky fingers, forming the starting stance of the Revolutionary Army's martial art, Ryosoken. Dragon's Talon. Hockey-wrapped fingertips pierced through with pinpoint precision, instantly digging into Akainu's flesh. Got you. A smile appeared on Naruto's face, and then the wind attribute chakra rushed into the wound. In an instant, countless lacerations burst from within Akainu's left arm. Unable to turn into magma due to the hockey suppression, he could only counter by smashing his other fist toward Naruto's head. After a brutal headbutt-to-fist collision, Naruto still refused to let go. Instead, he swung Akainu around like a rag doll, slamming him into the ground over and over. Only after dozens of impacts did Akainu finally seize an opening, kicking Naruto away with a powerful thrust. It had to be said, this Marine Admiral's HP bar was absurd. Even after taking the full combo, he stood back up like it was nothing. Well, it would have been more convincing if his arm wasn't still bleeding. Akainu glanced at the wound on his left arm, and then, without hesitation, he superheated his right hand and pressed it against the injury. Instantly, a wisp of smoke rose, accompanied by the aroma of seared flesh. The charred skin surface stopped the bleeding. By now, the auction house was already on the verge of collapse after the battle between the two. As for the people inside earlier, the slaves had been thrown out the back door by Naruto beforehand, while the others, well, they probably weren't worth saving anyway. Surveying the surroundings and then looking at Naruto, who appeared completely unharmed, Akainu realized this was no small fry he could casually eliminate like before. His eyes suddenly turned fierce, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed in an instant. Scalding magma began oozing from his body, spreading outward. Not only that, upon contact with other objects, the magma seemed to multiply, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield had transformed into a scorching hellscape akin to a volcanic crater. Even Naruto couldn't remain entirely unaffected. It wasn't like only you could alter the terrain. Reacting swiftly, Naruto formed hand seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The ground, which was previously covered in magma, suddenly sank, forming a massive pit. Even Akainu himself was caught off guard and momentarily trapped within it. Then, Naruto formed another set of hand seals. Earth release, rock pillar spears. Dozens of massive stone spikes, as big as two people could hug, erupted from the edges of the sunken pit. This is not comparable to the previous small-scale ninjutsu against the ninja bounty hunters. The once luxurious slave auction house could no longer hold itself together, collapsing in a cloud of dust. Not far away, the man in charge of the slave trade operations in this area was reporting the incident through a den mushi to his superior. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Don Doflamingo listened to the report before hanging up. Young master, what about Sabaody Archipelago? Beside him, Treble, with his ever-dripping snot, cautiously inquired upon seeing his strange expression. To dare kill a celestial dragon again. Uzumaki Naruto, how interesting. Doflamingo suddenly let out a deranged laugh, as if completely unconcerned about the auction house that had been destroyed in the process. Chapter 112, Chapter 112 The correct use of multiple shadow clone technique. On the Sabaody archipelago, the battle between Naruto and the Marine's admiral, Akainu, is still raging. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above sea level, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the descendants of the creators look down upon the world below. At that moment, several figures could be seen sprinting rapidly up the side of a wall. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Naruto, who was still fighting with Akainu. Of course, to be more precise, these are all Naruto's shadow clones. The greatest flaw, or rather, the defining characteristic, of the multiple shadow clone technique is that it evenly divides the user's chakra. This means that if the user lacks sufficient proficiency and creates too many clones at once, their main body's chakra reserves can drop to dangerous levels, potentially even causing them to collapse. Of course, this was never an issue for Naruto. After all, during the 20-plus years he had spent in this world, the only ninjutsus he could train in were the basic three, like transformation technique, clone technique, and substitution technique, the sexy technique, which technically falls under transformation technique, and this forbidden technique. By now, he had mastered the ability to precisely control the number of clones, keeping it in the single digits. In the ninja world, the multiple shadow clone technique is indeed powerful, as each clone possessed the same chakra as the original and could deliver physical attacks. However, the ninja world also operated on the principle of total chakra capacity. Increasing the number of clones without increasing the total chakra reserves, or even reducing it, made the technique somewhat ineffective against truly powerful enemies. After all, large-scale ninjutsu that required massive amounts of chakra couldn't be used repeatedly. However, while the multiple shadow clone technique divided chakra, it didn't divide physical strength. Each clone retained the same physical power as the original, with no reduction whatsoever. For ninja who relied on chakra to enhance their bodies, this might not have made much difference. But for Naruto, it was an undeniable advantage. At this moment, every clone here possesses physical strength on par with the great hero himself. The only slight drawback was that haki, a power derived from one's spiritual energy, was also divided among the clones. This is also the reason why Naruto did not create thousands or tens of thousands of clones at once. He still needed to keep Akainu occupied at Sabaody archipelago. But it didn't matter. This was enough. Akainu was busy fighting a criminal who had attacked 2 celestial dragons, which naturally drew the attention of the world government's higher-ups. As a result, few were paying attention to whether someone was scaling the red line. Ever since Fisher Tiger had climbed it over a decade ago, numerous warning mechanisms had been installed along the cliffs of the red line. Fortunately, these were nothing more than decorations to Naruto's clones. They didn't need to climb slowly. After all, there's chakra adhesion. In this short time, they had nearly reached the top. Infiltration into Mary Geos wasn't particularly difficult for Naruto, who could conceal his presence. The real challenge was escaping before the guards could react, though, for Naruto's clones, that wasn't an issue either. Several figures arrived within the dense cluster of buildings and immediately scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace. Since I was already here, how can I not recreate some classics? You're free. Head in that direction and seize the flying ships and cargo transports used by the celestial dragons. Naruto said as he removed the collars from a group of slaves of various races, who stared at him in stunned silence. Wait for the right moment. I'll draw their attention. Similar scenes played out in multiple locations across the Holy Land. This is the outskirts of Mary Geos. Most of the people living here are ordinary celestial dragons, far from the core. Naruto's clones moved swiftly, seamlessly transitioning from knocking out guards, killing celestial dragons, to freeing slaves, all in under 20 seconds. Clearly, he had experience in this sort of thing. This is an unexpected windfall. While freeing a group of slaves, Naruto happened to witness a celestial dragon preparing to force-feed a devil fruit to one of them. This was one of the celestial dragon's favorite pastimes. Devil fruits, which could cost hundreds of millions, or even billions of berries in the outside world, were nothing more than toys for their slaves. There were 5 fruits in total, 2 of which Naruto recognized immediately. The first was the one he had been longing for, the Baku Baku no Mi. He hadn't expected these guys to acquire it so quickly. The fruit must have only recently respawned, yet they had already gotten their hands on it. However, considering the possibility that if a clone eats the fruit, the original might not gain the ability after the clone disperses, Naruto's clone didn't consume it right away. The other one he recognized was the Purin Purin no Mi, T/N, pudding fruit. It's useful. This would make a perfect gift for Big Mom. After all, he wanted to ask for a favor, so it was important to show proper etiquette. This was the unspoken rule among adults. As for the remaining 3 fruits, Naruto's clone wasn't sure what abilities they granted. Since the clone didn't carry any sealing scrolls, he'd just have to take them for now. So, this particular clone chose a different path from the others. It sprinted straight back to the cliff's edge and leaped off. After liberating roughly 30 to 40% of the slaves in the outer areas of Mary Geos, someone finally noticed Naruto's presence. Alarms blared instantly, and in Naruto's perception, several powerful auras surged rapidly from the core of Mary Geos toward his location. Perfect. I needed to divert attention to cover the slaves' escape anyway. Since I've been spotted, there's no point pretending anymore. Naruto's clones decisively drew the katana at their waists and unleashed several sweeping slashes toward the surrounding buildings and celestial dragons' gathering areas. These clones' Mashuku were essentially the same as the Shuriken Shadow technique, constructs made of chakra. Their durability was limited in actual combat, and after a few swings, they dissipated. But even that brief usage was enough to cause devastating damage. These were sword slashes from a master swordsman. The ordinary celestial dragons, like the lowly commoners and ants they so despised, were effortlessly bisected without any chance of resistance. Every single celestial dragon here deserved death 10 times over. Even moments before Naruto struck, some of them had still been torturing others in various ways. Not just slaves, but even their own subordinates weren't spared. Perhaps, there are some people among the celestial dragons who had reformed, but Naruto's observation haki hadn't detected a single one. After a while, one of the clones' Mashuka disappeared with a bang, unable to hold on. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't have weapons. Naruto's clone looked at their empty palms, and huge chakra sphere instantly condensed in his palm. A Raiznon infused with an enormous amount of wind attribute chakra materialized in an instant. Not just that, this time, Naruto remembered his earlier idea and decided to test it out. Jet black haki flowed from his palm, merging into the Raiznon. The violently spinning blue core of the Raiznon was immediately tinged with darkness. The black hue rapidly spread through the rotation, and in no time, the entire Raiznon was dyed in shadow. At the same time, Naruto's clone could clearly feel the weight of the Raiznon multiply several times over. The haki seemed to enhance the Rasengan's stability. At the very least, Naruto was sure it wouldn't instantly explode if released now. But like a ticking bomb, he could keenly sense the terrifying destructive power contained within. It was strong enough to harm even himself. If he didn't throw it soon, it might backfire. But no worries. This place was basically a garbage dump anyway. With that cynical thought, Naruto's clone hurled the blackened Raiznon toward the distance with a surge of overwhelming force. The other clones naturally witnessed this. Since they all shared the same thought process, they immediately understood this clone's intention. In the next moment, several more massive black Raiznon were launched in unison. Chapter 113, Chapter 113 It's you. Stanks. The pitch-black Raiznon infused with haki flew a certain distance before finally detonating due to losing control. Originally, the wind release, Raiznon that Naruto developed would unleash a cutting effect similar to wind blades upon explosion, destroying everything in its vicinity. But now, the Rasengan's destructive power had been elevated to another level. When the Raiznon exploded, its original size instantly expanded several times over. Within the range it engulfed, the haki-enhanced wind blades is comparable to steel hammered 1,000 times, able to easily chop everything into pieces. And within the Raiznon, countless such wind blades whirled violently. The explosion lasted for 3 or 4 seconds. By the time the aftermath dissipated, all that remained was a massive spherical crater. Everything else had been utterly obliterated. "Step back, you madman!" A voice rang out, growing louder as it approached. The defensive forces of Mary Geos finally arrived, albeit belatedly. After the other haki-infused Raiznons were unleashed, several figures came flying over at an incredible speed from the distance. The one leading them wore a hooded cloak, and behind him were 3 others, each with a distinct appearance. A girl with heterochromia whose face was half covered by a bandage, and an old man wearing only a vest and a cape. The remaining one was even more of a heavyweight. On his long neck is a Qilin head with a helmet similar to that of the celestial dragons. He carries a steel fork on his back, and behind his head is flaming clouds that only appears after the awakening of the Zoan-type devil fruit. The 4 of them landed in different positions and simultaneously attacked the thrown haki-infused Raiznon. The hooded man drew the long sword at his waist, and in an instant, the blade rapidly extended and expanded, growing 3 ferocious dog heads. With a single swing, the 3 dog heads, each larger than a house, lunged forward, biting into the Raiznons at the same time. The wind attribute chakra entwined with haki inside the Raiznon slashed at the massive dog heads like steel blades, but they only suffered minor injuries before quickly regenerating. The 3 dog heads even seemed capable of biting into an intangible energy like chakra, stubbornly resisting the wind blades and forcibly triggering an early detonation. Perhaps due to the loss of some of its chakra, the explosion range of this Raiznon wasn't as vast as before. The other 3 also displayed their unique abilities. The heterochromatic girl extended arrow-like bandages from her body, swiftly converging to tightly wrap around the Raiznon. The old man in the fundoshi plunged his arm into the ground, instantly sprouting countless thorns that violently pierced into the Raiznon. The most bizarre was the half-human, half-beast creature. He directly pulled a terrifying-looking monster from a strange cloud, which opened its maw and charged straight at the Raiznon. He opened his mouth wide and rushed towards the Raiznon. The Raiznon was either detonated prematurely or intercepted and exploded on the spot. After the hurricane passed, the destruction it caused was far less severe than before. The hooded man's hood was also blown off by the wind, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the one of the four emperors, Shanks. If not for the absence of a scar over his eye, even Naruto, who had known Shanks for years, would have had a hard time telling them apart. "You finally arrived, the God's Knights." Naruto spoke loudly to them, seemingly not surprised by their appearance. "He really looks exactly the same." Naruto muttered under his breath. He had heard from Shanks a long time ago that he had a twin brother. Now, seeing him in person, this really was just a fully intact version of Shanks. These four were the true armed forces of the Celestial Dragons. As for the Marine Admirals, those were just hired hands who took orders from the world government. Even if their combat prowess was equally formidable, the Celestial Dragons were still the Celestial Dragons. They cared for no one outside their own kind. The Admirals were no exception, only regarded as tools to be summoned at will. Besides the five elders, the true protectors of Mary Geos, those who answered directly to the God of Celestial Dragons are the armed group known as the God's Knights. The ones who had appeared now were the current leader of God's Knights, Shanks's twin brother, Stanks. Or perhaps his real name should be used, Saint Figureland Shamrock. His father was also the previous leader of the God's Knights. The remaining members included Saint Shepherd Summers, who was of the same lineage as Saint Shepherd Jupiter, the warrior god of agriculture of the five elders, and Saint Raimoshifu Killingham. As for the young girl, her identity was a bit more special. Aside from her name, Manmayer Gunko, there was almost no information about her. Of course, the God's Knights weren't limited to just these four. In fact, the others were currently not in Mary Geos. They had received orders from that person and were dispatched to different locations for missions. Only these four, due to their special status, remained stationed in the Holy Land. While Naruto observed them, the four God's Knights also scrutinized him. "Ah, that face, I remember you." The fundoshi-clad old man, Summers, suddenly clapped his hands together, recognizing Naruto's appearance. "You have the ability to create clones." "That's right. You're the one who slaughtered the Celestial Dragons over a decade ago, aren't you?" Despite his words, the old man's face showed not even a hint of anger toward Naruto's actions. Instead, he even smiled. It was as if he didn't care at all about the lives of his fellow Celestial Dragons. "Yeah, that's me." Nothing was more satisfying than hearing his own achievements acknowledged by the enemy. "What's the matter? You don't seem too concerned about those Celestial Dragons." "How could that be? I love them deeply." The old man grinned with a sleazy smile, to which Naruto responded with a mocking gaze. "Cut the crap. There wasn't an ounce of pity or so-called love in this guy's emotions, just malice as thick as black sludge." Naruto curled a finger at him. "Old man, you're a Celestial Dragon too, right? Come on, all of you, bring it. Truly, truly an audacious madman. I'd love to see what your fear looks like." Killingham, the one with the Qilin head, slowly lowered his steel trident, his beastly face twisting into a cruel grin. At that moment, their nominal leader, the commander of the God's Knights, Shamrock, spoke coldly. "Move. Execute the criminal." "Understood." "Oh. Been waiting for this." The other three responded in varying tones, with the girl named Gunko acting the fastest. Almost the instant the command was given, she activated her ability. It seemed she didn't have many thoughts of her own. An arrowhead silently appeared beside Naruto, followed by the girl's bandage-wrapped leg slamming toward him. Bang. Blocking the kick with his hand, Naruto's expression turned strange. Why don't you have any emotions?" Chapter 114 Fierce Battle Against the God's Knights. Unfortunately, Junko had no intention of answering Naruto. If a kick was blocked, then he'd simply switch to another method of attack. The sharp arrowhead, now coated in pitch-black hockey, shot toward Naruto's body like a venomous snake. At the same time, the other knights launched their own attacks at different targets. Currently, there were 4 God's Knights on the field, while Naruto had 5 shadow clones. In terms of numbers, they didn't hold the advantage. Crimson Lotus Hell. With Summers's roar, the IBA no Mi instantly awakened. T/N, Thorn Fruit. In an instant, Crimson Thorn surged from all directions, enveloping Naruto's clone. Hiya. Naruto twisted and turned, his muscular body bending into all sorts of flexible poses amidst the thorny onslaught. This was what it truly meant to dodge without a single scratch. Unfortunately, these thorns were no ordinary plants. Even without direct contact, an invisible force grazed Naruto's body. His dash. There were no wounds, but the points of contact burned with intense pain. The sensation was so sharp that even Naruto couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Too bad, the ones you love aren't here. The perverted old man Summers suddenly appeared above Naruto, his sword now assimilated with the Iba no Mi, extending into sharp spikes. Otherwise, I could have shown you what true love feels like. The spiked sword came crashing down, only for Naruto to catch it barehanded. His palm, hardened with armament haki, was impervious even to steel. Despite the pain, Naruto clenched his grip, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. You talk big for an old man. The next instant, Conqueror's haki coiled around his other fist before slamming straight into Summers's wretched face. Meanwhile, the one clone left without an opponent wasn't idle. While the others fought, he focused on his own task. In an instant, another massive haki-infused Raiznon formed in its palm before being hurled forward with explosive force. Exclamation point. Shamrock's sword, imbued with the powers of the mythical Zoan, Inu no Mi, model, Cerberus, slipped from his grasp, transforming into a three-headed Cerberus wreathed in flames and smoke as it lunged at the clone. T/N, dog fruit. Facing the beast's assault, Naruto's clone still had time to think about random things. If I gave this fruit to Kiba, he'd probably lose his mind with excitement. The thought of his old friend brought a smile to his face. Click, click, click. Just before the Cerberus could reach him, dozens of massive golden chains shot out, binding it midair. The adamantine sealing chains were highly effective against tailed beasts, but their power against ordinary targets wasn't as overwhelming. But that didn't matter. If elemental advantage wasn't enough, sheer chakra amount would make up for it. The three-headed beast thrashed and snarled, biting through the chains, but for every one it broke, another swiftly took its place. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto fired off another haki-infused Raiznon. With his observation haki, he sensed yet another group of celestial dragons fall by his hand. Only then did he turn his attention back to the beast. His fist smashed into the Cerberus's skull. You like eating so much? Then eat this. He shoved his arm straight into the middle head's maw before forming a Raiznon inside. Gerdash. The massive dog's neck bulged grotesquely before Naruto yanked his hand free, just as the Raiznon detonated. The Cerberus howled in agony, its central head drooping limply as blood and metallic shards spilled from its jaws. Meanwhile, its owner, Shamrock, had no time to worry about his pet's well-being. Bang. Naruto's fist slammed into Shamrock's gut, only to be blocked by the knight's forearm. Right before a vicious knee shot straight for his groin. If the battles of the weak were about using every dirty trick available, and the battles of the strong were about overwhelming force and sheer dominance, then Naruto's fight against Shanks' twin brother was a mix of both, absolute power, followed by every underhanded tactic imaginable. Normally, Naruto rarely fought like this. This can be seen from his battle with Golden Lion Shiki. However, the current situation is special. After all, as a twin, Shamrock's strength and talent aren't far behind Shanks's. In terms of haki, Shanks is slightly stronger, but Shamrock's true power lies more in his weapon. Now that his weapon was being held up by another one of Naruto's clones, he could only rely on hand-to-hand combat for the time being. But let's not forget, Naruto here is also a nerfed version. Not only is he missing Mushoku, but he also has to conserve his haki. As a result, the two ended up trading blows evenly. Thanks to his monstrous physique, Naruto could often tank Shamrock's attacks before retaliating with a brutal counter. This was the first time the battle-hardened Celestial Dragon warrior had faced an opponent like this. Damn insect, is this all you've got? Shamrock, whose vitals had just been assaulted by the Konoha's ultimate secret taijutsu, could no longer maintain his composure, his face twisting in fury. Are you mad? Naruto's response was just 3 light words, but they packed a punch. Upon hearing this, Shamrock's face darkened further, then he coated himself in haki and lunged at Naruto, only for the latter to dodge effortlessly. Both were masters of observation haki, constantly predicting each other's moves, counter-predicting, and trying to stay one step ahead. It all came down to whose techniques were superior. Naruto, however, had absorbed the essence of countless fighting styles. One moment, he'd use Hashoken. The next, Rokushiki. He even mixed in some of Revolutionary Army's officer, Emporio Ivankov's Okama Kenpo, occasionally seasoning the fight with Konoha's taijutsu. Truly, Naruto was just too versatile. His ever-shifting combat style left Shamrock struggling to keep up. Unlike the heated battles in the other 4 zones, the fight against Killingham was far more subdued. Faced with Naruto's clone, which was still wreaking havoc on the Holy Land, this half-human, half-beast celestial dragon simply summoned an endless tide of monsters from the cloud-like dreamscape. These shadowy, grotesque creatures were born from the nightmares of every resident of Mary Geos. Their numbers were practically infinite, and judging by Killingham's relaxed demeanor, this level of ability usage didn't even qualify as a real fight for him. Of course, Naruto had his own way of dealing with the endless horde of nightmare shadows. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. The ninjutsu he shamelessly copied from Kisame was executed at a level even the original user couldn't achieve. A tsunami-like wave of water instantly drowned all the shadows. Unlike Kisame, Naruto didn't need this technique to alter the battlefield. Instead, he fired it off like a high-pressure water cannon, wiping out the nightmare creatures in an instant. Truly, an unusual method. Now, let me see your fear. At this time, Killingham's figure suddenly flickered like an illusion beside Naruto. Even with observation haki, Naruto couldn't stop him from activating his ability. Then, under Naruto's complicated gaze, a massive black nine-tailed fox leaped out from the nightmare. A nine-tailed fox. Killingham was familiar with the nine-tailed fox devil fruit, but as far as he knew, that fruit shouldn't allow the user to transform into a giant fox. Had it been awakened? As for Naruto, this form was all too familiar. At this time, Kurama, who had been in the Sabaody archipelago and, watching the show, through Naruto's main body, suddenly spoke up. "Brat, so I'm the thing you fear the most." What? For a moment, the real Naruto was confused, but Kurama quickly relayed what he had seen through the chakra network connecting the clone and the main body. This left Naruto silent for a brief moment. "So, my nightmare is the nine-tailed fox." "No, to be more precise, my nightmare is the disaster caused by the Nine-Tails rampage and the impact it had on my life afterward. If not for my experiences in this world, I would have no idea how many more schemes I would have been subjected to in a Konoha infested with Danzo's machinations. Don't flatter yourself." Suddenly, Naruto grinned and scoffed. After a few seconds of silence, Kurama seemed to think of something and abruptly changed his tone. "Brat, loosen part of the seal. Let me deal with it." Naruto responded with a look that said, "Are you stupid?" Sure, with his current strength and mental fortitude, Naruto wasn't afraid of the Nine-Tails' influence. But that didn't mean he had any reason to let the fox out. "Trust me just this once." Kurama didn't elaborate. After all these days of observation, he knew Naruto had some ability to read minds, perhaps related to the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, Mind's Eye of the Kagura. After a few seconds, Naruto suddenly grinned. "Fine. Let's see what you've got." Chapter 115, Chapter 115 Nine-Tails vs Nightmare Nine-Tails. Even Killingham, after pulling out the rampaging Nine-Tails from Naruto's nightmare, couldn't help but start panting heavily. It was clear that using this ability placed an immense burden on him, far greater than even when he had summoned the endless horde of nightmare creatures earlier. Yet, instead of looking tense, Killingham's face was filled with excitement. The black Nine-Tails, an incarnation of despair, radiated an aura of overwhelming resentment, as though countless people's suffering and despair had been fused into it, granting this nightmare Nine-Tails a strange and unique quality. Meanwhile, inside his mental space, Naruto once again stood face to face with the Nine-Tails. Perhaps it was because Naruto had spoken of the atrocities committed by those who called themselves descendants of the gods, stirring even Nine-Tails' emotions. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Whatever the reason, the usual hostility between them was absent this time. Naruto slowly placed his hand on the bars that symbolized the seal. Without even needing to exert any real effort, the chains binding the Nine-Tails vanished the moment he willed it. Then, layer after layer of gates materialized, as though they had always been there, just unnoticed by Naruto until now. In the real world, this change manifested as a dark red-tailed beast's chakra cloak rapidly surging out from Naruto's body. Two long tails sprouted from his tailbone, and his eyes instantly turned a blood-red hue. With a single punch, he sent Akainu flying once more, then formed a massive chakra hand from one of his tails, grabbing the admiral midair. While the chakra hand pummeled Akainu with a barrage of punches, tossing him around like a rag doll, Naruto's main body casually rubbed his chin. Interesting. So this was the power of the Nine-Tails. Even though it was only a fraction of its full strength, it had undeniably enhanced his physical abilities like speed, strength, and reflexes, while also granting him the versatile tailed beast's chakra cloak. This brought Naruto's physique another step closer to something truly inhuman. Though his body appeared to be engulfed in flames, his mind remained perfectly clear. Because, in a way, he was connected to Nine-Tails, allowing him to sense some of the Nine-Tails' past experiences. Being seen as a calamity, an omen of misfortune, a threat, or even a weapon of destruction. The hatred of others and his own hatred intertwined, enough to break anyone with a weak will. Fortunately, for the great hero, this was nothing. He could still go further. In the mental space, Naruto forcefully pushed open the additional gates one after another, stopping only at the final layer, where the 8 trigrams seal was inscribed. By this point, his tailed beast's chakra cloak was no longer translucent. The red and black chakra had solidified, completely obscuring his face. A skeletal structure resembling a fox encased his body, and 7 tails lashed out wildly, exuding a sinister aura. This should be enough. Any further, and I might lose control. In this state, Naruto could already feel an intense hatred trying to influence his consciousness. If he tore off that final seal, 9 tails might truly take over his body. Kurama didn't comment on Naruto's actions, nor did it mention anything about becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. This was sufficient. That cheap imitation daring to mimic me would now experience the true might of Kurama-sama. At the Holy Land, Mary Geos, all of Naruto's shadow clones, which are previously locked in battle with the Holy Knights, were suddenly enveloped in the 9 tails chakra. Their already terrifying physical abilities skyrocketed, immediately overwhelming even Shamrock and the others. Meanwhile, the Naruto's clone standing before killing him seemed to receive some kind of message after sensing the 9 tails chakra connection. He asked me to pass on a message. A voice that sounded like a mix of multiple tones echoed. This is the real 9 tails. Compared to the nightmare 9 tails, which is a mere black silhouette, Naruto's current form was far more fox-like. The moment those words fell, Naruto vanished from his spot. The next instant, he appeared right in front of the colossal nightmare 9 tails head. Roar. The nightmare 9 tails didn't seem to possess chakra as an attribute, but it drew power from despair and hatred, granting it a different kind of trait. The moment it roared, Naruto's ears were flooded with the whispers of countless vengeful voices. Shut up. The tailed beast's chakra cloak wrapped around his arm, instantly forming a massive claw that tore through half of the nightmare 9 tails face. Then, with a swift flick of his tail, he sent Killingham's sneak-attacking trident flying. Compared to the nightmare 9 tails' towering 100-meter frame, Naruto, who is now only about 10 meters tall, seemed tiny. But in actual combat, the difference in speed and power was undeniable. His 7 tails transformed into razor-sharp claws, shredding the nightmare 9 tails' mist-like body into tatters. Useless. You have no idea just how vast this fear and despair truly is. Killingham let out a maniacal laugh. But in that instant, Kurama, who is helping this Naruto's clone, suddenly realized something. This nightmare 9 tails wasn't entirely born from Naruto's nightmares. After all, during the 9 tails rampage, Naruto had been just a baby. Part of this nightmare 9 tails came from Kurama himself. From his own resentment, his fury at being controlled, and his despair at never being understood. You bastard. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? Kurama let out a silent roar within his mind before suddenly speaking to Naruto. Leave this to me. Feeling Kurama's emotions even more deeply in this state, Naruto didn't hesitate and immediately relinquished partial control of this clone. Then, this clone's body suddenly crouched low, his jaws widening. A chakra sphere, radiating an aura of annihilation, silently formed in front of Naruto. Tailed Beast Bomb. A high-density chakra sphere created by compressing and mixing yang and yin chakra in a 2:8 ratio, then shaping it with shape manipulation. It was the very technique that inspired the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, to develop the Raise-Non, a seal-less ninjutsu. Because this Naruto's clone also possessed an immense amount of chakra, the tailed beast bomb ended up far larger than Kurama had initially planned. But that was even better. Killingham had no idea what this technique was, but he could unmistakably sense the overwhelming threat of annihilation. He didn't even have time to control the nightmare 9 tails before his body dissolved into shadows, fleeing instantly. Boom. The tailed beast bomb tore through the air, erasing everything in its path upon contact. But that wasn't all. The moment it struck the colossal nightmare 9 tails, the bomb detonated, its explosion spanning over 100 meters and still expanding. A mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky above. Chapter 116, Chapter 116 plans changed, charge straight at the base. A counterfeit is just a counterfeit. Watching that hideous monstrosity that had been dancing right on his bottom line get utterly obliterated by the tailed beast bomb, Kurama finally felt some of the resentment pent up in his heart slightly. Perhaps there had been moments when he resented his own fate. Maybe he had even questioned the purpose of his creation. But he knew that the Sage of Six Paths hadn't created him just to be a tool of war. The 9-tailed beasts were originally meant to be balancers of natural energy, not walking calamities. The real sinners were the ones who exploited their power to wage war against each other. He wasn't some mindless disaster that only knew destruction, as those humans claimed. Leaving aside Kurama's apparent breakthrough in overcoming some mental barrier, Naruto, who had regained control of this clone's body, didn't immediately move. Instead, he stood there, lost in thought, gesturing with his hands as if trying to grasp something. That chakra just now had given him a very peculiar feeling. It wasn't the 5 elemental attributes like wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning that he had mastered over the years in different environments. But something else. A chakra attribute that had always existed within his body, hidden and unnoticed. It wasn't until today, when he personally experienced it, that Naruto finally understood the source of the disharmony he had always felt. And actually feeling the fusion process of the tailed beast bomb gave him a whole new understanding of the Raiznon. Nine Tails, that chakra attribute just now, the one filled with vitality and willpower, what was it? Naruto's sudden question caught Kurama off guard. He hadn't expected Naruto to be thinking about this in the middle of battle. But after a few seconds of silence, Kurama answered anyway. Maybe it was because he didn't want to be outdone by Naruto's trust this time. Or maybe it was because their fusion had given Kurama some insight into Naruto's heart as well. Either way, his impression of Naruto had improved significantly compared to before. That's Yin and Yang chakra. Among them, Yang chakra is the chakra that controls the creation of life, while Yin chakra is related to spiritual energy. Despite Kurama's beastly appearance, his knowledge was anything but lacking. Even Hiruzen, the so-called professor, would be nothing more than a junior in front of him. Besides, Yin and Yang attribute chakra wasn't exactly some top-secret knowledge, it was just that Naruto, with only a ninja academy's diploma, had never had the chance to learn it. That's why he hadn't figured it out until now. Now everything made sense. Naruto had always wondered. While fire and water release ninjutsu had clear origins, but medical ninjutsu and those secret clan techniques didn't seem related to the 5 chakra attributes at all. A green glow emerged from his palm. Feeling the vitality within the medical ninjutsu's chakra, Naruto actually started mimicking Kurama's tailed beast bomb, trying to form one himself. You dash. Kurama was speechless for a while. Naruto spent a while trying to mold it, but only Yang attribute chakra surged from his palm. The Yin attribute chakra, representing spiritual energy, was nowhere to be found. Don't bother. Your body doesn't yet dash. Kurama opened his mouth, wanting to tell Naruto to focus on the battle at hand, but the scene before him left him utterly stunned. In Naruto's palm, the Yang attribute chakra, which symbolized the power of life, was now merging with another force. It was the Conqueror's Haki, which also stemmed from spiritual energy. ZZZZTZZZT-. A black-red sphere hovered quietly in the center of Naruto's palm, occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity. This dash. Even Kurama was at a loss for words, staring at this sphere that he couldn't even properly define. See? Not that hard after all. Naruto grinned like a kid showing off a handmade toy, proudly waving it at Kurama. Of course, to everyone else, it just looked like he was talking to himself for no reason. At that moment, Killingham, who had just fled as an afterimage, returned to the battlefield. Seeing that Naruto seemed distracted, he immediately activated his ability at full power. Countless nightmare energy surged forth from the dreams of others. This time, they didn't take the form of monsters but instead poured into Killingham's body like a raging flood. Killingham's original half-human, half-beast form immediately underwent a transformation. He dropped onto all fours, nightmare energy swirling around him like storm clouds, and his originally human-sized body expanded more than tenfold under the power's influence. Die. A nightmare-forged trident, wrapped in haki, stabbed viciously toward Naruto from behind. Bang. The smoke cleared, revealing only a wooden log where Naruto had been standing. Before Kirin Gomu could react, a voice rang out above him. Perfect timing. Let's test this out on you. Immediately afterwards, there was sharp pain. The pseudo-tailed beast bomb, which is a fusion of haki and yang attribute chakra mixed in precise proportions, was far more destructive than a mere Raiznon. Without a sound, the pseudo-tailed beast bomb pierced straight through Killingham's body, then continued downward unchecked. Only when it struck the ground of the red line did it finally detonate. Boom. Perhaps due to insufficient compression, the explosion wasn't as wide-ranging as the one from Kurama's full-powered tailed beast bomb, but its sheer force was no less terrifying. Not only that, but the two energies from different worlds seemed to trigger some kind of chemical reaction. Cracks spread outward from the epicenter of the blast, spiderwebbing through the very air itself. For the briefest moment, space itself seemed to fracture. But the cracks vanished almost instantly, as if they had never existed at all. Of course, with observation haki and Nine Tails chakra enhancing his senses, Naruto didn't miss it. But right now, he had bigger things to worry about. Because he had used the pseudo-tailed beast bomb like a point-blank Raiznon, he had been way too close when it exploded. So much so that after the explosion, its power even affected this clone himself. TCH. Landing from midair, Naruto clicked his tongue as he examined the half-shredded tailed beast's chakra cloak and the burns covering his upper body. It seemed like this technique still needed refining. At the very least, I shouldn't use it at point-blank range. Unbeknownst to him, Kurama was already stunned. He had just witnessed a human perform a tailed beast bomb without relying on tailed beast mode. That's right, even though Naruto was now having Nine Tails chakra cloak, that sphere hadn't actually used the Nine Tails power. In other words, even if Kurama were sealed away right now, Naruto could still make another one. As for Killingham, who had been pierced and then caught in the explosion, only half of a hoof remained, clattering to the ground. His body tried to regenerate under some lingering power, but the Conqueror's Haki infused into the pseudo-tailed beast bomb suppressed the recovery. This celestial dragon, who had once delighted in tormenting others with their deepest fears, slowly lost his life in this agonizing pain. The other members of the gods' knights on the battlefield witnessed the death of their companions with their own eyes. A shadow fell over their hearts, and even Junko, who had shown no emotional fluctuation until now, wasn't spared. Naruto, meanwhile, was feeling something else entirely. Originally, he had just planned to recreate the same legendary feat from over a decade ago. But now, he realized he could do so much more. Why not go all out, and crush Mary Geos in one fell swoop? Chapter 117 Art is Raimo Shifu. Shamrock witnessed the first true reduction in numbers of the gods' knights in so many years, his fury far outweighing his shock. Shamrock, who was originally suppressed by Naruto's clone covered in the Nine-Tails chakra cloak, suddenly erupted with overwhelming haki, seizing the chance to kick the clone away. Then, taking advantage of the distance he had created, he summoned his sword back to him. The three-headed Cerberus, with one head now motionless and the other two battered and bruised, obeyed its master's call immediately, as if granted a pardon. Naruto's clone over there swung his claws but missed. The once gigantic three-headed Cerberus had now shrunk back into Shamrock's weapon. Of course, the blade was now visibly chipped and cracked. Damn it. Coating the sword in armament haki, Shamrock no longer cared that the enemy now outnumbered them. From the moment Killingham fell, they were already at a disadvantage. With his weapon in hand, Shamrock's fighting style underwent a drastic shift. For a moment, he actually managed to even the odds again. Shamrock with a sword was a completely different beast from Shamrock fighting barehanded. After all, his father, Figureland Garling, was a master swordsman who had once severely wounded Whitebeard during the God Valley incident with his swordsmanship. Having been trained by his father from a young age, Shamrock was far more adept at armed combat. Earlier, he had underestimated Naruto, allowing his three-headed Cerberus to stall a clone on its own. But now, having witnessed his comrade's death, Shamrock swiftly adjusted his mindset. This opponent in front of him wasn't just some arrogant fool. He was a genuine threat to Holy Land of Mary Geos. Meanwhile, the Naruto's clone that had just slain Killingham was once again enveloped in the Nine-Tails chakra cloak, his wounds rapidly healing. This is quite convenient, it saves me the trouble of using medical ninjutsu myself. Inside Naruto, Kurama snorted at the thought but didn't comment. Naruto had already exceeded his expectations. Before today, he'd never imagined that any Jinchuriki other than Sage of Six Paths could reach such heights. The clones created from the multiple shadow clone technique could endure a certain degree of injury, and as long as it wasn't fatal, they wouldn't disperse. Aside from pain and fatigue, there was no need to worry about injuries transferring back to the original when the clones vanished. Without a doubt, the correct way to use this ninjutsu was as suicide bombers. Over there, Naruto's clone, which had transformed into a tailed beast, and the fully armed Shamrock were locked in a stalemate, while on the other side, Gunko and the old men in Fundoshi were struggling. Neither of them was as strong as Shamrock in direct combat. Gunji, in particular, was even weaker. No matter in terms of haki or combat skills, she is not as good as Summers, the old men in Fundoshi. Though Summers was also being pushed back by Naruto, he could still rely on his battle experience to keep weaving in and out of the fight. Meanwhile, Gunko could only depend on the God's Knight's immortality to forcibly regenerate her body. And even that advantage had vanished after Naruto unleashed his pseudo-tailed beast bomb. No. Calling it a pseudo-tailed beast bomb wasn't accurate anymore. It's the Conqueror's tailed beast bomb. A Conqueror's bomb. Not a bad name. The Naruto's clone that had freed himself up to spectate nodded in satisfaction, confident in his naming skills. Somewhere in the vast seas of the shinobi world, the giant catfish, Jumaru, suddenly shuddered before glancing around suspiciously. No fishing hooks in sight. Good, back to swimming. Looks like we're not needed here. The two clones exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Then, one of them joined up with the clone that had been beating down the three-headed Cerberus earlier, and together, they charged deeper into Mary Geos. Along the way, they kept hurling Raisnons downward. Not that they didn't want to spam Conqueror's Bomb. But this technique consumed a significant amount of both chakra and haki. Since they still needed their resources for what lay ahead, there was no point wasting them on ordinary celestial dragons. At first glance, Mary Geos might sound like nothing more than a playground built by the celestial dragons for their own amusement. Or perhaps one might assume it was, at most, the size of a city. But in truth, Mary Geos was as vast as a super-large island, and strictly speaking, it was more like its own country than just a city. A nation above nations, towering over all other countries. Its core was vastly different from its outer regions. This included Pangaea Castle, the workplace of the Five Elders, the true rulers of the world government, as well as the Garden of Flowers, where the enigmatic Imu-sama resided, a figure scarcely known to the world. Before Naruto, only one person had ever penetrated this deeply into Mary Geoise, survived an encounter with Imu, and boldly declared that he would return. That man was the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Zebek. If the name sounded unfamiliar, then his crew members would surely ring a bell. The legendary, strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The flying pirate admiral, Golden Lion Shiki, who had fallen to Naruto. Charlotte Lean, Big Mom. Even Kaido, one of the four emperors, had once been a rookie on the Rocks Pirates. This alone spoke volumes about the weight of that feat over a decade ago. Fisher Tiger and Naruto's small-scale rebellion had only reached the outskirts of Mary Geoise, so they never managed to alert the true defensive forces of the Holy Land. In fact, to the Five Elders, the few celestial dragons who died in the slave rebellion mattered far less than the damage done to the world government's authority. Because of this, they never launched a full-scale manhunt for Naruto. The charges they pinned on him were attacking the Holy Land and freeing slaves, while the fact that he killed a celestial dragon was known only to a handful of those directly involved. Just as Naruto's clones transformed into a bomber, raining down terrifying surprises from the sky upon the celestial dragons of Mary Geoise, a massive figure suddenly leaped out from the shadows, slamming into one of the clones and sending it flying. This figure looked like a gigantic boar with four massive tusks. But in reality, he was one of the Five Elders, Topman Warkuri, the warrior god of justice. That enormous boar shrouded in black flames wasn't just some ordinary ability, it was the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Fengshi. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly have no fear. The boar's mouth let out Warkuri's low, aged voice. In response, the Ninetales claws, wreathed in haki, lashed out. Two clones, with over a dozen massive claws between them, clenched their fists, and in an instant, the sky was filled with a barrage of punches. Warkuri, who had transformed into Fengshi, didn't even bother dodging. The fist struck his hide, leaving dents but failing to deal any real damage. Instead, a powerful recoil force transmitted back, instantly knocking one of the clones, whose chakra was nearly depleted, out of its Ninetales chakra mode. Clearly, in terms of pure defensive power, this member of the Five Elders far surpassed anyone in the Gods' Knights. Seeing that basic attacks weren't working, the clones exchanged glances and immediately shifted tactics. At this rate, breaking through to the core of Mary Geoise with just clones seemed impossible. In that case, they might as well start right here. The clone that had lost its Ninetales chakra cloak rushed forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of raise-nons and punches, bombarding Warkuri so fiercely that he barely had time to react. Not that he cared. After all, attacks of this level couldn't hurt him. As long as they couldn't destroy the mark Imu had engraved on him, he could regenerate indefinitely. And mere superficial wounds inflicted by haki couldn't reach that mark. If any of the other Five Elders had been sent here today, they might not have been able to handle this so effortlessly. But fate had sent the one with the strongest defense, him. It's useless, criminal. Warkuri scoffed disdainfully. Once he adjusted to the clone's attack speed, his four elongated tusks suddenly sharpened into blades, piercing straight through the clone's body without warning. However, this clone only showed a smile that made his hair stand on end, and then dispersing into smoke. Then, Warkuri's gaze snapped to where the other clone, which is still covered in the Ninetales chakra cloak, had been standing, previously obscured by the first. There, a massive black and red sphere, far larger than any of the previous experimental Conqueror's bomb, was now hovering above his head. No. Boom. This sphere, which is infused with every last drop of the clone's haki and chakra, didn't even need to be thrown. The sheer force of its detonation was enough to obliterate everything in sight. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. This is a parting gift. The Conqueror's bomb, which was like a ball of destruction, exploded in silence, and it was as if all sound had been erased from existence. Warkuri could only watch helplessly as the black sphere rapidly expanded. If it hit him, not only would he fail to protect the Holy Land below, but even his own life might be in danger. Fortunately, as a certain magic circle hidden behind his massive body activated, Warkuri, who had been teleported here, was swiftly sent back to Pangaea Castle. As for the inner ring of Mary Geoise, which was about to be obliterated, they could only leave it to fate. At that moment, the Gods' Knights and the remaining Naruto clones on the outskirts suddenly felt an intense tremor. Soon, even with the naked eye, they could clearly see a massive black sphere rapidly expanding in the distance. This black sphere was like the maw of an abyss, devouring everything in its path. Everyone on the battlefield understood the fate of anything caught within that sphere's range. Damn it. Shamrock, witnessing the Holy Land being ravaged once more, felt deeply responsible for his failure. At the same time, a sliver of unease crept into his heart. How disappointed would Imu-sama be? The biggest difference between him and his brother, Shanks, was that Shanks had dared to reject Imu's power. He'd rather let a sea beast bite off his arm, engraved with the mark, than submit to the god. Shamrock, however, was the complete opposite. He saw this power as a blessing, even an honor. After exchanging blows with the Naruto clone and creating distance, Shamrock swung his sword once more, sending 3 flying slashes hurtling forward. The clone merely dodged left and right and then, to Shamrock's shock, he formed an identical black sphere in its hand. Don't even think about it. Shamrock roared, charging forward. The 3-headed Cerberus, having rested for a while, regained its transformation ability. This time, the Cerberus unleashed its full power in Shamrock's hands. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. The moment Shamrock closed in, the clone had already launched the Conqueror's bomb. The massive dog had only managed to bite the clone's arm before it dissolved into smoke. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining clones, who are fighting against the old man Summers and the bandaged girl Gunko, exchanged a glance. Acting in perfect sync, they struck together. Hakoku sovereignty. The shockwave pinned Summers and Gunko to the ground, buying the 2 clones time. So, the clones joined forces to form another black sphere. This thing was just too effective for large-scale destruction. Like the Raisnon, Conqueror's Bomb, which is a variant of the Tailed Beast Bomb, was one of those techniques that scaled with the user's energy reserves. Summers and Gunko could only watch as the black spheres in the clones' hands grew larger and larger, the suffocating pressure becoming unbearable. You have disappointed Emu. Suddenly, the voices of the 3 remaining gods' knights echoed in their minds, the voice of the supreme ruler seated upon the empty throne. Then, in the blink of an eye, Gunko, who had just been pinned down alongside Summers, broke free, floating midair as she looked down at Naruto below. Bat-like demonic wings and a sharp, elongated tail sprouted from her back, while dark energy coalesced into a trident in her hands. Concentric rings appeared in Gunko's pupils. Uzumaki Naruto. Emu remembers you. As if the rapidly expanding Conqueror's Bomb meant nothing, the voice overlapping with Gunko's, now possessed by Emu, spoke. Though the assault on Mary Geos over a decade ago had been relatively minor, Naruto and Fisher Tiger had still managed to tear away a layer of the world government's facade. Naturally, Emu had retained some impression of them. But Uzumaki Naruto. As long as he wasn't a D, no matter how much he struggled, he would forever remain nothing more than a third-rate criminal. The arrowhead-like tail suddenly extended, piercing toward the 2 clones below. One of the clones immediately stopped forming the Conqueror's Bomb and lunged forward to intercept the attack. Boom. The air distorted where the tail's tip clashed with the clone's fist. However, the stalemate lasted only seconds before Emu's tail pierced straight through, destroying the clone. As the smoke dissipated, only 1 clone remained. Arrogant fool. Did you think you could do as you pleased just because your real body isn't here? Emu's voice resonated from Gunko's mouth. Your sins shall be judged by Emu. What the hell are you mumbling about? The last Naruto's clone, who held up the Conqueror's Bomb with one hand, had a mocking expression on his face. You sly fellow who only dare to hide in the shadows, I'll be waiting for you to come find me. With that, the massive Conqueror's Bomb was launched with world-shattering force. Watching the attack approach, Gunko's body was quickly enveloped in shadows, soon transforming into a towering black silhouette the size of a mountain. The shadow opened its maw, meeting the black and red Conqueror's hockey-infused tailed beast bomb head-on. Unfortunately, Naruto's clone didn't get to see the outcome of their clash. After firing the Conqueror's Bomb, the clone, which is already drained of chakra and haki, was pierced through by another sneak-attacking tail from an unseen source, dissolving into smoke. Above Mary Geos, there was no spectacular mushroom cloud as Naruto had hoped. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Grove 1 had already been reduced to ruins by the battle between Naruto and Akainu. The ground was pockmarked with craters, and most of the buildings had been obliterated. The luckier slave traders and buyers had barely escaped with their lives, while the unlucky ones had been wiped out by stray attacks. Those who had fled to other islands watched in horror as dozens of magma fists rained from the sky. Then came hurricanes and tidal waves. In short, every natural disaster they could imagine seemed to converge on that single island. A few more knowledgeable individuals whispered fearfully to those around them about the identities of the 2 combatants. One was the Marine Admiral, Akainu, and the other was the infamous, great hero, of the New World. However, those pirates who had never witnessed the power of the New World reacted in different ways. Some were filled with awe and ambition, their faces alight with battle lust. Others lost their nerve, realizing their own weakness. And a few, driven by greed, wondered if they could exploit the chaos for their own gain. Grove 1 was now in tatters. Sabaody Archipelago was built atop the roots of the world's largest mangrove, the Urukuman mangrove, and wasn't connected to any continental shelf. As a result, Grove 1 had already begun sinking into the sea. Bang. Naruto smashed Akainu into the ground again, then dodged a sneak attack from the Admiral as he lay prone. Looking at his opponent, Naruto couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Honestly, he had only intended to use Akainu as a diversion to draw the Marine's attention, so he hadn't gone all out. He hadn't even maintained his Ninetales chakra cloak for long. But to his surprise, while Akainu's offensive power wasn't overwhelming, his endurance and vitality were absurd. Attacks that could wipe out entire pirate crews barely fazed him, and within seconds, he'd be back on his feet, ready to fight. It wasn't just his Logia intangibility, as Akainu's physical resilience was monstrous in its own right. Suddenly, Naruto, who had just looked helpless, seemed to have received some kind of signal. He first frowned and then smiled in surprise. He looked up at Akainu, who was momentarily taken aback by his opponent's erratic expressions, wondering if he'd lost his mind. "Thanks to you, Akainu." After this cryptic remark, Naruto instantly formed a Rasengan in his palm. Now, Akainu has the dubious honor of witnessing the same Conqueror's Bomb that the Celestial Dragons had just faced. His observation haki screamed danger. But Akainu had no intention of backing down. Perhaps in his view, this is what absolute justice means. His expression hardened as the temperature around him skyrocketed, molten rock surging from his body and gathering in his right arm. Fun times never last. Guess we'll call it here. Consider this a parting gift. Perhaps out of gratitude for the Admiral's unwitting cooperation, Naruto held back. This Conqueror's Bomb was much smaller, only about half a person's height. Of course, its power was still nothing to scoff at. The next moment, the Conqueror's Bomb collided with Akainu's magma fist in an earth-shaking explosion. The entire Grove 1 island, unable to withstand the force of their clash, sank beneath the waves. Chapter 119 Big News and Devil Fruits. "Hey, Morgans, remember that big news I promised you last time?" Inside Shaki's rip-off bar, Naruto fiddled with the 5 newly acquired devil fruits while using a Den Mushi to contact an old friend. After his battle with Golden Lion Shiki, Naruto's figure had been captured by the World Economic Newspaper's camera birds. Thanks to his connection with Morgans, Naruto successfully negotiated for his identity to remain hidden, with only his back was published, in exchange for the promise of future big news. Of course, this didn't make much of a difference. As the saying goes, those who knew Naruto would recognize him from just his back. Those who mattered already knew. While those who didn't know him would, at most, glance at his bounty poster, exclaim, "So many zeros," and then go about their day. This was just to avoid causing a commotion when passing through areas populated by ordinary civilians. After all, using transformation technique too often could get tedious. Naruto much preferred walking around openly. "Oh. If it isn't Naruto." Morgans' voice crackled through the Den Mushi, his beak stretching into a wide grin. Naruto was one of his favorite clients, a man who always delivered groundbreaking news. It's not just because the other party makes him rich. Though Morgans often called himself a miser, his thirst for sensational stories far outweighed his greed for wealth. Bribing him to suppress information was nearly impossible. "If you're talking about the incident on Sabaody Archipelago, I already know about that. That doesn't count as the news you owe me." Hearing this, Naruto chuckled lightly. Given how explosively things had escalated between him and Akainu, and considering Sabaody Archipelago was a major hub where multiple routes of the Grand Line converged, it was no surprise the news had spread like wildfire. Not to mention the group of omnipresent photographers under Morgans, even the most clueless pirate on the Sabaody Archipelago could recount the events in detail by now. An attack on the Celestial Dragons. A Navy admiral clashing with a criminal, obliterating an entire island in the process. The news had already spread. "I know." Naruto pulled out a visual Den Mushi, one he'd taken from Golden Lion Shiki's stash. He hadn't expected to use it like this. "But what if I told you someone attacked Mary Geos and slaughtered a bunch of celestial dragons?" The voice on the other end suddenly stopped, leaving only silence in the receiver. Then, Morgans burst into a sharp, grating laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. That's so like you, Naruto. I knew it couldn't be that simple." When it came to understanding Naruto in this world, aside from Roger's crew, Morgans was undoubtedly one of the most knowledgeable. He instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Naruto's words. Who is Uzumaki Naruto? He is the same reckless fool who had stormed Mary Geos over a decade ago. With the ability to clone himself, of course he could strike in 2 places at once. This made sense. This was more like it. "Quick. Tell me everything in detail." Morgans' excitement wasn't without reason. His network of informants spanned the entire sea, but the Holy Land atop the Red Line was an exception. Getting close was nearly impossible. News coup that approached would be shot down instantly, and his undercover reporters couldn't infiltrate it. Or rather, it wasn't that they couldn't sneak in, and it was that they couldn't get out. The best way to enter was to be sent in as a slave. And once a slave entered Mary Geos, the chances of escaping were practically zero. Even if his subordinates shared their willingness to risk their lives for a story, they still needed to be alive to deliver the news. As for whether this would provoke hostility and threats from the world government, Morgans admitted he was taking a gamble. At the very least, he had to spread this news before the world government could pressure him. This was the biggest story in decades, truly, in every sense of the word. Keeping it a secret would be more painful than death itself. Send your people to the Shakky's rip-off bar. I'll hand over the Den Mushi with the footage directly. You even recorded it. This was an even greater surprise. Originally, Morgans had assumed Naruto would only provide some details about the attack, which he would then spin into ambiguous reports. By using words like allegedly or possibly, he could still defend himself if held accountable. But now, he was all in. Morgans's men quickly arrived at the bar. They had operatives stationed on every island in the Sabaody archipelago. After handing over the Den Mushi that contained footage of him killing a member of the God's Knights, Naruto specifically warned the men to be careful. Perfect dash. On the side, Rayleigh and Shaki watched Naruto's bold move and looked at each other in amazement. While waiting earlier, the two had already heard Naruto explain the whole story. So, you confronted that emu directly. As one of Roger's old crewmates, Rayleigh had long known about the existence of the figure behind the world government. But precisely because of that, he was even more shocked. Probably dash. Then you really are something else, Naruto. As he spoke, Rayleigh raised his glass. Naruto clinked his cup against the older man's, and the two burst into laughter before downing their drinks in one go. Beside them, Shaki let out a helpless sigh. Then you'd better set off quickly. The world government has probably already started moving. That's what I was thinking, that's why I came to pick up the ship. For an ordinary coder, coding a medium-sized ship would take at least 3 days. But if an old-timer with special techniques handled it, the time could be shortened even further. Plus, Naruto's gale breaker was small, so the coding work was already finished. Now, they just had to wait for the resin to harden. That part couldn't be rushed any further. It'll probably take a few more hours. Hearing this, Naruto wasn't surprised. He then laid out the 5 devil fruits he had casually picked up in Mary Geo's in a neat row. He recognized 2 of them. Uncle Rayleigh, do you recognize these 3 fruits? As he said this, he pointed at the remaining ones. Not really. After scrutinizing them for a while, Rayleigh couldn't recall any relevant information from memory. That wasn't surprising, after all, the Roger pirates only had 1 or 2 devil fruit users in their crew, and one of them had eaten theirs by accident. Is that so? It's okay. Pulling out a sealing scroll, Naruto sealed the 3 fruits inside under their curious gazes. Dog, bird, ink. This was the limitation of the sealing scroll's cheat-like trick, it could only display the general nature of a devil fruit. But at least it confirmed that 2 were Zoan types, while the other was a paramecia, most likely the Inku Inkonomi, T/N, ink fruit, but shouldn't be Kanjuro's fruit since Kanjuro is not dead at this time. What exactly could this fruit do, though? Naruto pondered but didn't underestimate it. After all, as everyone knew, the devil fruits with the highest potential on the seas were the paramecia types. You never knew what kind of absurd abilities their users could develop. But giving it to Sasuke or Karen for a gamble wasn't necessary. They needed fruits that could directly boost their combat power. How about giving it to Jiraiya-sensei? Leaving aside Naruto's happy dilemma, Morgans had already started drafting the latest issue of the World Economic newspaper. The Den Mushi was still on its way to headquarters, but Morgans didn't need to see it to know that this next big story would blow everyone's minds. As for how long it would take for the news to be forcibly erased due to pressure from the world government, that wasn't something he needed to worry about. Chapter 120, Chapter 120 The correct way to use the Baku no Mi. Naruto, have you made up your mind? Seeing Naruto put away the other 4 fruits and only keep the one that looked like a closed mouth, the Baku no Mi, Raleigh understood what he intended to do. In fact, ever since Naruto was around 10 years old and learned about this fruit, he had mentioned wanting to eat it. Raleigh, like Garp and Roger, was a believer in hockey and didn't rely on devil fruit's abilities. For them, eating a devil fruit might not significantly boost their strength and would only add an unnecessary weakness. Of course, Naruto didn't care much about that. He wasn't going to fall into the sea anyway, so becoming a landlubber didn't matter to him. Besides, his reason for eating the Baku no Mi wasn't purely for strength, at least, not entirely. This was also one of Naruto's childhood dreams. Hee. Naruto grinned at Raleigh before decisively swallowing the fruit whole. Thanks to his abilities, he could already gulp down many things without needing the fruit's power. With life return, such things were possible. But today marked the end of Naruto relying on life return to expand his stomach capacity. Since he didn't bite through the fruit's skin, he also didn't get to taste its infamous shit-like flavor. Not that he regretted it, as some things were better left untested. After consuming the Baku no Mi, Naruto immediately sensed the changes in his body. The first was a feeling of hunger, or, more accurately, a craving. Everything around him, the bar counter, glasses, chairs, tables, even people, seemed to emit an aroma of food to Naruto. Raleigh felt a chill down his spine under Naruto's intense gaze. Even after living for nearly 80 years, this was the first time he'd been stared at like that by another man. Naruto, snap out of it. Raleigh's words snapped Naruto out of his food-induced trance. He glanced at the objects around him, then at the scrolls he carried. So this is what it feels like to be a Baku no Mi user. No wonder that previous user could casually devour steel cannons without hesitation. In his vision, they probably just looked like long loaves of bread with a gunpowder flavor. Another fruit ability Naruto had considered was the Kuku no Mi, T/N, cook fruit. This is the ability possessed by Strusen, the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates. He was a highly skilled craftsman. As a Kuku no Mi user, he could transform anything into edible food, with the key difference being that the objects genuinely became food that others could eat. That ability was probably the most suitable for a chef. For someone like Naruto, whose culinary skills were limited to simple grilled dishes, the Baku no Mi was far more practical. There was still some time before the coating hardened, making it the perfect opportunity to test out his new ability. Naruto tossed a glass into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, while pulling out various scrolls from his back pocket. It feels like chocolate with liquor filling. Meanwhile, Shaki, wiping down the counter, remarked dryly. That glass was an antique. It's worth at least 300,000 berry. Familiar with Shaki's teasing nature, Naruto looked up with an embarrassed smile. Ahahaha, next time I'll pay you back. Not like she was serious anyway. The first test subject was the Kusanagi sword, which was generously gifted by Orochimaru. Naruto hadn't used it much since returning to the One Piece world. After all, whether in terms of durability or handling, it couldn't compare to Mushoku, one of the supreme grade swords. Plus, Naruto wasn't particularly skilled in dual wielding. The guy in Wano country did teach Naruto his famous skill, Tugen Tatsuka, but Naruto didn't like this guy very much, so he rarely used it. So now was the perfect time to eat the Kusanagi sword, and even if he messed up, he wouldn't feel bad about it. Naruto raised the Kusanagi sword, which looked more like a short sword compared to his size, and proceeded to perform a sword-swallowing act. Honestly, with this ability, even if Naruto ever hit rock bottom, he could still make a living as a street performer. At first, he was cautious, even using haki to reinforce his digestive tract. But the moment the blade touched his throat, he felt something different. It was as if, during the act of swallowing, his mouth and esophagus gained a conceptual reinforcement, not necessarily indestructible, but more like an attribute that allowed them to contain whatever was being swallowed. Just like the sealing scroll. The Kusanagi sword quickly disappeared into Naruto's mouth, cold and slightly salty, like an ice pop with a pinch of salt. Soon after, Naruto could sense the sword resting intact within a certain space inside his body. With a thought, his ponytail, controlled by life return, moved on its own, its tip transforming into a sword. The ponytail Kusanagi sword slashed through the air as Naruto wielded it. Well, if he swallowed enough swords, he could pull off not just dual wielding, but even 100-sword or 1,000-sword style. Life return's most useful moment yet. After the first experiment, the following trials went much smoother. Naruto discovered that as long as he didn't chew while swallowing, he could store items intact inside himself, effectively giving him near-infinite storage space. Even if something was chewed up and digested, he could reconstruct it inside his stomach, even combining materials to create entirely new objects. It was practically like having a personal factory. What Naruto didn't know was that if Wapol hadn't died by his hand, he would have used this ability years later to develop a revolutionary new material called Walpo metal, amassing a fortune and rebuilding his kingdom. Soon, Naruto had emptied out most of the sealing scrolls he carried. The remaining ones contained only devil fruits and the clone body created by Orochimaru. Given his distrust of Orochimaru's character and his general disgust toward the men, Naruto decided against trying to swallow the clone. Wait a minute. Looking at the sealing scroll in his hand, Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, he swallowed a small scroll containing miscellaneous items. Closing his eyes to sense the changes in his body, Naruto suddenly grinned. Rayleigh, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole process and was a little curious. He could understand that Naruto had mastered a unique power called ninjutsu, and the scroll that could store items should also be related to this ninjutsu. But now that Naruto had used the Baku no Mi to swallow the scroll itself, what happened to the items inside? How is it? Any changes? Instead of answering, Naruto reached out and grabbed Raleigh's sword. Then, under Rayleigh's shocked gaze, a puff of smoke dispersed, and the sword transformed into a tattoo-like mark of character, sword, which now stuck to Naruto's palm. At this moment, Naruto had essentially absorbed the sealing scroll's ability to seal inanimate objects. Unlike the Baku no Mi's internal storage, the sword was now sealed onto Naruto's skin, just like his initial theory about carrying items across worlds. At this moment, he has essentially transformed into a human-shaped sealing scroll. And the things that were originally sealed by the sealing scroll were also sealed in his skin now. They could appear at any time according to his thoughts. If not for the smoke effect, this would have been the ultimate magic trick, increasing the repertoire of his performance act for future street shows. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. A little surprise for the world government. Did you pack everything? Is this all you need? No problem. Then let's go. The commotion you caused this time is no small matter. I'd say not just Sabaody Archipelago, no, the entire sea will need a long time to settle down again. Ahahaha, am I really that amazing? That wasn't a compliment. After saying goodbye to Rayleigh and Shaki, Naruto chose to dive straight into the sea from Grove 13. In a physical sense, the gale breaker, covered in a transparent coating bubble, sank into the water. Thanks to the weighted supplies inside the cabin and the bubble's unique buoyancy control, the ship descended swiftly, soon disappearing from sight. On the shore, the old couple exchanged glances before Shaki let out a sigh. That kid Naruto really brings trouble wherever he goes. Hearing this, Rayleigh simply smiled nostalgically. Yeah, just like Captain Roger. Meanwhile, the man who had just been compared to the former Pirate King was busy observing the schools of fish swimming around as the ship descended. The fish density here is pretty high. Why don't they bite when I'm fishing? Unreasonable. Unable to resist, Naruto stuck his hand out of the bubble coating. At shallow depths, briefly passing through the coating wouldn't damage it. But doing the same at greater pressures could easily tear the bubble, leading to a sunken ship and certain death. Reportedly, 70% of annual shipwrecks here were caused by exactly that. Feeling the seawater wrap around his palm and the slight repulsion from the bubble, Naruto raised an eyebrow. As everyone knew, devil fruit users were beings rejected by the sea. In simple terms, they are landlubbers who dissolves in water as soon as they comes into contact with it. Here's a common misconception: devil fruit users aren't just weak against seawater. Freshwater has the same effect. There's no real difference between the two. So, can they not take baths? The answer is no. At least, not full body immersion. If a devil fruit user wants to bathe, they have to make sure only a small part of their body is submerged. Forget about bathtubs. Through personal experimentation, Naruto found that he only started feeling noticeably weak when over 70% of his body was in contact with seawater for more than 10 seconds. This probably varied from person to person, as he'd even seen people who collapsed at the slightest touch of water. However, that didn't hinder him. With a thought, a bubble coating identical to the gale breaker formed over Naruto's skin. The principle was simple: by consuming the resin used for coating, he could produce a waterproof layer. This special coating even allowed air to pass through, ensuring he could still breathe. Such a good thing. All we can say is that Wapol still has too little experience. If circumstances allowed, Naruto would have even tried eating sea stone or poneglyphs. Sea stone was one thing, as maybe Haki could achieve similar effects. But he would have to try the indestructible material of poneglyphs the next time he found a piece. When you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When you have the Baku Baku no Mi, you want to eat everything you see. It's human nature. As the ship sank deeper, its descent gradually accelerated. This was due to the water pressure interacting with the special coating process. But even at this speed, it would still take a while to reach Fishman Island. That place is the opposite Mary Geo's, as it was located 10,000 meters below sea level. While Naruto was still on his way to Fishman Island, Sabaody Archipelago had already descended into chaos. First, the Marines surrounded Grove 1. Then, the island sank, and the Marines completely blockaded the surrounding groves. Nothing from inside could get out. Not long after that, the world government arrived. Soon after, the Marines and the world government began a thorough, carpet-style search of Sabaody Archipelago. Of course, this search seemed more like a formality. After all, Naruto had spent nearly the entire afternoon at Shaki's bar without anyone coming for him. Yet the moment he left, the search began in earnest. Perhaps they understood that someone like Naruto, who could defeat a Marine admiral in direct combat and even sever their limb, wasn't someone ordinary soldiers could handle. Yes, severed limb. When they found Akainu floating on the water's surface, they saw that his right arm was completely gone, leaving only an empty sleeve of his Marine's coat drifting beside him. This news was quickly suppressed. Even the Marines stationed on the outskirts had no idea. But somehow, Morgans, the boss of the World Economic newspaper, had managed to get his hands on photos of it. Don't ask how. Let's just say a kind-hearted sponsor provided them. This edition of the World Economic newspaper was printed at lightning speed, filled with shocking headlines that would make anyone's jaw drop. Even the printing staff, who were used to big news, felt a sense of unreality when they first saw the contents. Uzumaki Naruto defeats the Marine Admiral Akainu. Uzumaki Naruto attacks the celestial dragon's holy land, Mary Geos, again after years of silence. Uzumaki Naruto kills a large number of celestial dragons. A fighter stronger than a marine admiral appears in Holy Land, Mary Geos, suspected connection to red-haired Shanks. And so on. Like clickbait writers from another world, Morgans knew exactly how to grab readers' attention. This time, he didn't hide Naruto's identity, not that Naruto had asked him to. Unlike his battle with Golden Lion, where strength was the focus, dealing with the celestial dragons and the world government wasn't just about killing them. It was about breaking their morale and shattering the myth of the celestial dragon's invincibility. The power of setting an example was undeniable. If the world government had spent years suppressing the damage Naruto and Fisher Tiger had done to their authority, then Naruto would force the world to remember it all over again. Only by erasing the deep-seated fear of the celestial dragons could people truly find the courage to rise up. As for whether doing so would cause Naruto to be used as a springboard for fame by some ignorant villains and be pursued and harassed crazily, it didn't matter. Anyway, by the time this message was sent out, he would have already arrived in the new world. That place wasn't like the first half of the Grand Line. Naruto has been hanging around here for many years, and it can be said that anyone with decent intel knew the legends of the great hero. As for the reckless rookies chasing him from paradise, then he would wish them luck to pass through the Sabaody archipelago. After this incident, it would likely be a long time before any rookies made it to the new world. Of course, none of that concerned Naruto anymore. Right now, he was deep in the pitch-black abyss of the ocean, surrounded by nothingness. But it doesn't matter, as he can use the almighty Baku Baku no Mi. With a thought, his chest caved inward before light erupted from within, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Look, what a convenient ability. If he can't make money from street performance, he could always try cosplaying as a lighthouse at sea. Chapter 122 Fishman Island and Old Friends. The subsequent descent was extremely calm, with no reckless sea beasts or sea kings attacking this small glowing boat. Of course, this might also have something to do with the terrifying conqueror's haughty intimidation. It wasn't until a faint light appeared below that Naruto finally ended his half-reclined, meditative state and stood up again. At that moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of Naruto's small boat. They were fishmen with fish-like heads, and their auras were all quite powerful, completely different from Arlong's level back in Nami's hometown. Pirates? Or Marines? The leading fishman was also seeing someone arrive at Fishman Island alone in a coated boat for the first time. Not a pirate. I'm just a traveler. Naruto had always been very clear about his own identity. Similarly, he also knew exactly whose subordinates these fishmen were. Step aside. Sure enough, just as the leading fishman was about to ask something else, another shark fishman with a broad upper body, narrow lower body, and the number 8 tattooed on his neck swiftly swam over from a distance. This person was also an old acquaintance of Naruto's. Namor, the 8th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The reason they were responsible for the perimeter security of Fishman Island was because this place had already been claimed under Whitebeard's territory. As everyone knew, mermaids had always been the most prized commodities for slave traders, so every year, many slave traders or pirates would sneak into Fishman Island, attempting to make a fortune by selling mermaids. After Whitebeard declared his protection over Fishman Island, the number of people who dared to directly abduct mermaids decreased significantly. However, as a result, those who still did such things usually had the confidence to back it up. Either they were certain they wouldn't be caught, or they simply weren't afraid of Whitebeard's reputation. This, in turn, led to a period where the abduction of mermaids became even more rampant in the outside world. Soon, Whitebeard's side also took countermeasures. He dispatched Namor, the only Fishman Division commander in his crew, to be stationed near Fishman Island long-term to guard against suspicious individuals. As for pirates who simply wanted to pass through Fishman Island to reach the New World, Whitebeard wouldn't block them. Namor, it's been a while. It had been several years since Naruto last attended a banquet on Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick. Back then, Ace hadn't even joined yet. This was also the first time Namor had seen Naruto in all these years. Though Namor had a fierce appearance, a deep voice, and wasn't much of a talker, Naruto, who had shared drinks with him before, knew that this guy was actually cold on the outside but warm-hearted and gentle on the inside. As he approached, a faint smile appeared on Namor's face. Clearly, he was also somewhat pleasantly surprised by Naruto's arrival. Nice boat. He was referring to the Gale Breaker. In Namor's memory, Uzumaki Naruto never seemed to have a fixed ship. Haha, right. I think so too. Naruto scratched his head, gladly accepting the compliment. He himself was also very satisfied with the Gale Breaker. Go on in. When it came to Naruto's character, Namor had zero doubts, so he directly signaled his subordinates to make way, allowing Naruto to proceed to Fishman Island. How about heading to Fishman Island for a drink dash? Hearing the invitation, Namor didn't immediately agree but instead shook his head lightly. Maybe next time. Hearing this, Naruto froze for a moment before realizing and then said in mock annoyance. Old man Whitebeard's idea again, right? That geezer dash. Namor wasn't like Ace, and he wasn't the type to get angry over such teasing remarks. Of course, this was also because he knew about the friendly relationship between Naruto and his father. The two were more like drinking buddies who'd forgotten the years between them, often complaining about each other after a few drinks. The division commanders on the ship were used to it. Fine, I'll stop. See you next time, then. Seeing Namor crack a smile, Naruto decided not to keep badmouthing his captain in front of him and waved before leaving. The Whitebeard pirates had deployed forces to protect Fishman Island, effectively holding absolute authority over it. But Whitebeard's personality made him disdain the idea of stationing troops in another country and seizing control like an occupying force. To avoid causing panic among Fishman Island's residents due to their pirate identity, even Namor and the dozens of other subordinate crews responsible for the island's security had been given strict orders. No entering Fishman Island, and absolutely no interference in their internal affairs. This was completely different from Big Mom and Kaido's methods. And one had to admit, this was just how Whitebeard operated. Maybe if Naruto were in his place, he'd make the same decision. But that didn't stop him from grumbling about Whitebeard ruining his chance to drink with an old friend. The process of entering Fishman Island went smoothly, without any obstacles. In fact, under the protection of Whitebeard's influence, Fishman Island didn't really need to put much effort into security. After all, if even someone like Namor and his crew couldn't stop an intruder, then Fishman Island's guards wouldn't stand a chance either. After entering Fishman Island, Naruto simply sealed the ship, along with its coating bubble, directly into his skin. The resin coating on a ship has a limited durability and lifespan. Most pirate ships, once coated, could resurface before the bubble burst as long as they didn't linger too long on Fishman Island. Even if the bubble broke midway, Fishman Island could provide a temporary replacement. But if the ship was stored in a sealing space, the bubble's duration would effectively be frozen, extending its lifespan. This was something Naruto had discovered when experimenting with storing food. Of course, sealing an entire ship left a large tattoo-like mark on his back. But it didn't matter, his clothes covered it, so no one would see it anyway. Walking through the bustling streets of Fishman Island, the place was lively and thriving. Fishmen and merfolk were everywhere, while land-dwelling humans like Naruto were now the rare sight. It was almost, just after a few years, the changes here were so drastic that Naruto could barely recognize the place. Even Naruto had to admit that only under Whitebeard's protection could Fishman Island truly develop in peace. Expecting the world government to protect this member nation. Yeah, right. As Naruto walked, he took in the changes to Fishman Island while also being scrutinized by curious glances from passing fishmen and merfolk. He didn't mind. The top priority now was to grab some food. Naruto had been looking forward to revisiting Fishman Island's unique cuisine for a long time. After eating, he'd head to the Ryugu Palace to see an old friend. While walking, he began scanning for restaurants, trying to see if the ones he'd visited years ago were still around. Hopefully, King Neptune's back pain had improved enough for another drinking session. But even if it hadn't, it was fine. It just so happens that I learned some medical ninjutsu this time. Oh no. Halfway there, Naruto suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten something. Visiting an old friend, and I didn't even bring a gift. By now, that little girl Shirahoshi should have grown into a fine young woman, right? Chapter 123, so what if it's just a dead brother? No big deal. It was almost inevitable that Naruto and Queen Otohime would become good friends. Otohime was one of the few people in the One Piece world born with the innate ability to hear the voices of the heart, and Naruto was the same. At that time, Naruto had just left Roger's protection and was searching for clues to return home on his own when he happened to pass through Fishman Island. However, due to his former affiliation with the Roger Pirates, Naruto couldn't stay there for long. They kept in touch occasionally afterward. It wasn't until Naruto heard that Otohime had been assassinated by a human pirate during a speech that their connection came to an end. And it was precisely this incident that solidified Naruto's resolve to never become a pirate. Coral Hill, a commercial street not far from Ryugu Palace. Man, living underwater is amazing dash. Naruto picked his teeth as he stepped out of a seafood barbecue restaurant. At first glance, the idea of merfolk and fishmen eating sea creatures might sound a bit dark, but when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Big fish eat smaller fish, so it's not like one would expect the merfolk of the deep sea to survive on a vegetarian diet. Besides, aside from the sunlight tree Eve, which provided light to Fishman Island, the only other plants around were some moss and algae. Crispy fried oysters, grilled octopus skewers, seafood buckets eaten by hand. Naruto silently noted down all these delicious dishes in his mental notebook. Even after all these years away, the culinary scene here had only gotten better. Stopping in front of a cafe, Naruto paused. Mermaid Cafe. The name didn't sound particularly unique, but it was a good place for some dessert after his meal. Naruto had no worries about gaining weight, he ate whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. Or rather, he ate his way through every place he visited. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by a group of lightly dressed mermaid waitresses. Upon seeing Naruto's imposing figure, the mermaids froze for a moment. Fortunately, Naruto's attitude was very friendly, and since he was also quite generous, thanks to the generous sponsorship from the celestial dragons, the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. "Customer, here's your chiffon cake." The mermaid waitress holding the dessert tried to place it on the table but realized that Naruto's table was already completely covered with dishes. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. "Oh, no problem, just hand it to me." Naruto was always considerate, he simply took the plate of cake from her hands. What required both hands for the mermaid to carry looked like a sample-sized snack in Naruto's grip. Sweet, with a hint of oceanic flavor. It probably had some dried seaweed mixed in. If you asked Naruto about cooking, he wasn't the best, but when it came to eating, he was an expert. Just as Naruto was putting on another eating spectacle inside the cafe, in a room at the back of the mermaid cafe with a sign reading, SHYARLY. Crack. A crystal ball was unconsciously knocked off the table by a pair of hands, shattering on the floor. Madame Shirley, dressed in a deep V-neck top, looked dazed. The eye knot covered by her black hair was filled with confusion and terror. Just moments ago, she had performed a divination on a whim, something she rarely did. Because she believed that some futures were better left unknown. A future foretold by prophecy could not be changed. The images reflected in the crystal ball showed endless war. The flames of war spread not only across the islands of the sea but also reached the depths of Fishman Island. A shadowy figure seated on a throne and another figure floating in the sky, radiant like the incarnation of the sun, stood in opposition. Their exact identities were unclear, but everything around them was annihilated in the aftermath of their battle. It was a war capable of destroying the world. The sound of the crystal ball shattering also startled the mermaids in the kitchen. When they rushed into the room, they found Shirley collapsed on the floor, her palm cut by the broken crystal ball, blood dripping freely, yet she seemed completely unaware. What happened? Ah. Quick, madam is injured. Hurry and help. Someone help me lift her. Most areas of Fishman Island were drained of water, and this mermaid cafe was no exception. Since mermaids lacked legs, they usually moved around using floating resin bubbles. This was the first time the staff had ever seen their owner in such a state. Normally, Shirley would sit gracefully on the sofa, calmly revealing the fates of the guests who sought her out. The commotion caused by Shirley's collapse drew the attention of the other waitresses, their faces filled with concern. After all, Shirley had always treated them kindly and was lenient in her management, so the girls genuinely cared for her. The lively chatter around Naruto instantly vanished as the mermaids rushed away. He didn't mind, though. But it sounded like someone was hurt. Move aside, move aside. I know medical techniques. I can help treat her. Naruto's booming voice quickly calmed the chaotic scene, and the mermaid girls made way, revealing Shirley. Here's something worth mentioning. Shirley was a great white shark mermaid, standing at a full 5.2 meters tall. That was why the ordinary mermaids had struggled so hard to lift her, as they simply didn't have the strength. Ah. Aren't you Dash? Naruto stared at her face, feeling a sense of familiarity. But his hands didn't stop moving. Though Shirley's size far exceeded that of an average mermaid, for Naruto, it was just right. And by just right, he meant that carrying her wouldn't let her tail drag on the floor. After placing Madame Shirley on the sofa, Naruto channeled green healing chakra into his palms to treat her wounds while still trying to recall who she was. I seem to have seen this woman before when I came to Fishman Island to learn Fishman karate from Fisher and Jinbe. Shirley. Madame Shirley. Oh. Now he remembered. Madame Shirley, or rather, Little Shirley. That girl who used to follow Jinbe and the others from Fishman District. It's true that girls change a lot when they grow up, especially in size. But just as Naruto was about to speak, he froze. Because he remembered something else. Shirley was Arlong's half-sister. And by now, Arlong was already dead. Is that you, Naruto? It's been a long time. Feeling the warmth on her palm, Shirley finally regained her senses and saw Naruto's face up close. Over a decade had passed, but Naruto still looked like he was in his early 20s. That made it easy for Shirley to recognize him immediately. Ah, Shirley Dash. Naruto wasn't sure how to bring it up, but he wasn't one to shy away from difficult conversations. He quickly gathered his thoughts. About Arlong, do you know? Yes, I know. I see. In fact, even without direct contact, Shirley had learned of her brother's death from the Marines' news about the destruction of Arlong Park. But truthfully, she wasn't all that sad. Chapter 124, Chapter 124 Uncle is really angry. Shirley's life on Fishman Island wasn't solely about relying on Arlong. In fact, Arlong had been abandoned by his parents as a child and grew up on Fishman District, which shaped his aggressive and combative personality. Shirley, on the other hand, was sent to Fishman District only when Arlong was nearly 15. The two only lived together for a short period. To say they shared a deep sibling bond would be an exaggeration. Their personalities were also quite different. Unlike Arlong, who harbored hostility toward humans and believed in Fishman supremacy, Shirley's stance had always remained neutral. She didn't agree with the oppression of fishmen and merfolk by humans, nor did she support blind hatred toward humans. For fishmen and merfolk to survive in this world, they couldn't classify every human on land as an enemy. When interacting with young fishmen and merfolk, Shirley would encourage them to see for themselves that not all humans were despicable. When Shirley was young, she once encountered Roger and his crew, and it was then that her prophetic talent first manifested. Roger left a deep impression on her. Because of this, after Roger turned himself in and Naruto first arrived at Fishman Island, she secretly observed this apprentice of the Roger pirates alongside Jinbe and the others. I see. Hearing Shirley's words, Naruto didn't seem inclined to continue the topic. His gaze drifted to the side, where he noticed the shattered crystal ball on the floor. By the way, did you trip and fall earlier? By now, Shirley's wound had mostly healed, and the surrounding mermaids watched this miraculous method with amazement. But since the seas were full of all kinds of bizarre devil fruit users, their curiosity was only fleeting. Yes, I just saw a prophecy about the future, you can all leave now, I'm fine. The latter part was directed at the mermaid waitresses in the room. Soon, only Shirley and Naruto remained inside. Without hesitation, Shirley recounted the future she had seen to Naruto. Meanwhile, under Shirley's slightly odd gaze, Naruto picked up the fragments of the crystal ball and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing loudly. She didn't really care about a crystal ball, especially one that was already broken. But she wondered if Naruto, after all this time apart, had evolved to the point of eating anything. Soon, she realized she was mistaken. After swallowing the shattered crystal ball, Naruto activated his ability, and a brand new crystal ball slowly emerged from his palm. In truth, users of the Baku Baku no Mi didn't necessarily need their mouths to spit out the recombined and remade products. Just like how, after consuming a cannon, their arms could transform into cannons. People like Wapple were just indulging in their own twisted preferences. Here, this crystal ball won't break so easily now. Inside the crystal ball, Naruto had not only incorporated more durable materials but also innovatively infused it with a trace of chakra, meaning this crystal ball was likely the first ninja tool in the One Piece world. And it was even capable of moving on its own. Unfortunately, Shirley didn't possess chakra, but an intact crystal ball was more than enough for her. Prophecies are just something to glance at, the future changes every moment. Naruto's perspective on prophecies differed from Shirley's. Shirley, of course, understood that Naruto was just trying to comfort her, so she simply smiled without any intention of arguing. Since they were old acquaintances, the two continued catching up before Naruto excused himself, citing that he still needed to visit the Neptune family. Truly, you haven't changed at all, Naruto-sama. Shirley glanced at her palm, here wasn't even a scar left, only the lingering warmth of Naruto's touch. At that moment, the crystal ball, untouched by anyone, began displaying images on its own. But Shirley didn't notice at all. After leaving the Mermaid Cafe, Naruto didn't waste any time and headed straight for the Ryugu Palace, the royal palace of Fishman Island, following the path from his memory. The guards of the Ryugu Palace didn't hold Naruto back for long. In fact, the moment Naruto gave his name, they immediately rushed to report to King Neptune. Before long, Neptune, the Merman King, whose towering frame dwarfed even Naruto's, emerged with his 3 sons to greet him. This wasn't the proper etiquette for a king, but it was the way of friends. Oh! Naruto. You've finally come to visit us at Ryugu Palace. Neptune held immense goodwill toward Naruto, his wife's dear friend. Not only because Queen Otohime had personally said, Naruto is a friend worthy of trust, but also because, in their subsequent interactions, Naruto had truly treated them as friends. Not as a king with value to exploit, nor as a different species. But as genuine, equal friends. Ha ha ha. Neptune. Long time no see. Naruto, without any pretense of formality, strode forward and embraced the king in a friendly hug. Compared to Neptune, who stood over 10 meters tall, Naruto's 3-meter frame seemed almost petite. After exchanging greetings, Naruto turned his attention to the 3 princes. Fukaboshi, Riboshi, and Menboshi. You've all grown up so well. Otohime would have been overjoyed to see this. Without hesitation, Naruto reached out and patted each of their shoulders. Uncle Naruto. Though there was still a height difference, the 3 princes treated Naruto with the respect befitting an uncle, even lowering themselves slightly. Naruto was only about a decade older than them, and during his stay at Ryugu Palace, he had often played around with these three troublemakers. Rather than an uncle, he was more like a big brother. After Shirahoshi was born, Naruto had secretly returned to Fishman Island to visit her and Queen Otohime. Fukaboshi, as the eldest prince, wasn't as openly excitable as his younger brothers, but the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. "It's great that you're finally here, uncle. Now Shirahoshi can dash." Fukaboshi. Neptune suddenly spoke, interrupting Fukaboshi's words. Fukaboshi also realized his slip of the tongue and quickly shut his mouth. Naruto, having caught the exchange, knew right away that the father and sons were hiding something from him. "Speaking of which, where's Shirahoshi? Why don't I see her?" At this question, Neptune's expression briefly flickered with a mix of awkwardness and worry before he schooled it back. But Naruto had already noticed. "Seems like you're still keeping things from me, Neptune. Are you not treating me as a friend anymore?" On the contrary, it was precisely because Neptune considered Naruto a friend that he didn't want to trouble him. After all, Naruto's identity is special, so he is embarrassed to drag him into their problems under the watchful eyes of the world government and the Marines. But now that the secret was out, Neptune hesitated before finally explaining the situation with Shirahoshi and Vanderdecken. It was a very simple story. On the day Queen Otohime was assassinated, Shirahoshi awakened her ability to control the massive Sea Kings, a scene witnessed by Vanderdecken IX, the eighth descendant of the original Vanderdecken. Thus, seeking to exploit both Shirahoshi's power and the royal family's influence, Vanderdecken directly proposed marriage to Neptune. Keep in mind, Shirahoshi was only 6 years old at the time. Naturally, Neptune refused. With the protection of the Ryugu Palace, Vanderdecken, being alone, couldn't simply storm in. But the problem was, he was a user of the Mado Mado no Mi, allowing him to launch any object he touched toward a previously marked target. T/N, target fruit. And unfortunately, Shirahoshi had once been touched by him. For the next 10 years, Vanderdecken would periodically hurl weapons at Shirahoshi as harassment. He declared that unless Shirahoshi married him, these attacks would never stop. It was also because of this that Shirahoshi had been confined to the palace for the past decade, unable to go outside like her brothers. After hearing the whole story, Naruto's temples twitched with barely suppressed anger. "It's fine if you don't ask for help, but didn't Whitebeard promise to protect Dash?" Naruto stopped talking before he could finish his words. Right. That old man had specifically instructed Namor and the others not to interfere in Fishman Island's internal affairs. Although this bastard Vanderdecken is a criminal, he was still a fishman. At its core, this was an internal affair. Naruto sighed internally at Whitebeard's inflexible principles. "Next time we meet, I'm throwing this in his face." Oh, and there was Ace's matter too. Justice, honor, damn it, old man. One day, you'll get yourself killed over these ideals. Naruto dash. Neptune rarely saw Naruto this furious and tried to say something, but Naruto cut him off. "Neptune, you really didn't treat me as a friend here." Before Naruto could continue, a massive axe suddenly came soaring through the sky. Speak of the devil. It was Vanderdecken's routine harassment. Perfect timing. Naruto leaped into the air and caught the giant axe mid-flight. On the ground, Fukaboshi exchanged glances with his brothers before shouting up at Naruto. "Uncle Naruto, Vanderdecken's been lurking in the deep sea around here. You won't find him easily." The men lived aboard the moving warship, Flying Dutchman, which was why Neptune had never been able to capture him. "Don't worry, Uncle is really angry this time." Naruto looked down at them, his voice chillingly calm. "I'll settle this first. Then we'll catch up properly." With that, he kicked off the air and shot toward the distance at blinding speed. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Getting a bodyguard for Shirahoshi. Naruto's figure swiftly streaked across the sky. Considering the double-layered bubble shell of Fishman Island, it wasn't convenient for him to charge straight out, so he took the main gate route. Speaking of Vanderdecken, the guy was a real oddball. It wasn't strange that he developed greed after seeing 6-year-old Shirahoshi summoning giant sea kings with her abilities. What was truly bizarre was that the guy actually fell in love at first sight with a child and was convinced she would grow up to possess outstanding beauty. He even went so far as to propose to her father. Honestly, if this had happened in the modern world, dragging him out and shooting him for 10 minutes straight wouldn't have been enough to vent the anger. Even now, the nearly 50-year-old Vanderdecken still relentlessly harassed the 16-year-old Shirahoshi. How was this any different from pedophilia? Whether it was out of an uncle's concern or simply disgust for such behavior, Naruto genuinely felt killing intent toward this guy he had never met. This wasn't something that could be resolved with just a beating. Naruto moved incredibly fast. He even recreated the same engine as the Gale Breaker at the soles of his feet, filling it with wind attribute chakra to blast high-pressure air bursts for acceleration. This was a little trick he had come up with himself. One of these days, I should sneak into Egghead Island to meet Dr. Vegapunk. I could probably get plenty of inspiration from the advanced technological creations there. As Naruto flew, weapons occasionally shot past him midair. Of course, Naruto intercepted all of them, but this also worked in his favor, as he could trace the trajectory of the weapons back to Vanderdecken's location. Soon, Naruto left Fishman Island. He formed a bubble around his body and used the air jets at his feet to propel himself forward, swiftly chasing deeper into the sea. Searching for things underwater was extremely difficult. The three-dimensional distribution, the dark environment of the deep sea, and the water pressure. However, none of these were problems for Naruto. His observation haki acted like a deep-sea radar, scanning everything around him in a 360-degree, omnidirectional sweep. It didn't take long for him to locate the tattered three-masted ship. The Flying Dutchman. At the front of the ship, a massive humanoid creature was pulling the vessel forward with chains. When Naruto landed on the deck, he saw a weird, four-legged creature continuously touching a giant weapon, likely one used by giants, that had been salvaged. Once he touched them, the weapons floated up on their own before shooting off toward the Ryugu Palace. Speaking of which, Vanderdecken was a fishman who had eaten a devil fruit, forcing him to rely on a bubble to isolate himself from seawater while on his own ship. It was like someone eating a uo no mi and ending up unable to breathe on land or swim in water. T/N, fish fruit. Except for a certain mythical Zoan, of course. His Mato no Mi allowed him to launch any object he touched, regardless of size or weight, as ammunition. This ability had nothing to do with his own strength. In other words, if Vanderdecken wanted to, he could even turn an entire island into a weapon, just like Shiki. The only drawback was that he had to touch the target first to mark it as the bullseye. Once launched, the objects would automatically home in on the target. Unless obstructed or forcibly destroyed, they would inevitably hit their mark. It's a fantastic devil fruit, but unfortunately, it belonged to a perverted owner. Or, more accurately, a perverted owner who wouldn't live much longer. By the time Naruto set foot on this ship, the Vanderdecken's family line would end with the 9th generation. Vanderdecken, so you're the one who's been harassing Shirahoshi for the past 10 years. Only when Naruto spoke did Vanderdecken notice the stranger standing before him. Naruto didn't use Conqueror's Haki to knock him out instantly or behead him with a single slash. That would have been letting him off too easily. After all, for 10 years, this guy had kept little Shirahoshi living in constant fear. Beho-ho-ho. That's right, you'll call me Vanderdecken-sama. And who the hell are you? Some nosy bastard, must be, right. Vanderdecken showed no fear toward the intruder who had suddenly appeared on his ship. Between his invincible Mato no Mi and the sea monster pulling the ship up front, ordinary people stood no chance. Watching this disgusting old man still arrogantly dancing around, Naruto's anger had already sunk into the depths of his heart. Too many legs. Before Vanderdecken could react, 2 of his legs were already severed. Blood gushed out before dissipating into the seawater. Damn it. Damn it. Watatsumi. An intruder. Hurry up and deal with him. The excruciating pain came belatedly, and Vanderdecken screamed in agony while shouting orders. As expected of a fishman, he can stay so energetic for so long even after losing 2 legs. Naruto acted as if he didn't even see the massive sea monster slowly turning around, casually remarking. At the same time, the sound of Vanderdecken's arm hitting the deck echoed. Plop. Inside the bubble, the gloved hand landed with a soft thud. Was it this hand that touched Shirahoshi-chan? Or this one? Another arm was severed. Even as a fishman, Vanderdecken was on the verge of passing out from the pain. Not to mention, his Devil Fruit's ability was now completely useless, unless he could somehow figure out how to activate it with his mouth or feet in the future. Of course, the premise is that he can still have a future. Wah. Vanderdecken-sama. What happened to you? It was almost comical. The massive sea monster known as Watatsumi opened his mouth, but what came out was a childlike, innocent voice. Appearance-wise, he was just a giant, overly hairy wild man with a small fin on his head. Compared to his 80-meter height, that fin was barely noticeable. Why, you idiot. Save me. All right. Captain. With that, Watatsumi swung his fist downward. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't attack him, he simply dodged. Vanderdecken, however, wasn't so lucky. Ayawa. Squelch. The Flying Dutchman was punched straight through. The deck shattered, and Vanderdecken himself was flattened into a 2-dimensional pancake of flesh. Wah. Captain. What happened to you? Watatsumi stared at the Vanderdecken paste stuck to his fist before bursting into loud, ugly sobs. Only then did Naruto slowly land back on the wreckage. The reason he hadn't attacked Watatsumi was simple. In Naruto's perception, this guy was as simple-minded as a blank sheet of paper, completely devoid of malice. Hey, big guy, stop crying. Naruto felt a strange sense of irony. After all, usually, he was the one being called big guy. But here in the depths of the sea, it seemed like everyone was bigger than him. Wah. Captain Dash. No one wants me anymore. Wah wah. Watatsumi plopped down on his rear, hugging the remains of the Flying Dutchman as he bawled. He had been a crew member of the Flying Dutchman, though he was probably just tricked into being the ship's tugboat. Still, he had been fairly loyal to his captain. That loyalty, however, stemmed purely from his fear of being abandoned. Right now, the emotions radiating from Watatsumi weren't just sadness. There was also guilt for his mistakes and terror at the thought of being alone. All of this was crystal clear in Naruto's perception. "Oi, big guy," I said, "stop crying." This time, Naruto infused his voice with haki, instantly silencing Watatsumi's sobs. The giant stared at the tiny figure before him, inexplicably feeling a wave of fear. Without Vanderdecken's orders, Watatsumi had no idea how to fight. "Since you've got nowhere to go, how about I get you a job? You can be a bodyguard for a princess. Consider it atonement for the crimes you helped a villain commit all these years." Watatsumi was stunned when he heard Naruto's words. Bodyguard. Villain. Seeing his confusion, Naruto simply explained Vanderdecken's actions, no exaggeration needed. Wah wah. So that's how it was. I'll do it. I'll be that princess's bodyguard. Watatsumi was extremely easy to fool. He'd believe just about anything anyone told him. Not to mention that Naruto was telling the truth. Getting Shirahoshi a bodyguard should make her feel safer when she goes out. Even though the culprit was dead, Naruto knew Shirahoshi would still carry that lingering fear of the outside world. Anyone who'd been harassed by a creep non-stop since the age of 6 would feel the same. Perfect. I'll just treat this as a gift for my little niece. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. Let's go out and play. When they returned to Fishman Island, Watatsumi's massive size once again caused a wave of panic. Fortunately, King Neptune appeared in time to calm everyone down. Naruto first informed Neptune that they no longer needed to worry about Vanderdecken, then proceeded to introduce Watatsumi to him. "You're saying you want to assign this giant to be Shirahoshi's bodyguard?" Looking at Watatsumi, who was even taller than a giant, Neptune was momentarily at a loss. "Yes. This guy deeply regrets his past mistakes. If it's inconvenient for him to be a bodyguard, you can also assign him to guard the Ryugu Palace." Watatsumi was very cooperative. Hearing Naruto's arrangements for him, he nodded eagerly, afraid of ending up homeless again. Since Naruto had already said so, Neptune thought it over and eventually agreed. Having a guard wasn't a bad idea, after all, Fishman District had been quite unstable lately. As for the guard's size and appetite, that wasn't a problem. Neptune was, after all, a king, and supplying the Ryugu Palace and the Hardshell Tower wouldn't be an issue. The Hardshell Tower was the sanctuary that had protected Shirahoshi from Vanderdecken's threats, but it was also the prison that had confined her for 10 long years. Looking at the weapons embedded in the door, the three princes' expressions darkened, and they remained silent, though a hint of unease lingered in their demeanor. "All right, it's time to wake your sister up." Naruto lightly knocked on Fukaboshi's head. He was well aware of the little scheme the kid had tried earlier. But it had all been to get Naruto to help save their sister. Even if Fukaboshi hadn't spoken up, Naruto would have stepped in after learning about Shirahoshi's situation. Fukaboshi exchanged glances with his two younger brothers, somewhat embarrassed. At his command, the soldiers opened the door, allowing the light of the sunlight tree to pour into the room. At the same time, it startled Shirahoshi, who had been sleeping. Inside the Hardshell Tower, Shirahoshi spent most of her time asleep. It was hardly surprising, after all, being stuck here was no different from being imprisoned. Though she lacked nothing in terms of food and clothing, and King Neptune and her brothers visited her regularly, there really weren't many ways to pass the time here. Is it morning already? Rubbing her eyes, Shirahoshi woke up, then blinked sleepily at the unexpected crowd in her room. For a moment, she even felt a little excited. "Father, and brothers, why are you all here to see, Her gaze swept from left to right before finally landing on Naruto, causing her to let out a startled cry. She immediately burrowed under her blankets, peeking out with just half her head to cautiously observe the outsider. Though, given her height of over 10 meters, even half her head was impossible to miss. "Shirahoshi-chan, do you remember me?" Despite the vast difference in their sizes, Naruto spoke to Shirahoshi in the same tone one would use to coax a child. "Uncle Naruto." Perhaps because she had known so few people growing up, or perhaps because Naruto's appearance hadn't changed at all in over a decade, Shirahoshi hesitated for a moment before finally recognizing him. "Wah." The young girl immediately wrapped her arms around Naruto and spun him around excitedly. Shirahoshi remembered that this uncle had often played with her when she was little. In her arms, Naruto looked no bigger than a doll. Neptune watched his daughter's sudden burst of joy with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was happy for her, but on the other, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Why didn't Shirahoshi ever get this excited when I came to visit? Ignoring the king's self-doubt, Naruto gently patted Shirahoshi's head, signaling for her to put him down. Shirahoshi obeyed, realizing that her behavior wasn't very ladylike. After putting Naruto down with a blushing face, Shirahoshi asked Naruto eagerly, "Uncle Naruto, how long will you stay at the Ryugu Palace this time? Can you play with Shirahoshi for a few more days? It's really boring here." The little girl's mouth was like a floodgate that had been opened. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. The three brothers rarely saw their sister so excited, to the point where they couldn't even find a gap to interject. "Shirahoshi, let's go out and play." Naruto simply listened quietly as the girl vented all her pent-up anxiety and excitement. Only when Shirahoshi finally began to wind down did he pat her forehead and say something that stunned her. "Go out." But. Shirahoshi, of course, knew why she had been confined to this tower. Thinking Naruto might not understand, she hesitantly glanced at her father. And Neptune responded with a firm nod. "Shirahoshi, there's no need to be afraid anymore." Hearing her father's words, Shirahoshi froze for a moment before looking at her brothers. Fukaboshi and the other two also had excitement in their eyes, nodding vigorously in response. Really? I can go out." Large teardrops began to drip from Shirahoshi's eyes, plopping onto the floor and quickly forming a small puddle. "Let's go, Shirahoshi. Wherever you want to go, we'll all go with you," Fukaboshi said, his voice thick with emotion. He understood his sister's suffering all too well. This tower hadn't just imprisoned Shirahoshi alone. I want to see Mom. See forest, in front of a grave." Naruto, King Neptune, and the three princes stood silently in place. Aside from them, there were no other guards present. After all, with Naruto here, what was there to worry about? "Mom." Shirahoshi curled her tail, kneeling halfway as she whispered softly to her mother. This was her first time here. 10 years ago, during Otoheim's funeral, Shirahoshi had been marked by Vanderdecken and hadn't even been able to see her mother one last time. That bastard Vanderdecken truly deserved a fate worse than death. Otoheim's grave was small, just enough to hold her tiny body. Yet at the same time, it was more than enough to carry the weight of her great spirit. On the tombstone, a relief carving depicted Otoheim holding up the peace agreement. Naruto silently observed Otoheim's likeness, the woman who had seemed so gentle toward the entire world, now smiling softly at him as if she were still alive. Otoheim, nay, long time no see. Meanwhile, while Naruto was enjoying his leisurely time on Fishman Island, the surface world was already in an uproar. Sabaody Archipelago was the most obvious example. Countless innocent pirates had been rounded up by the Marines en masse, with those who resisted being executed on the spot. Of course, there were still some formidable figures who managed to escape. These individuals watched the Marines' aggressive crackdown with confusion. Hadn't this place always been a lawless zone by default? What kind of medicine had the Marines taken to act like this? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Economic newspaper, Morgan's efficiency was truly impressive. By now, the first edition of the newspaper had already been printed. Sitting in his office, he watched as the news crews under his command flew off in all directions, carrying papers that would shake the entire Grand Line. A wide grin spread across his face. The seas will soon boil over. Chapter 127, Chapter 127 Shocking the World. Bang. Sengoku slammed the intelligence report onto the table, his face dark with fury. Even Garp, the old rogue, didn't dare speak up this time. He glanced at the information on the table and couldn't help but feel shocked. He had expected Naruto to cause some major waves. But he never imagined the other party would go straight for the Celestial Dragon's home. If it were just 1 or 2 Celestial Dragons killed, the Marines could have put on a show of pursuing justice, and the 5 Elder wouldn't have pushed the matter too hard. After all, they still needed the Marines as their sharp blade. But this time was different. Just look at this. Akainu was defeated, lost an arm, and was still unconscious. This was already Naruto showing restraint, as he hadn't completely severed ties with the Marines. The reports below were even more explosive. The God's Knights lost 1 member, as Saint Killingham was confirmed dead. The Holy Land Mary Geos was attacked by Naruto, and the number of Celestial Dragon casualties was incalculable. Compared to this, the slaves Naruto freed barely even registered as news. Fisher Tiger should take notes, as this is how you really save people. As for who the God's Knights were, Garp knew all too well. During the God Valley incident, these guys were supposed to be the ones holding the line against the Rock's pirates. But unfortunately, they couldn't defeat Rox and his crew, so after losing, they simply retreated. The task of protecting the Celestial Dragons, or rather, recovering the treasure, was then handed to Garp. Frankly, Garp had zero respect for these so-called gods' knights. But even he had to admit that they were strong. Did Garp defeat Rox? That was only possible because he teamed up with Roger. In a true one-on-one fight, Garp wasn't that man's match. When Rox was still around, there was no such thing as Emperors of the Sea on these waters. It was this battle that earned Garp the title of Hero of the Marines. This time, the celestial dragons had suffered a devastating blow. The old man couldn't help but feel a little gleeful about it. As for Imu's intervention or the attack on the five elders, those details weren't included in the report. Our top priority is to contain the news. Across from Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke gravely. Sengoku had already considered this, but he shook his head. It's too late. Morgan's probably already has the first-hand report. Sengoku's prediction was spot on. We've already contacted Morgan's, but he brushed us off with, the news crews have already been dispatched, we're doing our best to recall them. That bastard. Does he really want to go against the world government? At this time, another female voice chimed in. That was Vice Admiral Momoyusagi, Gion, one of the Admiral candidates. Do you really not know what kind of man Morgan's is? Everyone knew this guy is a madman who would risk his own life for the so-called big news. What about Kizaru and Akiji? Have they returned yet? Sengoku suddenly turned and asked a Marines officer standing nearby. Yes. Admiral Akiji has received the news and is on his way back. Admiral Kizaru has just arrived at Marine Ford. Then why hasn't that lazy bastard shown up yet? Sengoku roared in frustration. That old slacker had already made it to Marine Ford but still dared to skip the meeting. Unbelievable. On another note, Sengoku was also deeply unsettled by the rapid growth in Naruto's combat prowess. The last time Naruto had taken action was when Kazan went to the East Blue to capture him. Back then, he learned that Naruto had only been able to run away, so he wondered how had Naruto, in such a short time, become strong enough to face Sakazuki and the God's Knights head-on. Had he been holding back then? No, that couldn't be. The Marine had been relentlessly pursuing him. Uzumaki Naruto had no reason to do that. Sengoku quickly dismissed his own speculation, unaware that his initial guess was actually the closest to the truth. At this point, the combat power Naruto had displayed had surpassed that of an admiral. So sending a single admiral to hunt him down was no longer a realistic option. Garp, this time, you're going with Borsellino. No more excuses, remember your position. Sengoku's preemptive strike shut down any refusal Garp might have had. Seeing the stern look on his old friend's face, Garp could only nod. Don't blame me for not helping you this time, brat. You brought this on yourself by causing such a huge mess. I'll go too. Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly spoke up, and beside her, Vice Admiral Gion also expressed her desire to join the mission. After some thought, Sengoku agreed. An extra fighter meant an extra edge. Besides, with Tsuru keeping an eye on things, he believed there won't be any risk of Garp slacking off or holding back. Based on Uzumaki Naruto's movement patterns, he's likely planning to return to the New World through Fishman Island. You'll cut him off by going through Mary Geos. Do not let the battle take place on Fishman Island. This decision was made partly because Sengoku didn't want to drag Fishman Island into the conflict. Not only was it a member nation and a transit point, but the Whitebeard pirates backing it would only complicate things for the Marines. On the other hand, if a battle were to break out 10,000 meters beneath the sea, judging by the combat capabilities of these individuals, the shockwaves alone could very well destroy all of Fishman Island. In that case, everyone might end up buried in the depths of the ocean. The Marines were now operating like a precision machine, while the reactions of others who received the newspaper varied greatly. Zehahaha. Uzumaki Naruto. What a terrifying guy. Blackbeard munched on cherry pie while skimming through the freshly delivered news. The newspaper only showed Naruto's name and a glimpse of his back, but Blackbeard would never forget the men who had nearly killed him right in front of Whitebeard. That day, he had truly believed he would die by Naruto's hand. To say Blackbeard held no resentment toward Naruto would be a lie, but at the same time, he couldn't help but admire the man's audacity. At the very least, he would never dare to do something so insane. TCH. That reckless fool. In Water 7, Stussy received the intel almost immediately, even before the news crews arrived. Shortly after the report came in, the order from the five elders followed. Lucci, Kaku, gather the others. We're moving out. She turned toward the training grounds where the two were still sparring to hone their hockey and called out to them impatiently. Ma'am, where are we going? What about the blueprints for Pluton? Kaku looked puzzled, while Lucci's gaze sharpened with curiosity. We're heading to the New World. Another CP unit will take over here. Stussy had no obligation to explain things to them. These brats just needed to follow orders. The two in the training grounds exchanged glances but ultimately said nothing, obediently going to gather the rest of their team. The news coups were fast, they took off almost simultaneously from Morgan's various branch bases, spreading across the world. Did you really think a guy like Morgan's wouldn't understand the principle of the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? Having multiple branch bases made it easier to distribute the papers efficiently. Whole Cake Island, Onigashima, Dressrosa, Amazon Lily, the 4 Blues, even ships passing through Reverse Mountain found newspapers dropped by news coups. This time, the name Naruto Uzumaki truly resounded across the entire sea. Chapter 128, Chapter 128 Uzumaki Naruto's disappearance. Garp and the others moved much faster than expected. Perhaps because the matter involved the celestial dragons, this time, Mary Geos didn't drag its feet as usual. They even arranged for the celestial dragon's exclusive bubble lift. This is my first time riding this thing. Guess I have that brat to thank for it, wahaha. On the bubble lift, Garp laughed loudly as he spoke to Borsalino beside him, completely ignoring the ashen faces of the celestial dragon's attendants leading the way. These people had been mentally subjugated to the point of absolute obedience to the celestial dragons. So when Garp made such blasphemous remarks, they genuinely felt furious. This could be considered another form of, the servant shares the master's humiliation. Of course, it wasn't like they'd actually risk their lives to pick a fight with Garp, they didn't have that kind of spine. After all, if they had any backbone, would they be serving the celestial dragons as dogs? Fortunately, among their group, there was someone who could keep Garp in check. Garp, shut up. Vice Admiral Tsuru shot him an exasperated glare. This man had been unreliable since his youth, and Tsuru had suffered plenty because of it. The reason she had come along this time was precisely out of concern that Garp might stir up even bigger trouble. That's right, Garp, watch your words. Vice Admiral Gion chimed in from the side. Although she looks like she is less than 30 years old, Gion has always treated Tsuru as her elder sister, and she never addressed Garp with the usual respectful title of Vice Admiral Garp like others did. This showed just how deep their relationship ran, as well as her actual age. Well, best not to dwell too much on a lady's secrets. If they had taken the Marine's usual lift, factoring in approval and processing time, they'd probably still be waiting on the ground to depart. But this bubble lift took only about 10 minutes to ascend from below. This time, Garp and the others naturally couldn't take their own warship. On the other side of the red line, a vessel had already been dispatched from the nearest Marine base in preparation. Upon reaching Mary Geos, the first thing that greeted them was the sight of the Holy Land in ruins. How terrifying! Borsalino's drawn-out tone sounded suspiciously like sarcasm, though no one present called him out on it. Instead, Garp clapped him on the shoulder and pointed ahead. Look, I've been here before. Now it's all blown to bits. Garp-san. Borsalino staggered under the force of Garp's heavy pats but still managed to speak up. Bang. Tsuru's fist came down on Garp's head, finally silencing the elderly brat. Perhaps to preserve the dignity of Holy Land, the reception staff didn't let them linger for long and quickly escorted them to the other side. Once they boarded the prepared warship, Tsuru immediately questioned the commanding officer of the defense fleet. The surrounding waters have been blockaded, right? Yes. The entire area has been sealed off. Any ship surfacing from the depths must undergo inspection. There was usually a fixed surfacing zone from Fishman Island to the sea above, the shortest route from the ocean floor. This time, the Marines didn't just blockade that area, they even surrounded it with warships spanning several nautical miles. A few unlucky souls who had just left Fishman Island to embark on their journey to the New World were met with a fleet of Marines' warships. They tried to resist, but their fate was no different from a certain ship-crushing king, either captured or turned into seabed debris. Garp and the others waited all afternoon but only caught a few small-time pirates. By the next day, even pirate shadows were nowhere to be seen. There was no helping it. Sabaody Archipelago was already locked down, and most pirates in Fishman Island had already surfaced. Garp was growing impatient, and Tsuru also realized they couldn't afford to wait any longer. So, she ordered the garrison in the Sabaody Archipelago to begin coding and diving. Under the world government's authority, they demanded entry into Fishman Island to search for the wanted criminal, Uzumaki Naruto. To prevent the situation from escalating, Namor and the others immediately ordered their subordinates to retreat the moment they spotted the approaching warships. The Marines wouldn't attack Fishman Island. But if they stayed, it would only give the world government an excuse to act. The Marines' search mission proceeded smoothly. Neptune also cooperated fully, allowing them to search wherever they requested. He even dispatched the Ryugu Palace guards to assist in the search. But when asked if anyone had seen Uzumaki Naruto, the answer was uniformly, no, never. When the search reached Fishman District, the Marines encountered their first resistance. It was a group of local thugs led by the fishman, Hody Jones. Neptune made it clear that these people were beyond Fishman Island's control and didn't listen to him. And so, these self-important hooligans faced the overwhelming might of official authority. Though the Marines sent down for the search didn't include any notable figures, they were still part of the force tasked with hunting down the great criminal, Uzumaki Naruto. A mission on par with targeting an actual emperor's fleet. Among them, there were quite a few high-tier combatants, and the commanders were all proficient hockey. They're characters who, in the original works Marineford War, would have had their own spotlight moments. And who is Hody Jones? He is the true mastermind behind the assassination of Queen Otoheim, and is also the guy who inherited Arlong's will of hatred of humans. But in reality, he had never actually suffered any wrongs at the hands of humans. All his hatred stemmed solely from Hody Jones' own delusions. Luckily for him, Naruto didn't know the truth behind this, otherwise, Hody would have been minced into paste. As for his underlings, they were just a bunch of Fishman Street thugs who relied on banned drugs to boost their combat abilities. Though with the help of energy steroids and their naturally robust Fishman physiques, they could hold their own against Marine soldiers, even gaining the upper hand for a time. T/N, Hody Jones had stolen a small amount of energy steroids before he left Neptune Army, only obtaining the Tamadabeko when Luffy arrived in Fishman Island. But once the Marine officers stationed at headquarters stepped in, these guys were either killed or fled in disarray. The leader, Hody Jones, had never imagined that just a few human Marines could dismantle the large force they had painstakingly assembled. Having spent his whole life in Fishman District, he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Thus, this rebellion, before it could even fully unfold, was snuffed out in its cradle by sheer coincidence. But another question arose. By now, the entire Fishman Island had been thoroughly searched from top to bottom, yet there was no trace of the infamous criminal. Where had Uzumaki Naruto gone? Meanwhile, in the New World, on O'Brien Island. This place is also known as Maple Syrup Island. As the name suggests, this island's specialty was all kinds of candy. Because of this, it had been claimed as part of Big Mom's territory. Though not one of the 34 islands of Tato Land, it still fell under Big Mom's protection, with the price being regular tributes of candy. And Naruto. In truth, the man the Marines were so keen on finding was currently sitting in a tavern on Maple Syrup Island, drinking the locally brewed rum. Sigh. After traveling to so many places, the liquor here still tastes the best. Setting down his glass, Naruto handed the bartender a stack of berries and ordered an entire barrel of rum. Since experimenting with creating resin bubbles and propellers, Naruto had essentially turned himself into a human submarine, swimming straight from Fishman Island toward distant shores. Because he could generate new resin bubbles at will, his diving time and distance from land were greatly extended, which was exactly why the Marines had come up empty-handed. Glancing at the eternal pose in his hand, Naruto grabbed the barrel of specialty rum and headed straight out the door. Almost there. Just a little further. Once I reach Tato Land, I will finally learn where this so-called Akatsuki organization was hiding. Pulling out the scroll containing Orochimaru's clone from his coat, Naruto tossed it up and down a few times but still didn't merge it with himself. It didn't take up much space anyway, so he might as well just keep it on him. He had a feeling that this old snake still had some tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 129, Chapter 129 The Storm is Coming. Thanks to the eternal pose pointing to Tato Land, Naruto didn't need to stop at other islands to replenish his log pose's magnetism. He steered the gale breaker straight toward the heart of Tato Land. Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, after failing to find Naruto on Fishman Island, the Marines knew he had escaped. Unfortunately, his departure had been too stealthy, leaving them temporarily clueless about which direction to pursue. It wasn't until 2 days later that the world government's intelligence agents reported sightings of Naruto. Based on the islands where he had appeared and their locations along the sea routes, Vice Admiral Tsuru easily deduced his destination, the stronghold of one of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates. This left the Marines in a dilemma. Should they pursue? What if it triggered a war between one of the 4 emperors and the Marines? The officers on the ship had differing opinions. Garp abstained, as he simply didn't care. While he wasn't afraid of Charlotte Lean or her crew, that didn't mean he was eager to fight Naruto. Despite their opposing sides, Garp honestly didn't see anything wrong with what Naruto had done. Freeing slaves and killing celestial dragons, both were things Garp, as a Marine, had wanted to do but couldn't. The fact that he hadn't applauded Naruto's actions was already professional courtesy. If forced to criticize Naruto, Garp would say he shouldn't have been so reckless. Couldn't he have gone at night? Or at least disguised himself? Garp knew full well the kid had an ability to transform into a beautiful woman. Of course, he hadn't shared this intel with anyone, so as far as he knew, he was the only one aware of it. Vice Admiral Tsuru, with her steady and cautious approach, wasn't in favor of making such a bold move. On the other hand, while Vice Admiral Gion fully obeyed Tsuru's orders, her personal style was far more aggressive. She believed they should arrest Naruto as quickly as possible. If they could intercept him before he ventured too deep into Tato Land, there'd be no issue. Borsellino, like Garp, also abstained. He was just a dutiful employee, following orders. Whether it was the world government or the fleet admiral commanding him, he'd go if told to and turn back immediately if not. Unfortunately, the decision-making power didn't lie with Tsuru. After confirming that Naruto was no longer on Fishman Island, the world government immediately ordered his pursuit, full force, no hesitation, no regard for consequences, dead or alive. Their stance was uncompromising. Well, with orders from above, no matter how many concerns Tsuru had, she couldn't voice them. And so, the warship carrying an admiral candidate, and two of the Navy's legendary heroes set sail toward Big Mom's territory. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa. Daffy, what do you think? Should we go? Holding the invitation in his hand, Treble sought his young master's opinion. As the infamous underworld broker, Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo had his hands in many shady dealings, slaves, devil fruits, weapons, and more. Lately, however, he had been gradually phasing out the slave trade. Not out of any moral awakening, but because he realized it was slow, high risk, and far less profitable than selling weapons. Currently, Kaido dominated Wano country, mass-producing weapons that were then shipped worldwide through Dressrosa, even reaching the Marines and the world government. The profits skimmed from these deals alone were enough to keep him swimming in wealth, making the slave trade seem insignificant in comparison. Even if the Sabaody Archipelago slave auction house hadn't been destroyed in the battle between Naruto and Sakazuki, Doflamingo would have abandoned it soon enough. Just as he was looking forward to deepening his collaboration with Kaido, Big Mom somehow found out that he had taken in a scientist who had researched lineage factor. Caesar Clown, an expert who had once worked alongside the genius Dr. Vegapunk and later joined the world government's science division. If not for the lab accident that led to Caesar's arrest, Doflamingo wouldn't have had any way to recruit him. Now, he and Kaido were collaborating on artificial devil fruit and human gigantification research using Caesar's expertise. But how did Big Mom find out? Did Kaido leak the information? Though slightly annoyed at Kaido, Doflamingo knew better than to challenge him. He wasn't in a position to oppose the Emperor. His ability to maneuver between the Beast's pirates and the world government relied on more than just his revoked celestial dragon status. I'll go myself. Doflamingo rejected his subordinate's suggestion to send representatives in his place. He knew all too well that when dealing with powerhouses like Big Mom and Kaido, lacking the necessary presence could mean not even being able to speak properly. Besides, the subject of the discussion involved his own life and fortune. This was something he had to handle personally. Just then, the rapid clicking of high heels echoed from outside the door. The door swung open, and a blond boy in ultra-short shorts and a bullhorn hat rushed in. He was one of the Don Quixote pirates' executives, the half-fishman, Dellinger. Young master. Look at this news. With that, he spread out a newspaper in front of Doflamingo. The moment Doflamingo saw the contents, his beady eyes behind his sunglasses widened in shock. He actually attacked Mary Geos. Ha 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 ha. This guy is even crazier than me. Uzumaki Naruto. He burst into loud laughter, slapping the armrest of his chair repeatedly, as if thoroughly approving of Naruto's actions. Interesting. I really want to meet this guy. When it came to dealing with celestial dragons, Doflamingo felt he and Naruto might have some common ground. Change course. Head for the new world. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, aboard the Perfume Yuda, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock once again issued a course correction to her crew. The ship quickly turned under the pull of its two giant sea serpents, accelerating toward a new direction. Though this was already the third course change, the crew harbored no complaints. Their devotion to Hancock was absolute. Except for her two younger sisters. Sister, are you really going there? What if the world government questions you about it? The two sisters pleaded with their older sister, not just because they knew this husband hunting would likely end in failure once again, but also because Naruto's actions this time were too extreme. If she kept chasing after him, she might drag Amazon Lily into the conflict. Have you not read the news? That man. Naruto, he's done something like this again. As she spoke, Hancock pointed dramatically at the bold headline on the newspaper. At first glance, her tone sounded displeased, but her eyes and expression radiated emotion and joy. This must be the power of love. No, that's clearly not it. Her sisters didn't dare say it out loud. They knew their sister had already been overjoyed just to find traces of that man after so many years. And now, he had once again struck against the celestial dragons, repeating his great feat of freeing slaves. How could Hancock, who loathed the celestial dragons with every fiber of her being, not be moved? Besides, no matter what I do, I'll be forgiven. Crossing her arms, Hancock declared this as if it were an indisputable truth. Her younger sisters could only nod silently, sweat dripping down their faces. Chapter 130 Reaching Tato Land. The news that Naruto would be attending Big Mom's tea party had actually spread throughout Tato Land long ago. This was before his rampage in Mary Geos. After his fierce battle with Golden Lion Shiki, Naruto once again made headlines, which prompted Big Mom to consider inviting him to her tea party and arranging a marriage alliance with one of her daughters. Of course, the invitation letter didn't go into such details, it simply extended an invitation for a gathering. For Naruto, this was like receiving a pillow just as he was about to sleep. Coincidentally, he wanted to use Big Mom's daughter to extract the memories from Orochimaru's head, so he readily agreed. With Big Mom's invitation in hand, Naruto encountered no obstacles as he passed through the islands of Tato Land. During his journey, many of Tato Land's residents and the ministers stationed on the islands expressed a welcoming attitude toward him. This actually surprised Naruto. These guys hadn't been so friendly the last time they met. After all, he had forcefully stopped their actions with his strength. Even though they later held a banquet together, Naruto's observation haki could still discern how many people at the feast still held hostility toward him. But this time, it seemed that most of the ministers he encountered genuinely showed goodwill. Big Mom's children and subordinates are surprisingly magnanimous, huh? Thinking this, Naruto wasn't in a hurry to reach Whole Cake Island. Instead, he took the opportunity to stop at each food-themed island along the way and sample the local specialties. What he didn't realize was that the minister's respect and friendliness stemmed entirely from Big Mom's decision to arrange a marriage alliance between him and one of the sweet commanders, the Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie. Additionally, news of his actions against the Celestial Dragons had already reached Tato Land, and his fearsome reputation was enough to deter anyone who might have considered provoking him. Whether out of recognition for Naruto's strength or respect for Smoothie's status, the lower-ranking ministers within the Charlotte family had no choice but to display the appropriate attitude. After this tea party, with the addition of a powerhouse like Uzumaki Naruto, Mama would undoubtedly be one step closer to becoming the new Pirate King and dominating the entire sea. Liqueur Island, Jin Town. Minister of Alcohol, Charlotte Sakato is a short, middle-aged man with a red cloak and a raccoon tail. Despite his plain, or even ugly appearance, his expertise in alcohol was unmatched by most. At the same time, among Big Mom's children, he was also one of the few, like Katakuri, who didn't harbor much hostility toward Naruto. Though, among the dozens of ministers, he wasn't particularly outstanding either. At the moment, Naruto and Sakato were in the middle of a drinking contest on Jin Town's central stage. Despite the island's name being Liqueur Island, it actually offered an impressively wide variety of alcoholic beverages. From the 60-proof White Lightning specialty of the Flower Country, to pirates' favorites like rum and whiskey, as well as wine and sake, everything was available. This was Naruto's first time encountering so many types of alcohol on a single island, and his excitement grew. Drink. 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 The surrounding crowd cheered loudly, but by now, only Naruto and Sakato remained on the stage. The other contestants had either gotten drunk or were carried off the stage after vomiting. This one's got to be over 70 proof. Did you guys make this yourselves? Naruto poured a small flask of clear, transparent liquor into his mouth and smacked his lips a few times before asking curiously. Across from him, Sakato refused to be outdone. He downed an identical flask while replying. It's a distilled version of our own brew. Theoretically, we could make it even stronger, but Mama doesn't like it, and normal people can't handle it. As he spoke, he took 2 more gulps before finally succumbing to the alcohol's potency, his face flushing red as he collapsed to the ground. Naruto, as expected, didn't disappoint. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he downed the entire flask of specialty brew in one go, securing his victory in the drinking contest. The prize is even more alcohol. Reaching out, Naruto helped the now dizzy Sakato to his feet, grinning as he patted the man on the shoulder. Impressive brewing technology. Do you have any more? I want to buy some for my collection. Hearing Naruto praise his craft, Sukato's face lit up with a smile before shifting into mock anger. By dash. Nonsense. Just take it. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to fetch more liquor from the warehouse for Naruto. Touched by the man's generosity, Naruto laughed heartily and reciprocated by pulling out a special undersea brew from the Ryugu Palace, stored in his skin's ceiling space, and placing it in Sukato's arms. A barrel that Naruto could hold with one hand required Sakato to cradle it with both. Pulling out the stopper, Sakato took a deep whiff of the unique aroma wafting from within, his face uncontrollably twisting into an expression of pure bliss. Specialty brew from Fishman Island, 10,000 meters under the sea. How is it? Since Fishman Island was under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, Sakato, who served under Big Mom, had never been able to get close enough to taste its famous liquors. So fragrant. Naruto, you're too kind. As he spoke, Sakato tried to pat Naruto's shoulder, but due to their height difference, he could only manage a pat on the calf instead. At that moment, the sharp sound of a blade cutting through the air rang out. Before anyone else could react, a slash came flying toward Naruto from a distance. Seeing his guest attacked on his own turf, Sukato's expression darkened, and he moved to intervene, only for Naruto to press a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Shaking his head at Zagato, Naruto didn't even bother drawing a weapon. Instead, he simply flicked a finger, sending out a slash of his own to intercept the incoming attack. Thanks to the powers of the Baku no Mi, he no longer even needed to unsheath his sword. Every part of his body could now transform into the transparent, razor-sharp edge of Mushoku. On top of his swordsmanship, he could now incorporate even more hand-to-hand combat techniques. Meanwhile, far away in Alabasta, Mr. One sneezed violently for no apparent reason. Naruto's casual slash precisely cancelled out the incoming attack, the control so refined that not even a ripple of excess force remained. Of course, this strike was just Smoothie's way of greeting Naruto, as she hadn't even used haki. Is this how Big Mom welcomes her guests? If I remember right, you're Smoothie, aren't you? Turning his gaze, Naruto looked at the towering, long-legged beauty in the distance. Charlotte Smoothie. Beside him, Zagato paled slightly upon realizing the attacker was one of the Sweet Commanders. He didn't dare voice his displeasure. Smoothie-sama. He didn't even have the right to call her little sister, he had to address her with respect. Moreover, this Sweet Commander was the one slated to enter a marriage alliance with Naruto. For both personal and professional reasons, it wasn't his place to speak up. Mama has been waiting for you for a long time. Stop wasting time here. Smoothie didn't answer Naruto's question. Instead, she studied him with a cool, appraising gaze. Then, almost imperceptibly, her lips pressed together slightly, what she was thinking, only she knew. So this is the man who's going to become my husband. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, A Premonition of Shiraba. This was the first time Naruto had heard Smoothie's cold, clear voice. During their previous battle, the woman had remained completely silent, attacking without a single word. This sounds so familiar, isn't this Tsunade's voice? T/N, in the anime, Smoothie's Japanese VA is also Tsunade's. After a brief moment of recollection, Naruto finally remembered where he had heard a similar voice before. Well. Even though they're from completely different worlds, their voices sound exactly the same. For a second, I almost got confused. Smoothie, being stared at so directly by a man, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. TCH. So what if he's just some strong fighter? If it weren't for Mama's orders, there's no way I'd ever marry him. Sure, he's powerful, handsome, and has overwhelming presence and ambition, even daring to stand up to the celestial dragons head-on. But still. Smoothie's inner monologue grew weaker the more she tried to convince herself. In the end, she simply turned away and coldly said, "Let's go. Take my ship. Don't keep Mama waiting." Naruto scratched his head, slightly surprised. Because just now, he had sensed a strange, hidden emotion from Smoothie. How should he put it? He had felt something similar from a few other women before. At this point, he was used to it. With that thought, he decided not to delay any further and prepared to leave with Smoothie. After all, this time, he was the one asking for a favor, so he needed to maintain a proper attitude. Beside him, Zagato suddenly reached out and grabbed the sleeve of Naruto's Haori. He knew the real reason behind Mama's invitation to Naruto. But judging by the current situation, Naruto himself seemed completely unaware. Knowing his Mama's domineering personality, Zagato had a bad feeling about this, the marriage plan probably wouldn't go as smoothly as before. Considering Naruto's strength, which is enough to single-handedly challenge the entire Big Mom pirates, Zagato doubted even his Mama could force Naruto if he refused. Please don't let this turn into another all-out war. After their brief time together, Zagato had come to respect Naruto. On a personal level, he didn't want this man to become an enemy of his family. But at the same time, he couldn't go against Mama's grand plans. Be careful. Don't anger Mama. In the end, Zagato could only mutter these words. Naruto responded with a grin. Don't worry. He could sense the genuine concern in the other party's words, so he gave Zakato's shoulder a reassuring pat before following Smoothie off the island. Big Mom's tea party invitations had a wide reach. Aside from Naruto, the main guest, others like Morgans and Stussy had also received invitations. Aboard the world government's CP high-speed transport ship, Stussy was smiling as she examined the tea party invitation in her hands. Along with the secret intelligence about Big Mom's plan to arrange a marriage with Naruto. This information had been smuggled out of Tato land by one of her spies, hidden within the invitation. Right now, she was likely the first person outside the Big Mom pirates to know about this. Besides Stussy sat Kaku, Rob Lucci, Califa, and Blueno, the remaining members of the original CP9. The other two oddballs, Kumadori and Fukuru, had already been reassigned to other departments. As for Nero, a newcomer who was supposed to join CP9, he had been outright rejected by their new superior, Stussy, due to his personality. At this moment, the temperature inside the ship's cabin seemed to drop slightly. Though Stussy was still smiling as sweetly as ever, every CP agent present could clearly sense the vicious, cold-killing intent radiating from the woman. It was as if a vampire had already locked onto its prey in the shadows. This new superior is truly impressive, far better than that useless spandam. That was Calipha's thought. After undergoing Stussy's training, she had developed a sense of admiration for her fellow female CP agent. Is this woman planning to go on a killing spree during this mission? That was the thought of prodigy Rob Lucci. Having mastered the basics of hockey and further developed his devil fruits abilities in training, he had been itching for the next mission. Unlike Spandam, who was all ambition and no ability, this new superior at least had strength, something Lucci could respect. As for Kaku and Blueno, they had no particular thoughts. Just follow orders obediently. Between Stussy's crimson lips, her sharp fangs had subtly elongated beyond her control. Her nails dug lightly into the mission report on the table. Good job, Lean. Really, really good. This might have been the first time in all her years as an agent that Stussy had lost control of her composure in front of others. How much longer until Tato land? Why yes. Approximately 3 more days of sailing. The world government official answering her did so with extreme caution. Since they didn't need to pass through Fishman Island, their journey would be faster than usual. Speed it up. But dash. The poor official swallowed his words under the oppressive smile of the woman before him. Meanwhile, Don Quixote da Flamingo's Numancia Flamenca, as well as the ship of Lone Shark King, Lou Feld, were also heading toward Tato land. For some reason, Naruto had a strange premonition. Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? Even Kurama inside Naruto's body felt the same tingling feeling as Naruto. After their first joint effort in wiping out a group of human scum, the tension between Kurama and Naruto had eased somewhat. Liking the same things doesn't necessarily make people friends. But hating the same things, that's a surefire way to bond. At the very least, when it came to their shared disdain for the celestial dragons, Naruto and Kurama were in perfect agreement. Though they were still far from achieving perfect sync, as Naruto still didn't even know Kurama's real name, still calling him Ninetales like always. Nothing, just feels like someone's got their eyes on me. On Smoothie's ship, Naruto took a sip of the beef juice she had freshly squeezed using her Shirbo no Mi powers and felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. T/N, ring fruit. Tastes surprisingly good. Kind of like beef broth. After the first sip, Naruto's initial expression of suspicion immediately changed. He quickly downed the entire glass. Watching Naruto gulp down the drink she had prepared, Smoothie's face remained as cold and indifferent as ever. As if offering him juice was nothing more than the bare minimum of hospitality. But in a place no one could see. The rhythm of her fingers tapping against the armrest of her seat had quickened ever so slightly. She wanted to tell him about Mama's plan for their arranged marriage, but the words that came out instead were, "Would you like another glass?" Chapter 132, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. In the end, Naruto only drank a dozen or so glasses of specially squeezed juice before stopping. It wasn't because he couldn't drink anymore. It was simply because Smoothie had already squeezed everything on the ship dry. If they kept going, they'd have to start using the crew as ingredients. Smoothie herself didn't mind, but Naruto's tastes hadn't evolved to that point yet, so he politely declined. Liqueur Island wasn't too far from Whole Cake Island. They set off at noon and arrived at the main island of this kingdom by evening. This was also Naruto's first time visiting the stronghold of another emperor. He had been to Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx Island, a simple, secluded little island far from the world's affairs. It wasn't a member of the world government, and with Whitebeard still alive, neither pirates nor marines would pass through there. In Naruto's words, it was the perfect place for Whitebeard to retire. In fact, even Whitebeard himself had entertained similar thoughts, but in the end, he couldn't bear to leave his sons behind, so he never went through with it. Whole Cake Island, however, was a completely different style. With Big Mom's tea party about to begin, many of the ministers from the edges of Tato land had already arrived. Their ships were lined up neatly, filling the entire harbor to the brim. Though dusk was approaching, the island was still bustling with chefs running around busily. Alongside them were many objects that seemed to have been given life. Naruto knew these were new lifeforms created by Big Mom Soru no Mi's abilities. Homies, or something like that. T/N, soul fruit. As he observed the island, which seemed to be literally made of cake, with great interest, Smoothie's ship finally approached the harbor. Without needing any prompting, homies assigned to guiding ships immediately stepped forward, docking the ship at another spacious harbor reserved for suite commanders and distinguished guests. Among Big Mom's children, status varied greatly. Take Tsukato's attitude towards Smoothie earlier, for example. With over 80 children, Big Mom simply didn't care about the ones at the bottom. For these children, Big Mom maintained an attitude of no management, no care. Only the exceptional sweet commanders and ministers could actually speak up in front of her. At the same time, if any of her sons or daughters made a mistake, or worse, brought shame to Big Mom, she wouldn't hesitate to end their lives herself. To put it simply, Charlotte Lean spent her whole life chasing after the idea of family, an obsession even stronger than Whitebeard's. Yet, she didn't spare a single shred of love for her own children. Perhaps, in Big Mom's eyes, those children were nothing more than useful subordinates or bargaining chips for political marriages. Well, except for the little ones under 10 years old. When it came to small children, she occasionally showed a gentler, more merciful side. Once the ship was fully docked, Naruto disembarked alongside Smoothie. Within sight, a tall man stood quietly at the pier, seemingly waiting specifically to greet him. Charlotte Katakuri, the man known as Big Mom's masterpiece. "Hey, long time no see, Katakuri." Naruto grinned and reached up to pat the man's shoulder. Yeah, up. Because Katakuri was nearly 5 meters tall, and Naruto had to raise his hand just to reach his shoulder. It hasn't been that long. Wasn't our last meeting just over a month ago? Ahaha, was it? Naruto suddenly remembered. After intercepting the Big Mom pirates last time, only about a month had passed in this world. He'd gotten too used to the time flow in the ninja world. But it wasn't a big deal. He laughed it off and moved on. Katakuri's mouth, hidden beneath his scarf, curled into a smile. He genuinely respected Naruto as a powerhouse of the seas. The two had indeed formed a friendship after that banquet. Let's hurry. Mama is probably getting impatient by now. Glancing at his sister Smoothie, Katakuri finally remembered his original duty and quickly led the way. Soon, the group arrived at a train. Normally, Katakuri would either use his devil fruit powers to create a mochi pathway for travel or simply walk at a leisurely pace to maintain the dignity befitting a high-ranking member of the family. But since they were entertaining a guest, and one that Big Mom valued highly, at that, proper etiquette had to be observed. Watching his sister and Naruto sitting side by side on the train seats, occasionally exchanging a word or two, Katakuri, as the prospective brother-in-law, felt that this marriage alliance was practically secured. He had no idea that Smoothie, due to her own reservations, hadn't fully conveyed Big Mom's intentions to Naruto. So, in his eyes, the two were already in the process of building a relationship. A beautiful misunderstanding. The train was spacious and fast. After all, it was usually used to transport delicacies for Big Mom or to ferry high-ranking family members. Just look at Katakuri's stature, the train's interior had clearly been enlarged to accommodate such figures. Soon, the towering form of Whole Cake Chateau came into view, and Naruto followed Smoothie and the others into the castle. Mama dash. Brat, you finally arrived. You really kept me waiting. The moment they stepped into the hall, Big Mom's booming voice greeted them. Haha, I got held up by a little something on the way. Nothing major. Naruto replied casually, plopping himself down right in front of Big Mom's dining table without hesitation. He even boldly grabbed a piece of cake from the table and tossed it into his mouth. Way too sweet. After just one bite, Naruto had no intention of eating any more. I've heard all about it. Even that Baldy Shiki died by your hands. Truly impressive. Nah, the old man just went easy on me, that's all. He went easy on you, with his life. Big Mom naturally couldn't be bothered to voice that thought. Instead, she picked up the massive strawberry cream cake in front of her and shoved it into her bottomless maw. After devouring it in a few bites, she got straight to the point. So, since you accepted my invitation to the tea party, I assume you've made your decision. Huh. Naruto responded with a look of utter confusion. Brat, what's the meaning of this? Big Mom's expression darkened with displeasure. And no. Naruto waved a hand in front of his face, realizing there must have been some misunderstanding. He cautiously added, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I just came because you invited me for a meal. Also, I wanted to ask your daughter for a favor dash. Before Naruto could finish, Big Mom yanked the hat off her head and gripped it tightly. Katakuri, who was standing nearby, immediately tensed up, his face paling as if he had glimpsed a disastrous future. In an instant, the sentient hat homie, Napoleon, transformed into a massive pirate cutlass under Big Mom's will, wreathed in an overwhelming surge of conqueror's haki as it swung straight for Naruto's head. Are you mocking me, you little brat? Chapter 133 Marriage. Napoleon's blade was also entwined with the flames of another homie, Prometheus. This was Big Mom's happy mother's blaze. Previously, it was by wielding this massive sword shrouded in conqueror's haki and solar flames that she had fought Naruto to a standstill a month ago. Facing a sword larger than his own body, Naruto showed no intention of dodging. The palm he raised in front of him instantly transformed into a sword, his 5 fingers becoming as transparent as the Mushoku. At the same time, Conqueror's haki coiled around it. Mashuku, Ryu no Kajizum, T/N, Dragon's Talon. This time, Naruto's hand morphed into a dragon's claw, combining his swordsmanship with the Revolutionary Army's Ryosoken. T/N, Dragon Claw Fist. His fingers tightly gripped the space around Napoleon, and countless slashes infused with wind attribute chakra rapidly cut through the gaps between his fingers, grinding away the flames and haki emanating from the sword. Their conqueror's haki clashed violently in that instant, the sheer force of their collision causing the surrounding environment to shatter and scatter. After the exchange, neither emerged victorious. Brat. Have you eaten a devil fruit too? Big Mom looked at Naruto's blade-like right hand, her eyes narrowing as the fat on her face bunched up. She held Napoleon in one hand while her other plunged into the cloud homie, Zeus. In the next moment, a torrent of lightning surged toward Naruto. The electricity struck at a speed far beyond normal human reaction, or rather, it struck the thin, hockey-coated resin film covering Naruto's skin. Though the lightning shattered the coating instantly, the bubble membrane, which was originally used for ship coating and diving, managed to redirect the current into the ground. What a convenient ability. If we're talking about convenient abilities, Big Mom, your Sora Sora no Mi isn't exactly lacking either. Naruto internally grumbled but kept a smile on his face. I just didn't want to ruin my clothes, no need to get so worked up, Big Mom. Shut it, brat. Don't think you can mock me just because you've got some skill. I'm one of the emperors of the sea. As Big Mom roared, waves of air surged alongside her haki, battering the surroundings. Wait. Naruto suddenly withdrew his hand, raising it in a stopping gesture. Surprisingly, Big Mom, who, when not in a hunger pangs rampage, was somewhat reasonable, actually paused. I don't quite follow what you're saying here. At this point, Katakuri realized what had happened and quickly intervened. Mama. It's a misunderstanding. Naruto probably never received your marriage proposal. Marriage. Naruto immediately whipped his head toward Katakuri, his expression screaming, since when was this a thing? Why wasn't I informed? Oh, so that's it. Big Mom's demeanor shifted in an instant. After reverting Napoleon back into her hat, she flashed a grin that looked more like she was sizing up prey. Well then, brat, how about marrying one of my daughters? Honestly, if this were any other person Big Mom had chosen for an arranged marriage, they'd probably have agreed on the spot. However. No, I'm still young and have no plans to get married yet. As if casually brushing off an overbearing relative, Naruto refused without hesitation. Then, as if remembering something, he added, turning slightly to the side. No offense. Smoothie, who was standing next to Katakuri, also looked gloomy when she heard this. And it was easy to understand why. Imagine being set up for an arranged marriage. Some might resist at first, but after meeting the person and finding them not as bad as expected, maybe even warming up to the idea, the other party suddenly drops a "Oh, sorry, I don't like you." That feeling, oof. For Big Mom, failed marriage proposals were a rare occurrence. The last time was when she tried to arrange a marriage between her daughter, Lola, and the giant's prince, Loki. The giants had agreed, but her own daughter had the audacity to run away, ruining Big Mom's plans to reconcile with the giants. Most others selected for marriage alliances would jump at the opportunity, after all, who wouldn't want the backing of an emperor? But Naruto had no intention of agreeing. Asking for a favor was one thing, but tying it to marriage was a whole different matter. Seeing Naruto's completely fearless expression, even Big Mom found herself at a loss. Normally, if anyone dared to defy her wishes, threats would follow immediately. I'll chop off the heads of those most important to you and send them to you as a gift. But when she thought about the people connected to this brat, Rayleigh, Shanks, Scopper Gabon, she knew that approach won't work. Big Mom irritably plopped back into her seat, glaring at Naruto. Then why the hell are you here? In Big Mom's eyes, Naruto at this moment was like a porcupine, impossible to handle. Like I said, I came for the banquet, and to ask a small favor. Naruto glanced at the table full of desserts but couldn't find anything appealing, so he simply pulled out a large piece of roasted meat from his ceiling space and started eating. Between bites, he gestured with his fingers to emphasize just how tiny the favor was. You dare refuse my proposal and still ask for my help? Brat, you've got more guts than I thought. Despite her words, Big Mom didn't outright reject him. Instead, she silently resumed eating her cake, clearly waiting for Naruto to explain further. I need to borrow one of your daughter's dash. Realizing how that might sound, Naruto quickly added. For legitimate reasons. Big Mom didn't even lift her eyelids, only grunting in response. Which one? The little girl with 3 eyes. Pudding. Her first thought was that this brat might be after Pudding's ability to read the poneglyphs, maybe even eyeing the red road poneglyph in her possession. After all, gathering all 4 road poneglyphs would reveal the location of the legendary treasure, One Piece. But then she remembered. This damn brat in front of her had already reached Laugh Tale with Roger's crew back in the day. Besides, Pudding hadn't yet awakened her third eye's full potential and couldn't read the poneglyphs yet. Before Big Mom could voice her doubts, Naruto pulled out the Purin no Mi he had obtained by chance. Oh, and this. Purin no Mi. Since I know you like this kind of thing, I brought it as a gift. After said that, without a care for whether he might get robbed, Naruto casually tossed the fruit toward her. So. Consider it payment for the favor. The small fruit landed in Big Mom's massive palm, looking no bigger than a strawberry in comparison. Pudding. Big Mom examined the fruit, vaguely recalling its existence. Due to her own eccentric tastes, most of the Big Mom pirates' top officers had food-related devil fruits abilities, a well-known fact in the New World. Fine. Tell me, what exactly do you need her for? After weighing the pros and cons, Big Mom decided to at least hear Naruto out. Chapter 134, Orochimaru, not good. Charlotte Pudding, Big Mom's 35th daughter, is currently serving as the acting chocolate minister. Furthermore, she is also a user of the Memo no Mi, capable of extracting others' memories into physical forms resembling film reels. T/N, Memo fruit. Not only that, but she can also alter and implant these memories. It can be said that this is also a fruit with a very high potential ceiling. Just like the third eye she usually hides, it easily instills fear in others. Its only drawback is that it provides no actual combat power enhancement. However, if used for interrogation and torture, it would be an incredibly powerful cheat, succeeding at every turn. At this very moment, Pudding is in Chocolate Town on Cacao Island, preparing desserts for Big Mom's upcoming tea party. By her side, two homies are also helping. Suddenly, the jelly homie, Nitro, seemed to receive some kind of command, turned around, and said to Pudding, Pudding-sama, Mama requests your presence at the Whole Cake Chateau. Homies are not only products of Big Mom's abilities and soul fragments but also extensions of her will. These two homies usually provide protection for Pudding, who has little self-defense capability, but in reality, they also serve to relay messages and conduct surveillance. Yes, surveillance. For this daughter who might be able to interpret the poneglyphs, Big Mom has not neglected her attention. Ah. Mama is calling for me. Her tone carried a barely noticeable tremble, harboring a deep-seated fear of Big Mom from the bottom of her heart. Yes, Broly-sama will come to pick you up shortly. Charlotte Broly, Pudding's sister, is a user of the Mira no Mi, capable of fast travel through mirrors. T/N, Mira fruit. Oh okay, then I will go get ready first. As she said this, Pudding walked towards the nearby lounge, removing her apron and gloves along the way. After closing the lounge door, the cautious expression on Pudding's face instantly turned gloomy. That old hag. What does she want now? Is she going to arrange a marriage me? When alone, Pudding would reveal her hidden secondary personality. It was a darkened personality forced into existence by the oppression and harm from Big Mom and others, though it hadn't quite reached the level of split personality. But over time, even Pudding herself found it hard to distinguish which one was the real her. Almost everyone in Tato Land knew about Big Mom's intention to have Smoothie marry someone for an alliance, and Pudding was naturally aware as well. At this critical moment, Big Mom suddenly summoning her, the worst outcome Pudding could imagine was that the marriage target had changed from Smoothie to herself. Honestly, she was unwilling to accept this kind of outcome. But she simply had no power to resist her mother. Sigh. This is my value. Mama needs me, so I have value. Pudding let out a long breath, hypnotizing herself over and over again facing the wall. She didn't even dare to monologue in front of a mirror, as she never knew when Broly might emerge from one. After adjusting her mindset and leaving the lounge, Pudding saw Broly, who looked like the incarnation of a witch from fairy tales, already waiting outside. Without much conversation, Pudding entered the mirror world created by Broly. Using it as a transfer point, she quickly arrived at Whole Cake Island. This ability was quite an important strategic asset for the Big Mom pirates, which was why it wasn't used when facing non-allies like Naruto. But within the Charlotte family, this was already public knowledge. Entering the hall trembling with fear, Pudding saw her terrifying mother drinking and chatting merrily with another person. Ha ha ha, that's right, the celestial dragons are just SOSO, but their so-called night brigade does have some strength. Mama. Even killing him died by your hand. That's truly impressive. Big Mom had also encountered the God's Knights during the God Valley incident. Back then, as a member of the Rocks Pirates, Big Mom was still a veritable beauty. Pudding quickly recognized the man speaking as an equal with Mother. It was the man who had single-handedly resisted her mother and several sweet commanders not long ago, known as the Great Hero and Great Criminal, Uzumaki Naruto. During the naval battle over a month ago, Pudding, who had no combat abilities, had watched the fight from afar. Later, when the two sides made peace and held a banquet, she was responsible for making chocolate desserts. After that, she had also looked into information about this man. He called himself, not a pirate, yet he was a crew member of the Pirate King, Gol D, Roger. He has no companions, but he always appears in various places in the New World to put out fires, resolving many instances of oppression and saving countless people as a great hero. For even a moment, a fantasy of being saved by Uzumaki Naruto had arisen in Pudding's heart. However, this unrealistic thought disappeared as quickly as it appeared. She was the daughter of an emperor of the sea, not some ordinary person from a small country facing pirate invasions. Even Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't offend Mama for someone like me, whom he had only met once, right? Thinking this, Pudding continued walking until she reached the table where Big Mom and Naruto were seated. Mama, I'm here. Lin glanced at her, her eyes devoid of any parental affection, only the disdain one might show for an inconvenient tool. Kid, I've brought her for you. Go ahead. To Pudding's ears, these words sounded like a death sentence. Her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Even without using observation hockey, Naruto could clearly see Pudding's fear. Little girl, no need to be nervous. Naruto reached out and ruffled Pudding's hair before she could react. Feeling the warmth on her head, Pudding instinctively closed her eyes, then immediately came to her senses and flusteredly raised her hands to cover her forehead. There, where her bangs were parted, was another eye. But it was too late now, Naruto had already seen her ugly eye. Pudding felt deeply embarrassed for a moment, even preparing herself to be insulted by Naruto. For Naruto, this savior who had once appeared in her fantasies, she felt being disliked by him would make her even more upset. It's a very beautiful eye. You don't need to be so afraid. Naruto's patience was always ample when dealing with children. Pudding had just turned 14 not long ago, so in Naruto's eyes, wasn't she just a little girl? Huh. At this moment, the surprise on Pudding's face was genuine. She could truly feel the sincere admiration in the words of the men before her. I asked you here this time because I need your help with something. As he spoke, Naruto took out the scroll containing Orochimaru from the bag at his side. Here, step back a bit, be careful not to get bitten. Pudding's mind was a bit muddled. She let Naruto move her back, then watched as he unsealed the scroll, causing a puff of smoke to appear. Immediately after, Orochimaru's pale-skinned body was released. Naruto-kun, have we arrived? Orochimaru managed to say just one sentence after being released, not even having time to open his eyes, before Naruto punched him into unconsciousness. To prevent the other party from having any backup plan, Naruto punched him several more times. A powerhouse like Orochimaru, who has experienced many life and death situations, his resistance to Conqueror's haki was strong. It was impossible to knock him out like a common soldier. Immediately afterwards, Naruto used his observation haki to sweep the skin him inside and out. The small white snake that had burrowed into this body before has completely merged with it now. It saves me some trouble. Beside them, Big Mom, seeing Naruto being so cautious, couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Mama. Kid, you actually need to be this careful with someone who doesn't have any haki. Why didn't you show this kind of attitude when facing me? Chapter 135, Unexpected Gains. That's because you don't know how disgusting this snake is. Hearing Big Mom's scorn towards Orochimaru, Naruto didn't offer any further explanation and instead turned to look at the waiting Pudding. Your name is Pudding, right? Could you please help me search his memories for any information related to an organization called Akatsuki? Naruto didn't mind stating his goal directly in front of Big Mom. In fact, ever since he decided to extract the memories from Orochimaru's body, he had already mentally prepared himself for others to learn about the ninja world. Was he not afraid that someone who learned this secret would covet it? Well, how to put it? Look at it from another angle. Doesn't everyone know that the wealth of Mary Geos is so abundant that you don't even need to bend down to pick it up? So why would they rather fight and kill each other on the seas for a few treasures, instead of going up to the red line to rob them to their heart's content? It's simply because they can't win. Even with his current physical strength back in the ninja world, Naruto dared to talk about the matter of crossing worlds, let alone here. Were the things he had that made people jealous few? The world government's bounty, various secrets of the new world, even the location of Laugh Tale. One more wouldn't make a difference. Secrets are only a death sentence when in the hands of the weak. For the strong, it's just a piece of information. Hearing Naruto's words, Pudding reacted. The young girl walked over somewhat awkwardly, seemingly still not quite over Naruto's previous attitude towards her. She placed her fingers against the head of Orochimaru's body, and then moments of memories were pulled out like film strips. Next, Pudding truly acted like a projectionist, carefully flipping through the other party's memories frame by frame, searching for the corresponding information. Big Mom only glanced this way, then immediately continued eating her sweets. The previous table full of sweets wasn't nearly enough, and this was now the second round. She could also tell that Naruto had some grudge with that secret organization, and now that he had caught a member, he wanted to find their base. But speaking of which, having been around for so many years, Big Mom really hadn't heard of an organization called Akatsuki. On this side, Pudding was shocked by what she saw. Ninjutsu, chakra, ninja, the 5 great ninja villages, tailed beasts, human experiments. Countless unheard-of pieces of information about the ninja world were extracted from the other's memories. Pudding instinctively thought this guy's brain had been tampered with. But others didn't have the memo no me like her, so it shouldn't be possible to create such a large, complete, and self-consistent segment of memories, right? Classifying the memories, Pudding first skipped over those related to common sense and knowledge, and instead began looking through the memories concerning secrets. The first thing that came into view was the scene of Orochimaru proposing cooperation to Naruto, suggesting they use an immortal guy to create a body and then take it over. Ugh. The disgusting scene had no mosaic correction whatsoever, assaulting Pudding's 14-year-old psyche. She almost couldn't stop herself from vomiting in front of Big Mom. But then a somewhat fanciful idea suddenly sprouted in Pudding's mind. Even though that other world didn't seem very nice either, if I went there, could I escape Mama's control? It just showed that this child seemed to have been scared into having a psychological shadow by her mother. This period's Pudding hadn't yet experienced the great ups and downs like in the original work, leading to her sudden realization and re-establishing bonds with siblings like Katakuri. Right now, she was just a little girl trying to escape her terrifying mother. Regarding Tato Land, Pudding didn't have the sense of belonging that strong individuals like Katakuri or Smoothie possessed. Here, she had to play the role of the villain, acting as her mother's accomplice in carrying out evil deeds, just to survive. This fantasy of freedom only lasted for a moment before Pudding snuffed it out herself. If she left this place, then she wouldn't even have her last bit of value left. Big Mom's control and teachings had also caused this child to develop a somewhat distorted set of values. On Naruto's side, he first felt the girl's various emotions chaotically surging forth without restraint, then saw that she seemed to have suffered some kind of trauma to her psyche, likely due to Orochimaru's disgusting experiments. Ah. He patted his own head, this was indeed my oversight. Pudding, how about you just transfer all of his memories directly into my brain? Naruto's words were shocking. Even Big Mom, listening nearby, showed a thoughtful look upon hearing this. Pudding was even more incredulous. Huh? No, that won't do dash. Kid, are you crazy? Directly extracting someone else's memories and stuffing them into your own or another person's head was, in their view, equivalent to dumping garbage into your own brain. It was like forcing another person's self into your own consciousness. If one's personal will wasn't strong enough, something like personality replacement could even occur. It's fine, I believe you can do it. Naruto thought Pudding herself wasn't capable enough to do it. He couldn't be bothered to reply to Big Mom and instead gently patted Pudding's head. The warmth from her head made Pudding swallow the words of refusal she was about to say. The scene of Naruto's earlier, utterly unfeigned admiration for her third eye replayed in her mind. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Naruto-sama. Starlight sparkled in all 3 of her eyes. Why yes. Big Mom, watching from a distance, took it all in without a word, though her gaze lingered on Pudding for another moment. Never mind, not this one. She's still useful. Immediately, Big Mom dismissed the idea she had just conceived. With trembling small hands, Pudding pulled out all of Orochimaru's memories in one go. Perhaps because her hands were shaking, she accidentally tore a small section of it. Of course, she immediately used her ability to glue it back together. Naruto-san, are you ready? It took a lot of effort for Pudding to forcefully change Sama to San, and then, under Naruto's affirmative gaze, she delivered that roll of Orochimaru's memory film into Naruto's brain. She had never done this before, at most, she had modified data locally within the brain. This was the first time she was transferring data across brains. Ugh dash. Even for Naruto, the instant he was washed over by decades of Orochimaru's massive memories, a moment of confusion appeared, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. It almost made Big Mom, watching nearby, entertain some not-so-good ideas. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. Soon, he opened his eyes again. It really is an unexpected gain. Naruto's expression was somewhat complex. This was also the first time he had so comprehensively understood those matters concerning the ninja world. Chapter 136, Chapter 136 Big Mom, do you want a husband? Orochimaru had lived for over 50 years. In terms of memory capacity alone, he had already surpassed Naruto. His cloning technique couldn't possibly have any preset, memory editing, function. So his memories were no different from the originals. But unfortunately, every powerful figure on the seas who possessed formidable conqueror's haki had a sense of self and self-affirmation far beyond ordinary people. Conqueror's haki, to put it a bit idealistically, is essentially using the self to overwrite the will of others. Therefore, in terms of willpower, Orochimaru's memories couldn't influence Naruto. A Mega Kurei, huh? Naruto not only learned the location of the Akatsuki's base but also gained some information about the mastermind behind it. Pain. And that so-called Uchiha Madara. If Naruto had foolishly gone ahead with the trade, he probably would have continued to be manipulated by that old snake using this information as bait. Thankfully, he had a handy life hack that didn't require paying any price. Things like turning the tables on swindlers weren't new to Naruto. Accessing the memories was much faster than imagined. From Naruto's perspective, it was as if he had been born with those memories, and he just needed to deliberately recall them to remember. The earlier impact was just like when an amnesiac recovers, it was simply because too many images flooded his consciousness in a short time, causing an overload. Viewing the ninja world from Orochimaru's perspective, Naruto also discovered many details he hadn't noticed before. The relationship between major nations and small nations, ninjas and civilians, as well as the daimyos and ninjas. The ninja world truly needed to change. These memories gave Naruto plenty of inspiration. Orochimaru had hidden away quite a few good things. Aside from those secrets, there was also a lot of classified information about ninjutsu, and even data about sages. Sage mode, huh? So that so-called cursed seal is a failed product of this thing. Are you alright? Seeing that Naruto seemed to still be deep in thought, Pudding, who was nearby, spoke up cautiously, expressing her concern. This interrupted Naruto's train of thought, but it didn't matter, as there would be plenty of time later to slowly savor those memories. His gaze met Pudding's, who looked as timid as a fawn, and he gave the young girl a warm smile. It's fine, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that the cooperation was settled, Big Mom signaled Broly nearby to take Pudding back. You can go back now, Pudding. There's nothing more for you here. Yes, Mama. Pudding nodded toward Naruto and then walked toward her sister Broly, who opened a mirror world's portal. Before leaving, she took one last glance at Naruto's back. She couldn't help but feel that she had missed an opportunity to be saved. At this time, Pudding didn't even have the most basic independent will and couldn't imagine what her life would be like separated from her family. No one needed a monster like her, and no one would be willing to accept her. Then, she remembered the small, bold act she had performed under her mother's watchful eyes, the memory she had modified. She had inserted a tiny fragment of her own memory into it. Naruto-sama, if you could see it dash. Wait, don't go just yet. Suddenly, looking at the still-breathing but memory-wiped, vegetative snake, body on the ground, an idea inexplicably popped into Naruto's head. He turned to look at Big Mom and blurted out, seemingly out of nowhere. Big Mom, do you want a new husband? Kid? What are you talking about? Big Mom put down the food in her hand and looked at Naruto with displeasure. Everyone in the new world knew that she, Big Mom, was famous for having many husbands. Was there any race of men she hadn't slept with? Did this brat really think I would take any men? Don't be in a hurry. Take a look at this first. As he spoke, Naruto placed his hand on Orochimaru's body and then performed a series of hand seals to remove the disguise according to the method in the memory. Then, the previously youth-like body, which resembled a fusion of Haiden plus Orochimaru, quickly began to show signs of snaktification. Scales appeared on his cheeks, arms, and sides, and two fangs protruded slightly from the corners of his mouth. The outlines of his face also shifted somewhat toward that of a snake, though he still largely resembled a human. This was the true form this body should have had after undergoing modifications and completely merging with that white snake. So, what do you think? A snakeman tribe. Probably the only one like him on the entire sea. Like he was introducing some premium product, Naruto lifted the body and brought it closer to Big Mom for her to inspect carefully. One of Big Mom's dreams was to establish a Tato land that accommodated all the races of the world. T/N, the kanji used for Tato land means all countries/nations. Therefore, since her youth, she had continuously sought out men from various races to marry and have children with. After giving birth, she would discard the original husband and wouldn't consider races she'd already had children with. So far, aside from the Giants and the Lunarians, she had basically succeeded with all of them. And this so-called Snakeman tribe. Big Mom did indeed have a husband from the Snake Neck tribe, with whom she bore the daughter, Demon Lady, Charlotte Amanda. The characteristic of this tribe was an extremely long and thin neck, but compared to this so-called snakeman, they actually resembled ordinary humans more. At least they didn't have scales. Big Mom didn't expect there was actually a race in the world that she, the Big Mom, didn't know about. This immediately captured Big Mom's attention, and even her original idea of forming a marriage alliance with Naruto was tossed to the back of her mind. Naruto waved over Pudding, who was standing to the side. Pudding, I'll need to trouble you to implant some memories into him. Originally, this guy was a villain who committed every evil imaginable. Since he has no memories now, it's a perfect chance to turn him into a genuine, good person. I'm sure you wouldn't like a schemer running around your territory, would you, Big Mom? Naruto's final words were directed at Big Mom, but she currently couldn't care less about such minor details and casually issued an order to Pudding. Do as he says, Pudding. Hearing both Naruto and Big Mom say this, Pudding herself had no objections. From the memories she had seen earlier, calling this guy a villain was almost a compliment. As Pudding activated her ability. Soon, a new set of memories was fabricated and implanted into the body. After the memory implantation was complete, the eyelids of the body on the table twitched, then opened. Those snake-like pupils scanned the three people in front of it, finally stopping on Big Mom. Lean. To be honest, watching Orochimaru use that low, hoarse voice to call out Big Mom's name gave Naruto an unreal feeling. He had just said it offhandedly with the idea of making use of waste. But who would have thought? And Big Mom seemed quite satisfied with this new husband. Speaking of which, snakes should be very flexible animals, right? Chapter 137, The Gathering of the Strong. Big Mom is getting married again. This was the latest news every guest attending Big Mom's tea party heard upon arriving at Whole Cake Island. Wasn't it said to be a marriage alliance between Big Mom's daughter and Uzumaki Naruto? Did it change to her marrying Uzumaki Naruto herself? That would really be, oh, no, it's with a male from another new race. Never mind then. A group of underground forces with significant influence in the New World whispered and discussed Big Mom's marriage like village gossipers. What shipping king, loan shark king, underground world arms dealers, it could be described as, all the worthy gathered together. Big news. Morgan's arrival at Whole Cake Island was quite swift. He was probably the first underground ruler to arrive after Naruto. Beside him, the loan shark king, Lufeld also looked gossipy and asked quietly. Morgan's, wasn't it said to be a marriage alliance between the Big Mom pirates and Uzumaki Naruto? How did it suddenly change? Aside from Naruto himself, almost all participants had received similar news shortly after being invited to the tea party. The channels varied, some heard it from Big Mom's messengers, while others had their own sources within Tato land. I'm not too sure about that either. Upon hearing Lufeld's question, the excited expression on Morgan's face suddenly faded, and he replied as if it were nothing. What else could the reason be? Naruto, the person involved, didn't agree. How could such a question even be asked? Who knows how Lufeld managed to build such a fortune with that brain of his? Umite, known as the shipping king, also came over to interject. Hey, Morgans, what about that news about the celestial dragons from before Dash? It's true. As soon as Morgan heard Umite's question, he knew why the other was asking. The reason was simple. The previous issue of the World Economic newspaper had been debunked by an unspeakable force, and related information had been suppressed. Anyone with half a brain could guess who was behind it. The survival time of this big news even exceeded Morgan's expectations. The pressure was applied more than a day after the incident occurred. Combined with the time spent printing the debunking newspaper, it dragged on for 2 whole days. 2 days were enough for everyone who needed to know to learn the news. Of course, the masses in most member nations still remained unaware. Or if they did hear, they chose to believe the debunking content. None of that mattered. Later, to divert attention, the Celestial Dragons very unscrupulously forced Morgans to focus the report on the Marines' admiral, Akainu, who lost his hand. One of the 3 famous admirals. The Marines' highest combat power. Actually defeated single-handedly by a criminal and left disabled. This severely damaged the Marines' prestige. Yet, Sengoku couldn't forcefully make Morgans remove the news. The world government might not care about the Marines' image, but he had to. Coupled with the Marines' direct shutdown of Sabaody Archipelago, the gateway from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World, forcing pirates with some strength to return to paradise. The end result was a sharp increase in pirate attacks within the Marines' jurisdiction, and even the Revolutionary Army's activities became more frequent. The first half of the Grand Line became exceptionally lively for a time. In contrast, the New World, seemingly already familiar with the world government's antics, didn't react as strongly. In a kitchen room of Whole Cake Castle, Orochimaru looked somewhat confused at his reflection in the mirror. Naruto was quite kind, at least he didn't take Orochimaru's name as well. Of course, in reality, it was simply because he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After all, it was just a casual move, purely on a whim. In Orochimaru's memory, he had always lived on Whole Cake Island, and he should have been very familiar with every plant and tree here. Yet, when he actually saw the scenes outside, he felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. The houses constructed from cake, cream, and chocolate struck Orochimaru as utterly unbelievable. This conflicting psychology, combined with his innate curiosity for the unknown, led Orochimaru to cautiously observe everything around him. First of all, there is his fiancée, Charlotte Lean, who is known as the Emperor of the Sea. A woman exuding immense pressure, in every sense of the word. The reason she was marrying him was purely due to his unique, snakeman, bloodline. His half-snake, half-human reflection in the mirror was the best evidence. In the new memories created for Orochimaru by pudding, trust and obedience toward Big Mom were particularly reinforced. Unfortunately, it seemed that Orochimaru was inherently predisposed to despise authority, distrust anyone, and betray at any moment. However, lacking the ability, he couldn't make any out-of-line moves. In terms of physical stature alone, any one of Big Mom's sons could easily overpower him. Having lost his memory, he didn't even know what chakra was, let alone ninjutsu. Instead, he began to develop curiosity about devil fruits and hockey. When facing Big Mom, Orochimaru behaved with great deference. Because of this, he successfully managed to extract the information he wanted to know from her. On the other hand, Naruto didn't seem particularly interested in Big Mom and Orochimaru's wedding. By now, he had already gathered all the information he needed, and it was time to prepare for his return to the ninja world. He would wait until after the tea party and find a safer place to begin. It wouldn't make much difference to delay a little longer. Once again carefully the information from Orochimaru's memories, Naruto mentally set Pain and Uchiha Madara as his hypothetical adversaries. He needed to prepare for battle in advance. Uchiha Madara, according to the description of the Nine Tails and his father, has the ability to control the tailed beasts. Whether this guy was the real Uchiha Madara from history or not, he was highly suspicious. Naruto decided he would beat him up first and ask questions later. Meanwhile, on the route to Tato Land, the Marines' warship carrying Garp and the others was sailing at full speed. The latest intelligence they had received was that Naruto had already arrived at Whole Cake Island in Tato Land and had reached some form of cooperation with Big Mom. It looks like we're in for a tough battle ahead, Tsuru remarked, sighing as she gazed at the darkening sky in the distance. Wahahaha, Tsuru, you're overthinking things as usual. Beside her, Garp laughed heartily while munching on rice crackers, completely dispelling the tense atmosphere. The famously hard-working Admiral Kizaru, meanwhile, had somehow produced a bowl of ramen and was noisily slurping it down. Looking at her two unreliable colleagues, Tsuru rolled her eyes in exasperation, then recalled another piece of news. It was said that the world government had also sent people over. Presumably, we wouldn't be fighting alone this time. It seems this time, the world government was determined to go all out against that Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 138, Chapter 138 The backyard is about to catch fire. Say that again. New World, aboard the Perfume Uda. The 1.9-meter-tall, pirate empress, Boa Hancock looked down from her height at the slave trader trembling on the ground. These guys were really something. While the Kuja Pirates area of activity was usually in the first half of the Grand Line, even if they hadn't heard of the Pirate Empress title, they should at least have heard of the Warlord of the Sea, right? It was bad enough that these blind fools didn't run away when they saw her, but they actually dared to attack first. Didn't they know she hated slave traders the most? Of course, what infuriated Hancock the most right now wasn't that these guys had dared to attack them. Shifting her gaze to the invitation in her hand, Hancock recalled what the captain of these slave traders had said earlier. Big Mom Sama's daughter is going to be engaged to the great hero, Uzumaki Naruto, who defeated the Marine Admiral Akainu. If you know what's good for you dash. Hancock didn't even bother listening to the second half of the sentence, directly turning the men into stone and kicking him into the sea. The slave trader on the ground, seeing that even name-dropping an emperor couldn't intimidate the other party, was filled with endless regret. He had originally just wanted to use Big Mom's name to extort the other party. He never expected to hit a steel plate. Impossible. Hancock ignored the guy on the ground, her fingers gripping the railing of the Perfume Uda tightly. That section of solid wood railing couldn't withstand Hancock's strength, especially when her emotions were so unstable. Thus, after a series of teeth-grating creaks, the piece of wood was completely crushed into a ball. Meanwhile, Sandersonia and her sister looked at each other, neither daring to speak casually. They knew very well. If before, their older sister was still willing to listen to their advice, then after learning this news, their big sister had probably gone completely crazy. Whoosh. Casually shooting an arrow to turn the slave trader into a statue as well, and then kicking him into the sea like the last one, Hancock turned around with a gloomy face to look at the crew. Destination, Whole Cake Island. Full speed ahead. Everyone was terrified, not daring to make a sound. Marigold still wanted to advise caution regarding the Emperor, Big Mom, but was stopped by her second sister. Sandersonia quickly shook her head at her plump sister, her eyes rapidly changing. Don't be stupid right now. Naysan is angrier than she's ever been. Be careful or she'll beat you up too. They were, after all, sisters. Not a word was spoken, but the meaning was clearly understood by the other. Marigold also reacted, quickly pressing her lips together, not daring to say another word. But in their hearts, they were both silently sweating for their former benefactor. Run, Naruto and I. You must run away before Nei-san gets there. Otherwise, someone's really going to die. On the other side, Stussy, along with the 4 former CP9's members, had already arrived at her base of operations, Pleasure District. She obviously couldn't just go directly to Whole Cake Island like this. After all, Stussy was invited to the tea party in her capacity as the Queen of the Pleasure District. Arriving on a world government's ship would be inappropriate. Moreover, she needed to return to her base to get a clearer understanding of the specific situation. The Pleasure District, under Stussy's control, wasn't just a single island, but rather all the underground adult entertainment industry areas spread throughout the New World. Basically, the so-called red light districts. It was through this vast industry network that she could extend her tentacles outward, thereby obtaining massive amounts of intelligence. Based on Stussy's understanding of a certain man, he would absolutely never agree to something like an arranged marriage. After all, he could even bear to let her go, so how could he possibly obediently marry a woman he'd only met a few times? Did they think Uzumaki Naruto was some small-time pirate? Califa watched Stussy with admiration as she quickly browsed through stacks of intelligence reports. That strong, capable businesswoman image was her ultimate goal. The 3 men on the other side, however, looked at each other boredly. Rob Lucci just wanted to fight someone as soon as possible to test his progress. Though one wonders if he could maintain such confidence if he were to actually face those true monsters of the New World. Just as I thought. From a piece of secret intelligence originating from within Whole Cake Island territory, Stussy finally found what she was looking for. Big Mom originally planned to marry her daughter Charlotte Smoothie to Uzumaki Naruto. But according to the latest intelligence, the participants of the wedding have been changed to Big Mom herself and another man of unknown identity. The man possesses snake-like characteristics and is suspected to be a member of a previously undiscovered new human race. Sure enough. That man would never compromise once he knew what was about to happen. Thinking this, the smile on Stussy's face became a few degrees more genuine. Go on, have them prepare suitable attire for you. I can't have you attending Lean's banquet dressed so inappropriately. Her mood having shifted from cloudy to clear, Stussy even joked with them, then had her subordinates take them to get new clothes made. According to their mission requirements, this time, they needed to maintain a covert infiltration. Her identity as an Emperor's close friend still held value, so their identities as CP's agents could not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. The main operatives were still those powerhouses from the Marine. The hero of the Marine, Garp, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Candidate Momoyasagi, and that supposedly extraordinarily intelligent Vice Admiral Tsuru. TSK, it feels like it's going to be a massive free-for-all. I must find an opportunity to give that wretched man a good, hard lesson then. Looking at Naruto's photo, Stussy smiled very happily. Let's go, Orochimaru. Time to greet the guests today. The room door was pushed open directly. Katakuri didn't seem to show even a shred of the respect one should have for this nominal stepfather. Even more, hidden in his gaze towards Orochimaru was a certain, unknown pity. This guy was just a breeding tool for his mother. If he was lucky, he might keep his life after the child was born. If unlucky, he might end up like his mother's previous husbands, killed off casually. When Pudding was compiling Orochimaru's memory, Katakuri, as Big Mom's most capable executive, was present to watch. Therefore, he also knew that the guy before him was nothing more than a pitiful wretch whose death would be no loss. Oh, it's Katakuri-kun. Good, let's go right away. Completely different from when the memories were first implanted, a spring-like smile now graced Orochimaru's face. If a certain third Hokage were to come here and see this scene, he might just burst into tears of emotion. He looked exactly the same as he did back when he was learning ninjutsu under Hiruzen. However, the moment Katakuri turned his back, that slightly pale face revealed an almost uncontrollable curiosity and greed. Orochimaru himself knew. This wouldn't escape the perception of the men before him. But he didn't seem to mind. Very interesting, the ability to foresee the future, observation haki. So interesting. Chapter 139, Orochimaru's nature. There was still one day until the tea party officially began. Big Mom's tea party wasn't a long-term activity, but it did have several days of preparation time. Mainly to give those attending enough time to prepare gifts and travel. On the surface, the tea party was a banquet held by the giant infant-like Big Mom to play real-life house. But in reality, it was a method for the Emperor to display her power and strengthen control over her subordinate forces, as well as a great opportunity to collect tributes. Every time the tea party was held, all invited attendees needed to prepare sufficient gifts as tribute for Big Mom. Otherwise, they could expect to have their lifespan extracted by the Sora no Mi. Did you really think the protection of one of the 4 Emperor was free? At least not from Big Mom. For this occasion, aside from the regular gifts for the tea party, they also had to prepare another gift for Big Mom and Orochimaru's wedding. 2 gifts for one banquet. Believe it or not, no one would object. At least Naruto had no objections, as he didn't have to give any. The previous Purin no Mi was payment for requesting help from Big Mom's daughter, Pudding, and afterward, he even gave Big Mom a snakeman husband for free. She should be thanking him. Delicious, so delicious dash. Naruto was currently in the massive kitchen of the Whole Cake Chateau, enjoying the skills of the head chef, Strusen. This former member of the Rocks Pirates, known as the Gourmet Knight, wasn't exactly a good person. But at the same time, he possessed a trait common to every qualified chef. At least while preparing food for Naruto, Strusen genuinely poured all the culinary skills he had mastered over 90 years into his work. As a chef, he could tell that Naruto was someone who truly appreciated good food, unlike Lean, who was simply obsessed with sweets. Therefore, Strusen didn't use the abilities of the Kuku no Mi, but instead relied on his hands to create each dish. T/N, cook fruit. From roasted meat to seafood, from desserts to thick soups, with both meat and vegetable dishes, he covered every culinary style imaginable. This head chef was even more versatile than Zeph. Almost anything Naruto wanted to eat, he could make. It's really delicious, old man. Another serving, please. Chewing slowly on the sea snail meat wrapped in caviar, Naruto didn't devour it all in one gulp like a wild boar. Strusen was one of the top chefs in the world of One Piece, and opportunities to taste his cooking were undoubtedly rare. Especially after this banquet. Naruto handed the plate over, his eyes slightly lowered. He had already predicted that the upcoming banquet would not be peaceful. Hee, of course. My skills are no joke. Though his tone was proud, Strusen's actions were honest as he began preparing another dish for Naruto. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the kitchen door, Orochimaru and Katakuri, who had been summoned by Big Mom. Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's characteristic cold, slimy voice rang out. Actually, Naruto had already frowned slightly when he sensed their approach. But since Strusen was still cooking for him, he chose not to leave. Katakuri seemed like he wanted to say something, but considering Orochimaru was only going to say a few words, he decided not to intervene. Under normal circumstances, as long as this guy didn't plan to do anything outrageous, he generally turned a blind eye. Hey, Orochimaru. Shouldn't you be helping with the wedding preparations at this time? Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru's face showed no trace of displeasure. It seemed he wasn't bothered by the fact that he was about to marry Big Mom. Instead, while examining Naruto, Orochimaru's expression showed much greater interest. Naruto-kun, I'm also very interested in the ability you possess called ninjutsu. It had to be said that Orochimaru was still Orochimaru. Even if his memories were wiped clean, he almost instinctively sought out the power he desired. Although Orochimaru had also been studying devil fruits and hockey during this time, his interest in the ninjutsu Naruto occasionally displayed was clearly higher. He always felt that he, too, could master this ability. Ah, you want to learn? Next time, definitely next time. After casually brushing him off a couple of times, Naruto continued to savor the food, seemingly unwilling to engage too much with this new Orochimaru of the One Piece world. He had a feeling this guy wouldn't stay quiet here. But what did that have to do with Naruto? Based on Naruto's comprehensive understanding of Orochimaru, once this guy set foot on the path of pursuing power and knowledge, he would most likely repeat the cycle of seeking immortality. The ones to suffer would probably be the celestial dragons, who were rumored to possess the secrets of the so-called perennial youth operation. During the time he would be away from the One Piece world, Naruto looked forward to the surprises this guy would undoubtedly cook up. Orochimaru dash. Katakuri, naturally picking up on his friend's reluctance to engage further, spoke up. Kukuku, then we shall look forward to our next meeting. Orochimaru said, unaware that he already possessed the innate ability to use ninjutsu. He lightly licked his lips with his forked snake-like tongue before obediently following Katakuri out. Dock. A large pirate ship, decorated to resemble a flamingo, had docked. Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as Heavenly Yiksha and Joker, disembarked with several key executives of his Don Quixote pirates. Greeting him was Perospero, Big Mom's eldest son, a rather unique character himself. Although not the strongest of Big Mom's sons, Perospero's status within the Big Mom pirates was not something an average person could match. The reason he was assigned to receive Doflamingo wasn't due to the latter's strength, but because of his status as an underground arms dealer and his connections to Kaido. Of course, the most important reason was the gigantification research they were about to undertake together. It was one of his mama's biggest obsessions. If successful, Tato Land could have its very own race of giants. Fufufu, quite the impressive spectacle. Doflamingo remarked, swaggering with an unmistakable arrogance behind Perospero as he surveyed his surroundings. Most of the guests present were familiar faces. As a renowned figure in the underworld, Doflamingo had collaborated with many of them. Accompanying him were 3 others. One was Diamante, one of the top executives of the family, and the other 2 were Baby 5, who is dressed in a maid outfit, and Senor Pink, wearing his signature baby-style suit. It's safe to say Baby 5 was the only one among the 4 dressed like a normal person. As for Treble, he remained in dress rosa guarding Sugar, the user of the Hobi Hobi no Mi, T/N, Hobby Hobby fruit. This concerned the lifeblood of the Don Quixote family, so carelessness was not an option. If a conflict breaks out here and affects Sugar, causing her abilities to deactivate, Doflamingo would most likely lose everything he had. The Marines, other pirates, the Revolutionary Army, even the Celestial Dragons, all would view him as an enemy. Meanwhile, at a separate dock used for receiving ordinary guests, 2 seemingly unremarkable pirate ships had also moored. Disembarking were several individuals who, despite being in disguise, still possessed highly distinctive characteristics. They were 4 high-level combatants dispatched by the Marines: Garp, Kizaru, Momoyasagi, and Tsuru. Chapter 140, Chapter 140 True Enemy. Tsuru, is it really necessary for us to dress like this? Garp looked extremely uncomfortable, tugging at the clothes on his body. There was no helping it, finding clothes that fit his physique was already quite difficult. At the moment, Garp was dressed as a gangster enforcer, in a suit and a fedora. Beside him, Kizaru and Tsuru herself were similarly attired. Only Momoyasagi wore a fitted, full-length dress, holding a small fan, and even sporting a golden wig. She looked every bit the part of a noblewoman or socialite. According to Garp's original idea, with their level of combat power, why would they need to use infiltration tactics? I could just start with a galaxy impact, and then the few of them could just forcefully plow through, right? Aside from Big Mom and that brat, could there possibly be anyone else here worthy of being my opponent? Idiot Tsuru, dressed all in black, shot him a glare, cursed once, and showed no intention of explaining. Fortunately, Momoyasagi spoke up in time. Garp, Tsurune means that if we charge in so conspicuously, Uzumaki Naruto will very likely escape before we even arrive. Momoyasagi was an expert at infiltration, and the disguises for the group were all her handiwork. She used her fan to slightly cover the lower half of her face, her every word and action perfectly matching her current persona. What a hassle. Did Garp not know this? Of course, he did. In fact, that was exactly his goal. Unlike Momoyasagi and Tsuru, due to his relationship with Roger and Rouge, Garp had spent a long time with Naruto. Garp understood Naruto's character. Therefore, he didn't truly want to fight him. Moreover, he didn't think that freeing slaves and killing celestial dragons were really mistakes. Even back during the Great Battle at God Valley, Garp hadn't intervened for the sake of those celestial dragon scum. He had arrived there chasing Roger. Upon encountering rocks, whether out of his own stance or his duty, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. It was the same now. The next time he met Naruto, he would still have to go all out to capture him. After all, so many colleagues were watching. Just as Garp and the others set foot on Whole Cake Island, Stussy also disembarked with several subordinates. Lucci and Kaku, among others, were currently carrying various gifts and pastries. Who would have thought their first job in the new world would be as movers? But rank has its privileges, and Lucci had no choice but to obey, obediently following Stussy forward. In terms of speed, Stussy's group was even slightly faster than Garp's. After all, Garp's side had wasted some time seizing a ship, and later, to maintain their disguises, they couldn't travel at high speed, allowing Stussy's group to catch up. Big Mom had also sent her children to receive this good girl friend. Just as they were heading towards the castle, sudden exclamations arose from the pier. Looking back, 2 giant sea snakes could be seen swimming towards the island from the distant horizon. Those attending the tea party initially thought it was a sea beast attack, but then the perfume Yuda appeared behind the sea snakes. Who is that? Someone asked. Is that the Kuja pirates? Someone recognized the 9 snake-headed Jolly Roger on the ship and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Why would the pirate empress come here? Hasn't she always stayed in paradise? This looks troublesome. Should we inform Big Mom? Do you really need to say it? Look over there. Is that Oven-sama? Following their companion's pointing finger, they saw a tall man wearing a yellow cape and bare-chested, standing on the pier. It was Big Mom's son, Katakuri's twin brother, Charlotte Oven. Watching the perfume Yuda speeding towards them without any intention of slowing down, Oven sneered disdainfully and plunged his hands into the water. He was a Netsu no Mi user, capable of instantly raising his own body heat and transferring that heat to others. T/N, heat fruit. At this moment, Oven's hands glowed red, and the seawater they touched instantly heated up. The heat then spread, causing a large area of the sea ahead to bubble. It had already reached boiling point. The 2 sea snakes pulling the ship were highly sensitive to temperature. Upon touching the scalding hot water, they immediately stopped. The ship behind them, carried by momentum, slid forward a short distance. Humph. Just a mere warlord of the sea, how dare you run wild in Tato land? Truly dash. Oven had just straightened up, his grandiose words not even finished, when a figure shot over from the distant ship at a speed he could barely react to. Perfume femur. A sharp rebuke arrived first, followed by a heel like a rainbow. Before Oven could even see clearly, Hancock's kick had already struck his forehead. The nearly 5-meter-tall giant was sent flying instantly, without even a chance to resist. Bang. After Oven crashed to the ground, others rushed to help him, only to discover in shock upon getting closer that he had already turned into a stone statue. This scene was witnessed by Pyrospiro, who had just finished escorting Doflamingo away. Candy Maiden. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his devil fruit ability, creating a massive golden Iron Maiden in an attempt to trap Hancock inside. Humph. Hancock watched the giant, spike-covered Iron Maiden squeezing toward her without a trace of worry on her face. She gently touched her lips with her fingers, then pulled outward, creating a huge pink heart. Next, she pulled on the heart with her other hand as if drawing a bow. Slave arrow. Countless heart-tipped arrows shot out, flying toward the surrounding candy spikes. Then, under Perospero's solemn gaze, the candy he had created rapidly petrified upon contact with the arrows. This move ignored the prerequisite of whether the target is infatuated, petrifying all living and non-living things it touched, truly terrifying like the Gorgon of myth. The petrified candy also slipped from Perospero's control, falling directly to the ground. Boa Hancock. Are you provoking the Big Mom pirates? Even if he couldn't win, he couldn't lose face. The Candy Minister, knowing he was no match for his opponent, still maintained the arrogance of an Emperor's crew member. Unfortunately, his opponent was the even more arrogant Pirate Empress. Hancock glanced around but didn't see the figure she was looking for. She then pointed a finger forward, her head held high, her entire body even leaning backward. Humph. Whatever I do will be forgiven. Speak quickly. Where have you hidden Naruto? Because she had rushed here at full speed, Hancock was unaware that the wedding had changed from involving Naruto and Smoothie to Big Mom herself. In her mind, she was here to crash the wedding, she absolutely could not show weakness. So what if it was one of the 4 emperors? I can't let you ruin Lean Lean's party, you know. At that moment, a woman's voice that surprised everyone present rang out. Charlotte Daifuku, who was responsible for leading Stussy and the others into the castle, looked incredulously at the Queen of Pleasure District, walking toward the Pirate Empress. He couldn't quite understand why Stussy was getting involved at this moment. Stussy stopped not far in front of Hancock, lightly tapped her lips with a finger, and smiled as she looked at the woman opposite her. Speaking of which, I wonder what you want with Uzumaki Naruto. The 2 women stared at each other. Their innate instincts told them that the other was their true enemy. Where their gazes met, sparks of electricity seemed to flash. Chapter 141, Chapter 141 Tough to handle. Then don't handle it. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense kicking in, but Hancock always felt that the look in this woman's eyes when she said the name, Uzumaki Naruto, seemed somewhat familiar. It was almost like something she often saw herself, though she couldn't quite place it at the moment. Don't get in my way. Hancock struck her signature pose of the Pirate Empress. She didn't like the woman before her and had not the slightest interest in exchanging even half a sentence more with her. After saying this, she directly ignored the Stussy in front of her and walked toward the interior of the island. Following closely behind Hancock were several dozen Amazon Lily's warriors proficient in hockey. These were not inexperienced novices from Amazon Lily who had never been to sea or experienced battle. Even though they were currently being watched by countless eyes, these warriors of the Kuja pirates showed not a hint of fear, all marching forward with their heads held high. Even the 2 sisters who had always tried to stop Hancock now assumed the posture befitting guardians in front of outsiders. Speaking of which, Pirate Empress, did you receive Big Mom's invitation as well? One can't be considered a guest without an invitation letter. Stussy said, blocking the enraged Lucci and the others, watching Hancock who ignored her and walked away with a smile on her face. Invitation letter. I have as many of those as I want. The tall second princess, Sander Sonia, directly took out a small stack of invitation letters from her skimpy clothing and threw them out. The snow-white papers fluttered down like willow catkins, causing the face of the Big Mom pirates to fall to the ground along with them. Seeing this, Stussy narrowed her eyes slightly and didn't say anything more. Boa Hancock's interference meant the world government's plans were likely to run into problems. It seemed we might actually have to step in and help next. At the very least, we had to show the right attitude. Since the tea party and Big Mom's engagement ceremony were officially scheduled for tomorrow, most of the important guests who should have arrived were already here by today. Those still left on the docks were all subordinate forces of the Big Mom pirates. Having witnessed 2 ministers being effortlessly defeated by the Pirate Empress, they naturally had no intention of standing up for them. Although the pirate empress's reputation wasn't particularly well known in the New World, she was, after all, a warlord of the sea on the same level as Doflamingo, Tyrant, Kuma, and Hawkeye. The power or strength of these individuals wasn't something small fries like them could afford to provoke. It was better to just watch the show quietly. Anyway, Big Mom surely wouldn't turn a blind eye to this. Pyrospiro, whose ultimate move had been casually negated by Hancock earlier, had not left. Even as the Kuja Pirates members approached him, Pyrospiro did not take a single step back. Boa Hancock, it seems you really don't care about your country anymore. You actually dared to cause trouble during Mama's tea party. Just wait. Once Mama makes her move, destroying your Amazon lily will be destroyed. At that time, every single one of you dash. Pyrospiro's expression was fierce, and he wasn't just bluffing. Others might find it difficult to attack Amazon lily due to its location in the Calm Belt, but this was hardly a problem for Big Mom, who could create homies at will. Threatening family and comrades was also standard practice for the Big Mom pirates. But today, it didn't work on Hancock. He hadn't even finished speaking before she interrupted him. Tell me, am I beautiful? Hancock stood at 1.9 meters tall, but her presence overwhelmed the 3-meter-tall Pyrospiro. She was completely unmoved by his threats, instead fixing her deep black eyes on Pyrospiro. You. Hearing Hancock's question, Pyrospiro's attention instantly focused on her face. Even as an enemy, Pyrospiro couldn't bring himself to dishonestly deny Hancock's charm. Due to Big Mom's love for all races, the vast majority of Pyrospiro's dozens of siblings were oddities of varying appearances. Those who could be considered good-looking were few and far between. But that didn't mean Pyrospiro's aesthetic sense had changed along with it. The Pirate Empress was arguably one of the pinnacles of beauty on these seas, and the number of people who could rival her could be counted on one hand. Before Pyrospiro could answer, a pink light enveloped him completely. Mellow. Pyrospiro's thoughts instantly halted, and he followed in Oven's footsteps. The current Hancock was completely different from the one in the original work. During a long period of time spent with a certain man, to ensure she had enough ability to protect herself, that guy had trained her relentlessly. That despicable man simply didn't treat her, a great beauty, as a woman. Not only did he use a training regimen learned from who knows where that was downright cruel, but he also never held back during sparring sessions. If he said he was going to hit, he definitely meant it. If Hancock hadn't been exceptionally talented, she might not have survived that training. But paying this price had its results. The current Hancock didn't need to strike that hand-to-heart pose to casually release the light of the Mero no Mi, T/N, love fruit. Her draw was much faster than before. Besides that, her application and mastery of all forms of hockey were truly top-notch. From escaping the Celestial Dragons at age 16 to now, at 29, 13 years had passed. Not a single day had she slacked off in her training. If you were to ask what had been sustaining her, it was a dream. One day, Hancock would find that wretched man who broke his promise and abandoned her back home. Then, she would use the strength she had gained through years of arduous training to give him a sound beating. After that, she would lock him up on Amazon Lily and make him obediently become her queen. A very domineering dream, and now, it was close enough to touch. With Oven and Pyrospiro no longer blocking the way, the Kuja pirates moved through the outskirts of Whole Cake Island as if they owned the place. Most of Big Mom's children were currently busy decorating the banquet venue or rushing to prepare the food needed for the wedding. As the strongest among all the ministers, Katakuri not only had to ensure Orochimaru was kept under his watchful eye but also had to coordinate the overall situation. Why hasn't Pyrospiro arrived yet? Katakuri asked his sister Bruli, who was beside him. Coordinating this task should have been Pyrospiro's job. I don't know, Katakuri and I. In front of Katakuri, Bruli, who looked like an old witch, still maintained a girlish demeanor. In fact, she was originally quite good-looking, but she was disfigured after being attacked as a child. Later, she angered Big Mom and had a large portion of her lifespan extracted, which led to her current appearance. Seeing that Doflamingo had already arrived at the scene, but Pyrospiro was nowhere to be seen, Katakuri felt uneasy. Something is wrong. Soon, his premonition came true. Bruli communicated with some homies through a mirror and learned everything that had happened at the dock. She quickly relayed this information to Katakuri. Katakuri and I, should we report this to Mama? You go, Bruli. Katakuri suddenly stood up, looking into the distance, and spoke without turning his head. They're already here. Bruli looked in the direction Katakuri was facing. There, the figure of the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, had already appeared. Behind her were several dozen Amazon Lily's warriors with arrows nocked and ready. Each arrow was imbued with haki. At Hancock's command, they would not hesitate to attack. Later, keep an eye on this guy. He signaled Bruli with his eyes to find an opportunity to take Orochimaru away from the scene. Then, Katakuri turned his head to look at Hancock ahead and shouted loudly. Pirate Empress, revert Pyrospiro and oven back to normal, and I might still spare your life. As the perfect creation, and undefeated myth, of the Charlotte family, his every word and action represented the stance of the entire Big Mom Pirates. Moreover, in front of so many guests attending the tea party, even for the honor of the Big Mom Pirates, he could not afford to make any compromises. If possible, Katakuri didn't want a fight to break out here either. After all, 4 strong individuals at their level, once a battle broke out, the commotion would definitely be significant. He glanced subtly at Orochimaru, who showed not a hint of fear and was still curiously sizing up the opposite side with interest. At the very least, this guy couldn't be caught in the crossfire. And the moment after he said this, Katakuri's observation haki, capable of briefly foreseeing the future, already transmitted the next scene into his mind. Perfume femur. A kick wrapped in haki arrived in front of Katakuri at an extremely high speed, not even giving him time to machify his body to dodge. When Katakuri faced ordinary enemies, he could often rely on his exceptional observation haki and the properties of the machi-machi no mi to achieve a pseudo-elementalization similar to that of a logia fruit, thus ignoring the enemy's physical attacks. T/N, machi-machi fruit. Square machi. But the Pirate Empress was completely different from any enemy he had faced before. Her speed was so great that even if he reacted, he couldn't dissipate the corresponding body part in time. He only had time to harden his machi arm with armament haki, attempting to block her kick. Bang. At the point of impact, a shockwave spread out in all directions. Hancock's strength was not much less than Katakuri's. This kick had been building up for a long time, and Katakuri was responding hastily. The result was that the 5-meter-tall Katakuri was directly kicked flying. Fortunately, Broly reacted quickly. The moment the attack's aftershock arrived, she grabbed Orochimaru by the collar and pulled him into the mirror along with herself. Otherwise, just this indiscriminate AoE damage would have been enough to seriously injure both of them. This scene made the onlookers' jaws drop almost to the ground. That was Katakuri, the strongest sweet commander under Big Mom. The shock was even greater among the members of the Big Mom Pirates. It seems you don't plan to accept my suggestion. That makes things a bit tough to handle. Katakuri said as he emerged from the dust and smoke, completely unharmed, which greatly reassured his siblings. Great. Katakuri was still the same Katakuri, the undefeated legend of the Charlotte family. Tough to handle. Then don't handle it. Bring Uzumaki Naruto out to see me. Hancock's words made Katakuri frown slightly. She's here for Naruto. Seeing her murderous expression, Katakuri instinctively assumed she was here for revenge. Whether out of friendship for Naruto or his duty as a member of the Charlotte family, he couldn't hand a guest over to someone else. Bring it on. Knowing things were about to get serious, Katakuri directly unleashed his awakened state. Instantly, the surrounding ground turned into white machi. Peerless donuts. Don't be fooled by the funny names of Katakuri's moves, their actual effects are no joke. Following his will, 2 large masses of machi flew into the air, then extended into 2 giant hands made of machi. Power machi. Mimicking Katakuri's motion, the 2 giant hands transformed into the elongated shape of the earlier, peerless donuts, immediately covered with thick armament haki. The pitch-black giant fist smashed toward the Pirate Empress ahead. Facing an attack where a single finger was thicker than her thigh, Hancock showed not a hint of fear on her face. Perfume femur, magnifique. This time, Hancock's long legs were coated in Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki infusion, she, Boa Hancock, could do it too. With a running start and a spinning motion, she kicked toward the giant fist. The 2 forces froze in midair for less than a second before Hancock's perfume femur, magnifique, directly petrified and shattered the giant fist. After kicking the power machi to pieces, Hancock had no intention of stopping. Following through with the momentum in midair, she spun and lifted her other leg, trailing black and red lightning, and kicked again. The moment Katakuri saw the giant fist he created being easily shattered by her kick, he realized he and the Pirate Empress were not on the same level. At the very least, he hadn't yet mastered the skill of Conqueror's haki infusion. If he had to say, within the Charlotte family, perhaps only Mom could defeat her. But for his mom's honor, Katakuri did not choose to retreat. Instead, he continued to attack with the remaining giant arm. However, the brief future observed by Katakuri's observation haki next shocked him greatly, and he hurriedly tried to stop. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared between Hancock and Katakuri. It was the man himself, Uzumaki Naruto. He extended his left hand, effortlessly blocking Katakuri's attack, then turned to look at Hancock, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Yo, Hank dash. Conqueror's haki-infused heavenly kick. Without the slightest hesitation or any delay. The Pirate Empress changed her move midair, spinning rapidly once, then kicked out with even stronger haki on her foot. This was a higher-level close-quarters secret technique she had developed during her years of training. Due to the barrier of Conqueror's Haki infusion, her instep did not make direct contact with Naruto's face. But the kick still solidly connected with Naruto's head. Under Katakuri's astonished gaze, Naruto's face contorted from the tremendous force. He was then kicked sideways, sent flying. Katakuri even began to doubt his own eyes. That was a powerhouse who could fight one-on-one with his mom and even gain the upper hand. Having been single his whole life, he didn't understand. There's a kind of relationship that goes, hitting is intimacy, scolding is love, and loving to the extreme means kicking with your feet. Chapter 142, Chapter 142 Naruto, thank you for the rescue from the Marines. Naruto spun through the air as he was sent flying. He finally experienced what it felt like for those he had beaten up in the past. Not far away, Lucci, who had already arrived and witnessed the scene, was also taken aback. Is this what true power looks like? If being instantly defeated by Naruto before had left him unable to gauge the gap due to the overwhelming difference, then after witnessing the battle between Katakuri and Hancock, the arrogance he had felt after mastering Haki instantly vanished. Not to mention Hancock. Even Katakuri's fist was something he doubted he could withstand. As for Stussy, she found a chair and sat down with great interest, watching Naruto fly out like a rag doll, the smile on her face growing even more captivating. It seemed she was quite amused by Naruto getting beaten up. Though the lipstick case in her hand, nearly cracked from her grip, suggested otherwise. Seeing Naruto kicked flying straight through the whole cake chateau, Katakuri felt a surge of anger. Seizing the moment right after Hancock's attack, he plunged both hands into the ground. Flowing mochi. The ground rapidly morphed into soft, sticky mochi paste. Hancock was still basking in the feeling of finally getting her revenge. By the time she noticed, the ground beneath her feet had already begun to soften. Now that her feet were trapped in the mochi, moving became difficult. But this was hardly a problem for her. With a casual wave, a pink light arrow shot out, and the mochi transformed ground petrified once again. Then, with a slight exertion of force, she shattered it. Seeing this, Katakuri didn't hesitate. He manipulated the mochi again, forming over a dozen donuts in midair. Identical mochi arms extended from the donuts. Mochi singing result. Over a dozen fists were about to rain down on the pirate empress like hail. Hancock, equally unwilling to back down, coiled Haki around her once more, ready to deliver another kick to Katakuri. Wait. It's all a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Naruto, who had been kicked flying, had somehow returned to the scene and, like nothing had happened, reached out to stop both sides. It would have been more convincing if he didn't have a massive black eye. Hearing Naruto's words, both sides finally stopped. Katakuri, seeing Naruto's pitiful state, wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. He remembered clearly. Even when Naruto tanked his mother's Ikoku sovereignty with his body, he hadn't sustained such obvious injuries. His defense should be on par with Mom, who's called the steel balloon. Hancock, on the other hand, didn't overthink it. Seeing Naruto with his black eye flashing her a familiar smile, she finally couldn't maintain her stern expression and let out a soft laugh. Then, before anyone could react, she rushed toward Naruto. Katakuri foresaw this and wanted to open his mouth to warn him, but he quickly gave up. Because Hancock, rushing up to Naruto, threw herself into his arms like a bird returning to its forest, burying her face tightly against his chest. The fingers clutching his clothes trembled slightly from the force. The pirate empress, who had always presented herself as strong and domineering, ignored everyone else's gazes at this moment and completely exposed her vulnerability. You big liar. Feeling Hancock against his chest and hearing her muffled voice, even Naruto was at a loss for words and could only offer an awkward smile. The great hero, Uzumaki Naruto, considered himself to have lived with a clear conscience towards others, but there were still a few things he had done that weren't exactly honorable. One of them was sneaking away from Hancock's side. It was understandable, though. At that time, Naruto was still focused on finding a way home and certainly couldn't stay on Amazon Lily to be the Empress's wife. And now, although he had fulfilled his dream of returning home, he shouldered the responsibility of avenging his parents. Naruto's hands hovered in the air, unsure what to do. After a moment's hesitation, he finally placed them on Hancock's back and gave her a gentle pat. Because he could feel a small patch on his chest where his clothes were already damp. Don't cry, your subordinates are watching, Naruto whispered in Hancock's ear. Hancock lifted her head, revealing a face glistening with tears. The pirate empress's beauty was already enough to shame the moon and flowers, but now, with the lingering tears on her face, it added another layer of charm. It's safe to say that 99% of the men on these seas would automatically trigger the petrification effect of the mero upon seeing this. The remaining small fraction were either okamas like Emporio Ivankov or fanatics like Mihawk, who were deeply immersed in their own pursuits. Naruto was naturally not among them. You could call Naruto emotionally insensitive, but he still understood what love felt like. Brat, I didn't expect you to be quite the charmer. Kurama, who had been spectating the entire time, suddenly spoke in Naruto's mind, his tone full of teasing. Shut up. Naruto had no mind to banter with this darn fox right now. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. His usually silver tongue was now stammering and speechless. In his observation haki, Hancock's pure emotions were practically blindingly bright. The pink emotion representing love and the white emotion representing longing were intertwined. What's this? At that moment, emotions representing jealousy and resentment suddenly mixed into Naruto's perception. Though they flashed by in an instant, he still noticed them. Following the direction of those emotions, he turned his gaze and saw Stussy, who is not far away, smiling sweetly. Hello again, Naruto. The gritted tone in Stussy's tone when she finally said his name was palpable even without observation haki. Hearing this, Hancock also turned her head and saw Stussy, who had confronted her earlier. She was very perceptive and immediately detected that there seemed to be an unspeakable relationship between the two. This was getting awkward. Katakuri looked left and right. On one side was the pirate empress who had just displayed formidable strength, on the other was his mother's bestie, the queen of the pleasure district in the underworld. Hiss. Naruto, you actually. Even if he hadn't felt love, he still understands from seeing his married siblings. For the first time, Katakuri felt a strange emotion stirring in his heart. At this moment, he wasn't so concerned about what happened before anymore, he just wanted to see how Naruto would handle the current situation. He didn't even know what this emotion was. If a modern person were here, they could tell him, this is humanity's innate craving for drama. Under Stussy's gaze, Hancock first felt instinctively displeased, but then she saw the hands still wrapped around her waist, and a triumphant expression immediately appeared on her face. She even shot Stussy a provocative look from an angle Naruto couldn't see. A vein instantly throbbed at Stussy's temple. She maintained her smile, stood up, walked over to Naruto, and greeted him in as calm a tone as possible. You haven't introduced me yet. You and this pirate empress are dash. Behind her, the 4 CP9 agents also saw Naruto again. Their previous encounter had been somewhat unpleasant, so the looks they gave Naruto weren't exactly friendly. Even though they knew they probably still weren't Naruto's match, they chose to stand behind Stussy to support their superior. As the saying goes, you might lose the battle, but not the war. Ah. Hancock. She's my dash. Fiancé. Hancock broke free from Naruto's embrace, raised her chin proudly, and looked down at the woman before her, the noble bearing of a ruler on full display. I finally understand why I dislike this woman so much. So she's a love rival. No, she's not even a love rival. After all, it was me Naruto was holding just now. It was me Naruto made a promise to. Oh. Is that so? The look Stussy gave Naruto was extremely dangerous, the displeasure in her deep blue eyes was practically overflowing. Ahaha, well, this dash. Naruto couldn't quite find the words to respond. Because, well, Hancock wasn't exactly lying. That's right, the two of them had indeed made something like a marriage promise. It happened after Naruto brought Hancock and the others back to Amazon Lily. At the time, to ensure they could protect themselves against future dangers, Naruto started training the 3 sisters using the brutal methods taught by Roger. The 2 younger sisters quickly dropped out due to the unbearable pressure, switching to training Gloriosa, who had returned to Amazon Lily. But Hancock gritted her teeth and refused to give up. If Naruto had managed to endure such training back in the day thanks to his belief in returning home and a certain tailed beast's chakra supply, then what Hancock relied on was purely her own indomitable will and innate physical prowess. Compared to the young Naruto, the 16-year-old Hancock, who had already experienced the various gladiatorial fights arranged by the celestial dragons, was on a completely different level. During the grueling training, she never gave up. During sparring matches, she got back up again and again. It was for herself, and to protect her sisters and Amazon Lily. It was during that time that Hancock issued her challenge declaration to Naruto. Or you could call it a marriage proposal declaration, it amounted to the same thing. Just wait, I will definitely do it. Back then, thinking it was just to motivate the young girl, Naruto made a promise in a joking tone. If she could knock him down during sparring, even just once, he would agree to one thing she asked. No matter how difficult it was. Good. Then I want you to stay on Amazon Lily. Be my queen. Later, Hancock actually did it. Although Naruto had gone easy on her, she did succeed in knocking him down. Immediately after, she eagerly issued an order as the Empress of Amazon Lily to prepare for the marriage. This serious attitude left Naruto flustered. But since he had given his word, he didn't intend to go back on it. What ultimately made Naruto choose to leave without saying goodbye was actually another reason. Due to Amazon Lily's tradition, any man setting foot on the island must be executed. If not for the great favor Naruto had done for Hancock and the others, he wouldn't even have been allowed to step on the island. Hancock's intention not only to let Naruto stay but also to make him her queen and share her power made the older, conservative faction on the island completely unable to sit still. Even with Gloriosa mediating, the arguments between the two sides couldn't be stopped, and rumors even began to circulate that shook Hancock's status as empress. They said she would abandon Amazon Lily like the previous empress, even to the point of not leaving her name behind. Seeing things had reached this point, Naruto didn't hesitate any longer. He decisively chose to leave without a word one night, leaving only a farewell letter. That was the history between the two. Seeing Naruto hemming and hawing, Stussy was genuinely getting a bit anxious now. But how come I heard that this is your engagement ceremony to Lin's daughter? Although she already knew the protagonist had changed, Stussy still brought up the previous matter as an attack strategy. You little girl, don't think you can steal my men from me. If it weren't for her identity, Stussy would have long since torn down the veil between them. She wouldn't have let Hancock stand there declaring victory. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Hancock finally remembered why she had been so angry earlier. She immediately turned her face to look at Naruto. Though she didn't speak, the pressure was immense. That. You've got it wrong. This time, it's Big Mom and Orochimaru's wedding. As he spoke, he looked toward Orochimaru, who had just emerged from the mirror not far away, and quickly pointed in that direction. Look, that's the one. But these words did little to ease Hancock's jealousy. She still looked at Naruto with tearful, aggrieved eyes. To be honest, Naruto was someone who responded better to softness than hardness. If you threw a tantrum, he might firmly refuse and never compromise. But when faced with someone like Hancock, who was clearly in the right and looked at him with such a pitiful expression, he truly didn't know what to do. A Shiraba, truly a Shiraba. T/N, Shiraba or Shura Field is usually the scene where a difficult situation happening in love triangle. Just then. Suddenly, a burst of orderly footsteps suddenly came from the side. It was the elite Marines disguised as thugs. They removed their simple disguises, and each drew their weapons. The leaders also took off their hats, sunglasses, fake mustaches, and other things, revealing their true identities. Uzumaki Naruto, we are here to arrest you on charges of attacking the Holy Land and killing celestial dragons. Tsuru read out the arrest warrant meticulously, and the three thugs beside her stepped forward, ready to make a move. Sorry, kid, for interrupting your fun, but I am a Marine, after all. Garp cracked his knuckles, with an apologetic smile on his face. But looking at his face, Naruto just wanted to say one thing. No need to apologize, your timing is perfect. Seeing this, Hancock could no longer stay seated. She directly stepped in front of Naruto. Boa Hancock, you are a warlord of the sea, recognized by the world government. Momousagi looked at the pirate empress ahead and spoke righteously. The title of warlord means nothing to me. Take it back if you want. Today, as long as I am here, no one will lay a finger on this man. Kizaru exchanged a glance with Naruto. Looking at the bruises still on Naruto's face, the complaint, isn't it only you who's been laying hands on this man, got stuck in his throat. The appearance of Garp and the others had completely alerted Big Mom. Marines. A terrifying conqueror's hockey pressure erupted from the whole cake chateau, sweeping over everyone present. Chapter 143, Chapter 143 say the most cowardly words and fight the most brutally. Marines. Big Mom's roar arrived simultaneously with her conqueror's hockey. Perhaps due to the Sora Sora no Mi's innate ability to manipulate and intimidate souls. When using the same amount of conqueror's hockey, the mental pressure effect produced by Big Mom was much stronger than others. It could be considered a form of specialization. After being enveloped by the terrifying sound wave, many elite Marines felt their heads spin. This hockey intimidated everyone present indiscriminately, including the guests invited by Big Mom. Among them, the Amazon Lily's warriors, Naruto, Hancock, Stussy, and others proficient in hockey were largely unaffected. But the guests from the underworld had it rough. They only had powerful subordinate forces, and it didn't mean their personal strength was equally reliable. At the very least, the subordinates of the Shipping King and Lone Shark King had already been knocked out by the AoE attack. In contrast, the reporters brought by Morgans remained conscious. No wonder they always managed to capture live battlefield footage. Doflamingo supported the fainted baby 5 with one hand, handing this maid over to Senor Pink for him to guard. At this moment, looking at the Marine suddenly appearing on the scene and the imminent conflict, his face turned extremely grim. Even without Katakuri's future sight observation hockey, he realized what might happen to him next. Don't forget, he was also a warlord of the sea. But unlike the pirate empress, who couldn't care less about the title, Doflamingo still relied on this identity to maintain the legitimacy of his rule. Otherwise, how could a pirate become the new king of Dressrosa? But at the same time, he couldn't afford to offend the Big Mom pirates. After all, they are both the emperors of the sea. Even without having fought them directly, with Kaido's example beforehand, Doflamingo couldn't help but be concerned. This pink flamingo, who was always flamboyant no matter where he went, now only wanted to sneak away quietly. He hoped no one would notice him. Unfortunately, perhaps because his attire was eye-catching even in the chaotic world of Tato Land, the person he least wanted to provoke in the crowd still spotted him. Don Quixote Doflamingo, what is your choice? The same as Boa Hancock's. Tsuru completely ignored Big Mom's sonic attack and instead looked toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo stood frozen, unsure whether to leave or stay. He didn't immediately answer Tsuru, silently continuing to weigh the pros and cons. But seeing that he hadn't made a move, Tsuru didn't seem angry. If anything, it actually made her breathe a sigh of relief. Frankly, Tsuru was a bit worried this guy would choose to side with Big Mom and the others. Although Doflamingo's strength might not even rank in the top 5 among the present powerhouses, he was still not to be underestimated. Who knew if he would become the final weight that tipped the scales of victory? After verbally locking down this former celestial dragon, Tsuru turned her attention back to the battlefield. By now, Big Mom had already ridden her thundercloud homie, Zeus, to the center of the battlefield. Her massive body even blocked out the sunlight. If it isn't Charlotte Lean. You've changed quite a bit after all these years. Unlike the others, Garp had directly faced the Rocks pirates during the God Valley incident, which included a still relatively youthful-looking Big Mom. Garp. Big Mom focused her gaze on the figure below, and scenes from the past flashed through her mind. She and this old man shared a rather deep grudge. 37 years ago, Garp not only destroyed the Rocks pirates but also shattered Big Mom's early gathered forces. Although the Rocks pirates eventually scattered like stars in the sky, each finding their own bright future, the shame of defeat was still etched in Big Mom's heart. Don't misunderstand. Our target this time is only this kid. As he spoke, Garp pointed with his thumb to the side, and Naruto, who was being pointed at, offered a polite smile. The two seemed so harmonious it was hard to believe they were enemies. Sorry about that, Big Mom. Seems I've caused you some trouble. Naruto said this, but there wasn't much apology on his face, which only fueled Big Mom's anger further. We'll discuss this later. Don't forget what you promised me. Thinking of a certain deal she had struck with Naruto earlier, Big Mom forcibly suppressed her rage. An ordinary food-type devil fruit, even the formatted Orochimaru, a husband of a new race, wasn't enough for Big Mom to act like nothing happened and even warmly invite Naruto to her wedding. Clearly, besides these things, Naruto had promised Big Mom some other condition. Yes, I haven't forgotten. Naruto thought about the satellite he had launched, considering he'd need to find a chance to contact Hajruden and the others next time he returned. Promising to help them meet was one thing, but if Big Mom couldn't handle it herself, that wasn't his problem. After hearing Naruto's response, Big Mom turned to the Marines and issued an eviction notice with full authority. You bunch. I don't care what you're here for. Out of respect for the wedding, I'll give you a chance to leave alive. Big Mom wasn't usually so accommodating, but the Marines who had come this time were no small fry. If a real fight broke out, she wasn't entirely confident of victory. At the very least, Whole Cake Island would definitely be destroyed in the battle between these monsters, something Big Mom did not want to see. Then congratulations on your marriage. Garp was stunned for a moment, then instinctively acted foolish on the spot. Luckily, Tsuru was nearby to remind him promptly, and he quickly became serious again. But it's a pity, I can't just go back empty-handed to report. This statement was equivalent to sounding the battle horn. Several of Big Mom's sweet commanders had quietly gathered, ready for battle. The Marines were equally battle-ready, showing no fear despite facing an Emperor of the Sea. Guests began to flee frantically. Only the Kuja pirates and the Don Quixote family remained in place, unmoved. Oh, and Morgans and his war correspondents. They're so professional. The battle was imminent. Borsalino, Charlotte Lean is yours. Garp suddenly said to Kizaru, who was standing beside him wearing sunglasses and spacing out. Me. Kizaru's face showed an expression of disbelief. Garp-san, that's one of the 4 emperors. You're asking too much of me. Before his words even finished, his figure had already vanished. Almost simultaneously, light converged above Big Mom's head, forming into a human shape. Saying the most timid words, fighting the fiercest battles. When facing truly heinous pirates like Big Mom, Kizaru wouldn't hesitate. Boom. Kizaru's long leg collided with Big Mom's sword, Napoleon, officially kicking off the battle. Chapter 144, Everything Shatters. The end of Whole Cake Island. Kizaru. Flames and lightning instantly spread from Prometheus and Zeus, coiling around Napoleon's blade. Then, Big Mom exerted force violently, and the blade instantly severed Kizaru's body. Of course, it was Kizaru who chose to disperse himself. Dealing with an enemy like Big Mom wasn't as easy as playing around with small-time pirates. Kizaru had now raised his vigilance to the utmost. The last admiral to be defeated was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although Kizaru didn't care much about the shame of being defeated, but according to rumors from Sengoku, the world government already intended to kick Sakazuki out of his admiral position and select a new admiral. The Marines had no shortage of combat reserves. Replacing one Akainu meant nothing to them. Even if all 4 of them died here today, the world government wouldn't bat an eye. This forced the professional salaryman, Borsellino, to take things seriously. Honestly, at his age, job opportunities after unemployment were scarce. Yata no Kagami. Light gathered in his palm, then shot out at a speed too fast for anyone present to see. The foremost ray of light transformed into a human shape, and Kizaru executed another light-speed kick. This time, the force was even greater than before, directly hitting Big Mom, who couldn't react in time. Few might know that Kizaru's physical combat level and bodily defense were also nothing to scoff at. Even their instructor, Zephyr, always said, "Borsellino, you rely too much on your devil fruit's ability." It couldn't be helped, the Pika Pika no Mi was just too convenient. T/N, glint glint fruit. Handed to a lazy guy like Borsellino, he would definitely use his fruit ability to solve problems whenever possible. So much so that when forced to go all out against powerful enemies like one of the 4 emperors, the full combat power Kizaru unleashed even shocked the Marines themselves. After all, that was an emperor of the sea. Of course, this didn't include Garp. He knew very well how much this lazy guy had been holding back, which was why he felt confident letting him alone stall Big Mom. Saying he could defeat an emperor might be difficult, but simply stalling them for a while was something Kizaru could easily do. Big Mom's mountain-like body was kicked flying backward. Seeing this, Smoothie, Katakuri, and others below immediately prepared to intervene but were interrupted by a sword flash. Kenpaira was sheathed. Momosagi's drawing slash perfectly forced those below to defend. This momentary delay allowed Kizaru to deliver another kick, completely pulling Big Mom away from the main battlefield. Ignoring how the salaryman continued to entangle with the Emperor, Garp on his side clenched his fist and leaped up. "Hey! Brat! It's been a while since we sparred, hasn't it?" Seeing this, Tsuru, who knew exactly what the old man intended, helplessly covered her face and immediately ordered all Marines to withdraw to the periphery. On the Kuja pirates' side, everyone had been waiting for the pirate empress's command but instead heard their prospective queen suddenly shout, "Everyone, scatter! Get further away!" Haki instantly coiled around Garp's fist, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as it blasted toward Naruto. Galaxy impact. On the other side, Naruto also leaped high, throwing a punch with charged force. Hakoku sovereignty. The moment the 2 shockwaves met midair, everything around seemed to fall silent. The clashing of swords, the panicked screams of fleeing guests, the shouts of Marines, the roars of pirates. Everything, in that instant, came to a standstill. The next moment, the terrifying impact of the collision erupted. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, almost instantly tearing apart the island's plate beneath the 2. Thanks to the warning, Hancock and her female warriors had retreated some distance in advance, barely giving them time to react. The Big Mom pirates and the Don Quixote family, who had stayed behind, weren't so lucky. They could only rely on their unique abilities to survive. Some used their devil fruit powers to create defensive barriers, others prepared to withstand it with Haki, and the more clever ones used their fruit abilities to escape in advance. That would be Broly and Orochimaru. On Doflamingo's side, he used his awakened Ito Ito no Mi's ability to instantly turn the surrounding environment into countless thin strings, which then gathered together to form a hollow cage. T/N, string fruit. This shape could greatly mitigate the destructive force of the shockwave. At the same time, Doflamingo's gaze toward the sky was filled with shock and resentment. Garp, Uzumaki Naruto, just the aftermath of their battle forced him to use my awakening. What terrifying monsters. The arrogance he had built up from seizing Dressrosa, collaborating with Kaido, and making a name for himself in the underworld instantly vanished. At this moment, Doflamingo truly understood that so-called wealth and influence were meaningless in the face of such strength. When he was first defeated by Kaido and sought cooperation instead, he could comfort himself by saying it was for greater interest. When he received Big Mom's invitation and had to come to Tato Land, he could tell himself it was for further collaboration. But what was there to say now? No matter how much wealth he accumulated or how great his reputation became, in the face of such a battle, he could only desperately use his abilities to protect himself. If only I could possess such power dash. At this moment, a seed was planted in Doflamingo's heart. Whole Cake Island completely fractured in this impact, breaking into several large pieces, also further dividing the battlefield. On the other side, Kizaru used his devil fruit's ability to create many clones, circling around Big Mom like mosquitoes, occasionally going in for a bite. Although Big Mom had the formidable defense of the steel balloon, her reaction speed couldn't keep up. Even using observation haki, she still couldn't catch Kizaru, who dodged in the form of light. As for Garp and Naruto, after exchanging a punch midair, they landed back on the ground. Except now, there wasn't much ground left to stand on. Garp, of course, knew Jeppo. He simply stepped on the air and shot upward. As for Naruto, he covered the soles of his feet with chakra and stepped directly on the seawater that was pouring in. Hey! Old man! Stand down. You should know this, right? With just these people, you're no match for me and Big Mom. Naruto stood on the water's surface, shouting openly at Garp in midair. Ha 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 ha. Stop boasting, you brat. Let me see if you've improved over the years. Garp acted like he couldn't understand human language, laughing wildly as he launched another attack at Naruto below. Clatter. Countless chains materialized out of thin air, quickly coiling around Garp's limbs. The chains were also wrapped in haki, further enhancing their toughness. Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your subordinates, you old fool dash. Naruto was also somewhat helpless, even resorting to the long and used adamantine sealing chains. Oh. Is this your new ability? That thing you call ninjutsu? Garp also looked curiously at the chains around him. Then he laughed heartily, and an immense force instantly erupted from his body. Something like this dash. Can't hold me. With the old man's roar, dozens of chains instantly shattered. Chapter 145 Marine's Backup Plan. The adamantine sealing chains infused with haki were directly snapped by Garp. There was no helping it. After all, this sealing technique was originally created to target chakra and tailed beasts. Against the nine tails, the adamantine sealing chains could unleash terrifying suppression. But against a pure physical monster like Garp, the difference between the adamantine sealing chains and ordinary steel chains wasn't that significant. Hey, Naruto, what's the deal with this old man? Kurama, inside Naruto's mental world, was stunned. He knew all too well how powerful the adamantine sealing chains were. How could this old man be as ridiculously strong as Naruto? He was so shocked that he even called Naruto by his name directly this time. Normally, he'd either call him brat or kid, always avoiding using Naruto's name whenever possible. But Naruto had no time to answer him right now. Sigh, this stubborn old man just won't listen dash. Naruto muttered with a sigh. Meanwhile, Garp didn't give him any more time to hesitate. Wahahaha. Just give up and surrender already, you brat. Garp laughed wildly, unleashing a barrage of punches downward. Countless shockwaves rained down as if they were free, making the already precarious Whole Cake Island situation even worse. Cracks spread, directly tearing the Whole Cake Chateau into ruins. Flowing mochi. Naruto was still holding on, but the Charlotte family's situation was far from optimistic. Merely the aftershocks of the battle were enough to throw them into disarray. But this was normal, not everyone in the family possessed strength comparable to the Sweet Commander's. Watching his family about to be caught in the crossfire, Katakuri resolutely transformed everything around him into mochi, constructing a dome over his siblings' heads. The shockwaves continuously shattered the dome, but he kept replenishing it, just to buy time for the others to evacuate. Broly's mirror door was working overtime, smoke practically rising from it as everyone under Katakuri's protection crowded into the mirror world. Hey! Empress, want to cooperate? Katakuri turned to Hancock on the other side and shouted. To his surprise, Hancock seemed to completely ignore the men she had just defeated, standing perfectly still without moving. Whenever debris fell, her guards would shoot haki-infused arrows to shatter it. Due to Hancock's skyrocketing strength, her crew, the Kuja pirates, had undergone intensified training, resulting in their average combat power even surpassing that of the elite Marines in this raid. The island fragment they were currently standing on happened to be separated from the main battlefield where Naruto and Garp were. At this moment, the occupants of this area included the entire Kuja pirates, the Charlotte family, who are in the process of evacuating, and Momoyasagi, Tsuru, along with a portion of the separated Marine forces. Upon reaching a safe area, Tsuru immediately issued orders. All Marines reassumed combat formations, and several New World's garrison commanders who had accompanied them also selected their targets. Although their mission this time was to arrest the great criminal, Uzumaki Naruto, the Big Mom pirates had clearly chosen to side with him, making them enemies as well. Similarly, Boa Hancock, who had just renounced her warlord title, was also placed on their list of enemies. Momoyasagi was the first to strike, drawing her sword, Kanpira, and swiftly slashing toward Hancock. Before the Kuja pirates could even fire their arrows, Hancock broke away from her guards and charged toward Momoyasagi. She could sense that this seemingly ordinary slash from the female marine wasn't something to be taken lightly, at least, her subordinates couldn't handle it. Sure enough, even when clashing with Hancock's hockey-infused, perfume femur, Momosagi's Kenpira didn't budge an inch. This was hardly surprising, as within the Marines, Momousagi and another Vice Admiral, Shatan, Tokicake, were both nurtured as Admiral candidates. Their combat strength, while still not at the Admiral level, far exceeded that of ordinary Vice Admirals. Of course, this didn't include Garp. If this is all you've got dash. Hancock was somewhat surprised that the Marines had such a powerful female fighter, but that was all it was, surprise. Putting more force into her leg, Momousagi instantly found it difficult to withstand and was sent flying backward. Just stand aside and watch quietly. After kicking Momousagi away, Hancock formed a finger gun gesture, and countless pink arrows shot from her hand. Slave arrow. The attack covered the entire area. It also included some of Whole Cake Island's defenders. Not that Hancock would care about such details. On the Marine side, Vice Admiral Tsuru, despite her advanced age of over 70, personally stepped forward to intercept all the arrows in midair. Under the influence of her paramecia-type devil fruit, Washa Washa no Mi's ability, those slave arrows seemed to solidify into physical form before falling as softly and limply as freshly washed clothes. T/N, wash wash fruit. Juicy giant. Smoothie suddenly stepped forward, extracting moisture from the surrounding leftover tea and juice to John Tiffy herself. She then swung her sword fiercely through the air. The slash cut down most of the pink arrows aimed their way, but a few still landed among the crowd. Hey! Empress, what do you think you're doing? Smoothie had been feeling displeased with Hancock since earlier. Although she wasn't exactly in love with Naruto at first sight, she still felt a strange sense of loss over something she couldn't have being taken by someone else. Coupled with this indiscriminate attack, her dissatisfaction thoroughly erupted. Hancock couldn't even be bothered to answer her query, merely emitting a questioning sound from her nose. It was as if she was retorting, "Did I do anything wrong?" It could be said that Hancock fully embodied the tyranny and willfulness expected of any powerful figure on the seas, perhaps even exceeding them. Damn it. Smoothie immediately wanted to draw her sword and attack, but Katakuri stopped her. Go help deal with the Marines. Now is not the time for this. He wasn't wrong. It would be ridiculous if they started fighting amongst themselves before even dealing with the Marines. In the sky, Garp's punches continued to rain down. Suddenly, Naruto's figure shot upward at a speed difficult to follow with the naked eye. Old man. Will you just listen for once? A knee strike solidly connected with Garp's abdomen, sending the monstrous old man flying backward. Garp clutched his stomach for a few seconds before readjusting his stance. TCH, that really hurt, you damn brat. His face broke into that familiar wide grin again as he turned and threw a punch that collided with Naruto's fist. For these two physical monsters, mere shockwaves couldn't harm each other. Only direct, flesh-to-fist blows counted as real attacks. However, unlike Garp, Naruto had the cheat-like passive of chakra. The bruises he had just sustained healed within seconds. This also indirectly proved that the black eye from Hancock's kick earlier was indeed left there intentionally by Naruto. The purpose was likely a pity play. Just then, new uninvited guests approached Whole Cake Island. They were large warships, one after another. Tsuru saw these ships and smiled. Good, it wasn't too late yet. Chapter 146, The Great Melee. Zephyr and the Science Unit. The warships sailed directly into the island through the cracked fissures. A few panicked individuals actually tried to climb aboard the ships, regardless of who was coming, as getting on a ship meant survival. But halfway up, a tall figure leaned out from the side of the deck, blocking the sunlight. As the climber looked up, a massive laser shot straight down from above. The unlucky soul was blasted into the water before he could even react. Others, recognizing the seemingly familiar face, wore expressions of shock and fear. It's the tyrant, Kuma. Why is there another warlord here? Wait. Look, there's more than one Kuma. Following their gaze, multiple identical Kumas could now be seen on the deck of the large ship. Before they could react further, the Kuma who had peered over the side turned its head to look at them. Target identified, pirate. A mechanical voice sounded as Kuma's mouth opened, firing several more lasers. Tsuru watched the cluster of seemingly cloned Kumas with astonishment. Was this the technological product the higher-ups mentioned? Even though she was mentally prepared, it was still shocking. The Pacifista PX series, currently developed up to the PX-6 model. These were mass-produced combat robots developed by Dr. Vegapunk based on the warlord, tyrant, Kuma. Since the mass-produced models didn't inherit the originals, Nikyu no Mi's ability, Dr. Vegapunk installed laser weapons similar to Kizaru's attacks inside them. While they might still be somewhat lacking against truly powerful fighters, they often achieved remarkable results against groups of pirates. Pacifistas, lock onto pirate targets. Open fire indiscriminately. A brawny man wearing a belly band jumped directly from the deck of the large ship, casually cleaving several panicked pirates with his giant axe. Under his command, the pacifistas jumped down onto the broken ground like dumplings dropping into water, their mechanical eyes scanning the people present. Countless lasers immediately shot toward them. Tsuru didn't place all her hopes on these mechanical creations, which hadn't been developed for long. What she needed was high-level combat power to handle the current situation. She saw a purple-haired old man wearing sunglasses leap down from the deck. With a highly advanced-looking mechanical arm, he grabbed a pirate, casually slammed him down, and the pirate lost consciousness. "Zephyr, it seems Dr. Vegapunk has upgraded your arm again," Tsuru remarked, feeling relieved seeing Zephyr's high spirits. 7 years ago, Zephyr's ship was attacked by a certain pirate. He lost his arm and most of his students in that battle. For the next 5 years, although Zephyr wasn't completely disheartened, his disability forced him to step back from the front lines. Fortunately, 2 years ago, Vegapunk specially developed a powerful mechanical arm for him, enabling him to lead his students back to the sea to hunt pirates. After learning that Naruto had reached Whole Cake Island, Tsuru had sent a temporary request for reinforcements to Sengoku. Sengoku immediately identified the most suitable support personnel, Zephyr. This request for aid also reached the desks of the 5 elders. Due to the severity of the situation, the 5 elders directly approved Tsuru's request to mobilize the pacifista unit, which was still under research on Egghead Island. When Zephyr and his subordinates arrived at Egghead Island, Vegapunk even provided Zephyr with more powerful equipment to upgrade his arm. "Tsuru, I hope I'm not too late," Zephyr said. Dressed in a specially made combat suit and with his upgraded mechanical arm, Zephyr's strength was even greater than what he had ever shown against those pirates before. He didn't kill the pirates, merely knocking them unconscious. Having not yet been utterly disillusioned by the Marines and the world government like in the original work, he remained the non-killing admiral. Well, technically, he wasn't an admiral anymore. Strictly speaking, the current admiral positions were still only 3, so Zephyr should be considered retired. "Not bad, you haven't missed the most crucial part of the show," Tsuru replied. Tsuru had a good impression of Zephyr, her colleague from the same era, though he was slightly younger. In her heart, Zephyr was far more reliable than a certain old rogue. At the same time, she felt sad about the other person's fate. But now wasn't the time for catching up. On the ground battlefield, Momosagi's Kenpira had been kicked away by Hancock for the second time. If Hancock hadn't held back, the Marines might have already lost this admiral candidate. Even so, Momosagi's situation is precarious. This woman is a monster. Momoyusagi felt the recoil transmitted through her sword hilt and was inwardly shocked. She had already given it her all, yet she was still no match for the woman before her. What's more, the other party still had the mental capacity to pay attention to the battle in the sky, always dealing with her half-heartedly. This made her feel humiliated and, at the same time, a sense of powerlessness welled up inside her. Bang. Another kick sent Momosagi's sword flying once more. This time, Hancock seemed unwilling to hold back any longer and followed up with another kick. Just as the hockey-infused tip of her shoe was about to strike Momoyusagi, a figure flashed over quickly. It was Zephyr, who had just arrived on the battlefield. Smashbuster. The modified mechanical arm was not only smaller but also capable of releasing even more powerful explosive energy than before. After a tremendous explosion, both sides took a step back. Hancock also withdrew her attention from Naruto's fight and turned her gaze to the Marine before her. Unlike Momoyusagi, the strength this old man released was clearly far more formidable. A warlord. "I've always said this system is unreliable," Zephyr said. While inwardly startled by Hancock's strength and youth, his face only showed a trace of disdain. This was, in fact, the attitude he had always maintained. The establishment of the 7 Warlords of the Sea system gave those pirates a reason for legalized crime. Claiming to use pirate strength to fight pirates only made their actions more rampant in reality. "Humph, do you think I care about such a thing?" Hancock retorted. As her words fell, Hancock launched another attack. "You go deal with the others," Zephyr instructed Momoyusagi without looking back. "Yes, sensei." Momoyusagi was one of Zephyr's personal disciples and naturally obeyed her teacher's order without question. But at the same time, she felt a twinge of shame at having her teacher witness her moment of embarrassment. On another part of the battlefield, Sentomaru, while directing the pacifistas, loudly asked Tsuru, "Granny Tsuru, why haven't I seen the old man?" He had spotted Garp brawling in the sky but hadn't seen his longed-for old man, Borsalino. He dash. Tsuru started, remembering the overworked Borsalino who was single-handedly dealing with Big Mom. She changed her words mid-sentence. "You can't help him right now. It's better not to go over and cause trouble." Chapter 147, Turn-Based Battle and Doflamingo's Decision. Being looked down upon by Tsuru, the self-proclaimed world's strongest defense, Sentomaru was filled with 10,000 points of discontent. But out of respect for the elderly vice admiral, he said nothing. He just honestly continued to bully the small-time pirates. With the support of Zephyr and the fresh forces of the science unit, the Marines immediately reversed their declining momentum, readjusted their formations, and pressed forward. On the other side, Katakuri, who was still arranging the evacuation of his siblings without sufficient combat strength, suddenly changed his expression. He turned and launched a power machi slash. The hockey-hardened, mace-like machi heavily smashed against Momosagi's Kenpira, even sparking on impact. Marine. Katakuri saw that Momoyusagi had actually broken free from that formidable woman and glanced over. Sure enough, Hancock was locked in a fierce battle with Zephyr. The Kuja pirates' archers were also exchanging fire with the Pacifista unit using hockey-infused arrows. It looked rather comical. On one side were primitive bows and arrows, on the other were advanced lasers. It just goes to show how utterly unreasonable hockey is. I can only say that domineering is really unreasonable. Smoothie, you protect them. Cracker, you take them to deal with those Marines. Katakuri assessed the battlefield situation and quickly made assignments. If the Marines completed their suppression of the other pirates, their own side would only become more passive. Receiving orders from the family's de facto second-in-command, the two sweet commanders immediately acted. Katakuri himself faced off against Momoyusagi. If I can't beat that woman Hancock, can't I at least beat you? Coincidentally, Momoyusagi was thinking the same thing. The battle below was in full swing, but the brawling boxing match in midair remained lukewarm. Garp and Naruto traded punches and kicks, turning it into a turn-based game. Neither side seemed particularly eager to go for the kill. They even had time to chat. Speaking of which, I saw your grandson. Naruto said, taking one of Garp's iron fists to the face before countering with an elbow that sent Garp flying. Wahahaha. You met that brat Luffy. What did you think? Garp adjusted his posture midair using the momentum, then came down with a devastating axe kick. Catching the descending kick with one hand, Naruto twisted his waist and exerted force, hurling Garp away like a shot put. He's a very energetic kid. I even saw a shadow of captain in him. Wahahaha. Nonsense. Luffy isn't anything like that guy. Garp laughed, using Rankyaku. Although he usually preferred using his iron fists, he had actually mastered the Rokushiki to perfection. He had even made significant contributions to further refining the Marines' Rokushiki. Of course, some rumors claimed Garp created the Marines' Rokushiki, but that was just hearsay. Facing Garp's enhanced Rankyaku, Naruto was not to be outdone, swinging his arm to release a slash. Their attacks passed each other in midair, the effective damage still 0. What's this? Did you eat a devil fruit too, brat? Garp had sharp eyes. The moment Naruto struck, he saw the other's arm momentarily turn into a blade. Yep, the Baku Baku no Mi got it from a celestial dragon, actually. As he said this, Naruto even showed an expression like he was sharing a treasure with a friend. I got 4 of them. I gave one to Big Mom, and still have 3 left. Want one? Hearing this, Garp couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Stop talking nonsense. How could I take something from a criminal? As he spoke, he threw another punch that connected squarely with Naruto's face. This time, Naruto didn't fly back. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at Garp seriously. Consider it the price for a favor. What do you want to say? Garp was also puzzled by Naruto's expression. Of course, the movements of his hands didn't stop for a second. The people below were watching, so he at least had to put on a show. Ace has returned to paradise. He said he's going to hunt down that Blackbeard guy or something. Hearing this, Garp was stunned. He didn't say anything more but showed a confused expression. That kid has no accurate grasp of his own strength. I think he's probably going to run into trouble. If you have time, go keep an eye on him. Naruto's response was met with Garp's galaxy impact. Wahahaha. I don't need you to tell me that. After successfully passing the information about Ace to Garp, Naruto relaxed. No matter what, this old man had watched Ace grow up. With his help, that kid shouldn't be stupid enough to get himself killed. He sighed inwardly, thinking he really was born with a nanny's destiny, always having endless worries no matter where he was. Captain Roger, if you know anything in the afterlife, you better thank me properly. Their exchange was brief, and the turn-based game of trading punches and kicks didn't even pause. But even this was enough to make the guys below watch with bated breath. Among them, Doflamingo's internal monologue was the most active. His sunglasses hid his eyes, so those around him had no idea what he was really feeling at this moment. Daffy, should we? Diamante watched the hostile looks from those around them. He was ready to fight whenever Doflamingo gave the order. He was prepared to draw his sword against either side. Doflamingo, however, hesitated. Based solely on the current situation, although the pirates' advantage had been neutralized, the outcome was still uncertain. Aside from Big Mom and Kizaru, who had disappeared, the battle's outcome now depended entirely on the final result of the clash between the two monsters above. Doflamingo knew very well that no matter how the fight below went, once Garp and Naruto decided the winner, this battle would basically be over. What he needed to do was choose the winning side to join. Emotionally speaking, Doflamingo would actually prefer to side with the pirates. But he really couldn't afford to give up his warlord title right now, as it was the premise of his accumulate strength quietly plan. The Don Quixote family still needed time to consolidate its position and develop. He also needed enough time to nurture his forces. Alternatively, he could choose to help the pirates. If he could ensure all these marines were left behind, he could delay his exposure. At the very least, holding marines as hostages would mean he wasn't without bargaining chips. Now, he had to make a choice. Bang. Right under his watch, Uzumaki Naruto was sent flying hundreds of meters by a punch from the veteran Garp. It seemed the outcome was about to be decided. Take action. Help the marines. As he said this, Doflamingo directly used his Ito no Mi's ability to manipulate several pirates into fighting each other. At the same time, his other hand condensed a long whip glowing with red light and lashed out forward. Overheat string whip. A long whip woven from dozens of strings swept toward the Kuja pirates. Seeing this, Tsuru breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the scales of victory were now tilting in their favor. When Hancock saw that her subordinates were injured by Doflamingo's almost sneak attack, her face instantly darkened. Chapter 148, Doflamingo vs. Hancock. Bastard. Hancock's eyes seemed to spit fire. She wanted to stop him, but the veteran Zephyr stubbornly entangled her. She had powerful 3 Haki as her foundation, supplemented by the Mero no Mi. But Zephyr's combat experience and Haki weren't far behind. Although he couldn't use Conqueror's Haki infusion, his mechanical arm equipped with Sea Stone was also a suppression against Devil Fruit users. Just contact would make her feel weak, so Hancock had to use Haki to defend any areas that might be touched during every attack. Although she was stronger than her original work self, she wasn't like Naruto, whose stamina was nearly limitless. Prolonged combat consumed a great deal of her Haki. Suddenly, she looked toward a certain spot on the battlefield and immediately had an idea. Slave arrow. Pink arrows shot out but were perfectly blocked by the mechanical arm. The moment they touched the Sea Stone, the Mero no Mi's petrification effect instantly failed. It's useless, this kind of move. Zephyr hadn't even finished speaking when his observation Haki sensed what was happening. He immediately turned around, using Sora to rush to his 2 disciples, Ein and Bins, using his mechanical arm to block several arrows aimed at them. When he looked back, Hancock had already charged in another direction. Doflamingo. Hearing the voice filled with killing intent, Doflamingo's movement stiffened slightly. In the next instant, he decisively used his awakening. Countless strings transformed into a barrier blocking in front of him. Bang. Hancock's high heel struck the defensive barrier in front of Doflamingo. After blocking the attack for a few seconds, the defensive barrier shattered, completely turning into stone blocks. Break white. White threads converged in front of Doflamingo like tidal waves, surging fiercely toward Hancock. No matter how Hancock dodged and weaved, she found it difficult to avoid the auto-tracking threads. Since it cannot be dodged, then don't dodge it. A glint flashed in Hancock's eyes as she used her awakening for the first time. Gorgon. The moment they heard Hancock's voice, all members of the Kuja pirates immediately reacted. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, they moved, shielding their comrades behind them. They ignored the ongoing battle with the pacifistas and directly chose to close their eyes. Immediately after, a pink halo rapidly expanded outward from Hancock as its center. Above her head, what seemed like a giant pink eye appeared. This spectacular scene made most people present instinctively turn their gaze toward it. Katakuri seemed to have foreseen the future with his observation Haki and hurriedly shouted behind him. Close your eyes quickly. Those who reacted fast had already closed their eyes, those who were slower were directly hit by the halo. In an instant, anyone whose gaze met the giant pink eye turned into a stone statue. Among Doflamingo's subordinates, Diamante was clever enough to instinctively hide behind his steel cloak. But Senor Pink, this tough guy, didn't dodge or avoid at all, intending to tank the attack head-on. The result was that he was also petrified on the spot, but the baby 5 he was holding in his arms was unharmed. Even turned to stone, Senor Pink still dutifully completed his order to protect his comrade. Even though Doflamingo was prepared, he was almost hit by Hancock's attack. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, avoiding petrification. But this moment of delay caused his break white to lose its tracking direction. Hancock, having dodged it, used perfume femur to directly petrify and shatter it. Without pausing for even a second, Hancock swiftly charged toward Doflamingo. Perfume Femur, Magnifique. Doflamingo intended to dodge, but the giant I summoned earlier still hovered above Hancock's head, continuously emitting waves of pink halos around it. By now, everyone present had realized. If they were hit by the halo while making eye contact with that eye, they would be indiscriminately turned to stone. Even non-living things weren't exempt, as anything with the concept of sight would be affected. The cluster of already petrified pacifistas in the distance was the best proof. Speaking of which, each pacifista was priced at around 300 million berries. Though it's unknown how much of that was inflated, just this one attack from Hancock had likely cost the Marines at least tens of billions of berries. Let's just hope the 5 elders don't quibble over the reimbursement forms. Several thin strings shot rapidly from between Doflamingo's fingers, but their target wasn't Hancock, it was the clouds in the sky. Sky's path. This was Doflamingo's movement skill. He immediately transformed into the one-piece version of Spider-Man and soared into the air, stepping on a thin line and flying into the air. Doflamingo knew very well that with his strength, if this crazy woman got close, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. While they were both warlords, there were gaps even among the warlords. Just based on that kick Hancock used to send Katakuri flying earlier, Doflamingo estimated he wouldn't be able to block it even if he went all out. After leaving the ground, those halos couldn't reach him. Looking at Hancock now wouldn't affect him. This was Doflamingo's plan. And it was indeed effective. Although Hancock also knew airwalking techniques similar to Jeppo, she still couldn't catch up to Doflamingo, who moved directly by stepping on strings. Unfortunately, the heavenly Yiksha, looking down from above, didn't notice there were people above him too. Whether intentional or not. Naruto directly copied Garp's move, grabbing him and hurling him downward with great force. Blue hole. Garp's figure accurately crashed into Doflamingo. Before he could react, he was carried along downward by the impact. In Doflamingo's field of vision, the crazy woman's ferocious smile grew clearer and clearer. Cold sweat instinctively broke out on his forehead, only to be instantly dried by the airflow from the descent. Infused with Conqueror's Haki, Hancock spun her body mid-air, gathering full power. Perfume Femur, Magnifique. Spider's web. Doflamingo only had time to construct a large web of strings in front of him, attempting to slow her charge. But unfortunately, this level of defense was utterly insufficient to withstand Hancock in a fully enraged state. Above, the pressure of the blue hole, and below, the impact of the Perfume Femur, Magnifique. Sandwiched in between, Doflamingo didn't even have time to deliver a proper line before he was completely knocked unconscious. Donkikso Doflamingo, out of commission. Meanwhile, that old guy Garp was completely fine, conveniently using the impact force to return to midair. TCH, you really don't hold back, you damn brat. He grinned, rubbing his shoulder, feeling like he had just crashed into some unidentified flying object. But thanks to that thing taking the hit, he managed to readjust his posture. Chapter 149, Chapter 149 Devil Fruit's abilities are just too useful. While Naruto and Garp were catching up and playing turn-based battle, Kizaru over there was practically using all his strength. Initially, he had gained the upper hand thanks to the high-speed movement of his Pika Pika no Mi, making Big Mom unable to fight back. Unfortunately, Kizaru's attack intensity wasn't enough to seriously injure Big Mom. Instead, the continuous accumulation of shallow but numerous wounds kept Big Mom's emotions running high. Her rage meter filled rapidly. After several slashes that missed, Big Mom finally realized. Since Kizaru was darting around like a fly, she didn't need to engage him in close combat. Big Mom had far more tricks up her sleeve than one might imagine. With the decision made, Big Mom directly tanked Kizaru's attacks with her physical defense and began channeling power into her homies. The Thundercloud homie, Zeus, rapidly expanded in size. God of Lightning Tenjin. As Big Mom let out a shrill scream, countless lightning snakes began indiscriminately striking downward. Some people may think that the speed of lightning is close to the speed of light. This is actually a misconception. Both speeds are indeed difficult to discern with the naked eye, but even at peak levels in the atmosphere, lightning only reaches 1/3 the speed of light. To truly match the speed of light, it would be the electromagnetic waves generated by electric current in a vacuum, but that's getting off track. Simply put, in any world, lightning's speed cannot catch up to the speed of light. Unfortunately, Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi also couldn't achieve true light speed movement. To be more precise, it was Kizaru himself who couldn't. Even with his high mastery of observation haki, he had to limit his movement speed, otherwise, his reaction speed simply couldn't keep up. At full speed, even he couldn't control his direction and distance. This ultimately resulted in Big Mom's dense lightning rain completely enveloping Kizaru's movement range, forcing him to continuously maintain his light form, high-speed movement state. Yar yar, so scary dash. Even then, the tone of his voice remained unhurried. The voice, distorted by speed, reached Big Mom's ears, only making her angrier. But it didn't matter, as this wasn't her killing move. Marine, I hope you can be this arrogant later too. Big Mom's grin stretched to her ears as she directly used the power of the Sora no Mi to begin splitting her own soul. Kizaru, moving at high speed midair, saw this and instinctively felt something was wrong. But Kizaru couldn't stop Big Mom's actions at this moment. Even if he briefly returned to his human form and used laser attacks on Big Mom's body, she simply tanked them. The defensive power of the steel balloon was no joke. Under Kizaru's gradually widening gaze, Big Mom completed the soul division. She then placed her split soul into two different things. One larger soul drifted into a giant rock. Immediately, the rock grew a face and limbs, though its overly round shape made movement difficult. The other soul was stuffed into a nearby mirror that was still intact. A face immediately appeared on the mirror, accompanied by sharp laughter. Go. Gaia, Artemis. Yes. Mama. Okay, Mama. The voices of the two new homies were starkly different, one deep and weighty, the other sharp and piercing. It was clear that the two new homies Big Mom created this time were also high-level homies similar to Zeus and Prometheus. The lifespan consumed by splitting out this soul was on a completely different level from mass-produced low-level homies. At the very least, the wrinkles on Big Mom's face visibly increased by several lines. Upon receiving their master's command, the two homies immediately entered combat mode. The giant rock homie, Gaia, expanded dozens of times in size. Although it remained short and stout, its sense of oppression suddenly increased. Just as Kizaru was curious what Big Mom intended to do with such a stone giant, Gaia's ability activated. Get down here. With a roar from the giant stone creature, an invisible force field erupted from its body. It was one of the universe's four fundamental forces, gravity. Empowered by the Sora no Mi, the stone homie, Gaia, gained the ability to exert gravity. Although this powerful gravity wasn't enough to stop Kizaru in his tracks immediately, it truly restricted his speed. He could no longer return to human form. Even while maintaining his light form, he was caught by the pursuing lightning several times. Meanwhile, the mirror homie called Artemis laughed shrilly while splitting to create more pristine mirror surfaces. The mirror surfaces quickly formed a massive dome around the thundercloud area and began contracting inward. At this moment, even if Kizaru were foolish, he would have realized Big Mom's plan. Lightning continued to rain down mercilessly around him, and gravity constantly tugged at him, causing his speed to continuously decrease. He couldn't escape the thundercloud range. Every time he approached the edge, he was reflected back by the mirrors created by Artemis. Even if he cancelled his elementalization just before contact, those mirrors could still block him. It's no wonder. After all, these were homies that cost Big Mom a full year of her lifespan. If they only created mirror surfaces, it would be far too wasteful. In fact, Artemis's special ability should be considered reflection. Strictly speaking, only physical attacks of sufficient strength could shatter the reflective surfaces it created. Simultaneously, its suppressive power against natural phenomena like light, which are inherently easily reflected, was multiplied. And all of this was merely the environmental advantage Big Mom created to restrict Kizaru's movement. The real killing move was still brewing. Because he was blocked by the mirrors, Kizaru couldn't see what attack Big Mom on the outside was preparing. Even his observation haki was reflected back by those mirrors. But Kizaru was, after all, a marine genius from the same generation as a Kiji and a Kainu. Despite usually seeming listless, he might actually be more reliable than the other two at critical moments. As the saying goes, you can pretend to be weak, but you can't actually be weak. Kizaru suddenly returned to human form midair, forcefully enduring the lightning snake's electrocution with his haki, while his body continuously descended under gravity's pull. But this was exactly what he wanted. The gleaming golden Ama no Murakumo was pulled from his hand, and armament haki coiled around it. Very few had seen this lazy admiral use haki against an enemy. Again, it's because Devil Fruit's abilities are just too useful. Zephyr-sensei, if you're watching, please don't scold me again. He muttered. Saying this, Kizaru used a technique Zephyr had once taught him, based on memory. The black and gold Ama no Murakumo, infused with haki, descended from the sky, striking Gaia's body directly. At the same time, Big Mom outside, holding Napoleon, determined Kizaru's location through the homies' telepathy. Ikoku sovereignty. The purple slash completely covered Kizaru's body along with Gaia. Chapter 150, Chapter 151. This farce should end. To be honest, the world government really hadn't acted honorably. They merely issued orders, repeatedly demanding a swift strike to capture Naruto. But they didn't even inform the Marines below of the true threat level Naruto posed. Of course, one could say they were constrained by their own pride. The great criminal fought 1 against 5, leaving God's Knights and Saint Warkiri, one of the 5 elders, helpless, and even destroyed most of the Holy Land. They would even need to elaborate on this news, listing out each and every technique Naruto used one by one. The world government's top brass simply couldn't do such a thing. Anyway, in their view, if the Marines succeeded, all was well. Even if they failed, they themselves would have shown their stance. This was directed not only at the world government itself but also at everyone on the sea watching this event. If someone could attack the Holy Land without paying any price, everyone would follow his example in the future. Although not everyone could be as absurdly strong as Naruto, where there's one, there will be two. It wouldn't do to let such riffraff disturb their Imusama again. Regarding a madman like Rocks, just one is already more than enough. Any future troublemakers would have to weigh their actions carefully, considering whether they could withstand the pursuit of a Marine admiral. Of course, this also thoroughly screwed over Garp and the others. Tsuru watched Garp, trailing black smoke as he fell, her expression extremely grave. Fortunately, Garp seemed to have only suffered some superficial wounds. After falling a certain distance, his eyes snapped open, and he readjusted his posture, using Jeppo to return to midair. However, the old veteran looked rather disheveled at the moment. The Marine's justice cloak that seemed permanently attached to his back was gone. The upper half of his clothes was blown to tatters, and even his chest hair was singed and curled from the heat. On the back of his right hand, which had made contact with the Conqueror's bomb, blood continuously seeped out. Even with his haki as deep as the abyss, facing Naruto's unreasonable techniques was inevitably somewhat taxing. But at least there was no one here who needed Garp to take a blade for them alone, and he wouldn't be run through the chest by certain individuals. So far, the worst injury on Garp's body was the split on his right hand. He casually tore off his tie and wrapped it around his right hand, then the bleeding stopped immediately. Wahahaha, you're getting more and more terrifying, kid. Even though he had nearly lost consciousness moments ago, the readjusted Garp showed no sign of despair on his face. TCH. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Naruto complained in a voice only he could hear, then another small, jade-black sphere materialized in his hand. It was clear that creating a Conqueror's bomb of the scale caused him virtually no drain. His chakra consumption was slower than its regeneration rate. Old man, that's enough, don't you think? You can give an explanation to the world government now. Naruto casually tossed the Conqueror's bomb in his hand. This creation of highly compressed chakra and haki was remarkably stable in his grasp. It hardly seemed like something capable of such a terrifying explosion. Over the past few days, Naruto had been familiarizing himself with this new ninjutsu he created. By now, his proficiency with this move could be considered highly skilled. Ha! What nonsense are you talking? Garp laughed loudly, raising his fist to charge at Naruto. But the next moment, everyone present fell into silence. Poof. 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 Large clouds of smoke spread across the high altitude. When the smoke cleared, the sky was densely packed with Narutos floating like a swarm of bees. Multiple shadow clone technique. Garp finally remembered what he had forgotten. Naruto still had this move. Even Naruto's title, One-Man Army, originated from this. What is more despairing than the hundreds, thousands of Naruto's clones was the fact that each clone now held a familiar black sphere in its hand. The clones aimed their palms at the Marines below, even including some pirates in their sights. I said, let's call it a day today. Who agrees? Who opposes? At this moment, no one, including Big Mom and Hancock, could utter a word. The countless black spheres in the sky seemed like a true natural disaster in their eyes. No one wanted to experience the consequences of those spheres exploding. Everyone's attention was focused on Naruto. During this interval, two figures coincidentally began moving stealthily on the battlefield. One was the Don Quixote family's executive, Diamante. He used his cloak to bundle up his petrified, unconscious comrades and his young master, escaping along the shattered cliff face with minimal movement. He wasn't the only one fleeing, so no one had the attention to spare for him now. The Don Quixote family's choice to side with the Marines had torn up all pretenses with the Big Mom pirates. With their strongest member, Doflamingo, defeated and unconscious, his only option was to escape as quickly as possible. The other figure moving silently had a more special identity. It was actually Big Mom's fiancé and soon-to-be husband, Orochimaru. At this moment, he was silently carrying away several unconscious pirates and Marines. Compared to Diamante, his actions were even more covert, as if this sneaky behavior was etched into his very instincts. Excellent, these guys are perfect experimental subjects. The soul of the mad scientist had once again taken over. Orochimaru had already chosen his targets, all of them were so-called devil fruit users. Orochimaru couldn't wait to conduct research on them. In a way, one could say Orochimaru's plan had succeeded. Although his main body in the ninja world gained nothing, this creation carrying his genes had successfully begun researching the special powers of the One Piece world. This is a cause for celebration. It's just unknown whether, if they ever meet one day, this new Orochimaru would docilely choose to remain a dispensable clone. Damn brat, when did you become so underhanded? Seeing Naruto use his colleagues as threats, Garp also dropped his combat stance. This indirectly announced the end of this battle. This isn't underhanded, it's just avoiding unnecessary sacrifice. Their lives are better used for more valuable things. Naruto's main body arrived in front of Garp. The Conqueror's bomb in his hand had disappeared at some point. Well then, maintaining order on the seas is up to you, old man. As he spoke, he even clasped his hands together and raised them mockingly, pissing Garp off so much he snorted, couldn't even be bothered to say goodbye, and simply fell downward. Then, after he and Tsuru exchanged words in voices only they could hear, the Marines made a decision. Retreat. What else could they do? Really sacrifice all their lives here? On Big Mom's side, watching the Marines withdraw, the residents of Tato Land showed expressions of relief. In wars like this, the strong could enjoy the slaughter, while they could only passively endure the disaster. This outcome was already the best possible for them. Big Mom herself looked at Naruto with a wary glance, then unwillingly watched as Kizaru transformed into a stream of light and returned to the Marine ranks. Others might not know, but Big Mom understood. Naruto's words about calling it a day were also directed at her. Know when to stop, don't push it endlessly. Otherwise, the next bombing target might become her Tato Land. This is also the first time that Big Mom felt the powerlessness of being threatened. Naruto made everyone stand down through indiscriminate force threat. This was far more convincing than any face. And the great Uzumaki Naruto, standing in the sky, currently had a somewhat strange expression on his face. Chapter 151, Chapter 150. The end is near. When Sentomaru saw his long-awaited old man again, Kizaru was leading Big Mom across the battlefield from midair. Saying leading isn't quite accurate, it should be luring. After all, no matter how hard Big Mom chased from behind, she always remained one step behind Kizaru. Meanwhile, Kizaru fired lasers at Big Mom at regular intervals during his flight. The damage was low, but the insult was extreme. Garp-san, mind switching. Hearing this, both Naruto and Garp were stunned. Looking closely, Kizaru's clothes were torn in several places. Clearly, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Just over 10 minutes ago, trapped within the mirror prison created by Artemis, Kizaru had been calling out to the god with no response. Thunderclouds pressed down from above, a giant rock pulled from below, and mirrors reflected all around. What was even more terrible was the sense of crisis that chilled his spine. Clearly, all this was just to restrict his evasion. Big Mom had likely prepared for a full-force strike. What happened next confirmed his suspicion. Him, along with the mirrors and the stone giant, was engulfed by Big Mom's Ikoku sovereignty attack, despite them being her own creations. After being kite by Kizaru for so long, even a clay figure would have some fire, let alone Big Mom, an old woman with inherently unstable emotions. Empowered by rage, the damage from her Ikoku sovereignty was even more exaggerated. A direct hit would likely leave even Kizaru seriously injured. Fortunately, while the old guy might not excel at other things, speed was his forte. Even though his surroundings were sealed, preventing him from escaping as light, Kizaru found the only flaw in this killing trap. Using the sharpness of the Ama no Murakumo, he pierced through the giant rock Homi, Gaia, and continued drilling into the ground without losing momentum. Big Mom's attack followed almost immediately, grazing past his body. Even so, it was enough to make him suffer. Although he elementalized parts of his body as early as possible, Kizaru still got injured. Of course, compared to Garp, who even had a nosebleed from Naruto's punches, he obviously looked a bit more disheveled. After that, seeing the shattered mirrors and giant rock rapidly recovering, Kizaru didn't miss the opportunity. He slipped through the gap and turned the fight back into a kiting game. Big Mom rode the thundercloud, Zeus, chasing desperately from behind, occasionally creating mirror walls in front of Kizaru. A moment's slower reaction would have bounced him back. Thus, fighting and chasing, the two returned to the main battlefield from the distance. Garp and Naruto looked at each other, realizing this meeting might be coming to an end. On the Charlotte family's side, seeing their mother's terrifying figure return to the battlefield, all the children felt a genuine sense of security from the bottom of their hearts. Even Katakuri was no exception. Sorry, kid. Since you don't plan to surrender dash. Then I'll have to go all out. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Garp's body. His conqueror's haki surged like blazing flames. No, perhaps I should be the one apologizing. Naruto refused to be outdone. An even more terrifying conqueror's haki instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Even Big Mom and Kizaru nearby were stunned by this aura, seemingly forgetting they were still in combat. Really, monsters. Below, someone muttered softly, but clearly, everyone around agreed. Don't die, old man. A smile of pure enjoyment spread across Naruto's face as chakra rapidly surged into his palm. A familiar ratio, combined with familiar materials. A small black sphere appeared in Naruto's hand. As the sphere materialized, a grave expression appeared on Garp's face. Besides him, every individual present who could be considered a strong fighter sensed the terrifying destructive power contained within this attack. Retreat. Take the wounded. Board the ships. On the marine side, Tsuru had already issued the retreat order. Zephyr landed a smashbuster punch that forced Hancock back a few steps, then quickly disengaged himself, beginning to cover the retreat of the other wounded soldiers as they boarded the ships. Hancock glanced at the black sphere in the sky, then at the Marines not far away. In the end, she chose not to press the advantage with a follow-up attack. She turned to her two younger sisters. Sandersonia and Marigold now had numerous wounds, large and small. Despite undergoing Naruto's special training, their natural talent was ultimately far inferior to Hancock's. Coupled with facing elite vice admirals from Marine headquarters, holding their own was already quite an achievement. Looking further down, many other warriors of the Kuja pirates had also been injured in the earlier long-range exchange of fire with the pacifistas. Hancock hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking to her two sisters. Take the others to the coast, board the ships, and return directly to Amazon Lily. Hearing her sister's words, Sandersonia was the first to react. Nay-san. What do you intend to do? Marigold also turned her gaze to Hancock, seemingly sensing something amiss. I will stay here. I want him to give me an explanation personally. Seeing their elder sister seemingly controlled by love sickness at this critical moment, Marigold was about to voice her objection but was stopped by her second sister. Sandersonia had realized. Hancock staying here was the safest option. Having effectively torn up all pretenses with the world government and abandoned her warlord's position, returning to Amazon Lily now would only bring disaster home. In the original work, after the Warlord of the Sea system was abolished, Hancock also became a wanted pirate. The Marines and even Blackbeard attacked Amazon Lily. If Rayleigh hadn't intervened to save Hancock and promised to have her lift the petrification, she might truly have died at Blackbeard's hands. After that, Hancock also chose to leave Amazon Lily, and indeed, the Marines did not shift their focus back to the island. Truth be told, a closed-off nation like Amazon Lily, which is located in the Calm Belt, wasn't something the Marines would bother with if not for the Hancock situation. Nay-san, we will wait for you on the periphery. Sandersonia looked at Hancock, saying these words meaningfully, then led the others towards the docks. Hancock was initially puzzled, but after a few seconds, she understood her sister's implication. It seems they still don't believe I can keep that man this time. A vein throbbed on Hancock's forehead. She looked up just in time to see Naruto's attack collide with Garp's iron fist. Garp's fist, like a comet streaking across the cosmos, roared as it slammed toward Naruto. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed supremely confident in this attack, merely tossing it casually. When the Conqueror's bomb collided with Garp's fist, a terrifying explosion erupted mid-air, akin to the birth of a supernova. Compared to the mountain-sized fireball of the explosion, the figure plummeting from the sky seemed incredibly small. Only the strongest remained on the scene, and they're all using their observation hockey to probe the outcome. It was Garp. Chapter 152, Chapter 152 What if Naruto became a tailed beast? Naruto was genuinely surprised. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment idea of his, the results were surprisingly effective. When he had earlier threatened Garp and the Marines, the Conqueror's bomb held by his main body had nowhere to be stored. Perhaps this was a drawback of imitating the tailed beast bomb. Whether it was Conqueror's bomb and the Raisnon, both were difficult to manually disperse. Their principle involved a highly compressed energy sphere. Once formed, if external force collided and broke their balance, they would explode. If forcibly dispersed, it was highly likely to injure oneself. So, not knowing which nerve in his brain had misfired, Naruto actually shoved the Conqueror's bomb directly into his mouth. In his conception, the worst possibility was that the Baku Baku no Mi simply couldn't affect the Conqueror's bomb. He would realize this when he brought the Conqueror's bomb close to his mouth and could stop in time. The ability of the Baku Baku no Mi could temporarily transform his mouth, esophagus, and stomach into forms more suited to ingesting objects, which is a conclusion Naruto had reached through recent experiments. This was hardly surprising. Otherwise, with Wapple's weak physique, how could he possibly bite through steel and wood without injuring his oral cavity? When the Conqueror's bomb entered his mouth, its stability wasn't compromised in the slightest. Just like that, it traveled all the way into Naruto's stomach, the location where Wapple used his Baku Baku factory. Like other items Naruto had swallowed, the Conqueror's bomb could also be further processed in his stomach. Its density could be further increased, and its original structure and form could be modified. The manifested effect was that Naruto could swallow hundreds of Conqueror's bomb, completely compress them in his stomach, and preserve that terrifying destructive power inside him all along. Just like ammunition. Inside the Baku Baku factory, the stability of Conqueror's bomb was terrifyingly strong, as if it were stored in another dimension. These compressed mixtures of chakra and haki could be directly spit out from Naruto's mouth. Just like you're imagining. Atomic breath, zero, or just call it whatever you want. Besides altering the nature of the Conqueror's bomb and spitting it back out, Naruto felt that he might also be able to transform parts of his own body into an energy state, similar to chakra, much like using Mushoku. It sounded quite similar to a tailed beast. However, the risk of this idea was clearly much higher than that of atomic breath. At the same time, the several large tails of the real tailed beast, Kurama, inside Naruto's body stood up uneasily. Hey! Naruto. What are you trying to do? Naruto also heard Kurama's voice within him, but at that time, he was still very domineeringly ending the battle, so he didn't respond. Madman. This guy is simply a lunatic. If Naruto hadn't acted so quickly, Kurama would have desperately tried to break through the seal and take over Naruto's body. But after the initial shock, he had to admit that this world's so-called devil fruits indeed possessed magical powers that even the sage of the Six Paths couldn't have imagined. Whether for the tailed beasts themselves or for a perfect Jinchuriki. A released tailed beast ball cannot be reversely swallowed back into the stomach, and the only result of doing so would be exploding like a firework. Yet now, Naruto could forcibly gather and compress this unstable chakra, and even intended to transform himself into a chakra state. He himself might not feel it too strongly, but a flicker of speculation arose in Kurama's heart. If Naruto truly managed to transform himself into a chakra form possessing all 7 chakra attributes, wouldn't that be? Of course, Naruto didn't plan to attempt such a thing for now, he always had a premonition that the time wasn't right yet. Perhaps after he developed the Baku Baku no Mi to the level of awakening, he would consider trying it further. But regardless, this counted as a significant discovery. A path never before conceived. With the marine causing such a disturbance, Big Mom's tea party couldn't continue. Similarly, the so-called wedding was left unresolved. But this didn't mean Mr. Orochimaru was safe. Big Mom was a pirate. Who knew if she would remember this matter once she calmed down and her interest was piqued again? And all of this was beyond Naruto's consideration. Apart from offering his blessings, he didn't plan to do anything else. At this time, Naruto had already left the whole Cake Island and returned to Liqueur Island. Within 1,000 miles, was there any place more suitable for getting thoroughly drunk? Charlotte Zucata was still needed for cleanup duties on Big Mom's side and couldn't return for a while, so there was no one to host him. But right now, Naruto simply had no mind to care about that. Walking along the road in Jin Town, Naruto's steps quickened. Behind him, 2 figures followed him as closely as shadows, like ghosts. Humph dash. Hee hee dash. To be honest, having 2 women who could rank in the top 5 in looks in the One Piece world following him so closely, anyone else might have been grinning from ear to ear. But human joys and sorrows are not interconnected. At this moment, Naruto only found them noisy. Because the Marine had been defeated too quickly this time, Stussy hadn't found an opportunity to make her move. Their original plan was to seize the chance to shatter the photo of Mother Carmel if the battle turned unfavorable. That Mother Carmel held a very special place in Big Mom's heart. As for who was arranged to do this, why do you think she brought 4 rookies who had only just mastered hockey to a tea party teeming with monsters? Blueno's DOA no Mi was perfectly suited for this task. T/N, Dordor fruit. If Mother Carmel's picture frame was damaged, Big Mom would fall into a rampage similar to her gluttony rage state. Furthermore, a slight vulnerability would appear in her innate, steel balloon, passive defense. This was crucial intelligence Stussy had gathered over her many years of interacting with Big Mom. Speaking of which, she truly lived up to her title as a CP0 senior agent. Even though she addressed her as Lean, using such an affectionate nickname as a close friend, when the critical moment came to strike, she didn't have a shred of psychological burden. Perhaps, Stussy's genuine feelings were already given to those 2 people who knew her true identity. Dressed in a white gown, Stussy, whose looks could be compared to Hancock, actually seemed more like a maiden. She lay on Naruto's shoulder without any reserve, much like how Miss Buckin from the Rocks Pirates years ago used to interact with Whitebeard. On Hancock's side, after the big battle ended, despite having prepared herself mentally, she chickened out at the critical moment. When she saw Stussy skipping along chasing after Naruto all by herself, all the words she had prepared turned into Tsundere cold snorts. How does that saying go? Being at Tsundere ruins your life. Chapter 153, Chapter 153 A Great Drunkenness. Hancock wasn't originally like this. After being rescued by Naruto, she had once shown an almost fanatical obsession with him. It even reached the point where no matter what Naruto said, she would only agree unconditionally. If it were anyone else, having such a beautiful woman obey their every word would undoubtedly lead to some restricted level scenarios. But Naruto was different. He could clearly sense that beneath Hancock's fervent love lay unease and escapism from the past. It was a denial of her own experiences. She needed to establish a spiritual anchor to briefly escape the nightmare of being enslaved by the celestial dragons. A certain famous psychologist once said. When facing psychological issues, why not try some kind of breakdown therapy? Afterward, Naruto intentionally increased the intensity of Hancock's training to the point of exhausting her. In a state of complete fatigue, Hancock gradually relaxed her suppression of emotions. Even under Naruto's deliberate guidance, she finally revealed the inferiority complex and fear hidden behind her pride and love. It was after that day that Hancock truly accepted her past self. She no longer deliberately concealed the shame her past had brought her. It was precisely this courage to face it head-on that allowed her innate conqueror's haki to advance to the next level. Of course, the only downside was that the once utterly obedient Hancock completely let herself go in front of Naruto. She ran headlong from one extreme to the other without looking back. Originally, her fanatical love for Naruto was an illusion born from gratitude and inner deficiency. But after resolving her psychological issues, she genuinely grew to like Naruto through their interactions. This empress have words to speak with Naruto. What business do you, this woman, have following us? Returning to the present, Hancock's attitude towards Stussy was completely unconcealed. Hee, this is Lean's territory. Could it be that the pirate empress intends to restrict someone's movements? The fear on Stussy's face was acted out very clumsily, as if she were deliberately trying to provoke Hancock. With her instincts as a CP0's agent, this kind of emotional disguise was as easy as breathing. Hancock, however, just stared at her for a few moments before disdainfully turning her head away. Clearly, she wasn't as quick to anger as she appeared. Such bitchy tactics were easily seen through by Hancock. And she believed these methods couldn't fool Naruto either. On the contrary, if she flew into a rage over such petty tricks, it would only give Naruto a chance to run away. After this brief exchange, both women had a better understanding of each other. As for Naruto, he acted as if he didn't see any of this, focusing intently on searching for a tavern. In Jin Town, if there was one thing they had plenty of, it was taverns. However, due to the drinking competition Naruto had participated in earlier, the stock in many taverns was already depleted. At a glance, 99% of the taverns by the roadside had signs hanging up indicating they were temporarily closed. Fortunately, perseverance pays off. After walking a long way with the two great beauties, Naruto finally caught the familiar scent of alcohol. After downing 3 full large barrels of craft brew, Naruto finally realized something. The Baku Baku no Mi seemed to have greatly enhanced his tolerance for alcohol. He hadn't noticed it during the competition earlier, but now, when he actually needed to get drunk, it dawned on him. So troublesome. Seeing Naruto about to continue drinking, Hancock, who was beside him, couldn't stand it anymore. She still didn't know about Naruto's special ability to travel through drunkenness, and only thought he was having another alcohol craving. A cup suddenly slammed down onto the table in front of Naruto with a bang. He followed the sound and met Hancock's gaze. Drinking alone is no fun at all. Naruto, I will drink with you. With that, Hancock gulped down the alcohol in her cup in one go. Her plan was simple. By throwing herself into the situation, as long as she got drunk herself, Naruto's character would surely not leave her be. That way, she could both make the guy drink less and indirectly get close to him. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Click. At that moment, another cup was gently placed on the table. Stussy smiled without speaking, her meaning equally clear. She elegantly, yet swiftly, downed the cup of alcohol in one go. As she set the cup down, she even stuck out her tongue to lightly lick her increasingly reddened lips. This time, before Naruto could even react, Hancock was the first to lose her composure. She seemed to forget her original purpose for drinking. Without waiting for Naruto to pour, she grabbed another cup for herself and gulped it down. Stussy, on the other hand, seemed to have reached some kind of unspoken understanding and was equally unwilling to be outdone. A meaningless, alternative battle began right there in the tavern. The two great beauties went cup for cup, no longer paying any attention to Naruto sitting between them. Naruto and the bartender were left staring blankly, watching as the two remarkable women easily finished a barrel of wine each. Right. He'd forgotten about this. Whether it was Stussy, a clone, or the exceptionally gifted Hancock, both possessed formidable physical constitutions. While not quite on the level of a monster like Naruto, a mere barrel of wine was nothing to them. Naruto was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and grabbed his own cup to start drinking. Not for any other reason. The existing alcohol in this tavern was limited, and he couldn't guarantee he'd successfully reach a drunken state before the drink ran out. Naruto's drinking speed was far faster than the two ladies. Having a big mouth was an advantage. After a few cups, Stussy slowed her pace, seemingly ready to concede. She even started actively pouring wine for Hancock and Naruto. Hancock responded with a disdainful laugh, then clinked cups with Naruto. Naruto clearly saw Stussy sprinkle some powder into the wine she poured for Hancock. Seeing that her little trick had been discovered by Naruto, Stussy wasn't nervous at all. She even made a shu gesture to Naruto while Hancock was tilting her head back to drink. Naruto's nose twitched. It was just some fast-acting sleep-inducing medication with no harmful ingredients. He thought to himself, it seemed she was abandoning a fair drinking contest in favor of underhanded tactics. But Naruto didn't mind. In fact, he preferred it this way. If Hancock could fall asleep, he could peacefully hand her over to the Kuja pirates waiting on standby not far from the tavern. Escaping might be shameful, but it's really useful. But Naruto didn't notice. While brazenly drugging Hancock's cup, Stussy's fingernail also incidentally grazed the wine as she handed Naruto his drink. A special, colorless, odorless, and harmless drug created by Dr. Vegapunk seeped from Stussy's fingertip into the wine. Naruto also drank it down completely unaware. His constitution was indeed powerful, but quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Soon, Naruto felt everything before his eyes began to sway. He didn't find it strange, simply thinking he had finally gotten drunk. Hancock and Stussy beside him had long since slumped over the table, appearing completely unconscious. Hiss. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Naruto uncomfortably tugged his collar open a bit, then downed another barrel of wine, only then feeling somewhat refreshed. Stussy, who was lying on the table, had the corner of her mouth raised slightly. Chapter 154, Chapter 154. The days Uzumaki Naruto was away. Bang. Kakashi casually grabbed a missing nin with half-white, half-red hair and smashed his head into the ground. The missing nin, who had tried to ambush him, was completely knocked out before he could even utter a cry of pain. But after dealing with this guy, Kakashi didn't take any further action. He just stood there quietly as before, watching how his student effortlessly wiped out this group of missing nin. Sasuke held a kunai inverted in his hand, quickly deflecting several shuriken shot at him, then slit the opponent's throat under their terrified gaze. Blood splattered everywhere, and a life was extinguished by his hand. Sasuke's eyelids only twitched slightly, his movements without the slightest pause. This was a group of missing nin mixed in with bandits. Although the strongest leader was only a chunin, they had rich practical experience and would stop at nothing. As practice targets for Sasuke, they were barely sufficient. Earth release, headhunter technique. Taking advantage of the moment Sasuke took down another genin, two ninjas secretly burrowed into the ground. They felt this brat was frighteningly strong and had quick reflexes. Just now, before their ninjutsu could even hit, the kid would dodge as if he could foresee it. But they believed it didn't matter. As long as the two of them could restrain him, with so many of their people, they could overwhelm this brat through sheer numbers. Under the effect of earth attribute chakra, the two advanced rapidly underground like giant moles. Then they abruptly broke through the surface, reaching out to firmly grab one of Sasuke's legs each. Now. Haha. Die, you damned brat. Kakashi watched the entire process from not far away, but he had no intention of warning Sasuke. As if he had anticipated these two emerging from the ground, Sasuke's face showed no trace of panic. Bang. Bang. He knocked down two more charging enemies with punches, then, with his hands free, Sasuke suddenly exerted force with his legs and pulled the two adult-sized men out. As he spun his body, the two were flung away by a tremendous force and smashed into a tree trunk. An opening. A man hidden in the crowd quietly took out a flintlock pistol, and then, using the cover of others and Sasuke's blind spot, he aimed at his vitals. This is good stuff we got from the black market. Even if you're a ninja, if you let your guard down, you'll die here. This thought wasn't entirely wrong. Without using chakra for defense, ordinary ninjas, especially genin, don't have physical defense that differs greatly from ordinary people. Being stabbed by a knife will cause bleeding, and being shot by a gun will cause serious injuries. Watching this, Kakashi finally couldn't hold back any longer. Several shuriken were already in his hand, ready to be thrown at any moment. But as his Sharingan spun, he clearly saw Sasuke suddenly tense his body, his muscles straining forcefully. Under his clothes, the surface of his skin was instantly covered with a faint gray aura. Kakashi could sense that it wasn't chakra. Clang. The bullet struck Sasuke's back but made a sound of metal collision. Did this kid wear armor? The gunman's mouth gaped slightly, but it was too late to reload. In the next moment, Sasuke rushed before them, easily knocking the bandits to the ground. Anyone grazed or touched by his fist faced broken bones. After everything was resolved, Kakashi and Sasuke unhurriedly set off on the road back to the village. One of them took out a book and studied diligently while walking, while the other remained silent and no one knew what he was thinking. Sasuke, why didn't you use ninjutsu earlier? Kakashi was the first to break the silence. It wasn't necessary to use ninjutsu against that bunch. Not only did he not use the lightning release ninjutsu Kakashi specifically taught him, Sasuke didn't even use basic techniques like the 3 basic techniques. He essentially relied on taijutsu and close combat the entire time. Yet, he still easily dealt with those bandits without a single injury. The spot on his clothes where the bullet hit was torn, but there was no sign of any armor underneath. Clearly, Sasuke had tanked it with his body just now. Was what you used earlier, taught to you by Naruto? Hearing this, Sasuke was slightly taken aback. Considering the familiar relationship between Kakashi and Naruto's instructions before leaving, he still nodded. It's called Haki, a power system different from chakra. In the little notebook Naruto left him, advanced training methods for armament Haki and observation Haki were recorded. As of now, over a month had passed since Naruto left the village, and Sasuke had vaguely touched the threshold of Haki. Perhaps due to the Uchiha clan's innate powerful spiritual energy, he was already able to skillfully use observation Haki in combat. Even if attacks came from blind spots outside his vision, he could still perfectly dodge them. With this ability, at least he didn't have to fear ambushes anymore. In contrast, using armament Haki was more difficult for him, and it was always hit or miss. The state of resisting the bullet earlier was actually a manifestation of failed usage. Even though he wasn't injured, the bullet's impact still solidly hit his back. Fortunately, after this period of high-intensity physical training, this level of pain couldn't even make Sasuke blink. Upon hearing this, Kakashi just nodded. From the stories Naruto had told him, he had also heard of this peculiar power. A power that doesn't consume chakra. This Konoha's elite jonin, who had always been somewhat troubled by his own blue bar, also began to wonder if he should learn it himself. It might come in handy someday. But speaking of which, it's really fast. In such a short time, you've already learned it. Kakashi always felt that after Naruto left, Sasuke had become increasingly reticent, so he started trying to find topics in different ways. Who would have thought that this compliment would make Sasuke stop right in his tracks, his lips pressed tightly together, as if he strongly disagreed with the statement. I'm still far from it. Not just compared to Naruto, who casually repelled Itachi Uchiha and the others that day. Within Konoha, there was another guy whose progress in mastering Haki seemed to have subtly surpassed his. Yes, just as you're thinking. In a forest at the edge of Konoha Village. Everything seemed exactly the same as before Naruto left. The difference was, Konohamaru no longer needed Naruto's supervision nearby. He wore a specially made training vest and carried a stone block taller than himself on his shoulder, training his physical strength there. If the driving force behind Sasuke's intense training to become stronger was hatred, then what supported Konohamaru in persevering through that superhuman training was his admiration for his idol. Not far from Konohamaru, Ebisu, who had bought a new pair of sunglasses, couldn't conceal the concern and worry in his eyes. Konohamaru now trained for long periods every day. This was undoubtedly a good thing. In such a short time, Konohamaru's height had begun to shoot up. Of course, it couldn't compare to Naruto's, changing day by day. But after just a few dozen days, Konohamaru already looked every bit like a young man. It seemed the daily grueling training had also tempered his originally restless and lively nature considerably. Judging by Konohamaru's current appearance alone, one could easily believe he had already graduated from the ninja academy. Konohamaru-sama, you should take a break. Ebisu shouted to Konohamaru from afar, only to be met with a casual wave of Konohamaru's hand. Under the training vest, the already beginning to take shape lines of back muscles were interlaced with a shade of black deeper than Sasuke's. Ah. Damn you, Naruto. No matter how you think about it, Konohamaru-sama turning out like this is all your fault. Like a resentful woman, Ebisu could only squat in the distance, drawing circles over and over again while cursing a certain guy. Chapter 155, Chapter 155. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Meanwhile, far overseas at the southern hideout, or rather, its ruins. A thoroughly drenched Naruto sat on a broken wall with a complex expression, his face seemed to be filled with doubt about life. It would have been even more fitting if someone had stuffed a lit cigarette into his mouth right then. Sigh dash. This was who knows what number sigh from Naruto. But whenever he recalled those blurry and pink-tinted scenes in his memory, Naruto felt his mind turn to complete mush. He'd guarded his bottom line for so many years, only to have it compromised by Stussy's underhanded trick. The Baku no Mi possessed the ability to passively transform inorganic and harmful substances, but for things that had no adverse effects on the body, or could even be considered tonics, this fruit ability would very intelligently avoid them. And Stussy, through trial and error, had managed to bypass this mechanism, successfully making Naruto fall for it. Now, thinking about it, he had no idea how to face those two women the next time he returned to the One Piece world. Stussy truly lived up to her title as Queen of the Pleasure District. Even if she hadn't done such thing before, she must have seen such things before, so her playstyles truly broke through the limits of Naruto's impoverished imagination. Even in Jiraiya-sensei's works, such scenes had never been described. T/N, the sensei here is not for teacher, but for a master of an art. Sighing once more, Naruto stood up and looked at the submerged southern hideout behind him. Yes, the southern hideout had completely sunk beneath the water's surface. Based on Naruto's past experience, every time he crossed over, he would return to the location he last left. It was precisely because of this that Naruto had specifically found a somewhat hidden room within the southern hideout this time. He had even used the shadow clone technique to create the illusion that he was getting drunk elsewhere. It was entirely to avoid any contingencies Orochimaru might have left behind. After later obtaining Orochimaru's memories, Naruto learned that the other party indeed had contingencies, but they weren't placed in the southern hideout. By the time seawater began pouring into his nostrils, Naruto jolted awake from his drunken state. Fortunately, his physical constitution was exceptional, and he had years of diving experience, otherwise, just choking on the water could have been dangerous. At that moment, Naruto instinctively used his fruit ability. Baku Baku no diving suit. Simply put, it was creating a resin bubble. However, only after he had isolated himself from the seawater did he realize he wasn't feeling the expected weakness. It was just like before he had eaten the devil fruit. The water in the ninja world didn't seem to affect devil fruit users. This led Naruto to make a connection. Chakra was the same. He, from the ninja world, could extract it unimpeded, but the people from One Piece world like Roger and Rayleigh showed no reaction at all. When in the One Piece world, even Naruto would be affected by seawater, but upon returning to the ninja world, everything was normal again. It seemed there were differences in certain details between the two worlds that he wasn't aware of. As someone only half-educated, Naruto naturally didn't know that in the One Piece world, someone had already researched the reason why devil fruit users were rejected by the sea. It was because seawater contained a core factor called pyrobloin. This element was the actual cause of the weakness devil fruit users felt. Incidentally, this was also the principle behind sea stone. Bringing his thoughts back, although he didn't know what the southern hideout had experienced during his absence, it was unlikely anyone could answer him now. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Wait, no. Let's go find some acquaintances first. Before leaving the land of hot water with Orochimaru's subordinates, Naruto had asked Master Jiraiya to stay in the land of hot water with Karen. If he didn't receive any message from Naruto's side within 10 days, he was to take Karen to the land of whirlpools first. The now ruined land of whirlpools was actually a safer location than any of the great nations. Because he didn't know how much time had passed, Naruto decided to follow Orochimaru's memory and head to the land of whirlpools ruins first. No special reason, purely because the southern hideout was closer to the land of whirlpools. Naruto stepped onto the water's surface, then suddenly opened his mouth wide and spat out an exquisitely crafted small boat. It was his personal ship, the Gale Breaker. During its time in Naruto's stomach, Naruto would occasionally swallow some rare materials and then use the Baku Baku factory to modify and upgrade the Gale Breaker. Currently, the Gale Runner's durability and defensive capabilities were significantly higher than the initial version. Calling it the Gale Breaker 2.0 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Roar. The engine nozzles at the stern had been modified into 4, and the top speed had also been greatly increased. Naruto stood at the bow like this, feeling the unique sea breeze of the ninja world on his face while carefully sorting through Orochimaru's memories. From the known information, the founder of the Akatsuki organization was a guy called Pain, who possessed a pair of specialized known as the Rinnegan. It was during a solo mission with Pain that Orochimaru attempted to steal the Rinnegan, failed, and subsequently chose to defect from the organization. This guy possessed an ability that could instantly unleash a thrust similar to a shockwave. As for the guy called Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru only knew of his existence and had never actually met him. It didn't seem particularly troublesome for now. Moving his arms slightly, Naruto could feel that his current body had improved once again. If nothing else, just in terms of pure physical quality, it was already approaching half the level of his One Piece world's body. Similarly, the amount of armament haki it could bear had also increased significantly. According to the pattern he had summarized earlier, the time he had been away from the ninja world this time should have lengthened considerably. On the other side, Kirigakure. Let's pack up. It looks like Uzumaki Naruto is no longer here. After receiving the same notification from her subordinates once again, Terumi May finally gave up on her plan to continue searching for Naruto to cooperate. They could now confirm that their Mizukage was indeed under someone's control. Conversely, the Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, had not yet detected the unusual behavior of the ninjas under his command. Without receiving orders from Obito, Yagura was more like a robot following certain instructions. Previously, May and the others, following the clues Naruto intentionally left, tracked their way to the southern hideout. Before officially landing on the island, they encountered prisoners who had been released from their cells and were escaping on small boats, among them their village's problem child, Hozuki Suigetsu. From Suigetsu's mouth, they also learned who the mastermind behind the southern hideout was. Orochimaru. Originally, May intended to approach the other party with more caution, but she didn't expect another group to act far more ostentatiously than them. It was a group of mysterious ninjas who had concealed all identifying marks. They unhesitatingly launched an attack on all the guards at the southern hideout. Lethal moves with each strike, leaving no survivors. However, even though they concealed their identities, Mei could still discern some clues from the ninjutsu they released. These guys, no matter how she looked at them, seemed like people from Kimogakure. The ninjas stationed at the southern hideout were mostly ninjas from smaller villages, at best having received Orochimaru's inferior cursed seals. They were simply no match for these powerful, swift-moving individuals. These guys searched the entire southern hideout from top to bottom but couldn't find the target, Uzumaki Naruto. Instead, they discovered Mei's group lurking on the periphery. The final outcome is what we see now. The southern hideout was completely submerged. Chapter 156, Chapter 156 The Silent Naruto and the New Uzushiogakure. The speed of the Gale Breaker 2.0 was completely in a different league compared to the small boat Naruto had bought in the fishing village before. In fact, strictly speaking, the scientific and technological level of the ninja world wasn't particularly poor. Things like movie theaters and vending machines had existed for a long time. There were even icebreakers that could convert geothermal energy into propulsion power. It's just that everyone was used to ninjas shuttling through the forest and burrowing underground, and the few existing researchers were still working on helping ninjas better exert their combat power, so this kind of technology wasn't widespread. Naruto, standing at the bow, had basically sorted out his thoughts when he suddenly noticed a blind spot. 9 tails. Ha! Inside the seal space, Kurama was awakened by Naruto's sudden call and lifted his eyelids impatiently. The seal space was no longer like it was at the beginning. The environment here seemed related to Naruto's state of mind and spirit, though the reaction seemed somewhat delayed. Fortunately, after Naruto traveled back and forth several times, the space here finally changed. Of course, the gate symbolizing the main body of the seal was still there, but the previously gloomy, damp environment like an underground waterway had undergone a massive transformation. There were no walls to be seen anymore. Although the light source was unknown, everything was covered in a gentle glow. Bright but not dazzling. Correspondingly, there were no water stains on the floor anymore, replaced by faintly glowing fissures emitting firelight. Beneath them, something seemed to be brewing. Kurama was somewhat shocked the first time he saw this, but he got used to it over time. Anyway, he couldn't escape, so what else could he do? About what happened before. Naruto wanted to ask Kurama if he was aware of what happened when Stussy drugged him. But the words got stuck, and he didn't know where to start. However, Kurama, being one in mind and body with his Jinchuriki, could understand what he meant even if Naruto was stammering. But after realizing it, he let out a disdainful chuckle. Humph. It's just mating, what's the big deal? He could sense Naruto's inner turmoil. But he couldn't understand it. After all, as tailed beasts, they didn't even have the concept of reproduction. Their understanding of relationships between the sexes was even less than that of wild beasts. Why didn't you stop me back then? After holding it in for a long time, this was the only sentence Naruto managed to get out. The Baku Baku no Mi indeed didn't automatically identify the mysterious powder, but Kurama's chakra could greatly enhance his drug resistance. The response Naruto got was an even more mocking laugh from Kurama. If Naruto himself hadn't wanted it, could anyone have forced him to do it? As the Jinchuriki, Naruto also sensed the other's feelings. Then, somewhat defensively, he exited the seal space. Yes, no one could force Naruto to do those things. When it came down to it, the reason he let his guard down under the influence of the mysterious powder was that he had entertained those thoughts before. It's just that all those thoughts had been blocked by Naruto's own certain persistence, or perhaps affectation. Falling for it this time could be considered a compromise with himself. And who knows, the next time he returns to the One Piece world, he might receive the happy news of becoming a father. Sigh dash. I had to face these two relationships seriously. The Gale Breaker sped across the seas of the ninja world. Naruto's sighs didn't last long before they were interrupted by the astonishment of seeing his true homeland for the first time. In the distance, the ruins of the land of whirlpools had come into view. Calling it ruins was no exaggeration, as there are only shattered buildings, broken bricks, and tiles scattered everywhere. However, from their shapes and forms, one could still vaguely see the past prosperity of the land of whirlpools. As the Gale Breaker drew closer to the shore, more scenes came into Naruto's view. Beside those ruins, a large space had been cleared out. Ordinary single-story houses made of earth and stone were scattered orderly across the open ground. It was nearly dusk, and cooking smoke was already rising from those houses, clearly indicating people lived there. Next to it was a river, its waters flowing into the sea here, also providing clean water for the surrounding residents. The Gale Breaker was very loud, so its approach had already alerted the people in this newborn village. Two familiar figures quickly arrived at the shore, while other villagers poked their heads out of windows. It seemed past experiences had made them like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. After recognizing the figure on the gale breaker as Naruto, one of the smaller figures rushed over quickly. It was Karen, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Naruto had naturally sensed her presence long ago. He watched with some surprise as the young girl skillfully ran across the water's surface towards him, a smile appearing on his face. Not bad. It seemed Jiraiya-sensei's childcare skills were pretty good too. He stopped the boat, and immediately, Karen threw herself into Naruto's arms. Naruto-san. It's really great that you're okay. Feeling the sincere concern from this clansmate, Naruto gently patted her head. That night, the newborn Uzumaki held a long-awaited feast. Among them, the young man named Sakinasuke, whom Naruto had rescued from the southern hideout's prison, specially came over to pour Naruto a drink. The villagers here were basically all prisoners from the southern hideout. After leaving that place, the homeless gathered together and headed to the land of whirlpools ruins mentioned by their benefactor. Life was tough at first. Since they weren't ninjas, they could only search for survival supplies and build shelters among the ruins with their bare hands. But this life was still better than being in prison, where they could lose their lives at any moment. Later, Karen and Jiraiya arrived. After some discussion, both sides heard Naruto's name from the other. They immediately hit it off. With Jiraiya's help, they quickly built a somewhat presentable small village, and life gradually improved. Naruto, you have no idea, this little girl was so worried about you. Jiraiya said with a laugh, lightly clinking cups with Naruto. Ah, that's really a bit embarrassing, Naruto scratched his head, showing his proper demeanor in front of a true elder. Karen, who was standing beside him, was no longer as emotional as when she first saw Naruto safe and sound, instead showing a hint of shyness. She really hadn't controlled her emotions well earlier. From Jiraiya's account, Naruto also learned how long he had been away from the ninja world. 1 month. A full 30 days, 10 times longer than the last time. This time was almost the same as the actual time he had spent in the One Piece world. Naruto was now a little worried that this time gap might continue to widen. He hoped that the next time he returned, 1 or 2 years hadn't passed over there. Chapter 157, Chapter 157 Giving the Devil Fruits. What did you say? The Rinnegan. After the feast, Jiraiya, Karen, and Naruto sat by the campfire talking. Naruto first shared the intelligence he had obtained with Jiraiya. When he mentioned that the Akatsuki's base was in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya's eyebrows only twitched, but he didn't say anything. But when Naruto mentioned the special dojutsu, the Rinnegan, possessed by the Akatsuki's leader, Pain, Jiraiya's expression immediately changed. This was the first time Naruto had seen Jiraiya show such a look of shock and disbelief. What's wrong, Jiraiya-sensei? He showed a concerned expression, but in his heart, he already had a guess. Jiraiya-sensei probably knew that Pain. No, it must be a coincidence. No, that's not right. Jiraiya just muttered to himself, Nagato's face smiling and calling him sensei appearing in his mind. Back then, he had taken 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. All 3 were war orphans. Among them, Nagato just so happened to possess the legendary Rinnegan. Jiraiya at that time also considered him the child of the prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage. But later, to prevent people from Konoha from setting their sights on Nagato's Rinnegan, and to allow his 3 disciples to grow independently, he chose to leave the Land of Rain. He never imagined that this parting might be forever. Later, he lost contact with the 3 and mistakenly believed they had all died in the war. Now, hearing news of the Rinnegan again, how could Jiraiya remain calm? Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto's suddenly raised voice snapped Jiraiya out of his muttering state. He looked at Naruto somewhat nervously. Naruto, this time, let me go to the Land of Rain with you. Hearing Jiraiya's request, Naruto didn't press the issue. He could naturally tell that Jiraiya had some hidden circumstances in his heart. Okay. Karen, sitting beside them, looked left and right, then also spoke up. Naruto-san, please let me come too. No. Before Naruto could even refuse, Jiraiya was the first to speak. Yes. Why, Jiraiya-sensei? Karen looked at Jiraiya with some dissatisfaction. To be fair, although he initially said he wasn't good with little girls, during the month Naruto was away, it was Jiraiya who had been looking after her. Perhaps he saw Kushina's shadow in Karen, or maybe it was something else. In any case, Jiraiya truly treated Karen like a new disciple, educating her. This included water walking, chakra extraction technique, and some ninjutsu. All the knowledge Jiraiya hadn't had time to teach Naruto one by one, he meticulously passed on to Karen. In fact, Naruto really didn't lack this kind of education. During their month together, Karen also accepted Jiraiya's kindness. She even felt more relaxed around Jiraiya than around Naruto, naturally showing the charm a young girl should have. Karen, right now, you don't have the ability to protect yourself. This trip to the Land of Rain is full of dangers. It's best if you stay here and wait for us to return. Due to her learning progress, Karen hadn't yet learned any advanced ninjutsu, she hadn't even mastered summoning technique. Jiraiya's decision wasn't unreasonable. Hearing this, Naruto seemed to remember something. He directly reached out and took 3 fruits from the surface of his seal space. They were, one that looked like an ink bottle, the Inku Inku no Mi, one entirely golden, its skin layered like feathers, an unknown bird fruit, and one with black and red patterns, an unknown dog fruit. Karen was about to say something else but was interrupted by Naruto's action. Both their gazes shifted over. Jiraiya was the first to react. This is, the fruit from the other world you mentioned before. Yes, these are devil fruits. Jiraiya and Karen examined the 3 fruits. They had both heard from Naruto's previous accounts about fruits that could grant special powers when eaten. At the same time, Jiraiya could faintly sense another type of energy he had never encountered before on the surface of these 3 fruits. Its nature was very similar to the natural energy he had come into contact with before, but there was a subtle difference. Here, this one is for you. With that, Naruto handed the Inku Inku no Mi, which he had decided on earlier, to Jiraiya, while also briefly explaining the differences between the 3 types of devil fruits, Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan. It wasn't clear if this Inku Inku no Mi could significantly increase combat power, as the gap between the upper and lower limits of Paramecia-type fruits was too vast. However, Naruto wasn't giving it to Jiraiya for that reason, he purely wanted to see if the great literary master could use this ability to materialize the plots from his books. This could be considered Naruto's pursuit of literature. The focus was on the 2 Zoan-type fruits. Karen, I need to remind you that a person can only eat 1 devil fruit in their lifetime. If possible, I would have liked to bring you a Logia-type fruit. But unfortunately, I only brought back these 3 fruits this time. Karen held the 1 golden and 1 black fruit in her hands, examining them carefully. Perhaps later I can find a better Logia fruit for you. It's up to you to decide whether to eat this or not. I'll eat it. Karen didn't hesitate for a second. Naruto had told them that the characteristic of Zoan-type fruits was that after eating them, they could greatly enhance the user's physical quality and reaction speed. This way, at the very least, she could go to the so-called Land of Rain with Naruto. She hadn't seen Naruto for a whole month, and Karen didn't want to separate again after just a couple of days together. Alright then, you choose one. Naruto didn't expect the young girl to help him in battle, he just hoped she could run away in time if danger arose. Karen looked back and forth between the bird and dog fruits a few times before finally choosing the bird fruit. This was also the one Naruto had hoped she would choose. After all, turning into a bird would at least grant the ability to fly, making escape more convenient. But Karen's reason for choosing the bird was simple, because this fruit was prettier. Jiraiya was still holding the Inku Inku no Mi, not having eaten it yet, when Karen, after making her selection, took a bite without delay. Immediately, her whole face scrunched up as if she had tasted something utterly disgusting. This scene made Naruto laugh heartily. Thankfully, I had swallowed mine whole. Then, under the gaze of Naruto and Jiraiya, Karen's body began to emit a golden light. Her arms quickly transformed into a pair of huge wings, and her entire body rapidly changed towards that of a bird. But this bird was far more magnificent than any of the 3 had imagined. After a clear bird cry, a large bird emitting a golden light appeared in the midair. For a moment, all the residents of the new Uzushiogakure turned their eyes towards it. Even Naruto and Jiraiya's eyes showed astonishment. The giant bird's wingspan was over 10 meters, and its tail feathers were adorned with several illusory chains, somewhat similar to the adamantine ceiling chains of the Uzumaki clan. Compared to Karen's original height of 1.4 meters, this giant bird's form was obviously much more exaggerated. T/N, it's written as 1.6 meters, but it's Karen at the Shippuden, and it's still more than 2 years before the Shippuden. Wow, we really hit the jackpot. Naruto said slowly, watching Karen, who was illuminating the night sky like a small sun. Chapter 158, Chapter 158 The Golden-Winged Garuda. It looks a bit like the legendary Garuda, doesn't it? Garuda, also called the golden-winged bird, is what we commonly refer to as the Roc. In a certain parallel world, Garuda originates from the 8 legions of Devas and Nagas, in Buddhism, with legends of it devouring dragons. And whether in the One Piece world or the ninja world, Buddhist elements actually exist. Considering Sengoku's devil fruit and the monk Chiriku, who died at the hands of Haiden and Kakuzu in the original work. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the well-informed Jiraiya to deduce the fruit's true identity from Karen's current transformed appearance. Compared to Jiraiya, who was trying to find common points between the giant bird and the legend, Naruto's reaction was much simpler. So cool. Stars practically shone in his eyes. Honestly, there weren't many things Naruto found cool. He used to think the Hokage was cool, but after many experiences, the filter for that title was removed. Later, he thought the protagonist of the North Blues comic strip, Sora, Warrior of the Sea, which is serialized in the World Economic News, and the combat suits of the antagonist group, Germa 66, were cool. And today, Naruto thought the giant golden bird, Karen, was really cool. Ah. Garuda. The name didn't matter. Hey. Karen. Naruto seemed to feel that watching from the ground wasn't enough. He simply stepped into the air and flew up to hover in front of Karen. So cool. He expressed his heartfelt admiration again, his demeanor completely unlike that of a 37-year-old man. One could say that spending a long time in the One Piece world wasn't without its benefits, at least Naruto had maintained a childlike heart. Being stared at with such intensity by Naruto, and being unfamiliar with her first transformation, Karen immediately became flustered. Her bird-like face, which had lost its human contours, actually managed to show an embarrassed expression. It is truly a biological miracle. Of course, this isn't specifically referring to the first division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, who became expressionless after transforming into a phoenix. Naruto-san dash. Karen spoke instinctively, but the sound that came out turned into a terrifying sonic wave upon leaving her mouth. The sonic wave, almost tangible, slammed straight into Naruto, sending him flying back. If his Naruto intuition, observation haki hadn't suddenly activated, he might have really been caught off guard by this sneak attack. Karen herself was also frightened by this and almost spoke up to ask again. Fortunately, Naruto, who had been blasted over 10 meters through the air, flew back in time and made a shoo gesture. Karen, don't be afraid. Thanks to his thick skin, Naruto wasn't injured at all. He instead comforted Karen. This should be one of your abilities. You can control it. Sure enough, after calming down, Karen did feel a special sensation in her throat. It seemed that with a thought, she could flip a switch. It's okay now. This sentence's voice was still clear and ethereal, but it didn't cause another sonic attack. You're amazing, Karen. Naruto didn't mind at all. Instead, he flew closer and gently stroked the golden feathers on Garuda's body. The base of those feathers was pliable and tough, but the edges were hard and sharp. Even with Naruto's current physical strength, his fingers would be cut if he didn't use any special power to reinforce them. But he ignored the quickly healing cuts on his fingers, instead continuing to look at Karen with shining eyes. Karen, do you have any other special skills? This brought Karen, who was about to blush from shyness due to Naruto's touch, back to her senses. She carefully sensed the various instincts of her body, then said to Naruto. Naruto-san, please step back a bit. Unexpectedly, Naruto showed a smile identical to green spandex-wearing training fanatic and gave a thumbs up. It's fine, just come at me directly. But Karen was still hesitant. What? Don't you trust me, Karen? Besides, if I can't be sure you're strong enough, I won't take you with me. With things put that way, Karen couldn't refuse. Then, Naruto-san, please be careful. After saying that, she suddenly flapped her wings to create distance, then vigorously beat her wings once. In an instant, fierce winds mixed with hardened feathers shot rapidly towards Naruto. Tekai. The principle of Tekai from the Rokushiki is to accelerate blood flow to enhance muscle hardness, granting the body steel-like defense. It is essentially a purely physical technique. Although it's unclear who started the rumor that using Tekai guarantees defeat, for Naruto, Tekai truly possesses extremely strong defensive power. Coupled with his already substantial armament haki, this defense could probably withstand even Orochimaru himself wielding the Kusanagi sword. Clang. 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 The golden feathers turned into a torrent, almost instantly submerging Naruto's figure. After using this move, Karen was also afraid of hurting Naruto and didn't continue her actions. But seeing that Naruto's figure didn't stop using Geppo and fall to the ground, it was clear this attack hadn't endangered his safety. Phew. That's a pretty good attack. After the feathers passed, Naruto's figure reappeared. Judging from his torn sleeves and the healing cuts, the relentless feather attack had obviously been effective. Karen also saw this and immediately folded her wings, descending. She absolutely refused to attack Naruto again. Seeing this, Naruto didn't insist. Steel feathers, hurricane force winds, high-speed movement, and sonic attacks. Just these 4 abilities Karen had demonstrated were already completely sufficient for self-defense. Now, even Jiraiya had no objection to taking Karen to the land of rain. After all, even he would have been injured by Karen's attack just now. If he couldn't use Sage Mode, he questioned whether he could defeat this little girl. Are Devil Fruit's abilities this powerful? Thinking this, Jiraiya looked at the Inku no Mi in his hand. Meanwhile, Karen, having landed again, received looks of reverence from the villagers of New Uzushio-Bakure. These people weren't like the residents of some villages. Having experienced cruel fates, they deeply understood whom they should thank and wouldn't easily treat those with abilities as monsters. Naruto-san, how do I change back? The golden-winged Garuda emitted the flustered voice of a young girl, creating a strong sense of contrast. Don't rush, relax, and try to control your body. Generally, Zoan-type devil fruit users should be able to easily master the instinct of animal transformation from the start. But some younger users couldn't control it very well. Just as Karen was about to follow Naruto's guidance to calm down, she heard Naruto suddenly shout. Wait. Don't change back yet. Suddenly, an idea popped into Naruto's head. Then, under Jiraiya's somewhat shocked and puzzled gaze, he took out a summoning scroll. Chapter 159, The Despair-Inducing Inku Inku no Mi. How could Jiraiya not recognize what Naruto was holding? It was the blank summoning contract Naruto had asked for after Jiraiya took him to sign the Mount Myaboku's summoning contract. His gaze shifted between Naruto and Karen, who had transformed into Garuda. Naruto's idea naturally appeared in Jiraiya's mind. This kid, does he want to make a summoning contract with a human? No. Is Karen still considered human now? Jiraiya was dumbfounded. On one hand, he was marveling at how his own thinking wasn't as open as the younger generations, and on the other hand, he was trying to recall if similar situations existed in the ninja world. The answer is no. At least, Jiraiya had never heard of such a case. Over there, Naruto had already started plucking Karen's feathers, cutting his finger to draw blood. The process of signing a summoning contract required the signatory to write their name in blood and press a handprint. One summoning scroll generally corresponded to one type of summoned creature. Naruto had gotten several blank scrolls from Jiraiya before. He gave one to Jumaru, and this one would go to Karen. As for the rest. At that moment, Sasuke, who is still on his way to Konoha, suddenly shivered. What's wrong, Sasuke? Kakashi put down his book and looked over with concern. Nothing. Sasuke naturally couldn't tell anyone. He felt a sense of foreboding. It actually really worked. Jiraiya watched as Naruto, having completed the summoning contract, immediately tested it out. Taking advantage of the cut on his finger that hadn't fully healed yet, he used the summoning technique. After a puff of smoke dispersed, Karen's figure moved from the left to the right. Clearly, the summoning technique also worked on people who had eaten Zoan-type devil fruits. Moreover, Karen could even use the reverse summoning technique to summon Naruto in reverse. However, whether it was the summoning technique or the reverse summoning technique, the chakra consumed was proportional to the summoned object's strength and the summoning distance. Summoning Garuda was a breeze for Naruto, but conversely, it would be very strenuous for Karen to summon the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even though Karen also possessed the Uzumaki clan's vast chakra reserves, summoning Naruto over long distances was almost impossible. The young girl still needed time to grow. Besides the beast form, Zoan-type devil fruits also allowed transformation into a hybrid form. This was no exception for mythical Zoan types. Following Naruto's guidance, Karen began to familiarize herself with this transformative power and manipulated her form to change in another direction. Soon, the originally over 10-meter-tall giant bird shrank to only 2 or 3 meters tall. 2 wings spread out behind her, her hands separated out, and her feet remained in the shape of sharp bird claws. Due to the animal fruit's enhancement of the body, Karen's previously somewhat malnourished frame immediately became stronger. The lines of abdominal muscles were clearly visible, and even her chest became fuller. The only pity was that her head still retained some avian elements. The upper half of her face was still covered with a mask-like beak, but this was actually part of her body. She was like a bird-headed, human-bodied deity from mythology. Even without flapping her wings, her entire body was lifted into the air by a gentle breeze. The golden light emanating from her made the surrounding villagers feel an urge to worship. Controlling wind. This was also one of Garuda's abilities. In this form, Karen seemed to have improved significantly in speed and agility. At the very least, with Jiraiya's dynamic vision, he could only barely make out her movement trajectory. But keeping up was wishful thinking. Seeing how a young girl who previously could barely handle an ordinary genin now suddenly possessed such powerful strength, Jiraiya gained a deeper understanding of the devil fruits Naruto had spoken of. Immediately, he raised the Inku Inku no Mi in his hand and asked Naruto. Naruto, does my fruit also have such power? No, Jiraiya-sensei. Yours is the Paramecia type, Inku Inku no Mi. Based on my personal experience, it should grant you the ability to manipulate ink. Hearing this, Jiraiya felt somewhat disappointed. This old kid couldn't help but feel envious seeing Karen's cool transformation. But the ability he ended up with was just manipulating ink. Well, at least I wouldn't have to worry about running out of ink while writing. Jiraiya had a good attitude. After being envious for a while, he quickly calmed down. After all, as Naruto said, that devil fruit was given to Karen so she could have enough power to protect herself. As the sage from Mount Myaboku, his demands for this are naturally not that high. Oh, right. Naruto seemed to remember something again and added, besides being able to manipulate ink, it might also allow the things you write to briefly become real. Huh. Jiraiya, worthy of being a veteran artist with both virtue and skill, understood the implication immediately and looked up to meet Naruto's gaze. And Naruto returned a confirming look. One was the author of Ika Paradise, while the other is its loyal reader. Their thoughts instantly connected. This scene left Karen, watching from the side, completely baffled. Then I'll eat it now. Jiraiya solemnly picked up the Inku no Mi, holding it as reverently as if it were some precious sacred object. Naruto also showed a serious and earnest expression, watching silently without a word. This instead made Karen feel like she had missed part of the plot. The fruit entered his mouth, tasting like chewed excrement, but fueled by a great sense of mission, Jiraiya managed to keep a straight face. His unwavering will is admirable. Quick, try it dash. Seeing Jiraiya had eaten the Inku no Mi, Naruto immediately became excited and urged him to test the ability. He was even more excited than when testing Karen's abilities. Dash. Jiraiya let out a long hum, then suddenly struck his signature pose, one hand in front, one behind, and shouted, "Come forth." His palms instantly turned into ink and scattered. Words naturally appeared on the surrounding ground and walls according to the great literary master Jiraiya's will. Sword, dagger, spear, the first to materialize were these inanimate objects. They extended directly from the ink. Pitch-black weapons moved on their own, shooting forward according to Jiraiya's thoughts. It really worked. This fruit indeed possessed the ability to realize written things. So next dash. Two names were written by Jiraiya. They were the male and female protagonists from his famous work, Ika Paradise. Plaque. The good news was, their figures quickly appeared and could indeed move autonomously. The bad news was, these two looked like they had been dragged back from inside the sun, completely pitch black, their features indistinguishable. No. On the empty ground, two men let out despairing cries. Chapter 160, let's catch the next Pokemon. From beginning to end, Karen couldn't understand why the two usually reliable men were so despondent after witnessing the Inku no Mi's ability. In her view, it was an incredibly powerful ability. Anything written would become real. Not just weapons like swords, spears, and halberds, but also various natural elements. Like wind, fire, water, lightning, and so on. Others needed hand seals, but for Jiraiya, a casual wave of his hand, and the character for fire could turn into pitch-black flames. It looked somewhat similar to certain someone's Amaterasu flames. Even beyond items that actually existed in reality, Jiraiya could also write out abstract concepts like sensations, emotions, and states. This was the most outrageous aspect of this ability. Pain. If this character touched an enemy, the enemy would passively endure pain from head to toe. Unless they removed all the ink marks, the pain would persist. But getting rid of it wasn't that simple. In combat, if hit by Jiraiya even once, the opponent would be trapped in an endless vortex. Because of the pain, they would be unable to react in time and would be hit by Jiraiya again, so in the end, they might even die in pain. Besides, there were many other characters for Jiraiya to choose from. Blind, sleep, poison, paralyze, even death. Of course, the actual effect of these characters also depended on the strength difference between Jiraiya and his opponent. If the enemy was of similar strength, the death character would at most give them a near-death experience, not truly take their life. But if used on weaker individuals with unsteady wills, they might truly believe they had died after being marked by death. If the spirit dies, the body follows. In short, this fruit's upper limit was quite high. Even Karen could think of many clever uses. But the two men looked as if their wives had died. They adopted the same leg-hugging, knee-bent posture without saying a word. This had been going on all morning. Yes, they had already left New Uzushiogakure and were heading towards the Land of Fire's border. Due to the gale breaker's size, the three couldn't ride together. But it was fine, wasn't there a more suitable means of transportation? So, Karen transformed into a giant bird, carrying the two disheartened men on her flight. But these two grown men had been in this depressive mood since last night, to the point where Karen couldn't stand it anymore. After some thought, an idea suddenly occurred to Karen. That'll teach you guys not to talk. She suddenly flapped her wings, changing the direction and speed of the airflow supporting her. The already fast speed immediately jumped several levels. At the same time, she deliberately removed the wind barrier in front of the two passengers. Instantly, the roaring air current blew their hair everywhere, and their faces were distorted by the hurricane force wind. Awawawawa. Bebrabebub. The two were instantly snapped out of their despondency. They tried to say something, but their words were immediately distorted by the wind. They even had to use chakra adhesion to barely avoid being blown off. Ahahaha dash. The young girl's laughter swept across the sky, accompanied by the two men's powerless cries. It wasn't until they saw the coastline that Naruto and Jiraiya's torture finally came to an end. In mythology, Garuda had the saying, soaring 90,000 miles. Even though Karen had only eaten the devil fruit, her movement speed had gained a terrifying boost. In her giant bird form, Karen could ride air currents, allowing her to fly at high altitudes without flapping her wings. At the same time, she wasn't troubled by wind resistance, as the airflow would actively make way. This allowed Karen to even break the sound barrier in extreme conditions. Of course, in that case, even if the two guys on her back used chakra adhesion firmly, they'd be knocked off by the airflow. Phew. After landing, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. His old bones had nearly been blown to pieces by the wind just now. He could no longer afford to pretend to be some melancholic pretty boy, frantically rubbing here and there, trying to restore sensation to his numb limbs. Naruto was in better shape. Just his hairstyle was a bit messy, but it's no big deal. Where is this? After fixing his appearance, Naruto finally looked at the surroundings, finding them strangely familiar. Do you remember? This is where we set sail from Dash. As she spoke, Karen pointed towards the fishing village in the distance. That was where they had bought their first boat. A journey that originally took 2 or 3 days by sea was completed in just one morning thanks to Garudamon's super speed movement. Naruto-san, should we continue flying? Dash? Karen turned her head to ask Naruto something, but Jiraiya couldn't take it anymore and immediately raised a hand to stop her. Let's walk for a bit first. There's probably no need to be in such a hurry. Out of consideration for the elderly, Naruto also agreed. 2 against 1, Karen didn't insist and simply followed behind them, walking obediently. Her steps were light, her expression natural, completely different from the cautious, timid girl she had been over a month ago. It just goes to show that increased strength and proper education can indeed change a person's character in a short time. If Karen encountered those Kusugaku's ninjas now, she would definitely not allow herself to be bullied anymore. Naruto had given her the ability to resist fate, and Jiraiya had nurtured the courage to do so. When it came to education, Naruto truly wasn't as good as Jiraiya. After all, he was the man who had taught the 4th Hokage. His talent in teaching is unbeatable. Of course, even though they were walking, Jiraiya didn't forget to practice his ability. With a casual wave, ink splattered, and a horse-drawn carriage materialized out of thin air. Well, they had to ignore the fact that the horse pulling the carriage and the coachman were both pitch black. The 3 of them proceeded towards Konoha. The land of rain was situated at the border between the 3 great nations, earth, wind, and fire, which was why it had suffered from constant war. To get there, they had to cross the entire land of fire. Naruto also remembered his promise to Sasuke, to let him personally get revenge on the brother who had killed his entire clan. So this time, he would bring him along. As for strength, well, there was still one more devil fruit. Previously, Naruto had underestimated these fruits from the Celestial Dragon's collection. Come to think of it, those guys don't have much else but a lot of money. How could such ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits be displayed so openly in the treasure room of those trashes? So, looking at this black and red fruit, its shape resembling burning flames, Naruto was 90% sure this was also a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Suddenly, Naruto's gaze shifted upward, as if seeing through the carriage roof. What's wrong? Jiraiya asked curiously, and Karen also turned to look at him. It's nothing. Naruto shook his head, then smiled. Just some small flies, nothing to worry about. High in the sky, a controlled hawk stared intently at the carriage below, which is as small as an ant. At the same time, a giant pitcher plant slowly emerged from the ground. That was close. Good thing I didn't go personally. Zetsu let out a sigh of relief. Through the summoned creature's eyes, he had clearly felt that tangible pressure. He really wasn't sure if he would have been discovered if he had personally gone to surveil Naruto. This guy is a variable. Chapter 161, Chapter 161 Imprisoned Gaara. The land of wind, in the Sunagakure amidst the endless yellow sand. Whoosh. A figure carrying a large fan quickly darted over the rooftops, heading swiftly towards the outskirts of the village. This person was none other than the daughter of the former Kazekage of Sunagakure, Temari. During the previous Chunin exams, because Orochimaru had been warned of the risks in advance, he killed the Kazekage before the Chunin exams officially began to avoid any uncontrollable situations. The result was that the Konoha Crush plan failed. Orochimaru escaped unscathed. Konoha lost a Jinchuriki but gained a dead conspirator. Overall, the losses weren't too great. In the end, only Sunagakure was hurt. A perfect world where only they suffered was achieved. They had it the worst, their Kazekage was killed, they still had to negotiate peace with Konoha, and even their One-Tails Jinchuriki became unstable after returning from the Chunin exams. With no Kazekage to take charge, a power vacuum emerged among Sunagakure's leadership. Currently, decisions were being made temporarily by the Kazekage's assistant, Baki, along with Elder Chiyo and Ebizo. But the upper echelon were divided on how to handle Gaara. The faction led by Elder Chiyo believed that since Gaara was the son of the previous Kazekage, and although he was frequently rampaging for unknown reasons, his life should still be preserved. The focus should be on strengthening the seal. The faction led by Baki believed that since Gaara's condition was unstable, he should be directly sent to the border battlefield of the Land of Wind to deter the already restless Iwagakure's ninja from the Land of Earth. But this proposal was immediately rejected. After all, how can they let the Jinchuriki go on a killing spree? What if he accidentally destroys our own battle lines too? Furthermore, that Tsuchikage wasn't without his own experts. Just the strength of the old fox Inoki was not to be underestimated. If Gaara, who hadn't yet fully mastered the tailed beast's power at this time, were to face Inoki's dust release, the one tail might very well get a chance to be resurrected. Then there were the conservatives, mainly other villages' elders. They felt that since Gaara's condition was unstable, they might as well transfer the tailed beast to another person. However, this suggestion was firmly rejected by Elder Chiyo, Baki, and others. Their minimum requirement was to ensure Gaara's personal safety. The risk of transferring the tailed beast was too high and would most likely endanger Gaara's life. After arguing for most of the day, the various parties finally reached a conclusion: temporarily imprison Gaara in the Shikaka Temple to strengthen the seal. He could only be released after his mental state recovered. This was also a compromise from those elders. After all, in this village, whether in terms of prestige or actual power, they were no match for Elder Chiyo and Baki's faction. Whoosh! Another sound of cutting through the air. A figure quickly approached Temari. But Temari didn't even turn her head, silently continuing to leap and run. Temari, are you going to see Gaara again? Kankuro, with paint on his face, looked at his sister and couldn't help but ask. After all, Gaara's condition was too unstable now and he could attack them at any time. Even if Temari went to the temple, she might not be able to see him. He is our brother. Temari didn't answer Kankuro directly, instead using this statement as a response. Hearing this, Kankuro also fell silent. This trip to the Chunin exams had changed them too much. When their father was still alive, although Gaara was still not very popular, at least he had food and clothing and basic freedom of movement within the village. But after returning from this trip, their father was dead, and their brother had descended into madness. They felt like the sky that had been held up for them had suddenly fallen onto their own shoulders. The two of them couldn't even get a word in regarding Gaara's situation. If it weren't for Chiyo and Baki holding the line, they might both have been held accountable. As the eldest sister, Temari now understood her responsibility more clearly. She had to protect her brothers. Even if the other might hurt her, it didn't matter. After all, her brothers were her last family in this world. The two ninjas moved quickly and soon left the village's boundaries. Don't be fooled by the fact that the two of them still had to take part in Konoha's Chunin exams. In truth, by the standards of Sunagakure, they'd already been qualified to become Chunin long ago. Meanwhile, deep in the desert inside the Shikaka Temple, Gaara was tightly bound by the seal, locked inside a cell. As fate would have it, the previous One-Tail's Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, had also once been confined to this very cell. But unlike Gaara, who was suppressed by force, Bunpuku had willingly chosen to be imprisoned. The old monk's heart was pure. He bore no resentment toward tailed beasts, treating them the same as any other being. He had once told Shikaku, as long as humans and tailed beasts could truly accept one another, there was no real difference between them. That even earned him a rare comment from the short-tempered Shikaku: "Your character is a little like that old man Six Paths." Unfortunately, the Kazekage who succeeded him didn't share the monk's ideals. To avoid disputes within the village, and to calm everyone's fears, the old monk voluntarily entered confinement, where he eventually passed away. In the end, Sunagakure hadn't deserved such a good man. They'd been a hair's breadth away from having their own perfect Jinchuriki, yet they wasted the chance. Ah! Gaara felt the giant tanuki inside his head rampaging again. The powerful hatred and urge for destruction easily drowned out his own will, forcing him down onto all fours, struggling like a wild beast. Inside him, Shikaku ignored both Gaara's state and the outside world, venting his frustration. Kurama. Kurama. Ah. Shortly after Gaara returned to the village, Shikaku suddenly felt his link to Kurama forcibly severed. That exact moment had coincided with Naruto leaving the ninja world. Actually, the link had been cut off once before, but since it had only lasted a day before reconnecting, Shikaku had slept through it without even noticing. But this time, Kurama's connection had been gone for several days. Shikaku's heart sank at this. All the 9-tailed beasts had been created by the Sage of Six Paths, and so there was a bond between them. If a Jinchuriki had their tailed beast forcibly extracted, or if the host was killed, dragging the tailed beast down with them, the others could sense it. But tailed beasts were immortal. Even if killed, they would eventually reform somewhere else. That was why none of them had ever truly worried. But this time, Kurama's connection had been severed completely, as if he had been erased from existence itself. Among the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku's feelings toward Kurama were the most complicated. Back when they were still close siblings, Kurama always bullied him, and he always fought back, provoking Kurama in return. They both claimed to dislike each other, but in truth, their bond had been even deeper than the rest of their siblings. If Kurama had merely been killed, Shikaku probably would have clapped his hands in joy, maybe even slept better because of it. But Kurama had vanished. That drove Shikaku into complete madness. He refused to believe it. He wouldn't believe it. Over and over again, the rampaging Shikaku crashed against the seal, which was why Gaara had been losing control so frequently. Impossible. Just as Shikaku was about to lash out again, that familiar bond suddenly returned. The great Tanuki's emotions stuttered, confused. Oi. Kurama. What the hell happened earlier? Through the special mental link that only tailed beasts could use, Shikaku dialed up the nine tails. On the other side, after a moment of silence, came a low chuckle. Heh. Then Kurama, with his tsundere personality, promptly hung up. The very next moment, as Temari and Kankuro arrived at the Shikaku temple, they were greeted by an even louder roar than before. Chapter 162, Chapter 162 Sasuke, oh no. That familiar feeling. In the classic small forest of Konoha, two figures were sparring. Kakashi sat on a tree trunk, occasionally glancing down at the fight while reading the latest printed edition of the Ika Ika series. Bang. Konohamaru supported himself with one hand on the ground, delivering a swift kick aimed at his opponent's chin. The sole of his foot was coated with a rudimentary form of armament hockey. If this kick landed squarely, even an average chunin would have a hard time shaking it off. This is really something else. Kakashi mused silently from his perch. Across from Konohamaru was Sasuke, who had just returned to the village after completing a mission. How did these two end up together? It was actually thanks to Naruto's matchmaking. In the notebook Naruto had given Sasuke, this small forest was noted as an ideal training ground. At the time, Sasuke's mental injuries hadn't even fully healed yet, but he couldn't wait to escape the hospital and start training. Coincidentally, he ran into Konohamaru, who was also training there. Though the two had nothing in common originally, Naruto served as the link that brought them together. At first, Sasuke kept to himself, and they each trained separately without interfering with each other. But when Sasuke witnessed Konohamaru, a little kid who still hadn't lost all his baby teeth, actually using an embryonic form of armament hockey to shatter a tree trunk, he couldn't stay idle any longer. Of course, with his own skills and abilities, Sasuke could easily accomplish the same feat, but when it came to training in armament hockey, Sasuke was indeed lagging behind. Later, it was Konohamaru who broke the silence between them. He was naturally outgoing and lively. Though his method of breaking the ice was to challenge Sasuke outright. Or, more accurately, to provoke him. Did you also train with Naruto and Ai-chan? Looks like you're pretty far behind. Want this senpai to give you some pointers? When it came to anyone other than Naruto, Konohamaru could be quite the annoying brat. This didn't change until the original work, when Pain destroyed Konoha and Konohamaru boldly stepped up to single-handedly take on one of Pain's bodies. This time, however, reality struck much earlier. Sasuke accepted Konohamaru's challenge. They faced off. And Sasuke easily defeated his opponent. The entire fight lasted less than 2 seconds. For Konohamaru, who had been feeling somewhat proud of his training progress far surpassing his two companions, this was a heavy blow. But for Sasuke, it was also quite a shock. Even though he hadn't mastered hockey at the time, he possessed strength comparable to a Chunin and the sharp dynamic vision of the Uchiha clan. Even without using the Sharingan, he wasn't someone an ordinary genin could handle. Yet this little kid had stubbornly withstood several of his close-range attacks, and the recoil from his punches had left Sasuke's skin tingling. Thud. After that spar, the two began pushing each other, neither willing to back down, and their training progress improved dramatically. Konohamaru was the first to master the technique of coating himself with armament hockey, while Sasuke, leveraging his mental strength, awakened observation hockey first. At the same time, his armament hockey would occasionally, though unreliably, activate. This once again widened the gap that had briefly narrowed. It's safe to say that later, when Ebisu saw Konohamaru's silent, focused training demeanor, it had a lot to do with the blow Sasuke had dealt him. Konohamaru's kick missed, but it still stirred up a powerful gust of air. Sasuke, who had sensed the movement and dodged in advance, turned and landed a punch on Konohamaru's abdomen. Bang. Konohamaru stumbled backward several steps, only stopping when his back hit a tree. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the layer of armament hockey on the other's stomach slowly fade. He can already freely mobilize hockey for defense. This was something Sasuke could only barely manage himself. Even though he had blocked the attack, Konohamaru was still gritting his teeth in pain when he suddenly broke into a grin. That hurt. Then I'm getting serious now. Hearing this, Sasuke set aside his thoughts and instead put on a deliberately indifferent, proud expression. Bring it on. These words were the signal for the official start of the battle. What did official start mean? It meant there were no restrictions. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, all could be used freely. In fact, removing limitations was a significant boost for Sasuke. But Konohamaru didn't really believe that he, as he was now, could stand against Sasuke, who had also mastered Haki. Even if Sasuke hadn't learned Haki, Konohamaru might not have been a match for him, let alone now that Sasuke had learned observation Haki before him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow clones appeared with puffs of smoke, joining the original in launching an assault against Sasuke. This was the shadow clone technique that Naruto had taught Konohamaru before leaving. Unlike the multiple shadow clone technique, which was a forbidden technique, the shadow clone technique didn't risk draining the user's chakra dry and could still launch attacks like real entities. For those who had mastered Haki, the strategic value of techniques like shadow clones skyrocketed. Running low on chakra didn't matter when you had physical strength and Haki as means of attack. On Sasuke's side, seeing Konohamaru split into 4, he didn't resort to similar tactics. He was an Uchiha. Did he really need to take a little kid seriously? As it turned out, yes, he did. The 4 Konohamaru attacked almost simultaneously, their Haki-infused fists and kicks closing in from all directions. Sasuke sensed it in advance and dodged one kick, grabbing that Konohamaru's leg and slamming him into another. But he was immediately struck by the 3rd Konohamaru's fist. Bang. This time, it was Sasuke's turn to use Haki for defense. Fortunately, it didn't fail him at the critical moment. Armament Haki clashed against armament Haki, producing a metallic clang. Just then, the 4th Konohamaru's attack arrived. A low sweep kick, whistling through the air, aimed straight at the inside of Sasuke's knee. This was a tricky spot to defend. Sasuke's mastery over armament Haki wasn't yet at the level where he could wield it effortlessly. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a one-handed hand seals, Sasuke instantly spewed out a fireball that exploded point blank. At this range, ignoring the great fireball technique was impossible. Even Kakashi, perched high above, set aside his educational materials to watch the battle intently. Bang, 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 bang. All 4 Konohamaru vanished into puffs of smoke. The shadow clone technique could indeed withstand a certain amount of damage, but once that limit was exceeded, the clones would disperse. Of course, Sasuke himself also took the brunt of the point-blank fireball explosion. But he had prepared in advance, hardening himself with armament Haki to endure it. Now. A large hole suddenly burst open in the ground behind Sasuke, and a dust-covered Konohamaru emerged from within. It turned out that earlier, during the moment he summoned the shadow clones, he had secretly burrowed underground, waiting until Sasuke was exposed before striking decisively. The attack coming from behind gave Sasuke a familiar, unsettling feeling. It was a not-so-pleasant memory. Oh no. Chapter 163, Chapter 163 Widow. Once upon a time, Sasuke had been taught a lesson by an attack from behind. It could be said to have left a lifelong shadow. Feeling the sense of danger from behind, Sasuke reacted like a startled cat, instantly unleashing his full power. Even the concern for honor he had been holding onto earlier was thrown to the wind. Crackle, crackle. Before his body could even turn, lightning attribute chakra was already gathering in his hand. Because of his high concentration, he had actually managed to subconsciously mix a trace of armament Haki into it. As a result, the edges of the lightning in his hand took on a faint dark hue. Now it was Kakashi's turn to mutter "oh no" under his breath. He naturally recognized that what Sasuke was using now was the lightning release ninjutsu he had taught him, Raikiri. Of course, after teaching it to Sasuke, Kakashi had specifically emphasized. This jutsu is called Raikiri in my hands, but in yours, it's called Chidori. What this means is that Sasuke's path forward was different from his own and that he needed to forge it himself. The Raikiri originally required 3 hand seals, but after Sasuke's own modifications, it became Chidori, swift, with lower power but faster speed. Under certain conditions, this new technique could even be performed without hand seals. Of course, its power would be further reduced. But even a watered-down version of Chidori like this would likely cause serious problems if it hit Konohamaru. Konohamaru's current armament Haki could withstand ordinary taijutsu well enough, but against lightning release ninjutsu, which had the strongest penetrating power, it would probably result in severe injury. And Konohamaru himself, having not mastered observation Haki and having just burst out of the ground, hadn't yet grasped the situation and was still charging forward recklessly. It seemed he was about to run straight into Sasuke's attack. Kakashi had already activated the body flicker technique, gathering chakra to burst forth at extreme speed, vanishing from his spot in an instant. But someone was faster than him. Thwack. A large hand gripped Sasuke's palm, completely ignoring the crackling lightning. At the same moment, Konohamaru was also held by the head, unable to move. "Yo, long time no see, everyone." A familiar voice rang out on the scene, causing everyone present to halt their actions. Naruto. Naruto and Ai-chan. Kakashi, who is already in midair, flipped to adjust his balance and landed on the ground, then looked at Naruto with some disbelief. When did Naruto get here? I didn't sense even a trace of his presence. After releasing his grip, Naruto straightened up. Naruto and Ai-chan, you're finally back. This mission took so long. Look, I've already trained to the point where dash. Konohamaru was the first to react, immediately setting Sasuke aside and throwing himself at Naruto. He clung to Naruto's body like a koala, his previously subdued personality instantly reverting to its old self. Konohamaru even eagerly showed off the armament haki he'd trained to Naruto, which indeed caught Naruto's attention. This kid really has quite a talent for it. Sasuke, on the other hand, was still somewhat in disbelief. He had thought Naruto would be away for much longer this time, never expecting they would return after just over a month. He had wanted to say something upon seeing Naruto again, but Naruto's next words left him stunned. Are you ready, Sasuke? It's time to go. Naruto had once said he would let Sasuke exact revenge with his own hands. And Sasuke had kept that promise in his heart, believing Naruto would not break his word. After freezing for a few seconds, his eyes immediately became determined and filled with killing intent. I've been ready for a long time. Konohamaru, however, was unhappy. He looked left and right before shaking Naruto's shoulder repeatedly. Naruto and Ai-chan, are you leaving again? Can't you stay in the village a few more days? This cute demeanor was enough to make a certain pervert with sunglasses grit his teeth. Better not. If I stay here too long, some people probably won't be able to sleep soundly. Naruto helplessly lifted the dejected Konohamaru off him, completely ignoring the complex expression on Kakashi's face upon hearing his words. Kakashi wanted to say something but ultimately fell silent. He had to admit that what Naruto said was the truth. Since Naruto's high-profile departure from Konoha last time, the higher-ups of Konoha and some major clans had begun to develop their own thoughts. Although the third Hokage was still in the village, he had already stepped down from his position, causing people's hearts to grow restless. Seeing Kakashi's hesitant expression, Naruto simply smiled at him and shook his head, indicating that no further words were needed. Then, he crouched down to look at Konohamaru's frowning face and comfortingly raised his palm. Haha, as a gift, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu. As he spoke, chakra gathered above his palm, and a small Rasengan appeared. With a casual press, Naruto placed the Rasengan against a large tree, instantly digging a large hole in its interior. This is dash. I taught him that, you know. Jiraiya's voice sounded at the perfect moment, and standing beside him was Karen, who was sizing up Sasuke and Konohamaru. Dash. A little brat and a cold-faced guy. They seem far inferior compared to Naruto-san. Are these really the kind of people who can be in the same ninja team as Naruto-san? This was the first time Karen and Sasuke had truly met, though Karen had already known about Sasuke's relationship with Naruto beforehand. This led to her finding Sasuke displeasing no matter how she looked at him. Sasuke also noticed Karen's gaze, coldly returning it before turning away. What's with him dash? This arrogant little brat. A vein immediately bulged on Karen's forehead. If Naruto weren't here, she would definitely make this guy experience the power of Garuda. Over there, Jiraiya was still talking to Kakashi, while here, Naruto had already completed his teaching of the Rasengan. However, the abstract description left Konohamaru scratching his head in confusion. In the end, Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore and took over the teaching himself. By the way, congratulations on mastering both types of haki. As he spoke, Naruto suddenly took out the black-red devil fruit and tossed it towards Sasuke. As promised, a gift. Eat it. Sasuke also remembered Naruto's earlier promise and looked at the black-red fruit. Not far away, Karen seemed to recall something and quietly took a camera out of her bag. Sasuke looked at the fruit, hesitated for a moment, then took a bite. He completely trusted that Naruto wouldn't harm him. But unfortunately, he trusted too soon. With one bite, even the cool-faced little Prince Sasuke grimaced in bitterness. Click, click. Karen's shudder accurately captured this moment. Ah, you only need to take one bite. I almost forgot to tell you. Sasuke responded to Naruto's belated reminder with a resentful look, but soon he felt another power awakening within his body. Naruto seemed to sense something and immediately said to the others nearby. Everyone, step back. They all reacted quickly, moving away from Sasuke in the center. In the next moment, black-red flames swept around, forming a whirlwind. Although the temperature didn't feel particularly high, anything that came into contact with those flames rapidly turned to ash. It was as if the burning process had been skipped entirely. This spectacular scene naturally attracted the attention of others in the village. Fortunately, Jiraiya's reputation was enough to handle it. Jiraiya immediately left to stop the approaching Umbu. The remaining few watched as the flames dissipated, revealing a massive black-furred wolfhound with dark red patterns standing in the center. The giant wolf's flowing tail was adorned with dark red flames, and even standing still, it was 2 to 3 meters tall, exuding an intensely oppressive presence. Zoan type, Inu Inu no Mi, mythical beast model, Wudo. T/N, dog fruit. T/N, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Wudo. Where its 4 paws stepped, they left behind trails of flaming footprints. These were flames symbolizing calamity. Chapter 164, Chapter 164 Avengers, Assemble. This power. A voice, deepened and distorted by transformation, came from the giant dog's mouth. But before Sasuke could carefully savor it further, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Kakashi and Konohamaru nearby grew worried and wanted to do something, but Naruto stopped them in advance. Despite how Konohamaru seemed to be at odds with Sasuke, they still had over a month of shared experiences. Don't get close. Naruto's expression turned serious. He could sense the emotions currently radiating from Sasuke: pain, regret, loneliness, hatred, a chaotic mix. Dozens of chains extended from Naruto's back before Sasuke could struggle in pain, firmly binding him to the ground. The black-red flames around Sasuke seemed to damage even chakra constructs like the adamantine sealing chains. The chains, after binding him for just a few seconds, began to show signs of corrosion. These weren't actual iron chains, after all. The reason for Sasuke's sudden turmoil was that he had acquired a new ability. The calamities experienced by everyone around him were forcibly poured into his mind. It wasn't specific memories, but rather the full spectrum of emotions felt by those involved during those events. Roar! The giant dog's eyes turned blood red, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan glaring fixedly at everyone present. At this moment, the beast within these eyes had surpassed the human, and reason was gradually receding. It could be said that in this ninja world, there might not be much of many things, but calamities and sufferings were plentiful. Besides granting Sasuke control over the peculiar black-red flame, the Wudo's form also bestowed upon him the ability to perceive calamities. Unfortunately, this seemed to be a passive skill. At least for now, Sasuke couldn't deactivate this ability. Just as Sasuke was about to lose all reason, and Naruto was prepared to use the Great Amnesia technique to render him unconscious, his action was interrupted by a vision of the future. His raised hand lowered again, replaced by even more adamantine sealing chains. The chains were also wrapped in several thick layers of haki, significantly reducing the efficiency of the flame's corrosion. Everyone, turn around and don't look at him. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Karen almost instinctively turned her face away, and the others followed suit. Although they didn't know what was happening, it was best to listen to the more experienced person at a time like this. Once everyone's gazes shifted, the incessant flood of painful emotions finally stopped. Even so, the emotions accumulated previously seemed to have reached a certain threshold, leaving Sasuke's mental state precarious. Don't forget your mission, Sasuke. Don't fall here. Naruto's words weren't loud, but they pierced through Sasuke's madness like a sharp sword. Humanity resurfaced in those blood-red eyes. It was at this moment that the pattern of those 3 Tomo Sharingan began to change, transforming into another, more symmetrical and complex pattern. Finally, only a pattern resembling a black lotus in full bloom remained in Wudo's scarlet eyes. When these eyes fully took form, reason also returned to Sasuke's main body. Fresh blood streamed incessantly from the corners of his eyes. Sasuke wanted to open his mouth to say something, but his body, exhausted from physical and mental strain, quickly reverted to human form. The floating points of black-red flame around him actively drilled into his eyes. Naruto did not stop this process. Because he saw that when those flames came into contact with Sasuke himself, they did not cause any corrosive effects. On the contrary, some wounds on his body had healed after being covered by the flames. It seemed the newly transformed Sharingan consumed a greater amount of flame. As almost 80% of the black-red flames were used to repair these eyes. Puffed. Just before Sasuke lost consciousness and fell, Naruto swiftly moved forward and caught him. This should be a good thing, right? Naruto wasn't entirely sure either. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly while looking at the few onlookers who had now turned back around. He really hoped his good intentions hadn't caused trouble. So, you're saying what I have now is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sitting in the smoothly moving carriage, Sasuke listened with disbelief as Naruto recounted secrets even he, a true member of the Uchiha clan, wasn't aware of. Actually, records of these things should still exist within the Uchiha clan's archives. It's just that Sasuke had been so single-mindedly obsessed with revenge that he never bothered to search through them carefully. Naruto's detailed knowledge was entirely thanks to Orochimaru's long-term research, conducted at his own expense through interactions with Itachi, and the results he collected. Yes, your brother, Uchiha Itachi, also possesses such eyes. Naruto nodded, also informing him that frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan would lead to blindness. Sasuke accepted this point very quickly. As long as I can kill Itachi, mere eyes are nothing dash. But the real issue wasn't just blindness. The problem was that Sasuke, in his human form, couldn't directly use those eyes. Only when he transformed into Widow's form and gained the Calamity Perception ability would his eyes become the Mangekyo Sharingan. Intense mental stimulation is the cornerstone of the Sharingan's evolution. This ability is indeed very suitable for me. According to Sasuke's own account. While transformed into Widow, he could almost instinctively see the misfortunes each person had experienced by looking at their present. Moreover, he would empathically feel the emotions contained within those misfortunes. This included the pain Kakashi experienced from losing his comrades and father, the helplessness Karen once felt, the loneliness of Naruto's childhood, and so on. TCH, a guy who can't even control his transformation properly dash. Beside them, Karen muttered under her breath quietly. No matter how she looked at it, she just couldn't stand Sasuke. Those flames were indeed terrifying, but this guy didn't even have the strength to maintain his transformation, whereas I could sustain my Garuda's form for a full morning without getting tired. Sasuke shot her a glance but couldn't be bothered to respond. First, because his mental state was indeed still very weak. Second, after witnessing Naruto's true strength firsthand, his pride wasn't as sensitive as it used to be. Perhaps only a kid like Konohamaru had the perfect ability to provoke him. So, where are we going now? Sasuke didn't even look at Karen, turning directly to ask Naruto. The land of rain. The Akatsuki your brother belongs to is there. The carriage sped swiftly along the roads of the land of fire, already far from Konoha. When Sasuke caused such a commotion earlier, Jiraiya was responsible for dealing with the ninja who came to investigate. Later, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also arrived at the scene. Seeing his disciple, and Naruto who had returned after leaving, he seemed to understand something and proactively dismissed the surrounding Anbu. What they discussed after that, no one else knew. In any case, Naruto faced no obstacles when taking Sasuke away from Konoha. And so, the Avengers was officially formed. Chapter 165, Chapter 165 Akatsuki is recruiting members. In a gloomy cavern stood a ferocious-looking giant statue. This statue had 9 eyes on its head, exposed fangs, and 2 enormous hands bound by some kind of shackles. At this moment, several illusory figures stood upon the fingers of the statue. This is the internal meeting of Akatsuki. Itachi and his good partner Kisame stood there with their true bodies, listening carefully as the organization's leader, Pain, issued the next phase of instructions using the astral projection technique. The One-Tails Jinchuriki has been confirmed to be confined outside Sunagakure. Sasori, you and Deidara will seize this opportunity to capture him. Pain issued the order to 2 figures of different heights in another direction. Didn't we say the previous actions had already alerted the 5 great nations, and we should lie low for a while? Sasori didn't speak, but his younger, more impulsive partner, Deidara directly asked. Pain glanced at him. Considering this guy had also served the organization for several years and was a relatively handy member, he patiently explained. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has reappeared. After he disappeared without warning before, we couldn't find him no matter how hard we searched. To avoid a similar situation, we need to change our strategy and seize every opportunity to capture all the tailed beasts we can first. This was actually the more reasonable approach. According to the original work, dragging out the tailed beast capture plan for 2 years still ended up alerting the 5 great nations anyway. TCH-. Deidara didn't say anything more. If anyone was worried after Naruto left the ninja world, besides the tailed beasts themselves, it was Nagato who received the news. However, the hidden Obito behind him and the super mastermind Zetsu were equally concerned. Obito worried about the plan failing, while Black Zetsu was genuinely shocked. Even with his abilities, searching high and low, he couldn't find a single trace of Naruto. It was as if he had simply vanished from that island. Later, he sent a batch of Kimogakure's ninjas to attack the southern hideout, but those guys ended up fighting some unknown Kirigakure's ninjas, submerging the entire island. When Black Zetsu arrived at the battlefield and searched meticulously over a dozen times, he couldn't even find a scrap of clothing. He even considered finding Orochimaru to perform the dead demon-consuming seal to release the 4th Hokage's soul, thereby obtaining the power of the Young Nine-Tails. Black Zetsu also vaguely remembered there seemed to be a guy in the Land of Fire who also possessed Nine-Tails chakra within his body. But when he found that kid, he discovered it was just fragments of the Nine-Tails chakra, utterly insufficient for merging the 10 tails. Just as Black Zetsu was hesitating whether to find Orochimaru or not, Naruto appeared again. Hence, today's meeting. After finishing the topic about the one-tail, Pain turned to look at Itachi and Kisame. Kakuzu has been killed. Our manpower is somewhat insufficient now. We need you to recruit some new members. Then, he mentioned the information on missing nins from various villages collected by Zetsu, from which 2 very promising individuals were found. Hiriko, a former Konoha's ninja, from the same era as the Sannin. Masters a peculiar ninjutsu called Chimera Technique. Itachi, you and Kisame are responsible for recruiting him. If he agrees, we can help him find ninja with special Kekkei Genkai. If he is unwilling to join, then just get rid of him. As he spoke, the 2 also learned more information about this, Hiriko. Itachi-san, speaking of which, might this guy have some common language with Orochimaru too? Kisame looked at the information about Hiriko and quipped with interest. After all, both were missing nins from Konoha. Itachi just gave him a speechless glance but didn't say anything. Kisame immediately reacted and shut his mouth. He almost forgot that Itachi was also a missing nin from Konoha. Shino, once the leader of a small ninja village called Soragakure. This guy stole several forbidden medical techniques from Konoha. He is yours to deal with. When he said this, he turned to look at Konan beside him. It was clear that Nagato was truly short-handed now, as he even sent his childhood sweetheart on a long-distance mission. However, he believed that with Konan's strength, dealing with a so-called leader of Soragakure should be no problem. Generally speaking, the Akatsuki only took in missing nin from various ninja villages. In Nagato's original recruitment targets, there were actually several good alternatives. It's just that most of those people died, failing to hold out until Akatsuki's recruitment drive. For example, Hozuki Mangetsu was killed not long ago during the rebellion against the Mizukage. After finishing the official business, the astral projection technique dissolved, and even the statue used to connect everyone turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated within the cavern. Itachi-san, shall we set off now? They had already left the Land of Fire, and the target location given by Leader Pain was called Mount Shumisen, which is located on the common border of the Land of Grass, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire. It wasn't exactly close. Upon hearing this, Itachi paused slightly, then replied as if just snapping out of a thought. Let's go. We'll leave now. Actually, at this moment, Itachi's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts about his brother, Sasuke. Because the 3rd Hokage didn't die in that conspiracy, Itachi's undercover identity was still valid. Not long after Naruto took Sasuke away from Konoha, news about Sasuke reached Itachi's hands. Reading about his brother mastering a new ability and even seemingly awakening the higher level of Sharingan, Itachi felt a mix of complex emotions. He had originally intended to use hatred to drive Sasuke, stimulating him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But according to the 3rd Hokage's message, it seemed Naruto had granted him some kind of transformation power, and then Sasuke evolved. So, now, should I still plan to die by Sasuke's hand? He didn't hesitate for long before reaffirming his original idea. One reason was that Sasuke now possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. If used frequently, blindness was only a matter of time. If he wanted to possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that wouldn't go blind, transplanting Itachi's eyes was his only option. Secondly, he was also acutely aware that he had personally slaughtered the entire clan. In Sasuke's heart, he had already become a mortal enemy. He believed that if they truly fought, Sasuke wouldn't hold back. It's just that Naruto really was a variable, always disrupting his plans. Why is he choosing to help Sasuke so much? Is it just because they were classmates? Itachi didn't know Naruto's thoughts. But he clearly understood that Sasuke left the village this time to find him. However, with the leader issuing orders, Itachi had to leave this area. That being the case, Itachi knew the most likely outcome was Sasuke and Naruto together facing the leader who called himself God. Don't die, Sasuke. Itachi's figure walked side by side with Kisame's, slowly leaving this hidden cavern. Chapter 166, Chapter 166 A Trial Run. Let's not mention that Sasuke had just set out not long ago, only to find his ultimate target had already fled ahead of time. After enjoying a special curry at a mysterious curry shop located in the wilderness, they incidentally picked up a side quest. Simply put, the curry shop owner, Grandma Sancho's son Karashi, had gone astray. Believing he should go out and make his mark, he ended up falling in with the wrong crowd. Now the kid was causing trouble in a neighboring village alongside a force composed of missing nin. Aren't we supposed to be looking for the Akatsuki organization? Why are we taking on this unrelated matter? Walking out of Grandma Sancho's shop, Sasuke, whose mouth was ringed red from the spice, complained indignantly. Since leaving Konoha, the only thing he wanted was to find Itachi and kill him. Whatever Naruto-san says to do, we do. He must have his deeper reasons. You, the dead last who can't even control his transformation properly, should stop complaining. Before Naruto or Jiraiya could even speak, Karen was the first to retort. She had felt displeased with Sasuke from the moment she met him. To show not even a shred of respect towards Naruto-san. He's truly arrogant. For Sasuke, this was the first time someone had called him a dead last. It could be considered a brand new experience. You dash. Sasuke stared Karen with an unfriendly glare, and Karen glared back defiantly, seemingly completely unafraid. Alright, you two stop arguing. Let Naruto explain. Jiraiya stepped between the two, interrupting their dispute. At that moment, Naruto took the opportunity to explain. Sasuke, you haven't fully mastered the power of that fruit yet, right? Hearing this, a look of understanding appeared on Sasuke's face. Indeed, a day had passed since leaving Konoha, but every time Sasuke tried to transform into his widow's form, he always ended up in the full beast form. Attempting to shift to the more close combat suitable, human beast form always ended in failure. In fact, this pace was already quite fast. After all, even someone called a genius like Rob Lucci took considerable time to fully master switching between human beast and full beast forms. But with Karen's example of achieving 3-stage transformation on the very same day, Sasuke's progress did seem slower by comparison. Anyway, that village is on our necessary route. We might as help them out along the way. These enemies are perfect for you to familiarize yourselves with your abilities. It's hard to improve just by training on your own. Seeing that Sasuke remained silent, Naruto explained his reasoning for taking on the task. Of course, aside from letting Sasuke familiarize himself with his power through actual combat, Naruto's inner hero complex couldn't ignore injustice happening right before his eyes. Besides, with both of your strength, handling this minor nuisance shouldn't take much time, right? Finally, Naruto even resorted to a rare use of reverse psychology. But this tactic was especially effective against Sasuke. Sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, he stopped talking about revenge. With eyes wide, he strode ahead to the front of the group. Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged a smile upon seeing this, while Karen just curled her lip. Finding the group of missing Nins causing trouble was easier than expected. Following the villagers' directions, Naruto and his group hadn't gone far before they ran straight into the Kurosuke family in the midst of their misdeeds. These guys were actually burying villagers alive. Sasuke, never one for unnecessary talk, prepared to take action immediately but was pulled back by Naruto grabbing his collar. Your opponent isn't them. Leave these guys to Karen. As he spoke, he lifted Sasuke with one arm, stretched it back, and put force into it. Wait dash. Sasuke seemed to realize what was about to happen and quickly turned his head, only to see Naruto's grinning face. This is faster. Whoosh. Sasuke shot like an arrow toward the mountaintop opposite them, making Jiraiya cover his face in second-hand embarrassment. Naruto, your methods are too rough. To this, Naruto simply responded with a polite yet unchanged smile. He had already sensed someone observing them from a distance earlier. There were two figures, one large and one small. Their presence wasn't weak, in fact, it was comparable to that of Demon Zabuza from back in the day, so Naruto believed they are the leaders of this group. Naruto-san, which one among these people is Granny Sancho's son? Behind them, Karen was already surrounded by the group of cloaked figures. But there wasn't a trace of fear on her face. Her dismissive attitude instantly enraged these guys. They tore off their robes, revealing sharp steel claws on their hands. This seemed to be their standard equipment. Without caring about the imbalance of numbers or ganging up on a single opponent, these guys lunged straight at Karen. It was only then that Naruto's voice drifted over lazily. Don't worry about it. After you've beaten them all up, we can take our time figuring it out. A kid who aids and abettor, even if the reason for their coming was to take Karashi back, a proper lesson was necessary. Die. The underlings of the Kurosuke family let out the standard roar of cannon fodder. But their steel claws didn't pierce flesh as usual. Instead, they clashed against something much harder. It was a golden birdman floating majestically like a god. Their steel claws had just been blocked by this creature's golden feathers. Enemies of this level aren't even worth testing my skills on. Considering she needed to leave them alive, Karen didn't use her feather attacks. Instead, she raised her fists. I'll just beat every single one of you up. On the mountaintop, Kurosuke Raiga looked at Sasuke, who had landed rather clumsily in front of him, and showed a twisted smile. Coming to deliver yourself to my doorstep. It seems I need to hold a funeral for you dash. As he spoke, he directly drew his two special ninja swords, the lightning blades, Kiba. This guy actually was one of Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and even the first user of the Rado. After the 7 ninja swordsmen were kicked into the 3 lucky survivors by a certain Konoha's genin, he fled the battlefield. Later, he even defected from Kirigakure and became a missing nin. As a fairly famous player from the last season, Raiga's strength shouldn't be underestimated. At the very least, pre-fruit Sasuke would have had a hard time dealing with him alone. Crossing the two swords together, lightning quickly gathered and surged towards Sasuke ahead. He didn't care about fair fights. But the imagined scene of Sasuke being electrocuted to a crisp didn't materialize. Under the lightning, a majestic giant dog turned its head and fixed its gaze on him. The moment their eyes met, all the fear and madness Raiga had ever felt flooded into Sasuke's mind. The giant dog's mouth slowly opened, and black-red flames burned away all the surrounding lightning. Your scent is really foul. What are you? Raiga couldn't laugh now, staring at Sasuke who had transformed from a human into his widow form. Although he didn't know what is widow, that didn't stop him from sensing a great threat from the other party. Damn it. Kiba slashed again, dozens of spherical lightning bolts quickly engulfing Sasuke's figure. Chapter 167, Chapter 167 The Wargaruramon. Ha! How was that, Ranmaru? Raiga's breath was somewhat unsteady after releasing so many lightning balls at once. Although Kiba possessed the effect of enabling various lightning release attacks, it also consumed the user's chakra and physical energy. He tilted his head slightly, asking the little guy hidden within the cloak on his back. Ranmaru was a child he had found in a village infiltrated by spies. The little guy had awakened a Kekkei Genkai called the Red Eyes, but ironically, because of this ability, he was ostracized by the villagers. That night, Raiga and other Kirigakure's ninjas killed everyone in the village to eliminate the spies. And Ranmaru should have been among those corpses. But somehow, the kid's red eye seemed to truly possess the power to see through everything. It even managed to perceive the emptiness in Raiga's heart. Afterward, Raiga became Ranmaru's legs, and Ranmaru became Raiga's eyes. The two became like one. Ranmaru was currently clinging to Raiga's back, but the hood couldn't block his vision at all. But Raiga didn't get a response from Ranmaru. Puzzled, he pulled off the hood to check on Ranmaru's condition. Only to find the little kid showing an expression of fear for the first time. You have to understand, even when he was about to be killed back then, Ranmaru had never looked like this. No, inauspicious dash. Raiga could only barely make out this word from Ranmaru's trembling lips. Then, a mighty roar erupted from ahead. Roar dash. The dust completely settled, black-red flames swirling around the giant black dog like ominous clouds. Judging from the wounds on Sasuke's body, that previous wave of high-frequency lightning release attacks hadn't been useless. But soon, Raiga's expression turned grave. Because he saw the black-red flames around Sasuke actively attaching themselves to those wounds, which then rapidly began to heal. And Sasuke seemed completely indifferent to the pain. This transformation ability also greatly enhanced my physical strength. Sasuke had intentionally not dodged, wanting to see exactly what level he had reached now. At this moment, Sasuke had a vague perception of his transformation ability, and the name, Widow, seemed etched into his consciousness like a biological instinct. Even though he himself didn't know what a widow was. But he had a preliminary understanding of the function of those black-red flames, or rather, the calamity flames. Calamity flames were the main manifestation of Widow's ability. They seemed to combine with the Sharingan's power, granting Sasuke the ability to observe the misfortune others had encountered. Simultaneously, whether it was the misfortune of others or misfortune inflicted upon Sasuke himself, it would generate calamity flames. These flames could not only be used to repair his body and eyes but were also formidable in attack. Just like this. Roar. A beastly roar erupted, and simultaneously, overwhelming flames encircled the entire clearing. Although they didn't radiate much heat, every living being within them felt an instinctual threat to their lives. Raiga naturally wouldn't just stand there. He leaped toward the rocky mountain behind him, trying to escape the shrinking ring of fire. But the moment he left the ground, the flames shot out like striking serpents, transforming into fiery ropes that wrapped around Raiga and Ranmaru. Ah! Both of them cried out in pain. The burning sensation didn't come from their bodies but from something deeper. Perhaps their ethereal souls, or their minds. In any case, hardly any wounds appeared on their bodies, at most, only some burn-like marks appeared. But the psychological blow was significant. Raiga fell from midair, clutching his head and glaring fixedly at Sasuke. The muffled grunts of pain from Ranmaru, who was suffering even more, fueled his anger. Damn it! What have you done to us? Since he couldn't escape, Raiga plunged both swords into the ground. Banquet of lightning. Electricity rapidly spread across the ground toward Sasuke. However, this old trick could no longer threaten him. With observation haki, Sasuke had completely predicted the incoming attack the moment Raiga began to move. The Widow's physical speed, while not matching Garuda's, was still nothing to scoff at. Flaming paw prints rapidly approached Raiga from the other side, followed by a sharp claw swiping toward his back. Even though Ranmaru appeared to be an ordinary child. Once they had become enemies, Sasuke would not hold back. At the critical moment, Raiga dropped low into a forward roll, dodging the claw strike, then spun around and slashed with another burst of lightning. His lightning release didn't even require hand seals, there was absolutely no wind-up to his attacks, making them faster than even the Chidori. Of course, their power was a matter of opinion. Sasuke, who had missed with his claw and been slashed, frowned, allowing the calamity flames to repair the wound on his foreleg. He still wasn't very accustomed to fighting in his beast form. Human beast form. Human beast form. Sasuke chanted in his mind, his body beginning to shift toward a werewolf form. But it seemed like something was missing. Sasuke's mastery over the Huda was still lacking, and the transformation process stalled halfway. Although Raiga didn't know what Sasuke was doing, his combat instincts from being a ninja told him he absolutely could not let the other succeed. Hidden Mist Technique. As one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he naturally knew Kirigakuru's signature technique. A thick fog capable of obscuring everything rapidly filled the area. Ranmaru, having just struggled free from the soul-deep pain, forced one eye open to guide Raiga. Raiga became a blur within the dense fog, silently arriving behind Sasuke. By now, Sasuke's observation haki had penetrated the mist and detected the enemy. But caught mid-transformation, his attempt to control his body to dodge and counter resulted in a conflict between his beast and human form instincts, freezing him in place. Here. Ranmaru's eyes could see weak points through the body, similar in function to the Byakugan of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Raiga trusted Ranmaru's words 100%. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged both swords into the spot. Sasuke tried to summon armament haki for defense, but this time, it just so happened to fail him. The blades pierced flesh, followed immediately by a powerful electric shock. Raiga poured almost all of his remaining chakra into the attack, determined to make it a sure kill. The flicker of lightning within the thick fog was clearly visible even to Naruto and the others at the mountain's base. "Is it okay, Naruto?" Jiraiya looked somewhat worriedly at Naruto, who responded with a reassuring expression. "It's fine. Sasuke has already succeeded." The mist dispersed, and Raiga, who was leaning on his swords and breathing heavily, appeared. The blood lingering on the blades had been evaporated clean by the lightning. "Humph. You should finally be Dash." His words was caught in his throat. A large hand tipped with sharp claws pierced through the remnants of the mist and clamped around his neck. That really hurt Dash. Calamity flames swirled around Sasuke's body like ribbons. The misfortune represented by that pain had once again amplified Sasuke's power. The little bit he was missing had finally been supplied by Raiga's last attack. Chapter 168, Chapter 168 Ninja Curry Shop. Curry Master. Karma. This was the name Sasuke gave to this ability. Huda possessed the power to absorb flames and calamity, which naturally included misfortune directed at itself. Simply put, any damage inflicted upon the Inagami could enhance its own power, the lower its health, the higher its attributes. Simultaneously, the calamity flames could promptly repair his injuries, preventing him from actually dying because of it. It could be said to be a complete, berserker's, stat panel. Having successfully transformed into his human beast form, Sasuke's size was similar to Karin's transformation, also around 2 meters tall. This kind of stature was already quite intimidating in the ninja world where the average height was less than 1.6 meters. At this time, Raiga was like a little chicken in front of Sasuke. Bastard. Raiga still wanted to fight back, but Sasuke's movements were faster than his. SSZZTT. Black-red calamity flames combined with the flash of lightning release, enveloping Sasuke's sharp claws. Chidori, Hellfire. A flash of claw light. A dual attack on both body and soul instantly severed Kuratsuchi Reizo's life. A character of this level, placed before the current Sasuke, could only serve as a training partner if they tried very hard. Sensing the presence of the little kid named Ranmaru, Sasuke was just about to take action and finish him off as well. But then he recalled the misfortune he had seen through his eyes earlier. What a hassle. After a moment's thought, Sasuke still reached out a large hand, grabbed Ranmaru whole in his palm, then took a few big strides and jumped down from the cliff. He didn't forget to take the kiba from Raiga's corpse either. He had a feeling they might still be useful. By the time Sasuke came down from the mountain, what he saw were the knocked-out lackeys of the Kurosuke family lying all over the ground, and Naruto's group of 3 already receiving thanks from the villagers. So slow. Karin was tossing a fruit in her hand, a gift from one of the village children. Dealing with those thugs who could only barely use some low-level ninjutsu, Karin's Garuda transformation could truly be described as bullying kids. If it weren't for the need to keep them alive for questioning, a single volley of feathers during the transformation would probably have ended the fight. Even without using lethal moves, her Garuda form, having masterful control over the wind, could easily maneuver among this group of enemies. Their attacks were either deflected by wind barriers or simply couldn't pierce the metal feathers. There was no comparison at all. "So, who's this little brat?" As she spoke, Karin pointed at Ranmaru. Halfway down, Sasuke had already reverted from his transformation to his human form. Ranmaru was currently being held by him. But the child wasn't crying or making a fuss, he didn't even show a hint of sadness for Raiga. Just a war orphan. He was just being used. Sasuke didn't explain much. Frankly, given his personality, not finishing off Ranmaru along the way was already an act of great mercy. If it weren't for Naruto's influence, he absolutely couldn't be bothered with this kid's troubles, leaving him to fend for himself. At that moment, Naruto also walked over, smiling as he looked at Sasuke. "How's it going? Have you finally mastered the transformation?" "Humph." Faced with Naruto's question, Sasuke only gave a light snort, but the slight upturn of the corner of his mouth still revealed his inner feelings. Then, Jiraiya dragged over a guy whose face was covered with bumps and bruises from being beaten up. "This is Granny Sancho's son, Karashi. This kid really doesn't know how to change his ways." Karashi, whose hands and feet were bound by ink restraints, was still shouting. "Go back to that little shop with no customers and let those officials exploit us again." Actually, the reason Karashi chose to join Kurosuke family was also because he couldn't stand the oppression of the corrupt officials in this area. At that time, Raiga had just arrived at this small village that produced gold ore. Relying on his own strength, he easily drove away the officials. But then he began to cruelly oppress the local residents even more severely. Before, it might have just been having little money and not enough to eat, but now, if they weren't careful, they could end up being buried alive. Bang. A sharp knock on the head was launched. "You didn't dare to resist those officials, so you chose to become an accomplice to those thugs instead." For this kind of fool, Naruto didn't even have the heart to use his talk no jutsu. He waved his hand, signaling the villagers to deal with the other restrained members of the Kurosuke family themselves. Then, he dragged the unconscious Karashi towards the ink carriage. "Problem solved, let's go." Karen and Sasuke exchanged glances, they rarely saw Naruto with this kind of expression. They had originally thought Naruto would inevitably launch into another earnest lecture. Back at Sancho's curry shop. Even though her son was beaten beyond recognition, Sancho was still very grateful that Naruto had brought her son back. At this time, Karashi could only lay there, eyes vacant, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. On the way back, Sasuke had already announced the news of Raiga's death. This was confirmed by Ranmaru. The fact that the powerful Kurosuke Raiga in his eyes was single-handedly killed by an outsider like Sasuke, who even looked like just a kid, shattered Karashi's original resolve. To thank Naruto and the others, Sancho brought out her signature, curry of life. The pitch-black curry broth emitted a strong spices aroma. With just a light sniff, Naruto could identify many ingredients beneficial to the body. TSK, the taste, is really something else. Naruto didn't hesitate, immediately digging in heartily. Seeing this, the others suppressed their aversion to the curry's appearance and picked up their spoons. The next moment. Ah. The cool-faced guy, Sasuke, lost his composure. Water. Water. The toad sage opened his mouth wide, uncontrollably sticking out his tongue. Bang. The worst off was Karen. The young girl simply face-planted onto the table, unconscious. A small plate of curry actually managed to make the previously powerful Sasuke and the others fall here. Phew. Delicious. Granny, another plate. Perhaps only a true glutton like Naruto could enjoy such a meal so thoroughly. After eating and drinking his fill, Naruto even asked Sancho for the recipe with great interest. Sancho didn't hold back either, handing over her secret formula step by step to Naruto. Of course, whether Naruto's cooking skills were capable of replicating it was uncertain. Sigh. Actually, I can understand Karashi's thinking. After saying all that, Sancho sighed again. Our place really is just an ordinary little curry shop. It's normal for a child not to want to stay here. Unexpectedly, Naruto shook his head upon hearing this. You have such a unique skill, you just lack a good idea. Head east from here, go straight and open a shop in Konoha Village. Make it a ninja curry shop, hire some Konoha's genin to help out here. And Granny, don't call yourself Granny, call yourself the curry master, it sounds much more high-end. The business world of the One Piece world was far more developed than here. Naruto spoke off the cuff, casually listing several ways to improve the small shop's business. Whether it would work or not was another matter, but Karashi, lying on the ground, had already turned his gaze over. He thought it seemed like it had potential. And if they moved to the outskirts of Konoha, those officials probably wouldn't be able to harass them anymore, right? Chapter 169. Chapter 169 Is this size normal? No way. Divine virtue, piercing sky. The golden birdman circled midair, then dove downward, its body wrapped in compressed hurricane-force winds. The air along the way seemed to come alive, not only failing to become resistance but even in turn further increasing the birdman's speed. After mastering the power of Garuda, Karen seemed more inclined to develop the fruit's abilities, rather than focusing so much on learning ninjutsu. This was also a choice. One couldn't say Karen was abandoning the basics for the trivial. At least now, Karen had developed several moves based on Garuda's power. The compressed air cannon attack like this was one of them. Compared to using large-scale hardened feather attacks, the air cannon was faster and more focused in damage. Below, Sasuke, who had transformed into the human beast form, stared intently at Karen above, seemingly searching for some opening. The next moment, towering flames swept toward the sky. The scorching waves of fire seemed to distort the surrounding air. That wasn't entirely the calamity flames accompanying the widow. After Naruto's advice, Sasuke also realized that the true use of calamity flames shouldn't be limited to direct damage. It was more about enhancing himself and other released flames. Widow is a mystical beast born to devour and manipulate flames. After obtaining this transformation, even the power of Sasuke's fire release ninjutsu greatly increased. Not only did the temperature and damage range improve, but the hand seals for the techniques could also be shortened. Previously, completing the full hand seals was needed to release the Great Fireball technique, but now, it could be done with a clap of hands. At the same time, the calamity flames could merge with the flames created by those ninjutsu, forming an even more destructive black sea of fire. It could not only burn the body but also destroy the spirit. Of course, the premise was being able to make contact with the enemy. Naive. The flames were swept to the other side by the violent airflow before they could near Garuda's body. The overwhelming fire seemed to have failed to harm Karen at all. But in the end, she still lacked combat experience. When Karen broke through the layer of flame, the air blast directly carved a deep hole in the ground, but she didn't see the figure of her opponent. Bang! A giant claw wreathed in flames struck Karen directly. Fortunately, she reacted in time, hardening the feathers of her wings to block in front of her. Even so, she could still feel a wave of force passing through her body's surface into her insides, vibrating her internal organs. At the same time, memories of being enslaved in Kusagakure uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Karen did indeed have a brief moment of distraction, but then the figure who had saved her from the mire replaced all the past misfortunes. Her consciousness quickly recovered, and then she opened her mouth and let out a loud roar. "I'm not who I used to be." This roar wasn't just a declaration of her resolve, it was also one of Garuda's attack methods. Great fullness, thunder cry. The almost substantial sonic boom impacted Sasuke at such close range. Even in his widow form, he couldn't resist the backward thrust. At the same time, the sound seemed to have some kind of mental damage. Unfortunately, Sasuke, in his widow form, already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although not fully matured, his mental defense had improved greatly, so this level of genjutsu attack couldn't affect him at all. Of course, Karen hadn't planned on that from the start. As one wishes. A gentle breeze lifted Karen's body. With just a light flap of her wings, she reopened the distance, immediately followed by another barrage of feather shots like a rain of pear blossoms. Sasuke also didn't hold back. Karma further enhanced his physical abilities. He didn't even intend to defend, leaping up from the ground fiercely, aiming to forcefully pull Karen down. The sparring between the two had long surpassed the range of practice. Luckily, the place they were now was devoid of people for tens of miles around, otherwise, just the aftershocks of the battle would be a big problem. Sparring sessions like this had happened many times since they left the curry shop. Naruto and Jiraiya were already used to it. At this very moment, one of them was busy grilling meat, while the other was scribbling something in a notebook, seemingly struck by inspiration. "Hey, that's enough fighting for now. Come down and eat. We still have to get going dash." After saying this, Naruto turned his head to the side and began reading the new work Jiraiya had just created. It can be said that he is having a zero-distance updates. The literary quality is as high as ever. The two continued to fight for a while longer. Even without a life-or-death struggle, Sasuke still held the upper hand. After all, he had received combat training since childhood, and his ability to handle various situations in battle far surpassed Karen's. Although Karen was also very diligent, over a decade of learning experience couldn't be caught up in just a month. After several rounds of sparring, the arrogance she had developed after gaining her abilities was finally knocked back down to size. This was precisely why Naruto allowed them to fight each other. In the next phase, Naruto planned to teach Sasuke the Marine's Rokushiki, Fishman Karate, and other techniques to ensure he could hold his own against aerial units or in water combat. Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't seem very interested in swordsmanship. When Naruto had previously demonstrated overwhelming power, he had used fist techniques. Combined with Sasuke's significantly enhanced physical abilities, this led Sasuke to prefer fist-to-fist, meat-to-meat combat, rather than techniques that relied on weapons like swordsmanship. As for Karen, it was about time to schedule training in hockey. With her Garuda form, she could fully withstand Naruto's hellish training regimen. In this regard, Naruto always believed in equality between men and women. He wouldn't give her any special treatment. After the meal, the group continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered mountain bandits, bounty hunters, and other such troublemakers, all of whom Naruto handed over to Karen to deal with. Finally, as the sky began to darken, they reached a small town. After booking rooms, the group headed to the local hot springs. Though not as renowned as those in the land of hot water, the hot springs here were still quite famous within the land of fire. At the very least, Naruto and the others found them quite pleasant. This time, Karen didn't encounter any awkward situations and was finally able to enjoy the hot springs in peace. In the men's hot springs, Sasuke, Naruto, and Jiraiya relaxed their bodies, bearing it all in the water. Even Sasuke wasn't shy in this environment. After all, they were all guys, no one had anything the others didn't. You know, I once even with Minato. Haha, no need to look at me like that. This size is perfectly normal. Jiraiya seemed to want to fetch some sake and stood up from the water. He didn't stop talking, but then he noticed Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously glancing at him. He followed their gaze, then laughed proudly. But as he laughed, Jiraiya gradually realized something was off. He stopped laughing and looked down. He looked at himself, then at Sasuke, and finally at Naruto. When they emerged from the hot springs, Karen, Sasuke, and Naruto all looked relaxed. Only Jiraiya wore an expression of disbelief. It doesn't make sense. I can understand Naruto, but why does that brat also dash? He kept muttering to himself, unable to let it go. Chapter 170, Chapter 170 Zero Tails. The next day, the group packed up and set out again. Jiraiya seemed to have recovered from last night's blow to his ego. He kept comforting himself. So what if those two brats have talent? When it comes to experience in love, they can't even compare to a literary giant like me. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from not far away. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned in the same direction. It's so big. It's floating in the sky. What is that? An enemy? Karen, Jiraiya, and Sasuke were somewhat incredulous at the sight of a massive island floating in the sky. No, calling it an island wasn't quite accurate. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a huge fortress constructed from stone blocks. Naruto's expression turned subtle. Did Golden Lion also come here? That, of course, was impossible. In reality, this fortress-like flying object was the Anchor Vanshin, created by the Sorogekure. Its essence was a mobile weapon of destruction. Originally, this fortress wasn't supposed to take flight until several years later. The reason it happened so much earlier was closely tied to the Akatsuki. Some time ago, two uninvited guests wearing black cloaks with red clouds arrived at the village disguised by Sorogekure's ninja. This dated back to the Second Great Ninja War. At that time, Sorogekure had developed ninja tools that allowed individual soldiers to gain the ability to fly, filling them with overconfidence and a desire to claim a piece of the pie in the chaotic world. Their ultimate fate was being kicked half to death by the Konoha's ninjas of the Land of Fire, treated like a stray dog on the roadside. Afterward, the leader of Sorogekure, unwilling to accept this, began to recuperate and plan in secret, preparing to counterattack Konoha for revenge. If not for today's events, everything might have unfolded as they imagined. The true name of Sorogekure's leader was unknown. To conceal his identity, he called himself Shino and typically presented himself as a traveling doctor. In reality, he was constantly collecting information on the rumored Zero Tails, hoping to obtain the power to destroy Konoha by unsealing it. Because of this plan, he also adopted a war orphan named Amaru. Today, Shino originally intended to leave the village with Amaru to treat patients elsewhere. However, before they could even exit the village entrance, they were blocked by two individuals who clearly weren't ordinary. Are you Shino? The one who spoke was Konan, while Azura Path, who was standing behind her, remained silent, merely sizing up the two opposite them with his intensely oppressive Rinnegan. Amaru, frightened, shrank behind Shino. But with her master's protection, she wasn't that scared. I am Shino. May I ask, is there something you need? Does someone require my treatment? Shino might have read books like An Actor Prepares. When playing the role of a doctor, he perfectly embodied the image of someone weak and incapable of harming a fly, yet full of compassion. Even the most vicious missing nin wouldn't bother targeting such a doctor for no reason. What could they possibly hope to steal from someone like him? Gold and jewels. Unfortunately, his disguise was useless before Zetsu, who possessed the ninja world's foremost infiltration abilities. Konan and her companion had already obtained information about Shino. They also had their eyes on the so-called Zero Tails. After all, their original plan was to capture the nine-tailed beasts, seal them within the Ghetto statue, and create an ultimate weapon that could threaten all the great nations. If they couldn't recruit Shino, they wouldn't mind killing him and taking the tailed beast. There's no need to pretend in front of us, Shino. We want you to join us. Conan's words were very direct. In exchange, we are willing to assist you in destroying Konoha. This was originally part of their plan. Who would have thought that even faced with Conan's almost completely revealed hand, Shino still maintained that, "I don't know what you're talking about," expression. It seems the negotiation has failed. Azura Path stepped forward. Shino and Amaru stared at the man with black spikes growing from his bald head. In terms of appearance, although both had piercings on their faces, Conan was clearly much better looking than him. They can tell at first glance that this guy is not a normal person. Azura Path directly extended his right hand toward Shino and the girl. The skin on his arm split open, revealing several small missiles underneath. In the next instant, those missiles shot forth from his wrist with fiery trails. Shino and Amaru had no time to evade and were struck by the homing missiles. Flames enveloped the two in the blink of an eye. Is that all? Seeing this, Conan just spoke coldly. It's not over yet. Azura Path, possessing the Rinnegan, shook his head. As the flames and smoke dispersed, Shino's body, still emitting black smoke and, covered in wounds, heavily collapsed. Amaru, whom he had protected with his body, was only dazed by the blast. Shino seemed to want to say something to Amaru, but in the end, he only managed to open his mouth before completely losing all signs of life. In an instant, Amaru felt as if her sky had collapsed. No. Sensei. Her tears flowed freely, forming a string that dripped onto Shino's charred wounds. Her entire being radiated an aura of darkness and despair. Azura Path's Rinnegan shifted slightly, as if sensing something hidden deeper underground through the aura emanating from the girl. Bang. Suddenly, two black tentacles swiftly struck Conan and Azura Path. Following the direction of the tentacles, they saw a creature that appeared to be constructed from disordered flesh. It wore a mask engraved with the character, Zero. Its shape resembled a large serpent but had grown countless arms. Unfortunately, the Zero-tail surprise attack didn't seem to achieve much. Conan, who was bound by it, directly transformed into a paper clone and dissipated. Although Azura Path was the real body, he showed no fear. Many saw blades and cutting knives extended directly from his body, which in turn shredded the Zero-tail's tentacles into pieces of flesh oozing indescribable fluid. These things were essentially twisted creations made by Shino using so-called dark chakra, combined with the evil thoughts of people's hearts. But to call it an artificial tailed beast was a stretch too far. While the amount of chakra within this Zero-tails is indeed far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it couldn't even compare to a real tailed beast, not even the one tail, Shikaku. Can this even be called a tailed beast? Conan's figure reappeared to the side, mercilessly complaining about the mass of rapidly regenerating flesh. This probably isn't its main body. Azura Path's eyes turned toward the underground where the Zero-tail's main body was hidden, and he stated calmly. They are useless now. Finish them. After saying this, Azura Path's Rinnegan attempted to suppress the Zero-tails. But Zero-tails, being an artificial product, seemed unaffected by the Rinnegan's suppression, further confirming Conan's thoughts. Countless explosive tags flew out like snowflakes with a wave of Conan's hand, all sticking to the surface of the Zero-tails. The effect of a single explosive tag might be small, but used recklessly in the way Conan did, it was completely different. Just as the Zero-tails prepared to attack again, the explosive tags attached to its body began to glow with firelight. This was followed by a continuous series of explosions, like endless firecrackers. No matter how fast Zero-tail's regeneration was, it couldn't keep up with the speed of the destruction caused by the explosions. Soon, all that remained on the ground was an unrecognizable pile of minced meat and Amaru, who had fallen into a complete coma. Chapter 171, Chapter 171 I'm already invincible. Looking at the unconscious Amaru lying on the ground, Conan slowly reached out toward her. Seeing this, Azura Path decided to head first to the location of the massive chakra he had sensed earlier. That was likely the true body of the so-called Zero-tails. But just as he started moving in that direction, Shino, who had seemingly lost all signs of life moments before, instantly rose and delivered a flying kick that sent Azura Path flying. The speed was so fast that neither Nagato nor Conan had time to react. It made Shino's cruelness even more apparent. He could continue playing dead even as his adopted child was about to die before his eyes. But the moment Pain showed the slightest intention of moving toward his base, he immediately couldn't sit still. At this moment, Shino was not inside his anchor vanshin. The dark chakra from the Zero-tail's main body couldn't be supplied to him without limit. Therefore, he had planned to feign death and pass out. With his regeneration technique, secret technique, he could easily use chakra to ensure his body was damaged but not killed. After kicking Azura Path away, Shino didn't even bother with a parting remark. He immediately sprinted toward the direction of his base. He even used the 8 gates technique stolen from Konoha to further increase his escape speed. During this process, he didn't even glance at Amaru lying on the ground. Naturally, he didn't notice that Amaru had slowly begun to regain consciousness from her coma. The scene of him completely abandoning her and revealing a side completely different from his usual self was witnessed entirely by Amaru. Conan, of course, also noticed Amaru waking up. But looking at the distant Azura path, perhaps due to some unknown sentiment, she did not take the little girl's life. Instead, she used paper again to cover the girl's eyes, pretending she was still unconscious. Then, Conan extended paper wings and flew to the Azura path's side, taking him with her to chase after Shino. Shino's speed, enhanced by the 8 gates technique, was far faster than that of an ordinary ninja. In the brief moment they were delayed, he had already returned to his base. After ordering all the Sorogekyu's ninja to go out and block the enemies, Shino activated the Anchorvantion's flight function. He knew that if he couldn't deal with those two today, his years of planning would be ruined here. With the ground shattering, the fortress, comparable in size to a small town, rose into the air powered by the Zero Tail's energy. Shino immediately used the communication device to ask his subordinates for the location of Conan and Azura Path. He intended to blast these two into oblivion with the fortress's chakra cannon. As for Amaru, who was still on the ground, he didn't care. Unfortunately, Conan's flying speed was not slow either. The Sorogekyu's ninja encountered along the way could barely withstand a casual strike from either of them. Although it wasn't Deva Path who had come here, preventing the direct use of Shinra Tensei to clear the area, the weapons summoned by Azura Path from another dimension were more than enough for this group. Missiles carpeted the ground, lasers cleared the area. Coupled with Conan's rain of explosive tags. It was only because the Anchorvantion was meticulously built by the Sorogekyu's ninja over more than a decade that its defense was somewhat passable. Otherwise, just the aftershocks of the explosions would be enough to make it crash. After casually crushing a Sorogekyu's ninja's throat, the two directly entered the Angkor Fortress's control hall. They had expected Shino to probably try to escape before they arrived again, but surprisingly, the guy was just standing there brazenly, waiting. Have you already resigned yourself to your fate? If you want to surrender, it's too late now. Azura Path spoke bluntly. After the fight broke out between them, the plan to recruit Shino had basically fallen through. Unlike recruiting a missing nin like Deidara who was alone, the blood debt of Shino's subordinates was very real. Even if Shino suddenly said he was willing to join now, Nagato probably wouldn't trust him. Ha 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 ha, it's you who are seeking your own doom. I am invincible now. Shino was now inside the base. The endless supply of chakra filled him with infinite confidence. After letting out several loud laughs, his aura surged violently. The clothes on his upper body instantly burst apart from the airflow, and his white hair turned black and long again, flowing behind his head. His appearance was almost identical to that of a certain world's battle race when they went berserk. He was only missing was a tail. Besides stealing the 8 gates technique, regeneration technique, and information about the Zero Tails from Konoha, Shino had also stolen another secret technique, body revival technique. As everyone knows, the 8 gates technique is a taijutsu with extremely strong side effects. It can greatly enhance the user's physical qualities, but the cost is the user's life. Under the stimulation of intense chakra, the user's cells suffer irreversible damage. Opening the final gate, the gate of death, inevitably leads to death. But body revival technique can enhance cell vitality, improving physical qualities while also increasing cell endurance. At the same time, the regeneration technique, secret technique allows one to break through the limits of self-healing, enabling ultra-fast regeneration of damaged tissues. Moreover, the body regenerated after damage becomes tougher than before. Each of these 3 secret techniques had certain side effects when used alone. However, when operated simultaneously with massive chakra support, they formed a self-consistent system. As a result, Shino's body, constantly tearing and regenerating internally, was further increasing in strength. Bang. 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 The first sound was Shino's fist connecting with Azura Path's head at extreme speed. The next 2 were missiles hitting Shino. However, compared to Shino, whose damaged areas were healing visibly, Azura Path, whose head was dented by the punch, looked much worse. Of course, this was just one of Nagato's corpse puppets. Even if Shino destroyed it, it would just mean making a new one, almost no loss. Conan, move further away. But Conan was personally present, and she was one of the few people Nagato still cared about. Hearing Azura Path's words, Conan didn't hesitate and immediately increased her distance from Shino. She knew Nagato was about to get serious. Come on. Empowered by his strength, Shino spoke with confidence, even daring to stand still and provoke the opponent. Azura Path's head grew additional faces on each side. Simultaneously, its robe was torn apart by weapons extending from various parts of its body, revealing 3 pairs of arms and a large, saw-like tail. This was Azura Path's complete form. The top of its head split open, revealing a laser cannon inside. Without any hesitation, it started with a cannon blast. Super Revival Fist. Shino, not to be outdone, unleashed the fist technique he developed by combining the 3 secret techniques. Unfortunately, limited by his inherent physical strength, even enhanced by the secret arts, this punch didn't possess the world-shattering power of a certain watermelon-headed ninja in the future. In comparison, Shino's base was too small. Even with a higher multiplier, the final output was limited. But this level was enough to deal with the Azura Path. Boom. Shino charged through the laser cannon's penetration and reached Azura Path's side, then punched and broke Azura Path's arm. However, what was revealed underneath wasn't bone and flesh, but even denser steel weapons. Steel blades and iron saws simultaneously slashed across Shino's body. His blood spilled all over the ground as if it were free. Yet, the guy didn't show any sign of weakness on his face. Two guys, one with infinite regeneration, the other simply a corpse. Who knows how long this fight would last? Clearly, someone's patience was running out. Bang. Azura Path and Shino in his 8-gate state were forcibly separated by a figure who abruptly broke into the battlefield. Is it really you, Conan? Just as Conan was also shocked by the powerful figure who had silently broke into the battlefield and was preparing to act, a familiar voice sounded from behind her. Chapter 172, Chapter 172 Can't use ninjutsu. That's really tricky. Is it really you? Conan. Jiraiya's voice was something they could never forget, no matter how many years had passed. Turning around, they saw that their teacher, Jiraiya. The other party was no longer the young man he once was. And the changes in Conan and the others were even greater. It was so great that Jiraiya almost didn't dare to recognize them. Although he had mentally prepared himself, when Jiraiya actually saw the former purple-haired little girl turned into the present-day emo girl, his feelings were inevitably mixed. She even had a piercing on her face. Her sense of aesthetics had indeed developed in a strange direction without her teacher around. The only thing unchanged was the paper flower Conan wore in her hair. But to be honest, after witnessing that Conan was still alive with his own eyes, Jiraiya was happy deep down. Jiraiya, sensei. The last word sounded somewhat stiff when uttered. Conan's face showed no expression, but her heart was already stirred. She was well aware that their actions would attract Konoha's ninjas sooner or later, and meeting Jiraiya was inevitable. She just hadn't expected it to happen so soon, and for Jiraiya to appear so suddenly. So it really is you. So, the leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato. What about Yihiko? Is he here too? Different from the original work, this time Jiraiya had learned from Naruto beforehand that the Akatsuki was founded by the possessor of the Rinnegan. Therefore, upon seeing Conan, he wasn't as surprised. Hearing Nagato and Yihiko's names from Jiraiya seemed to snap Conan out of her emotional turmoil from seeing an old acquaintance. She returned to being the angel of God, her words cold and detached. Sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, but now we are enemies. To realize her comrade's dream, Conan had to do this. As she spoke, countless paper sheets shot toward Jiraiya. The paper was infused with chakra, becoming as hard as iron. A direct hit would be no different from a shuriken. Seeing this, Sasuke and Karin on the side prepared to intervene, but they were stopped by Jiraiya's outstretched hand. Let this teacher give his student a lesson again. With that, he waved his hand casually, and a sky full of ink transformed into identical shuriken, clashing with the paper sheets. Almost every pure white paper sheet was stained with ink. What a coincidence, meeting you again right after I obtained this ability. Without any visible action from Jiraiya, the ink-stained paper sheets automatically flew up, and then, following his will, shot back toward Conan. No matter what paper release ninjutsu Conan used, it was suppressed by an equal amount of ink. Even the explosive tags mixed within the paper lost control upon contact with the ink. Ink could freely dye white paper, so Jiraiya's ability seemed tailored to completely counter Conan. And this was still Jiraiya holding back, as he didn't use other ninjutsu. Otherwise, he could just summon a toad and have it spit toad oil in Conan's direction to finish things. It seemed Jiraiya didn't need their help on this side, so Karin and Sasuke headed toward the battlefield where Naruto was. On this side, Azura Path had long recognized Naruto's identity. Without hesitation, it severed its arm to create distance, then launched a barrage of missiles covering Naruto and Shino. Shino struggled desperately to break free from Naruto's one-handed grip, but no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't loosen that large hand's hold. How is this possible? He had, after all, already activated the 8 inner gates and his body revival technique. Hee, don't be so scared. Naruto showed a kind smile, then turned his face towards Azura Path and opened his mouth. The missiles from another dimension were directly swallowed whole by the abyssal maw. An attack of this level was nothing to Naruto, it didn't even sting. The only effect was adding new curios to his collection. The Rinnegan narrowed, and Azura Path once again opened its mind, firing a laser towards them. Adhering to the principle of courtesy and kind, Naruto also opened his mouth. A breath of black, destructive energy shot out from his mouth. Conqueror's Flash, a terrifying impact created from the combination of Conqueror's Haki and Yang attribute chakra, was not something a simple laser could handle. That dreadful breath almost effortlessly pierced through everything in its path. This also includes Azura Path's body. Half of its body was destroyed, revealing the various weapons underneath. As expected, it's not a living person. When Naruto had observed with his observation Haki earlier, he had sensed that unnatural aura. It was somewhat similar to the clone bodies created by Orochimaru. Simply put, it was a dead thing faintly alive. Seeing Naruto's attention diverted, Shino's eyes turned sinister. His other hand formed a fist, silently sneaking an attack towards Naruto. Oh. I almost forgot about you. Before coming here, they had found the unconscious Amaru below the fortress. After rescuing and treating her, they learned the general situation from her. Although the young girl herself was somewhat confused about the circumstances, the scenes and words she saw and heard before falling into despair were deeply etched in her mind. Naruto's hand moved like a blade, and with a casual swing, he severed most of Shino's shoulder. Ah. Shino wouldn't die easily, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. The wound from his severed arm began to heal rapidly within mere seconds. With the supply of dark chakra, a new arm quickly regenerated. He can even do something like this. Shino felt the pain, but he also understood the gap between himself and his opponent from the brief exchange. He immediately made a decision. He first put on a fearful expression, his hand touching a mechanism behind him. A compartment containing a scroll opened. You came for this secret technique too, right? I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Shino threw the scroll to Naruto. Then, the floor beneath his feet cracked open, and he fell through the opening downwards. As for Naruto, he casually caught the scroll and showed no intention of pursuing. Karin, Sasuke, I'll leave him to you too. As soon as the words fell, Sasuke and Karin, who had been ready for a long time, charged down through the large opening. The two followed a metal pipe down, the end of which was a large hall erected with unknown devices. This was the power room of the Anchor Mansion and also the place where the Zero Tails main body was stored. More importantly. Ha 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 ha. Did he send you two brats to your deaths? Give up. Here, you can't use ninjutsu. Just as Shino said, any ninjutsu released here would be absorbed by the surrounding devices and the Zero Tails. Except for Shino, who was empowered by the Zero Tails, other ninja here were just ordinary people. Sasuke and Karin glanced at each other, both seeing the strangeness in each other's eyes. This really was all within Naruto-san's predictions, wasn't it? Amidst Shino's wild laughter, Sasuke and Karin's figures began to slowly change. Chapter 173, Chapter 173 Hasoken, Wolf Thrust. Humph, just letting your subordinates go to their deaths like that. Konoha's ninjas are as cold-blooded as ever. Hearing Azura Path's merciless taunt, Naruto's face showed no anger. While slowly closing in on the opponent, he smiled and explained point by point. First, I'm no longer a Konoha's ninja, and those two aren't my subordinates. As he spoke, Naruto rolled up his sleeves. Second, I have full confidence in them. A guy of that level isn't a threat to them. By the time he said this, Naruto was already 5 meters away from the Azura Path. Finally, compared to them, you'd better worry more about yourself. Do you think you're safe? Naruto's palm pressed against the three faces before the other could react, then with muscular force, he slammed them into the floor. Blade strikes hit Naruto's body, producing the sound of metal clashing. Even Azura Path's large tail couldn't pierce Naruto's skin. Compared to this combat android, Naruto was more like a weapon forged from steel. Bang. Because he deliberately held back, this punch only dented the opponent's head without directly destroying the body. Speaking of which, there's a guy in your organization with Sharingan, right? Can you tell me where he is? Azura Path showed no intention of answering, only struggling to counterattack, but it was all in vain. His attacks were nothing but trivial irritations to Naruto. Ah, so uncooperative. Whatever, I'll chat slowly after I find your main body. On the other side, inside the power room. Great body diamond thousand feathers. Golden feathers rained down like they were free, saturating the area below and covering the suspicious device and Shino. Both Shino and the Zero Tails couldn't ignore such pure physical attacks devoid of chakra. The damage from the feathers accumulated quickly, soon covering the guys below with wounds. But it's no use. Even with half his head shaved off, Shino still stood there firmly, showing no sign of falling. The wounds on him and the Zero Tails healed at an extremely fast rate. But at the same time, the old man was secretly shocked by the transformations displayed by Karin and Sasuke. He had never seen abilities like this before. Although the device could extract a portion of the chakra dispersing from the two, as long as they didn't use ninjutsu, this amount of chakra couldn't even complete one healing for him. Damn it, who are these two? Since when does Konoha have such power? As a participant in the Second Great Ninja War, Shino naturally knew Jiraiya, but whether Jiraiya knew him was another story. After all, during that period, Jiraiya was still facing off against Amagekyure's Hanzo alongside Tsunade and Orochimaru, earning the title of Konoha's Sannin. While Soragekyure's ninjas under Shino were gloriously eliminated in the first conflict. Seeing that Kairin's attacks weren't producing actual results, Sasuke, who was nearby, jumped out. "Let me do it. You dash." Kairin was somewhat unconvinced, but Sasuke couldn't be bothered to wait for a response and jumped down on his own. His reverse-bent leg stepped onto the ground. The consequence of physical contact was a sudden strengthening of the suction force from the Zero Tails. Shino was somewhat surprised. Why had this guy given up his advantage and come down to deliver himself? Sasuke also felt the chakra-absorbing force, but his face showed no worry. "You like to suck? Then suck all you want." Black-red calamity flames instantly erupted from his body, sweeping out in all directions. Lifeless objects touched by them rapidly began to decay and age, while Shino and the Zero Tails felt an intense pain emanating from their very souls. Ah! Driven by pain, Shino fiercely launched an attack at Sasuke. A super revival fist struck Sasuke's body with extreme speed. Bang! A giant claw firmly caught the punch. The lower half of Sasuke's face, which remained humanoid, also revealed a smile. It doesn't hurt at all. This was, of course, a lie. Even after consuming a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Sasuke's body wasn't as nearly non-humanly powerful as Naruto's, capable of completely ignoring Shino's strength. But this level of damage was just right for Sasuke. The feedback from karma caused Sasuke's strength and speed to surge dramatically once more. Sharp claw tips traced a perfect arc through the air. The calamity flames attached to the claw blades, directly drilling into Shino's skin and flesh through the torn wounds. Ah! It was torture even more excruciating than before. The Zero Tails behind him also descended into madness, countless black arms extending from its body, trying to grab Sasuke. But a waterfall-like torrent of feathers timely flew down from above, severing them one by one. The Zero Tails' regeneration was fast, but Kairin's feathers seemed endless as well. This was the power of a mythical Zoan. As if realizing it couldn't deal with Sasuke without eliminating Kairin above, the Zero Tails very humanely shifted its target. Then, a large mouth split open beneath its mask, and a beam of purplish-black light composed of dark chakra shot out violently. Adamantine is unbreakable. Kairin in midair directly blocked in front of herself with her wings, her whole body curling into a golden, radiant sphere. The beam struck Kairin in this state, only managing to push her backward a short distance, but couldn't break her defense at all. It shouldn't be. Impossible. This shouldn't be happening. Whether stimulated by the intense pain into madness or unable to accept the impending fate of failure, Shino's twisted old face began to become hysterical. Slash. Another claw attack tore through his upper body. This time, Shino didn't even attempt any defense, stubbornly counterattacking Sasuke through the pain. Bang. This punch hit Sasuke's head squarely, sending his entire body flying backward. The 2 to 3 meter tall giant slammed straight into the wall. Shino immediately let out a strange cry, leaping high to pursue and deliver a finishing blow. But Sasuke, whose output increased with injury, climbed out first. Instead, he threw a punch at Shino in midair. Hashoken, wolf thrust. The fist, carrying an invisible shockwave, struck Shino. Then, the force transformed into packs of fierce wolves that began to tear at Shino's internal organs. This was a variant technique Sasuke developed for himself after deeply comprehending the Hashoken combined with his Widow form. Its damage was extremely high and almost ignored defense. If hit by it carelessly, even Naruto in his current state would feel pain. Shino, bleeding profusely from his entire body, spun through the air and flew toward the control console behind him. Crunch. The control console was shattered upon impact by Shino. Then, electrical sparks and dark chakra quickly enveloped him. In an instant, the wails of the Zero Tails and Shino echoed throughout the entire control room. But Naruto, who was still above punching Azura Path, seemed to sense something and frowned. Jiraiya-sensei, catching up should be about enough, right? It's time to get down to business. Having said that, he stopped holding back and punched through Azura Path's chest. Then, as if still not satisfied, he formed his hand into a chop and cleanly severed Azura Path's head. Chapter 174, Chapter 174. So, art is. Sorry, Conan, you heard it. Jiraiya offered an apologetic smile to his former student, seeming somewhat embarrassed about the circumstances of their reunion. However, talking was one thing, Jiraiya's movements were anything but slow. He brought his palms together and swung his head. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. His head full of white hair rapidly extended under the power of chakra, swiftly entangling Conan in midair. Conan naturally had no intention of surrendering without a fight. Paper rapidly sharpened and sliced around her. But no matter what those paper shuriken came into contact with, they would end up stained with ink, losing control, and even having ink-formed thin ropes extend from them to wrap around Conan. Even up to this point, Jiraiya still had no intention of taking Conan's life. With no escape route, and her explosions being intercepted prematurely, this was the first time Conan had found herself in such a frustrating situation. It could be said that all the techniques she had mastered were completely countered by Jiraiya. A teacher is still a teacher after all. The next moment, Conan's body was entangled by the long hair and quickly pulled closer. On the other side, after decapitating Azura Path, Naruto called out to Jiraiya and jumped into the large hole. The situation inside was even more dangerous. He seemed to be intentionally leaving Jiraiya and Conan alone together. Conan thought Jiraiya would just restrain her like this and take her back for interrogation about Nagato's whereabouts. But she never expected the dismembered Azura Path pain to still be active. A severed arm used its fingers to grip the ground, then aimed its broken cross-section towards Jiraiya. The next moment, several sharp blades shot out from it. Swish. The white long hair was severed in the middle. The Azura Path's head, which had rolled onto the ground, spoke its final words like a malfunctioning robot. Kokan-nan. Nyan. This was because the black rods used for transmitting chakra on its body had been disconnected from the main body, like an internet connection reverting from fiber optic back to dial-up. Nagato could remotely control the 6 paths of pain, but this distance also had its limits. To carry out missions across hundreds of miles, it was necessary to bring Nagato's main body, the signal transmission base station, along as well. Therefore, Nagato's main body was currently located over 100 miles away, inside a large tree made of paper. The other 5 pains were currently rushing towards this location at this moment. Although Nagato also believed that Jiraiya would not kill Conan, Naruto was an uncertain variable. He couldn't gamble. He could no longer bear the price of losing another comrade. It was a pity that even though the wild lion's main technique was severed, Conan still did not attempt to escape after landing on the ground. Because now, her body was covered in dozens, maybe even hundreds, of characters for seal, sleep, and weak. All her strength and chakra had become like a stagnant pool of water at this moment. She could sense their presence but was completely unable to mobilize them. Conan even felt her thinking had slowed down. Jiraiya simply loosened his hair, the tips were still dripping ink. He had used his hair as a brush to perform a comprehensive sealing. Without help from others, breaking free from this wouldn't be easy. Conan, just stay put quietly over here. I still have some things I want to ask you. I won't say anything. Uttering these words seemed to consume the last of Conan's strength. Her eyelids, heavy with intense drowsiness, closed uncontrollably. Jiraiya walked over to check, confirming that the Azura Path was truly dead this time, beyond any doubt. But the more he looked, the more familiar that face seemed. Jiraiya squatted there, stroking his chin as he carefully examined the corpse, completely unaware of a figure silently growing out of the ground behind him. Oh! I remembered. This person was a puppeteer I had encountered during his travels. Jiraiya recalled this man advocated that fate need not be sought deliberately, and people should calmly accept the fate that arrives. Because of this, Jiraiya had even written the men into his debut novel, The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. To think he had been killed by them. It seemed Nagato had used their bodies to create these human puppets. Why have you become like this, Nagato? Just as Jiraiya was lost in thought, Zetsu, who had grown from the earth, had already taken Conan and was submerging back downwards. But he forgot that Conan was currently covered in the ink Jiraiya had created. The instant Jiraiya sensed it, he turned around. What he saw was Zetsu's face, half black and half white, wrapped in a Venus flytrap, and Conan who had vanished without a trace. Era, we've been discovered. Zetsu narrowed his eyes and smiled, seemingly unafraid. When dealing with others, Jiraiya had no intention of holding back. His hair swung, and the ink transformed into countless sharp blades shooting towards Zetsu from all directions. But before that ink could reach Zetsu, it was sucked into an invisible vortex. The next moment, Obito, wearing his spiral mask, made his entrance from the void. That scarlet Sharingan glanced at Jiraiya, then scanned towards the location below where Naruto had gone. Ultimately, he said nothing, retreating into the Kamui dimension, created by his Mangekyo Sharingan before Jiraiya's next wave of attacks could arrive. With that delay, Zetsu had already escaped with Conan. In fact, they had already made plans the moment Nagato made this decision. According to the information Kisame sent back, Naruto's strength was far beyond ordinary. If they underestimated him, Conan and one Pain's body would most likely be defeated. It didn't matter if a Pain died, but if Conan died or was captured, Nagato would definitely not sit still, which was very unfavorable for their behind-the-scenes manipulation. Suffice to say, before all the tailed beasts were collected, Obito's investment in the Akatsuki far exceeded Nagato's. The facts also proved his prediction was not wrong. This Naruto Uzumaki was even stronger than Kisame had described. I'm afraid he is not much inferior to Namikaze Minato back then. Having never truly fought him, Obito's assessment of Naruto was still somewhat conservative. If Naruto knew, he might just imitate a certain elderly Chinibu and say, "Have you seen me in my prime?" Earlier, while hidden within Kamui, Obito had gotten a preview of the scene unfolding in the power room below. Therefore, he immediately had Zetsu take Konan away and had no intention of staying here himself. Jiraiya was still unclear about what had happened. Meanwhile, down below, Naruto looked at the large, unidentified mass in front of him, his expression subtle. That was Shino, who had completely fused with the Zero Tails, having lost his human form. Now, only his face remained embedded on the surface of the Zero Tails' body, while his limbs had completely merged with the Zero Tails itself. Shino seemed to have lost consciousness. His mouth moved, emitting only meaningless groans. But the chakra around him, which was expanding more and becoming unstable, gave off an extremely intense sense of crisis. Someone like Karen, who hadn't learned observation haki, just felt her hair stand on end. But Naruto, relying on observation haki, and Sasuke, relying on his disaster perception ability, both observed the impending crisis. Karen, take them and go first. This guy is about to explode. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, the beginning of the indescribable. Naruto-san. Karen looked at Naruto with some confusion. She didn't doubt Naruto's words. If he said this thing was going to explode, then it definitely was. But why only tell us to leave? Shouldn't we all leave together? I'm going to attempt something. If you stay here, I might get distracted. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Karen on the head. Hearing this, neither Karen nor Sasuke had anything else to say. Before leaving, Sasuke gave Naruto a deep look, receiving a reassuring look in response from Naruto. Fine. He didn't see any color symbolizing disaster on Naruto, which meant it was highly likely he would be safe and sound. As the two left, Naruto turned back to face the twisted monster. Speaking of which, this is my first time trying to eat something like this. Thankfully, Naruto's mental fortitude was quite strong. Anyone else seeing the form of the product of the Zero Tails and Shino's fusion would not only lose their appetite but would be doing well just not to vomit. Why you? The face of Shino on the Zero Tails' body opened its mouth, actually recognizing Naruto's appearance, and seemed to want to say something. But Naruto had no time to listen now. He worked his jaw a bit, then opened his mouth wide towards the monster in front of him. At the same time, several chains shot out from Naruto's mouth, swiftly binding the Zero Tails' body. Against a chakra construct like the Zero Tails, the adamantine sealing chains were undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, originally the adamantine sealing chains should extend from the back, but that was easy enough to solve. Naruto had directly swallowed a portion of the chains before, subsequently gaining the ability to create adamantine sealing chains anywhere on his body. And this preparation was precisely for a situation like today. Ah! Although Shino seemed to have lost his sanity, he also seemed to understand that the fate awaiting him might not be friendly and began struggling fiercely. But no matter how hard he struggled, he was always bound tightly by the chains and was being pulled bit by bit towards Naruto's mouth. On the other side, Karen directly used wind to carry Sasuke back to the pipe entrance. They could use chakra here again now, so next, they just needed to let Sasuke use chakra adhesion to run up. Hey, you, aren't you worried about Naruto-san? Karen hadn't seen the final look exchanged between the two, so she was somewhat annoyed with the silent Sasuke. Even though the two had just fought side by side. Sasuke glanced at her upon hearing this, then continued running upwards without saying a single word. That look seemed to say he disdained answering such a foolish question. Hey! You dash. And so, with one talking and one silent, they returned to the upper level and briefed Jiraiya on the situation in the power room. Jiraiya, in turn, updated them on what had just happened. The new enemy chose to escape with their companion rather than stay and fight with superior numbers. This indicated that this place was probably truly dangerous. Since Naruto said so. Jiraiya has great confidence in Naruto. This wasn't because he understood Naruto so well. On the contrary, it was precisely because Naruto was, in Jiraiya's view, full of mysteries. Even with Naruto's explanations, every time Naruto acted, it still refreshed Jiraiya's understanding. Learning the Rasengan instantly was like this, dealing with Orochimaru was like this, producing those miraculous devil fruits was still like this. He also believed that Naruto wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure about. Then next. As he spoke, Jiraiya was about to splatter ink to create birds capable of flight to carry everyone. No need for such trouble. Karen interrupted him first, then directly transformed back into her giant bird form. Oh! I forgot you had this ability too, Karen. Actually, he hadn't forgotten. Jiraiya knew that Karen didn't like being treated as a mount. Unless that person was Naruto. So, he had intentionally not brought it up. Get on. Perhaps it was the time they had spent together, but Karen had actually subtly accepted Sasuke as a new comrade. She didn't show any sign of contempt. Sasuke, on the other hand, cared even less. The next moment, Garuda's wind blade sliced open the control room door, and then the giant bird flew out, circling high above to look down at the anchor mansion, which was already beginning to experience power instability below. Inside the power room, the fortress began to tilt to one side due to power failure. Debris and fragments around the room all started floating. But this couldn't affect what was happening in the center. Burp dash. As the last bit of chakra was swallowed by Naruto, the power core, which had been on the verge of explosion, began to gradually die down. Having lost the Zero Tails, the anchor mansion's power furnace now only had a portion of residual energy left to use. This aerial aircraft carrier was soon going to crash. But Naruto had no time to worry about that now. You brat, you're really something else dash. Kurama had watched the entire process of Naruto swallowing the Zero Tails. To be honest, as another chakra being, he actually felt a sense of empathy. If Naruto did this to the other tailed beasts. Naruto, however, paid no attention to Kurama. Because at this moment, his mind was flooded with countless malicious thoughts. Kill, plunder, destroy. The Zero Tails was a product born from dark chakra and the evil in people's hearts. Before the Baku factory could completely digest it, this malevolent influence would continuously affect Naruto. He opened his eyes, and the whites had turned completely black. An ominous chakra also leaked out around his body. Although this incessant whispering couldn't truly brainwash Naruto, it did have some effect on his mental state. Boom. Just because something was blocking half his path, Naruto somewhat uncontrollably threw a fierce punch, completely crushing that mechanical equipment into scrap metal. But this further damaged the stability of the surrounding power room. The already scarce energy leaked another portion. Frowning and smacking his lips, Naruto then seemed to sense something and spat to the side. Thud. It was Shino, who has completely separated from the Zero Tails, revealed in his true form, now looking like a completely withered old man. But it could be considered a blessing in disguise, as he had regained consciousness. You monster. Shino looked at Naruto in terror, as if gazing upon some indescribable entity. While fused with the Zero Tails, he could still observe everything around him. What was it like to witness oneself being eaten alive with one's own eyes without any resistance? Right now, however, Naruto couldn't be bothered with this old fool. He was still operating the Baku no Mi's ability at full capacity, intending to completely assimilate the Zero Tails. Then Shino saw the dark chakra around Naruto's body, somewhat similar to his own previous state, rapidly condense into arms identical to the Zero Tails. Those hands just unintentionally brushed past his body, and he felt the chakra within him, already dried up, being sucked away once more. By the time Naruto finished digesting, what he saw was a completely desiccated corpse version of Shino. Boom. Oh, almost forgot about this. The huge tremor made Naruto realize the fortress was in the middle of falling. He didn't hesitate, directly charging up and punching through the wall of the core power room. The howling wind rushed in from the tunnel created by the punch. But Naruto's observation haki sensed something else. Below the anchor mansion was precisely the hot spring town they had visited earlier. Ah. This is bad dash.